Wang Lu, how many times do I have to call your name? Are you deaf? The wind howled across the playground as the teacher's fury seemed ready to roast someone alive. A crisp ding echoed in his mind as a cold system notification exploded in his consciousness. Host's teacher detected at the edge of rage. Host may choose one of the following options. Option 1. Go give the teacher a big slap and tell him to keep it down. Reward: 7-day jail stay with meals included plus a pair of silver bracelets. Option 2. Apologize steadily and comply immediately. Reward: 1 universal sacred ring. Even the reward descriptions dripped with sarcasm. Who knew the system could be so thoughtful at a time like this? He stood frozen in place, his mind flashing white. He had just been reading on the sofa. How did he end up transported? In those novels, people either got hit by trucks while saving others or struck by lightning. All he did was stay awake for 7 days and nights, pulling one final all-nighter. How did that land him in another world? Questions piled up with no answers in sight. White light flashed suddenly as foreign memories crashed into his mind, making his temples throb with pain. This world was called Blue Star, where human culture and entertainment nearly mirrored what he once knew. However, talent and scholarly pursuits took a backseat to what truly ruled supreme: the path of beast taming. At 18, everyone faced their awakening, touching the testing stone to reveal their destiny. White at the bottom, green next, blue in the middle, orange above, and red at the peak. The brighter your talent, the more resources and opportunities you received. The dimmer it was, the harder your labor moving furniture, kitchen prep work, all while hoping your contracted beast might offer another path forward. This talent grade directly determined where life would take you. As the memories settled and the system's voice faded, he had already made his decision in dangerous, unknown territory. Playing it safe was the only way to win. He composed himself and bowed slightly. Teacher, I'm sorry, I was spacing out just now. Before he finished speaking, his left index finger tightened as something cold encircled his skin. He looked down. A silver ring had silently appeared on his finger, perfectly sized, with a subtle luster that neither stood out nor seemed cheap. The universal sacred ringgit was actually real. He wasn't alone on the playground. Over the past few days, each grade had taken turns testing their talents, and today was their class's turn. Out of 50 students, only he remained untested. Homeroom teacher Lu Hejin gestured toward a diamond-shaped black stone standing as tall as a person, its material cold and hard with deep, mysterious patterns. His instructions were simple: step forward, get close, touch it, and clear your mind. The method was straightforward, the process clear. Wang Lu nodded. Better to be cautious, kept quiet. But when he actually stepped forward, his mind went blank and his body acted on instinct, ended up hugging the entire testing stone. Even the watching classmates were stunned into silence. What the hell are you doing? Lu Hejin's face darkened instantly, his tone barely controlled. Wang Lu looked up innocently, claiming he was just making close contact. The teacher's chest heaved as he pointed directly at him. Just put your hand on it. You don't need to hang your whole body on there. Nobody's fighting you for it. Wang Lu muttered, blame me for your unclear instructions, as he climbed down from the stone, this time properly placing his palm against the cold surface. Instantly, it was as if someone had pulled the plug on the world. Dark clouds gathered overhead. The wind picked up, the flag by the playground gradually collapsed, and the watching students instinctively tensed their shoulders. Even Lu Hejin unconsciously straightened up, tension flickering in his eyes. The atmosphere tightened, gathered, and condensed, as if something significant was about to happen. Wang Li's heart skipped slightly, thinking he had triggered some phenomenon. Just as the thought formed, he heard someone nearby mutter, haven't even collected the laundry yet. Looks like it's going to rain. This weather forecast isn't as accurate as my aunt's. His mouth twitched as his train of thought got derailed, saw no celestial light, only reality dragging him back to earth. But before his thoughts could settle, the testing stone suddenly blazed to life beneath his palm. White light. Pure, clean white, as pale as possible, as dim as it could be. The sidelines fell quiet, some faces remaining expressionless, showing neither surprise nor emotion. Wang Li's heart sank, though his composure didn't waver. His method of transmigration apparently lacked any dignity. Testing complete, step back. Your talent was exactly what I expected, Lu Hejin said flatly, as if announcing a long-confirmed conclusion. Wang Lu glanced at his classmates' expressions and finally understood the original owner's presence and reputation. So low it was buried in dust, unable to bloom even there. Once the procedure finished, the class regrouped and headed back to the classroom. Self-study proceeded quietly, but Lu Hejin was absent. Soon the door opened, a figure appeared, and he walked directly to Wang Lu. Wang Lu, I just spoke with the principal. Our entire school has only 2 white talent students, and other schools don't even have one. The citywide competition is in 3 months, and the school can't let you drag down our overall performance. The principal's thinking, could we discuss something with you? Would you consider dropping out? Ding, the familiar cold sensation returned. Host facing expulsion detected. System provides choices. Option 1. Fight to the death, slack off at school. Reward. 1 bottle of ungrateful milk. Option 2. Avoid pointless resistance. Steadily agree to drop out. Reward. Marrow cleansing potion. Randomly enhances user's talent. The options lay before him, bait and consequences side by side. Wang Lu steadied his breathing and was about to speak when his desk suddenly shook violently from a fierce slam. Wait, I disagree. If you're expelling Wang Lu, then I, Hong Dali, refuse to attend this school anymore. The voice exploded from behind him, crisp, determined, carrying an unquestionable force. Wang Lu startled and turned to see a slightly chubby teenager in a white t-shirt standing up, wearing black-framed glasses, his skin pale and bright, his expression sincere, radiating cheerfulness mixed with fierce determination. From his memories, this was the original owner's best friend who had grown up with him, named Hong Dali. Wang Lu never expected that despite being so white in talent, he could still have such a loyal brother. Even this straightforward protection felt like all the support he could hope for. Yet he pondered for a moment this boldness was either backed by top-tier talent or came from someone too reckless to reason with. The classroom fell deathly silent as everyone's gaze fixed on Lu Hejin by the podium. His expression became somewhat strange, as if he were at a loss for words or choking on air. Wang Li's pupils contracted as instincts told him there was more to this story. Hong Dali's background was probably a different kind of background altogether. Someone started applauding first. Then applause erupted chaotically throughout the classroom, as if someone had hit a start button. Even more outrageously, someone produced a party popper from nowhere and set it off in the classroom with a bang, colorful paper fluttering down. I've lived most of my life, and today truly makes me happy. Lu Hejin laughed so hard his palms were red from clapping, his words striking like a knife handle against the desk. 2 white talents in the entire school, Wang Lu and Hong Dali. Who would have thought that an ordinary beast-taming academy could nurture such a pair of brilliant strategists? Since you've spoken up, I'll naturally give you that respect from now on. You're expelled too. You and Wang Lu can leave together. It's settled, double happiness. As his words settled, the classroom opened a narrow gap. 2 figures walked shoulder to shoulder out the school gate, wind rushing through the entrance, carrying the scent of grass. Wang Lu stopped and sighed softly. He had originally planned to leverage this situation to squeeze some compensation from the school if they were firing people without cause. They should at least provide some explanation and negotiate. He never expected Hong Dali's table slapping to throw off the entire rhythm, leaving him no chance to lay groundwork before being warmly and kindly escorted out. His plan was ruined, but it wasn't a total loss. The system's marrow cleansing potion was now safely stored in his ring space. Leg, what are you muttering about? Hong Dali sniffled, his tone still characteristically direct. Nothing. Dali, though you didn't really help today, I understand you, my good brother. We got expelled, but let's not hang our heads. Tell me, what do you want to eat? My treat. Wang Lu didn't say much, patting his shoulder with steady, measured force. Braised eggplant, Hong Dali blurted out. Have some ambition, eat something good. Then braised eggplant with minced meat. Dali, eat whatever you want, don't try to save me money. Then let's have 2 servings of braised eggplant with minced meat. After finishing their meal, Wang Lu and Hong Dali waved goodbye at the intersection and headed home separately. According to the original owner's memories, Wang Lu had grown up in an orphanage since childhood, with only one companion by his side, a girl named Tang Xiaojia who, though not blood-related, was closer than a real sister. The 2 had grown up together and now lived in a small courtyard tucked away in the deepest part of an old alley. At this moment, Wang Lu carried a bag of accidentally charred eggplants as he walked along the brick lane to the corner, then raised his hand to knock on his front door. Who is it? Strangers get lost. My brother has rabies, and if he bites you to death, I won't pay compensation, came a girl's crisp but guarded voice from inside. Wang Li's forehead darkened. This girl never hesitated to throw her brother under the bus. He cleared his throat and raised his voice. It's your brother. Creaked door opened a crack, and a pair of bright, sparkling black eyes peered out. Huh? Wang Lu, why are you home so early today? Isn't school still in session? Someone as talented as your brother doesn't need to stick rigidly to school rules, Wang Lu said as he pushed the door open and entered the courtyard. The courtyard was about 100 square meters, with a stone table in the center flanked by wicker chairs, and a row of small orange trees sprouting green leaves along the left wall. Though the traditional courtyard-style house was modest, it was kept spotlessly clean. Wang Lu nodded to himself. The conditions weren't wealthy, but at least they were decent. You're right. The talented guy who comes in last on every exam. Tell me, did you get expelled? Tang Xiaojia crossed her arms and delivered the cutting remark. Ahem, that's called me expelling the school, understand? Wang Lu set the bag of eggplants on the stone table, then took a good look at his sister. Tang Xiaojia was 16 years old, about 5'3", with a round face and sparkling eyes, still carrying some baby fat. She wore a floral dress with her hair in 2 high pigtails, a perfect picture of a lively little girl. Don't be sad, she said, looking up to comfort him. When I awaken my talent, it'll definitely be top tier, and then I'll protect you. Before she finished speaking, Tang Xiaojia's sharp gaze had already fallen on the stone table. You, Wang Lu, why did you bring home a pile of dog poop? Those are eggplants, Wang Lu said, rubbing his forehead. The cafeteria lady just cooked them a bit too enthusiastically. I'm too lazy to cook tonight, so just make some rice and eat it with the eggplants. With that, he turned to go inside, planning to drink the marrow-cleansing potion first to improve his talent. Once he became stronger, wouldn't all the top schools be fighting to recruit him? Okay, big brother, the girl said, drawing out her words. But these past couple days, whenever I don't eat well, I tend to sleepwalk at night. I often dream about chopping trees with an axe, so if something happens, don't blame me. As soon as she finished speaking, a chill ran down Wang Li's spine. If his dear sister started swinging an axe in the middle of the night, he wouldn't survive it. All right, my silly sister, how could I make you eat this stuff? He quickly changed his tune. What do you want to eat? Your brother will make it for you. I don't want rice today, Tang Xiaojia said, pressing her finger to her lips. I heard there's a new roasted sweet potato vendor at our street corner, and I've never tried one. Could you buy me one to taste? Just a roasted sweet potato? Leave it to me. Wang Lu agreed readily, turned around, left the courtyard, and headed quickly toward the street vendor. Sir, how much for the sweet potatoes? 2 yuan for one, 5 yuan for two. Wang Lu was stunned for a moment, thinking to himself that there was actually such a loss-making business model in this world. He pointed at the stall. Give me one sweet potato first, then give me another one. Coming right up. The old man smiled cheerfully as he skillfully wrapped them up, using 2 rolled-up posters as paper bags and handed over the steaming hot sweet potatoes. After paying, Wang Lu returned to the small courtyard, placed the hot sweet potatoes on the table, and shouted at the top of his lungs. Tang Xiaojia, come eat quickly before they get cold. Bang! The door was kicked open violently, and Tang Xiaojia shot out like an arrow from a bow, rushing to the table. She first unfolded the 2 posters, shaking them in the air, then hugged the sweet potatoes and devoured them ravenously. Wang Lu watched her cheeks puff up like a hamster's and shook his head secretly. This girl really guards her food. He bent down to pick up the fallen posters, originally planning to throw them straight into the trash, but his eyes caught a few large characters, Beast Taming Academy Admission Notice. The poster was crystal clear. The newly opened Beast Taming Academy had no admission requirements. Anyone who could contract with a beast could enroll. The first year was tuition-free, and outstanding students could even receive scholarships. Ding! The system's mechanical voice exploded in his mind. Important life choice detected for the host. The host may make the following decisions. Option 1. Tear up the admission notice. Attend only the best academy in Qingcheng. Compete with various prodigies for resources. Reward. Blood replenishing pills 100. Option 2. Apply decisively. Develop quietly at the new academy. Reward. 1 ancient beast pet egg. Was there even a choice? Wang Lu snorted coldly. What's wrong with a 7-foot man playing it safe for a while? He had long seen through the cruelty of this world. People could kill each other bloody over a single special pill. Resources at the Prodigy Academy might not be obtainable, but his life could be lost first. Since the system was offering a path, he naturally chose safe development. Once his mind was made up, he immediately felt a warm egg appear in his cosmic ring. Xiaojia, remember to clean up after eating. I'm going back to my room, don't disturb me. I need some quiet time tonight. After giving his instructions, Wang Lu entered his room and closed the door. Okay. Tang Xiaojia's mouth was stuffed with sweet potato, so she could only nod vaguely. Wang Lu drew the curtains, sat cross-legged on the edge of the bed, and with a thought a bottle of azure potion materialized in his palm. Marrow cleansing potion? I've had bad luck my whole life. Today I'm praying for some good fortune. He took a deep breath and drank it all in one gulp. Instantly, his internal organs felt like they were thrown into a boiling oil pot. His blood surged wildly, and his skin felt like it was exploding. What the hell is this? He gritted his teeth and endured it. After an unknown amount of time, the pain suddenly receded. However, his body was covered in a layer of pitch-black, foul-smelling mucus. Wang Lu rushed into the bathroom, scrubbed himself thoroughly, and cleaned up that disgusting mess. That's it. The effect is over, he muttered to himself. His talent remained unknown unless tested with a testing stone, or revealed by the light that would emerge the moment he contracted with a beast. Thinking of this, Wang Lu took out the ancient beast pet egg from his ring. He bit his index finger, drew contract symbols on the eggshell with his blood, closed his eyes, and pressed both palms against it. Crack! The eggshell split open, and a brilliant golden light burst forth from the fissure. Wow, a golden legend. Snore. Under Wang Li's intense gaze, the eggshell cracked open with a snap, splitting into several pieces as a black and white panda cub poked its head out, swaying back and forth. I must be dreaming this thing is actually an ancient beast companion? Wang Li's heart pounded as he questioned whether what he was seeing was real. Ding! A crisp notification sound instantly echoed in his mind. Beast companion detected. Generating comprehensive analysis for host. Name, Sacred Origin Beast. Personality, gluttonous, lively. Attributes, all attributes. Species, Ancient class. Talent. Devour. Skills. Charge LV1, Scratch LV1. Bloodline skill. Heaven-shaking strike not awakened. Potential rating, SSS. Contracted host, Wang Lo. Host profession, level 1 beast tamer. Beast taming talent, excellent. I always knew you looked like an ancient divine beast. Just moments ago filled with disappointment. Wang Lu now scooped up the panda and kissed it repeatedly, his excitement stretching his grin from ear to ear. This is incredible. In all of Dragon Kingdom, fewer than 5 people own SS-level beast companions. After calming down, he frowned thoughtfully. The name Sacred Origin Beast is too flashy. Keeping a low profile is the way to stay safe from now on. You'll be called Panda. Snore? The Sacred Origin Beast's eyes widened. I'm this heaven-defying, and I get renamed Panda? Why not just call me Doggy? It flicked its ears and secretly plotted an escape. This host seemed rather unreliable. Tomorrow morning, I need to find Dolly and have him come with me to the new school. Wang Le pulled his thoughts back, realizing that since arriving in this world, he had no family except for his brother and sister. Now that he had the system, if he couldn't even protect them, he'd truly be worthless. The next day, opening his eyes in the morning, the room was empty. Panda was nowhere to be seen. Wang Lu panicked, but suddenly the ring on his hand glowed, and Panda materialized in a beam of light. With a thought, the little creature was absorbed back into the ring. After repeated testing, he confirmed that this ring could actually replace pet capsules. After collecting himself, he said goodbye to Tang Xiaojia and left the courtyard. Tang Xiaojia was still a minor, studying liberal arts in Dragon Kingdom. Liberal arts education was free. Wang Lu hailed a taxi straight to the food street. Hong Dali's family ran a breakfast stand, setting up shop every day. After paying the fare, he walked along the street until he reached the sign reading Hong's Grand Hotel. Uncle Hong, your stall has quite a fancy name. Oil sizzled in the pan as the middle-aged man Hong Wei looked up with a cheerful smile. Little Lu, you're here? This is a legitimate Grand Hotel. Whether it's legitimate or not, I'm not sure, but the person running it certainly isn't serious. What did you say? Wang Lu quickly corrected himself. I was talking about Dolly. I am here to find him. That boy went to school early this morning. By the way, why didn't you go today? Hong Wei asked curiously. There's a school health check today, no classes. Dolly has a bad memory. Wang Lu suddenly understood. After greeting Hong Wei, he headed to a nearby river. He knew that whenever Hong Dali had something troubling him, he would run to the riverside to stare blankly into the water. Wang Lu jogged all the way there and spotted a round, plump figure crouching by the riverbank from a distance. Dolly, why didn't you give me a heads up before running off here by yourself? He approached and gave the back of the head a sharp smack. Hey, who the hell are you? I'm fishing here, and you just scared all my fish away. The fat guy's head jerked to the side from the hit, and he immediately flew into a rage. Wang Lu took a closer look and realized this wasn't Hong Dali at all, just someone with a similar build. Brother Lu, what are you doing? A familiar voice came from behind him. Wang Lu spun around to see the real Hong Dali standing not far away, fishing rod in hand. Sorry about that, big guy. I mistook you for someone else. Please, carry on with your fishing. Wang Lu apologized to the fat fisherman with an awkward smile, then quickly walked over to Hong Dali and threw an arm around his shoulder. You sneaky little devil, running off here without telling me. Because I knew Brother Lu would come looking for me anyway. Hong Dali scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. You little rascal. Come on, I'm taking you to school. Why would we go back there? We both got expelled. Hong Dali looked confused. Just because we got expelled doesn't mean we can't attend a different school. Look at this. Wang Lu pulled out a colorful poster for Beast Taming Academy. The poster showed a brand new school gate with eye-catching slogans and an enthusiastic enrollment announcement. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go right now. Hong Dali's eyes lit up. He hadn't dared tell his family about the expulsion, afraid of disappointing his father Hong Wei, who worked so hard to make ends meet. This new school gave him hope. The school wasn't too far from where they lived, so they decided to walk. The sunshine was perfect, and the locust trees along the roadside cast dappled shadows. After leaving the residential area and walking through a small path, they stopped at the entrance of an alley. Just a few dozen meters ahead, they could see the newly erected sign of Beast Taming Academy. As soon as Wang Lu stepped into the alley, 6 dark figures suddenly rose from both sides of the walls, blocking their path. Excuse me, could you let us through? Wang Lu asked politely. The leader crossed his arms and tilted his chin up. Where are you headed? Just passing through. We're going to that new Beast Taming Academy. Sensing trouble, Wang Lu was about to make up an excuse when Hong Dali, eager to enroll, blurted out, obviously. There's nothing across from here except the school and the crematorium. You think we're going to get cremated? Move aside already. So you're here to enroll. The young man sneered. Well, you two don't need to bother. That school is a waste of time. Idle, just mislead you. Consider yourselves lucky to run into us today. Out of the goodness of our hearts, we're going to offer you a better path. He pulled out several business cards. Go work at this factory tightening screws. Mention my name, and you'll get an extra 50 yuan a month. Skip school altogether and jump straight into work. You'll be ahead of your peers. He shoved the business cards against their chests. Wang Lu suddenly understood the situation. Qingcheng originally had only 8 middle schools, each one dependent on resources from the management bureau. Now with Beast Taming Academy in the mix, how could the established 8 schools just sit back and watch their piece of the pie get smaller? These 6 guys were obviously hired muscle sent to block the way. He quickly tried to think of a strategy, but while he was still hesitating, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding! Thugs blocking the path detected. Host may choose from the following options. Option 1. Exchange glances with Hong Dali and confront them heated. Reward. ICU annual membership card. Option 2. Summon Beast Companion for a stealthy surprise attack. Reward. Agility Potion X1. Option 3. Accept the business card and work at the factory screwing bolts. Reward. Chielin finger screw bolts 50 faster than others. The system's electronic voice suddenly rang in Wang Li's ears, instantly putting his mind at ease. The system specifically noted that the opponents were merely 6 thugs, indicating they possessed no supernatural abilities and were all ordinary people. With this thought, he lightly hooked his fingertip, and a faint golden light shot out from his ring. In the next second, Panda silently lurked behind the 6 men. Simultaneously, a transparent, slender vial appeared in his spatial ring, labeled Agility. Which path do you two want to choose? If you're thinking of forcing your way through, don't blame us for being ruthless. The lead thug shrugged his shoulders, waving a folding knife as he arrogantly approached, while the 5 behind him cracked their knuckles under the streetlight. Hong Dali swallowed nervously and instinctively looked toward Wang Lu. Sir, have you ever heard of Master Ma? What? Wang Lu barked quietly. Dali surprise attack. Before his words finished, he had already lunged forward, his right fist hammering toward the leader's jaw like a sledgehammer. Hong Dali followed closely, shoulder-checking one of the men aside. For the first 2 seconds, the thugs were caught completely off guard, but they quickly recovered and pulled out clubs and daggers. Damn it, you're asking for death. The leader cursed and charged forward. Wang Lu grabbed Hong Dali and retreated 2 steps, shouting fiercely, Panda, if you don't act now, I'm going to be turned into a sieve. Flash. The sharp sound of steel claws cutting through air rang out almost simultaneously with screams. The lead thug felt a chill on his back as his clothes were instantly torn open with 3 bloody gashes. Fresh blood soaked his shirt, and the pain caused him to drop his blade and collapse face first, gasping heavily. Under the streetlight, the other 5 finally saw clearly a half-human hate. Black and white-red panda stood behind their companion, amber eyes coldly staring at them. Iron-eating beast, someone cried out in shock. Damn, we thought we were just coming to the school to fleece some sheep, but we ran into a beast tamer. Panda's appearance was similar to the common pure black iron-eating beasts of Blue Star, but with distinct coloringa genuine panda. However, to these local thugs, whether frank or shrank, as long as it could bite, they stood no chance of winning. Run! The remaining 5 turned pale, pushing and shoving each other as they fled frantically, completely abandoning their fallen comrade. Are you even human? Take me with you. The man on the ground cried out in a broken voice, completely panicked. Wang Lu crouched in front of him with a brilliant smile. Want me to carry you over to the crematorium across the street? They're very professional at treating back injuries there. Boss, I was wrong. I'll go see a doctor myself. The man immediately submitted without hesitation. Bah, I don't have a son like you. Remember, stop being a roadblock. Wang Li's smile faded as he recalled Panda back into his ring. The alley entrance returned to silence, leaving only bloodstains and a broken knife. Wang Lu dusted himself off and walked shoulder to shoulder with Hong Dali toward the Beast Taming Academy. Only then did Hong Dali snap out of his shock, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. Brother Lu, you've been hiding this too well. When did you become a beast tamer? I'm so envious. Beast tamers can make big money with any random job way better than me carrying heavy bags. Fate. Wang Lu deflected vaguely. The system's existence couldn't be explained, so he could only brush it off for now. Hong Dali, sensing the timing wasn't right, didn't press further. The two walked through the alley and finally arrived at the school's main gate. The plaque above the gate bore the words, Qingcheng No. 9 High School. The afternoon sunlight slanted across the school entrance, where only a folding table and plastic chair stood. A man in a green windbreaker lay sprawled across the table, fast asleep with steady, rhythmic breathing. The area outside the gate should have been bustling with crowds, but now it was eerily empty save for the chirping of cicadas, probably because those troublemaking thugs had scared away all the prospective students. Wang Lu and Hong Dali walked up together and knocked on the table. Time to clock out. The man lifted his head, squinting sleepily as he casually brushed wind-tousled hair behind his ear, completely oblivious to the desolate scene around him. Teacher, we're here to register. Wang Li's mouth twitched. This guy sure had nerves of steel, no one showing up to register, and he couldn't even be bothered to investigate why. Oh, just write your names on this blank paper, then head to the field and wait for instructions. The man in the green windbreaker patted his pocket, pulled out a worn notebook, flipped to the last page, and handled it as casually as routine paperwork. Wang Lu was momentarily stunned, but said nothing more. He and Hong Dali wrote down their names and headed toward the field. The field wasn't completely empty. About a dozen people stood scattered around. Wang Lu led Hong Dali over to mingle, and after introducing themselves, the others gradually revealed their identities. I'm Mu Wan. Lin Zhuqing. Hey there, just call me Shi Yuan. Zhang Hao. The brief introductions helped ease the atmosphere slightly. Just as everyone was getting acquainted, four figures appeared at the far end of the field. Leading them was a middle-aged man in gray robes, walking with steady steps and a composed gaze. Behind him followed three others. The green windbreaker man who had been napping at the gate. A muscular giant, whose every step seemed to stir the air. A woman in black high heels, red-framed glasses, and a standard office lady uniform, her graceful curves even more striking in the sunlight. Welcome to Qingqing Number 9 High School. Registration is now closed. From this moment on, you are the first generation of students at Number 9. The gray-robed middle-aged man's voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly across the entire field. A whole school with just this many people? Wang Li's heart sank as he couldn't help but raise his hand. Principal, is it too late to withdraw? Before he could finish, the muscular giant stepped forward and threw a punch. A 10-meter-tall gorilla phantom materialized with a thunderous roar. Its crimson fur rippled through the air, arms as thick as cars, and blood seemed to drip from between its fangs. I'm Xin Wu, your combat instructor and advisor. Come to me for class changes or dorm transfers. But my beast companion has quite the temper. If you plan on getting close, you'd better write your will first. Xin Wu flashed a harmless smile. Wang Lu gulped hard and decisively swallowed the word withdrawal. The gray-robed middle-aged man acted as if he hadn't noticed Wang Li's embarrassment and added with a smile. That's just how enthusiastic Teacher Xin is. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tang Long, your principal. Liang Qian, pharmacist. The woman in the office uniform pushed up her red-framed glasses, her voice crisp and professional. Sigh, isn't it quitting time yet? I'm Lu Ziwen, also a combat instructor. The man in the green windbreaker yawned lazily. With the lineup now revealed, Wang Lu raised his hand again. Principal, may I ask you a question? Tang Long looked at him with an enigmatic smile. You're probably wondering why this school has so few people, right? That's right. Wang Lu nodded. Tang Long stood before the crowd with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the group as he spoke with confident sincerity. Good question. I received word early on that someone was secretly preventing students from registering. This gives me a perfect opportunity to test your mindset. Those who are cowardly will only become deserters no matter how well trained, while those with unwavering determination are worthy of becoming students at Qingqing 9th Middle School. Hong Dali stood beside Wang Lu, his blood boiling with excitement as he whispered, Bro Lu, I feel like I'm about to ignite. He had completely forgotten that he had actually snuck in by following Wang Lu. Wang Lu raised his hand as if to douse his enthusiasm. Getting fired up? Then why don't you grab a copy of Boruto to cool down? He then reached into his pocket and rummaged around as if he were actually going to pull out a manga. Seeing the commotion below, Tang Long cleared his throat. Students, quiet down. I'm not finished speaking. Although there are only 12 of you, I still need to eliminate half, keeping only 6 to face the citywide martial arts competition in 2 months. Now, let's test your talents first. He gave Shun Wu a meaningful look. Xin Wu turned and walked toward the back of the academy, returning shortly with a pitch-black testing stone carried in one hand. The stone weighed at least several hundred pounds, yet Xin Wu could lift it with just one hand. This scene left Wang Lu completely dumbfounded. Is this guy even a carbon-based life form? After the stone was set in place, the 12 students lined up in order. Wang Lu and Hong Dali naturally positioned themselves at the back. Ding! The system suddenly chimed in Wang Li's mind. Option 1. Tell the teacher you're allergic to the testing stone, hide your strength, and play the underdog. Reward: 5 overall strength boost to beast companions when launching sneak attacks. Option 2. Display your talent directly and declare you'll take on the other 8 middle schools single-handedly. Reward: 5 boost to all defensive attributes of beast companions. Wang Li's eyes immediately lit up, definitely playing the underdog. Not only was it the safer approach, but it also came with an offensive boost. Once his mind was made up, Panda in his ring was immediately enveloped by a surge of power. The 10 people ahead finished their tests quickly. When it was Wang Li's turn, he stood motionless in place. Xin Wu frowned. What are you standing there for? Still considering dropping out? Wang Lu remained composed. Teacher, you've misunderstood. I'm simply allergic to the testing stone. The surrounding students were collectively stunned. The testing stone had existed for hundreds of years, and no one had ever heard of it causing allergies. Xin Wu sneered. Fine, I'd like to see exactly how you're allergic. There's a crematorium right next door. If it gets really bad, I'll just toss you in there. Feeling his intelligence had been insulted, he grabbed Wang Li's hand and forcibly pressed it against the testing stone. Boom. There was no rain, but instead a blazing red light shot skyward. The group immediately gasped in shock. Those who could make it to Qingqing 9th Middle School weren't exactly top tier to begin with, But now a big shot with red-level talent had suddenly appeared, making everyone feel insignificant. Even Tang Long was too stunned to speak. Red-level talent? You probably couldn't find a second one in all of Qingqing City. Hong Dali grabbed Wang Li's shoulder as if in a dream. Bro, Lo, why didn't you tell me you had red-level talent? I saw with my own eyes that your talent was white. How did it turn red overnight? Buddy, you used to be dead last in class, and I couldn't bear to see it, so I had no choice but to pretend to be weak. Wang Lun never expected Shun Wu to press his palm directly onto the testing stone. What made his heart tighten wasn't the fear of exposure, but whether the system would revoke his reward due to this outside assistance. After a moment, the numbers on the light screen stabilized, and the system remained silent. The reward hadn't been withdrawn. So it's just a choice system. Wang Lu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I made the choice, and being interrupted by external force midway isn't my fault. No wonder you have a beast companion. Brother Liuria Master. Hong Dali was even more excited than during his own beast taming talent test, his eyes gleaming as if he could already see Wang Li's future dominance over his peers. Tang Long felt his blood surge with excitement and quickly approached Wang Lu. Student, could you release your beast companion? I'd like to confirm its level. No. Wang Lu shook his head firmly. Why not? It's shy. He brushed off the question casually, but inwardly guarded the secret of the universal sacred ring fiercely. Tang Long persisted. Then can you tell me what species it is? A bear, an iron-eating beast. Wang Li's eyes darted as he decided to keep a low profile. Sigh? With such excellent talent, your first contract is with a service-type beast companion. What a waste. Tang Long sighed regretfully, then perked up again. Don't lose heart. When you advance to bronze rank, I'll personally catch you in rank beast companion. Below bronze rank, beast companions have limited potential, so you won't suffer much loss. Thank you, Principal. Wang Lu appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was overjoyed. Who wouldn't want an rank beast companion? Tang Long waved his hand, gathering everyone together. Students, you now have 7 days to contract your own beast companions, then return to school for formal classes. You can either capture them in the wild or purchase them. Each of you gets 1 pet capsule plus 10,000 yuan in startup funds. Thank you, Principal. The students responded in unison. For Wang Lu, this was essentially free money and a capsule. Meanwhile, Shun Wu had brought over a box and began distributing items individually. After finishing, Tang Long emphasized once more. If you cannot contract a companion within 7 days, you'll have no place at this school. Everyone nodded in understanding. Seeing no other business, Tang Long dismissed the group. Wang Lu and Hong Dali left the academic building side by side. Hong Dali was so excited he gestured wildly. Brother Lu, where should I go to get a beast companion? Let's browse around first and see what's suitable. Wang Lu suggested, and the two headed straight for Qingqing's largest shopping mall. However, all beast companions under 10,000 yuan had been bought out at the mall, leaving only high-end merchandise costing hundreds of thousands or even millions on the shelves. Unable to afford anything, they decided to try their luck in the forest on Qingqing's outskirts. But they were stopped by a police cordon right at the forest entrance. The officer in charge informed them that a bronze-rank imperial beast had recently entered the woods, and a citywide search was underway, so the area was temporarily closed. Left with no choice, Wang Lu dragged Hong Dali to the underground black market. But just as they reached the market entrance, a burly bodyguard stepped into their path and said coldly, "Stop right there. This isn't a place for people like you." "Oh, then we'll take the side entrance." Wang Lu spoke naturally, casually pulling Hong Dali along as he turned toward the inconspicuous little iron door beside the black market's main entrance. The guard was momentarily stunned, then quickly stepped in front of them, shouting in a gruff voice, "Nice try sneaking past me. What I'm saying is neither of you can enter the black market. To get in, you must be a first-level beast tamer. But we need to buy beast eggs first before we can contract and become beast tamers," Wang Lu explained patiently. He himself qualified, but Hong Dali didn't. "No way. Rules are rules. You must be a first-level beast tamer. How can we become first-level beast tamers without beast companions? Go buy some. Then let me in." "No way. You must be first level." Ding. The system's cold, mechanical voice exploded in Wang Li's mind. Host detected being harassed by brain-dead guard. Choose from the following options. 1. Continue arguing until victory is achieved. Reward: 1 box of throat lozenges. 2. Sneak in through the cracked wall behind the black market. Reward: 1 substitution talisman. Alright, forget it. Let's check somewhere else, Wang Lu said, secretly delighted upon hearing the prompt as he immediately chose the second option. The next second, 2 substitution talismans silently dropped into his storage ring, 1 black, 1 white. The system explained. Stick the black talisman on person A and the white talisman on person B. Whoever has the black talisman will perceive the person with the white talisman as Wang Lu. The ultimate scapegoat tool. Wang Li's eyes flashed with excitement. After shaking off the guard, Hong Dali whispered, "Brother Lu, we can't buy beast companions anywhere now. If this drags on for 7 more days, won't I get expelled from school again? At the thought of possibly being kicked out again, his face was the picture of despair. Don't worry, follow me. Wang Lu smiled, leading him around to a secluded section of the black market's perimeter wall. At the base of the wall, a palm-width crack was hidden by wild grass completely invisible unless you looked closely. As soon as the system prompt appeared, that shortcut became a clear route map in Wang Li's mind. Holy crap, Brother Li, you're amazing. How did you know we could get in here? Hong Dali's face lit up with joy upon seeing the gap. What don't I know? Hurry up and squeeze through. Let's pick out some eggs early. Wang Lu patted his shoulder. The two crouched down and slipped through the crack into the black market one after another. Due to the remote location, no one noticed them. Passing through the dark corner, the view suddenly opened up. Lights illuminated the entire underground street. Voices buzzed with activity, and stalls stretched as far as the eye could see. The two were like country bumpkins entering a grand mansion, completely dazzled. Wild Frost Hawk Beast Core. Boosts speed only 3 million. Fresh Giant Tooth Tiger Beast Core. 1.5 million. You'll regret missing this. My used underwear, only. Wang Li's mouth twitched violently. They really sell everything here. The two wandered around looking for stalls selling beast eggs, while scanning the goods on either side. Beast cores could enhance beast companions' abilities, and with luck, one might even comprehend skills from them. This was common knowledge they naturally understood. After walking for a while, they finally stopped at a stall. A gray cloth was spread on the ground with colorful eggs neatly arranged on its surface, each about palm-sized with unique patterns. The stall owner was a middle-aged man around 40 with shrewd little eyes darting about. His name was Neo Air, a typical middleman who specialized in purchasing beast eggs from various beast taming guilds and then selling them at the black market. As soon as he spotted customers approaching, he quickly stood up to greet them. Neo Air rubbed his dust-covered palms together, grinning from ear to ear. Hey there, handsome fellas. What kind of beast pet are you looking for? I've got everything you need. Wang Le glanced around at the stall piled high with various beast pet eggs and casually asked his companion. Dolly, what type of beast pet do you want? Hong Dolly, knowing his talents were mediocre, pondered for a moment before looking up. Boss, I'd like to pick a speed type 1. That way it can help me escape when things get dicey. Got any of those? Absolutely. Neo Air immediately reached into a wooden crate and pulled out a pale blue egg with faint electrical flickers dancing across its shell. Thunder Sparrow beast pet egg flies like lightning. How much for this egg? Wang Lo asked. Not expensive at all, 80,000. Neo Air held up 8 fingers to show the price. Thunder Sparrows lacked offensive skills, so the price wasn't outrageous. But 80,000 was still astronomical for Wang Lu and Hong Dali. The two exchanged glances. They couldn't scrape together that much even if they sold themselves. Suddenly, a mocking voice came from behind them. Well, if it isn't the dynamic duo of disasters. How did you two even get in here? They turned to see a young man in a black shirt. Wei Qian, Wang Li's former classmate. Wei Qian came from a wealthy family and had tested orange-level talent. The three had constantly clashed at school and had a terrible relationship. Hong Dali had always found Wei Qian insufferable and shot back without hesitation. How we got here is none of your damn business. Still got that foul mouth, I see. Someone should wash it out for you. Wei Qian sneered coldly. The elderly man behind him stepped forward knowingly, and killing intent instantly filled the air as 7th-level beast master. He was a bodyguard sent by Wei Qian's father. The Wei family patriarch was a bronze-level beast tamer with substantial wealth. Passing the 9th-level assessment would promote him to bronze rank, followed by silver, gold, transcendent, and finally the legendary beast master level that no one had achieved in years. Bronze rank already made one a major player in the beast taming world. The old man's intimidating presence made Wang Li's heart race. Just as he was pulling Hong Dali away to retreat, an even more overwhelming aura suddenly pressed down on them. Private fighting is forbidden within the black market. Violators will be executed, a hoarse warning voice declared. In the middle of the street, a black-robed figure appeared with 2 fierce beasts. Possessing 2 beast companions was the hallmark of bronze rank. Every black market had powerful guardians stationed to prevent murder and robbery. Wei Qian's bodyguard immediately restrained his aura. Wei Qian was also shaken, tugging at his collar and awkwardly changing the subject, his gaze returning to the egg. Damn it. I'll settle accounts with you later. He pointed at the blue egg. Boss, I'll take this Thunder Sparrow egg. He hadn't originally intended to buy it, but seeing Hong Dali's interest, he wanted to deliberately humiliate them. Neo Air looked troubled but stuck to the rules. Sir, these 2 gentlemen saw the Thunder Sparrow egg first. I can't break the rules. Bullshit. I'll pay double. Wei Qian flaunted his wealth. 8 fingers became 16. Neo Air looked helplessly at Wang Lu and his friend. It was simply too much money. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Wang Lu suddenly spoke up, his voice firm and resolute. I'll add another 10,000. Really? Neo Air turned to look at Wang Lu. Wang Lu, are you bragging without even thinking it through now? Wei Qian sneered upon hearing this, convinced that Wang Lu had no money. Wang Lu remained calm and unhurried, pulling out the stack of fresh bills Tang Long had given him from his pocket, a full 10,000 yuan, and patted it rhythmically in his palm. I have money, but does the whole world need to know? If someone can't afford it, they're welcome to shop elsewhere. This deliberate impatience instantly ignited Wei Qian's temper. I can't afford it. Even if I bought out this entire stall, I could pay for it. I'll offer 200,000. The Wei family was in the special pharmaceutical business and never lacked money. Neo Air hugged the Thunder Sparrow egg, grinning so widely his eyes nearly disappeared. Young man, how about raising the bid a little more? No need, Wang Lu said with a slight smile. 200,000 for a Thunder Sparrow egg? Only someone with water in their brain would do that. Wei Qian was stunned. Thunder Sparrows usually cost around 80,000, but now the price had been inflated to 200,000, which was simply ridiculous. Are you scamming me? He glared at Wang Lu. Ding. A system notification suddenly rang out. Detected that the host is being questioned by a rich second-generation heir. The following choices are available. Option 1. Compete financially with Wei Qian and buy the Thunder Sparrow egg. Reward, 1 million yuan. Option 2. Give up the Thunder Sparrow egg and purchase the mutant Swift Wind Pig from the stall. Reward, 500,000 yuan. Wang Li's mind raced. The Thunder Sparrow egg was too expensive, and besides, anything labeled mutant was usually extraordinary. He could also pick out a beast companion for Hong Dali while he was at it. So he decisively chose the second option. Young Master Wei has deep pockets, but I don't have that kind of spare cash. Boss, how much for this Swift Wind Pig? Cheap, 20,000. Though Neo Air was disappointed that Wang Lu wouldn't compete, selling the most expensive Thunder Sparrow egg in history was already profitable enough. Deal. Wang Lu waved to Hong Dali. Dali, give me another 10,000. Hong Dali handed over the money. Wang Lu took it, then turned his head to look at Wei Qian. Young Master Wei, would you like to raise the price on this Swift Wind Pig too? He was deliberately probing, worried that Wei Qian might impulsively snatch the egg. The 500,000 in cash the system had just given him was all in his ring and couldn't be pulled out on the spot. Shut the hell up. Who would want to buy that garbage? Wei Qian's face was livid. Swift Wind Pigs were considered bottom tier among beast companions, often used as live feed for high-level beasts. Their speed was only fast for a pig, and their skills were mostly defensive, making them virtually unwanted. Wang Lu paid the money, cradled the Swift Wind Pig egg, and left with Hong Dali. After the two departed, Neo Air hugged the Thunder Sparrow egg and asked Wei Qian, young man, when will you settle the payment? A crowd of onlookers had already gathered in a circle around them. Wei Qian, concerned about his reputation, could only say in a low voice, give him the money. After settling the bill, he casually tossed the Thunder Sparrow egg to an elderly man behind him, then chased after Wang Lu and his companion toward the black market's exit. Although Wang Lu and his companion had climbed over the wall to enter, they didn't need to do so when leaving. After departing from the black market's high walls, they walked openly toward the main entrance. Brother Lu, Wei Qian seems to be following us. Hong Dali glanced back and spotted Wei Qian with a dark expression trailing them step by step, accompanied by an elderly man with a profound aura. Don't panic. He won't dare make a move inside the black market. Once we're out, don't worry about me, just run. Go wait for me at my house. I'll be there shortly. Wang Lu whispered reassuringly. Hong Dali had initially wanted to stay and take a beating together, but hearing that Wang Lu had an escape plan, he nodded in agreement. Wang Li's trump card was the substitute talisman he had prepared. As soon as they exited the black market gates, Hong Dali immediately jogged to the left, hailed a taxi, and sped away. Wang Lu remained near the entrance, his eyes quickly scanning the passers-by. Cut the crap. If you don't have the money ready by tomorrow, I'll send you to your grave, came a rough roar. Wang Lu looked toward the sound and saw a burly man holding a phone, his face fierce with menace. Like a heaven-sent target, Wang Lu approached and deliberately bumped into the man's shoulder. What the hell, are you blind? The burly man spun around, his presence intimidating as a mountain. Sorry, big brother, I wasn't paying attention. Let me brush that off for you. Wang Lu smiled apologetically while patting dust off the man's shoulder, simultaneously pressing a white card against him. The card instantly merged into his skin. Get lost. Bump into me again, and I'll break your legs. The burly man issued his threat and turned back to his phone call. Wang Li's lips curved into a smile as he retreated to a distance to observe. He had already placed a black substitute card on Wei Qian during the chaos in the black market. Better safe than sorry. Soon after, Wei Qian emerged alongside the elderly man. Due to the substitute card's effect, he couldn't see Wang Lu nearby at all, his gaze immediately locking onto the burly man. Young Master Wei, why are you going over there? Aren't we supposed to catch Wang Lu? The elder sensed the man's surging vital energy and felt apprehensive. That's exactly who I'm looking for. I'll slap him. Then you strike immediately. Wei Qian ignored the explanation and strode forward. Smack. You bastard, weren't you acting tough just now? Wei Qian slapped the back of the man's head and twisted his ear. What the hell? Thunder Leopard, kill him. The man, stunned by the blow, roared in fury. A leopard wreathed in blue electric arcs materialized from thin air, its fangs gleaming coldly. In the age of beast tamers, street brawls had become commonplace. Oh no, swimming turtle. The elder's face changed as he summoned a giant turtle 5 meters wide, water patterns rippling across its shell, which immediately engaged the thunder leopard in fierce combat. Wei Qian, however, stood frozen like a statue, terrified by the storm-like battle before him. At that moment, a figure silently approached from behind Wang Lu, clutching a red brick. Thud! The brick struck Wei Qian squarely on the back of his head. His vision went black as he collapsed to the ground. What the hell, crazy bastard? Let me give you a proper beating. After Wang Lu knocked Wei Qian unconscious, he acted decisively and stripped him naked in no time. The old man was being held up by that burly fellow and had no time to pay attention to what was happening here. Wang Lu shook out Wei Qian's clothes, stuffed the thunder sparrow egg into his chest, patted his butt, and walked away leisurely. At dusk, Wang Lu snuck back to his small courtyard. Before he could push open the door, he heard arguing inside. You actually abandoned my brother and came back by yourself? Tang Xiaojia stood with her hands on her hips, her voice crisp and clear. Brother Lu told me to run first. He said he had a way to escape. Hong Dali waved his hands frantically in explanation. Wang Lu felt warmth in his heart. This girl still cares about her brother after all. Like hell he could escape. We'd better start planning the funeral banquet. Tang Xiaojia's tone shifted as she was already thinking about the feast. Bang! Wang Lu kicked the courtyard gate open. Tang Xiaojia was sitting on a stone stool, holding a small notebook and scribbling away. Hong Dali stood nearby with an expression that was both embarrassed and relieved. Brother Lu, you're back. Damn, no funeral banquet for us then. Hong Dali cheerfully approached him. Tang Xiaojia sighed softly and was about to speak when she saw Wang Lu hand the thunder sparrow egg to Hong Dali, then grab her tender little ear. I raised you all these years, and you're already planning my funeral banquet? Wang Li's face darkened. Let go, let go. I was just joking. I knew you'd definitely make it back. Tang Xiaojia struggled. Thud, the little notebook fell to the ground. The first page clearly read, 10 large tables, 15 small tables, with dish names densely listed beside it. Tang Xiaojia, Wang Lu, and Hong Dali stared at each other. The next second, Tang Xiaojia's cries of ouch, ouch, and pleas for mercy echoed through the courtyard. From that day on, her childhood became even more complete with both pain and joy. As night fell, Wang Lu sat on the stone chair with his legs crossed while Tang Xiaojia obediently went to her room to do homework. Hong Dali held the thunder sparrow egg carefully. Brother Lu, how exactly did you escape? And this egg? Piece of cake. Wang Lu shook his leg and made something up. First this, then that, and then I ran. As for the egg, he said casually. Take it home and scramble it with tomatoes. Hong Dali touched the eggshell, thought about it, then shook his head. Too cruel. I'll just sell it instead. After selling, you get 70%, I get 30. He had already decided to go home and contract with a swift wind pig. Keeping the thunder sparrow egg would just be wasteful. Wang Lu nodded, and the two brothers each pulled out their phones to browse short videos. Brother Lu, look at this one little glass ball, haha. On the screen, Wei Qian was wrapped in a bedsheet, hurriedly leaving under an old man's escort. Some passerby had captured his embarrassing exposed state on camera. Wang Lu chuckled when he saw it, surprised by how creative this generation of netizens had become with their filming techniques. After just a few casual exchanges, he and Hong Dali had already delved into the profound question of why humanity has become so insignificant before parting ways. Hong Dali rushed home eager-like, couldn't wait to bond with his beast companion. Over the next few days, Wang Lu used all the remaining speed potions from the universal sacred ring on Panda. The potions emitted a faint blue glow that enveloped Panda, and after being absorbed, Panda's movements became noticeably more agile. Roughly estimated, his speed had improved by at least a third. With this kind of enhancement, Panda's early-stage burst capabilities were now on par with any pure speed-type beast companion. The money also needed to be handled properly. Wang Lu went to a nearby bank and opened a new account, transferring all 500,000 into it. This was both safer and more convenient to Karai. He certainly didn't want to walk around flaunting stacks of cash. Time flew by, and the return date Tang Long had set soon arrived. Wang Lu said goodbye to Tang Xiaojia and headed back to school with Hong Dali. Passing by a scratch-off lottery shop, Hong Dali claimed he was blessed with good fortune today and dragged Wang Lu inside. After a fancy scratching spree, not only did he fail to win anything substantial, but he also owed Wang Lu 500 yuan plus over 10 minutes of precious time. When the two stepped through the school gates, most students had already gathered on the playground. Shen Wu still stood at the front of the formation, arms crossed. You two are the slowest again. Next time you dawdle like this, I'll personally come fetch you. His voice was deep and resonant, clearly still bothered by Wang Li's recent threat to drop out, worried about losing a student with red-tier talent. No, 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 we promise to arrive early next time. Wang Lu waved his hands repeatedly, though he grumbled internally this instructor was always ready to throw punches. Had his IQ expanded along with his muscles? He'd have to find a chance to get back at him someday. As if reading his mind, Shenwu raised an eyebrow. That look in your eyes suggests you're not convinced, huh? Want to fight me? Fine. Come out, and let's spar. I'll give you the chance. Wang Lu quickly shook his head, realizing that Shenwu was not only intimidatingly strong, but also terrifyingly observant. He decided to keep a lower profile in the future to avoid actually getting beaten up. Just as the awkward atmosphere was spreading, a girl with a long ponytail wearing a white tracksuit jogged over, slightly out of breath. Sorry, I'm late. Wang Lu recognized her Muwan. During the last self-introduction session, he had been deeply impressed by this introverted girl who was strikingly beautiful, yet always kept her head down. Shen Wu's tone was much gentler with her. It's fine. Rejoin the formation. Wang Lu silently rolled his eyes. Talk about double standards. The students in formation began releasing their beast companions one by one. Wang Lu tossed out his capsule, and Panda landed steadily, patting his belly. Hong Dali summoned his swift-winged pig, whose hooves scraped up a trail of dust on the ground. Lin Zhuqing released a small green snake with shimmering scales. Shi Yuan threw out a rock-type elemental beast, its stone shell clattering. Zhang Hao summoned a canine beast companion with gray-black fur that alertly surveyed the surroundings. Most students' beast companions hovered around C and D grades. Soon only Mu Wan hadn't acted, and all eyes turned to her. She nervously took out her pet capsule and threw it forcefully. A flash of white light revealed a palm-sized snowman appearing on the ground. With its round form and tiny black eyes, it looked completely harmless. Shen Wu's gaze sharpened. Fairy type? That's rare. To an expert, this miniature snowman was actually a grade offensive beast companion with growth potential no less than great. After confirming that everyone had successfully bonded, Shen Wu announced, "Congratulations on passing the first assessment. Now follow me to the back mountain. The mountain has been set up with various obstacles and low-level beast companions. Only those who reach the summit will truly qualify for enrollment. The first place winner will become class president." Over the past 7 days, the school's teachers had installed hidden doors, traps, and beast companions with limited attack power in the back mountain to enhance students' practical combat experience. Although Qingxing 9th Middle School didn't have many teachers, Principal Tang Long and several other teachers working together possessed top-tier combat power sufficient to rival the elite forces of all other middle schools in Qingxing. What? There's still an assessment? That's way too strict. Several new students erupted in protest upon hearing this. Exactly. You said we could enroll just by contracting a beast. This is outrageous. We object to this assessment. Shen Wu clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping over them indifferently. Anyone who doesn't want to take the assessment can leave now. The rest of you, follow me to the back mountain. With that, he headed toward the rear of the campus without looking back. Wang Lu was the first to follow. With him taking the lead, the other students couldn't continue their complaints, and even those who had been protesting the loudest sheepishly joined the back of the group. Behind the school towered a peak that seemed to pierce the clouds, its slopes covered in dense forests and undergrowth. At the mountain's base, a narrow path clung to the cliff face, winding upward at an almost vertical incline. Here we are. Take this path up. There's a teacher waiting at the summit. I'll wait down here, Shen Wu said casually. We're starting right now? Wang Lu was stunned, looking completely unprepared. What else? Shen Wu raised an eyebrow, and when his gaze fell on Wang Lu, a chill ran down the boy's spine. He quickly shook his head. No other meaning. We'll go up right now. He stepped onto the path, with Hong Dali close behind. Lin Zhuzhu, Mu Wan, Shi Yuan, and Zhang Hao followed in succession, while the remaining students formed a long line. The moment Wang Lu set foot on the slope, he felt his body lose balance. One moment of distraction could send him tumbling down the mountain. Hong Dali took a couple of tentative steps, panic rising in his chest. Brother Lu, this assessment is pretty insane. If we fall, we'll probably be smashed to pieces. Wang Lu put on a brilliant expression. Cut the chatter. If you go back down now, Shen Wu will throw you straight into the crematorium. That's what I call being smashed to pieces. At least if we fall from here, we'll leave intact corpses. Good point. Let's keep going then. Hong Dali gritted his teeth. Their conversation was overheard by everyone behind them, causing all the students to shudder in unison. What hadn't seemed too frightening before now had them all mentally ordering flip-top coffins, just in case. Though steep, the path was smooth, and everyone pressed forward with gritted teeth. Before long, they had reached the halfway point. Screech! A piercing eagle's cry exploded overhead as a massive blue eagle circled down, its enormous shadow enveloping the group. On the eagle's back sat Lu Ziwen, the same person who had initially received Wang Lu. He lazily uttered 2 words, hurricane. The giant eagle swooped down in front of the group and beat its wings powerfully. Fierce winds whipped up sand and stones that cut across their faces like knives. Holy crap. Everyone link arms, don't let the wind blow you off. Wang Li's forehead broke out in cold sweat as he shouted the warning. Hong Dali and the others quickly complied. The giant eagle wasn't using its full power, but on this nearly 90-degree slope, The gale still hit like crashing waves, requiring every ounce of strength to advance even a single step. Lu Ziwen observed from above with detached commentary. Still has some brains worthy of red-tier talent indeed. Time ticked by, and several students finally reached their breaking point. I can't do it, both my legs are completely numb. I really have no strength left. Me too. How about we all go back down together? Agreed. Let's go quickly, this school is just a scam. After discussing among themselves, these students simultaneously broke away from the main group. The few of them linked hands, intending to descend the mountain. Already exhausted, and with their numbers suddenly reduced, several students were immediately swept down the mountain by the fierce wind. Wang Li's heart tightened at the sight, and he shouted up at Lu Ziwen in the air. Hey, are you insane? They'll die if they fall. If you want to live, climb to the summit. Lu Ziwen lounged lazily on the giant eagle's back, stretching without any intention of rescuing anyone. After the windstorm ended, only 6 students remained: Wang Lu, Hong Dali, Lin Zhuqing, Mu Wan, Shi Yuan, and Zhang Hao. Lunatic. Wang Lu cursed under his breath, then reminded his companions. The rest of us must not let go. Let's climb together. How could the remaining few dare to be careless now? They linked arms and climbed another few dozen meters against the mountain wind. Time to clock out. Lu Ziwen in the sky estimated the distance to the summit, patted the eagle's back, and decisively turned to leave. Going home to sleep. The giant eagle vanished into the clouds, and the mountain path returned to silence. Phew, finally over. Hong Dali plopped down, panting like a bellows, while Wang Lu and the others also stopped to catch their breath. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly there were soft sounds from the grass. Wang Lu spun around and called out sharply, Panda. He raised a capsule in a throwing gesture, but actually released his iron-eating beast Panda from his ring. Seeing this, Hong Dali also summoned his wind boar. Wang Lu, what did you find? Lin Zhuqing asked alertly. Today she wore black climbing gear, her short hair fluttering in the wind, looking sharp and efficient. Haven't seen the enemy yet, but something feels off. Better to call out our beast companions to be safe. Wang Li's gaze swept the surroundings, his brow furrowed with concern. Panda crouched at his feet, also pricking up its ears. The tense atmosphere spread, and Lin Zhuqing, Mu Wan, Shi Yuan, and Zhang Hao also summoned their green snake, little snowman, little rock monster, and spirit hound respectively. Hiss! Over a dozen palm-sized black spiders suddenly burst from the grass. Bite spiders. Non-venomous, but densely packed sharp teeth make their bites troublesome. Everyone be careful. Zhang Hao pushed up his glasses, instantly recognizing the species. Panda, claw strike. Wang Lu decisively commanded, striking first. Panda growled low, its form like a black and white blur pouncing into the spider swarm. Having drunk speed potion, the bite spiders couldn't even touch it, swatting each one into pulp with a single claw. The wind boar charged like a small tank, relying on its thick hide to crush them directly. Lin Zhuqing's green snake lashed its tail, sweeping away 2 or 3 spiders with each strike. Mu Wan's little snowman fired ice spikes in rapid succession, the fine cold gleams piercing spider abdomens. Shi Yuan's little rock monster swung its stone arms in sweeping strikes. Only Zhang Hao's spirit hound cowered at its master's feet with its tail between its legs, clearly terrified of these bite spiders. In just a few dozen seconds, 13 bite spiders lay in mangled heaps, with the remaining few fleeing in panic. Finally cleaned them up. Wang Lu wiped sweat from his forehead. Zhang Hao crouched beside Panda, pushed up his glasses, and asked curiously, Wang Lu, has your iron-eating beast mutated? Its speed is incredible. Panda impatiently turned its rear toward him and buried its head in the dirt. It's been afraid of death since it was little, so it runs fast. Wang Lu casually deflected. Panda's body trembled. What the hell do you mean afraid of death? This is called natural talent. Face 1. Rumble. The ground suddenly shook, and rocks tumbled down. Everyone looked up to see a 10-meter-tall giant bite spider charging up from below. Its black carapace gleamed coldly in the sunlight, trees snapping with crackling sounds as it bulldozed through them. In moments, it had closed in on the group. They were done for. Completely screwed. Wang Lu broke out in a cold sweat the moment he witnessed this scene. Damn it. Shenwu really didn't consider them human. First the giant eagle stirring up fierce winds, then releasing the bite spiders that was bad enough. Now he had brought out a beast larger than a house. This wasn't an assessment, it was a slaughterhouse. Brother Lo, what do we do now? Hong Dali stood frozen in place, his voice trembling. Lin Zhuqing and the others wore equally panicked expressions, all eyes turning to Wang Lu. After 2 crises, everyone had come to regard him as their backbone. Need you ask? We run, of course. Wang Lu barked. Head for the mountaintop. There are teachers stationed there. It refused to believe they'll just stand by and watch us die. With those words, he took off running, Panda close behind, while Hong Dali and the others gritted their teeth and followed. But the bite spider was simply too massive. Its 8 giant legs covered over 10 meters with each stride, and with its natural adhesive abilities, the mountainside was as flat as level ground to it. In the blink of an eye, the giant bite spider had flanked around to cut off their path. Holy crap, how is this thing so fast? Wang Li's heart sank. Hong Dali and the others' faces instantly turned ashen, despair almost taking physical form. At that very moment, a familiar mechanical notification suddenly exploded in Wang Li's mind. Ding! Host detected entering illusion. The following choices are available. Option 1. Inform everyone this is an illusion. Collectively give up. Wait for teacher to dispel the illusion. Reward: 1 substitute talisman. Option 2. Pretend ignorance. Perform heroically. Earn everyone's admiration. Reward: growth potion x3. Wang Li's eyes lit up. While psychic-type beasts rarely launched physical attacks, they could create illusions to crush one's will. Clearly this was a test from some teacher at 9th middle school. After weighing his options briefly, he decisively chose the second. Revealing the truth would likely go unbelieved, and might even draw unwanted teacher attention afterward. Playing dumb while working hard would earn him rewards, and his classmates wouldn't expose him either. The moment his decision solidified, 3 bottles of growth potion instantly appeared in his spatial ring. Potions that could accelerate beast companion growth, enhance abilities, and even trigger new skills. You all go ahead, I'll hold it off. Wang Lu suddenly stepped forward, spreading his arms wide to shield everyone behind him. In that moment, to Hong Dali and the others, his silhouette seemed infinitely magnified. Brother, guilt washed over everyone's hearts. Just moments ago, they had only thought of fleeing, not one of them considering staying behind to cover the retreat. By comparison, their selfishness was shameful. Panda, tie it Yoop if you can't beat it. Just jump in its mouth and choke it to death. Wang Li shouted his command. However, Panda not only didn't move, but actually stood upright on its hind legs, extending one paw in what seemed like a protesting gesture of, why don't you go instead? Still talking back? Get moving. Enough with the chatter. Knowing this was an illusion and that Panda wouldn't truly be harmed, Wang Lu immediately grabbed it and hurled it forward with force. Panda turned back to glare at Wang Lu with a resentful look, then under everyone's gaze, walked step by step toward the giant bite spider. The giant biting spider looked at Pangda with curiosity, wondering what it was planning to do. Pangda waddled its round body toward the spider, then suddenly made a sharp turn and charged straight at Wang Lu. A betrayal? Holy crap, this thing's even more cunning than me. Wang Lu was stunned on the spot. What a perfect example of, if you can't beat them, join them. Brother Lu, how could I bear to leave you here alone? Gale Pig charge. Hong Dali roared, stepping forward to command his beast companion. The Gale Pig, far less intelligent than Pangda, only knew to follow orders and immediately lowered its head to charge. Lin Zhuqing, Mu Wan, Shi Yuan, and Zhang Hao exchanged glances, equally ignited by Wang Li's courage, and sent their respective beast companions into the fray. Just as all the beast companions pressed forward, a cunning glint flashed in Pangda's eyes. It leaped up nimbly, climbed onto the giant biting spider's back, and its claws gleamed coldly as they struck directly at the 6 compound eyes rip. The giant biting spider instantly writhed in frenzied pain and shrieked. The other 5 beast companions also arrived, attacking with bites and charges together. Screech! A piercing shriek exploded, forcing everyone to cover their ears. The beast companions closest to it froze instantly, and Pangda was also shaken off. Immediately after, the spider's fangs protruded from its mouth, shooting out snow-white webbing that wrapped Pangda and the other beast companions into a bundle. Brother Lo, what do we do now? Hong Dali turned back in panic. Wang Lu had become everyone's pillar of support. Life and death are in fate's hands. Everyone split up and run toward the mountaintop and let it catch us all in one net. Wang Lu continued his act with a stiff upper lip. Everyone immediately scattered but all rushed toward the mountaintop. Wang Lu had barely taken 2 steps when he suddenly turned back to face the giant biting spider directly. Brother Lu, have you lost your mind? Hong Dali cried out in shock. Don't worry about me. You all go, I'll hold it off a bit longer. Wang Lu shouted. His silhouette instantly grew tall and heroic beyond compare in everyone's eyes. Hong Dali's eyes turned red as he gritted his teeth and turned back. All these years everyone has mocked and bullied me, and you treated me like a brother. Even if I die, I'll die with you. Wang Li's heart trembled and knew he wouldn't die, but Hong Dali knew nothing of this. Lin Zhuqing and the others had mixed emotions, but continued fleeing toward the mountaintop. Shi Yuan and Zhang Hao slowed their pace, hesitating whether to turn back. Mu Wan suddenly stopped, not hesitating to expose her identity. I sacrifice my bloodline fight. She drew out a dark blue dagger and slashed it viciously across her wrist. Blood gushed out like water from an open floodgate. Buzz. The next second, a towering blue light exploded. The originally palm-sized little snowman swelled several times over, standing half a head taller than the giant biting spider, and the spider silk was torn apart inch by its tremendous strength. A bone-chilling cold swept over them as 2 ice spikes materialized between the snowman's palms, their deadly killing intent so oppressive that everyone could barely breathe. The ice spikes shot out suddenly, piercing straight toward the giant biting spider. Boom! The moment the ice spike exploded, a bone-chilling cold swept over them. Wang Lu felt a chill at the back of his neck and instinctively raised his arms to shield his head and face. The howling, frigid wind cut across his eardrums like sharp blades slicing skin. After just a few breaths, he tremblingly opened his eyes. The giant biting spider was completely frozen into a crystal-clear ice sculpture, its 8 massive legs rigidly maintaining their pouncing posture, white mist still rising from its surface. The little snowman that had just swelled to giant size rapidly shrank back to palm height and bounced onto the snowy ground. Wang Lu turned around to see Mu Wan lying face up on the ground, her eyelashes covered with frost, already unconscious. He rushed over and pressed 2 fingers to her neck to check her pulse. Mu Wan, are you all right? As he spoke, he gently shook her shoulders, but she showed no response. The little snowman also anxiously moved to Mu Wan's side, continuously nuzzling her fingertips with its round head, its tiny squeaking sounds filled with worry. Hong Dali, Shi Yuan, and Zhang Hao finally arrived, panting heavily, and asked about the situation in unison. In the distance, Lin Zhuqing had already climbed halfway up the mountain. She glanced back with a complex expression, then continued scaling the steeper rock face, loose stones cascading down beneath her feet. Suddenly, a brilliant white light exploded across the wilderness, as if someone had instantly torn away the sky's curtain. Everyone instinctively squinted, and when they opened their eyes again, only scattered ice fragments remained. Both the ice sculpture and the spider's body had vanished without a trace. Liang Qian, take Mu Wan to the infirmary immediately. The voice came from the peak, carrying urgent authority that brooked no argument. Everyone looked up to see Tang Long overlooking them from the summit, one hand on the railing, his brow deeply furrowed. Upon hearing this, Liang Qian immediately ran down the mountain path, steadily crouched down to carry Mu Wan on her back, and with a light tap of her toes, sped down the mountain like a wild goose skimming the ground. The little snowman followed closely behind, leaving a trail of shallow footprints. Lin Zhuqing seized the opportunity to reach the summit, her retreating figure resolute. Seeing Mu Wan taken away, Wang Lu and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief and gradually climbed to the platform at the mountain's peak. Tang Long surveyed them, unable to hide his satisfaction. You are all excellent. Qingqing 9th Middle School will surely flourish because of you. Starting today, you are official students. Before he finished speaking, Wang Lu stepped forward with a serious expression. No, I refuse to join Qingqing 9th Middle School. Tang Long raised an eyebrow. Your reason? During the assessment, I witnessed several students being blown off the mountain by strong winds. 9 out of 10 probably died. A school like this has no humanity whatsoever. Staying here would just be waiting for death. Wang Li's tone was calm but firm. For him, stability was more important than passion. If this really was a deadly meat grinder, he'd rather become a slacker in some beast-taming guild. Tang Long was initially stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. Huh? So that's what you're worried about? Rest assured, Shun Wu has been stationed at the foot of the mountain the entire time to catch anyone who falls. The students who were blown off are completely unharmed. If you don't believe me, I can take you to see them right now. That won't be necessary. I'll enroll normally. Wang Lu nodded, and Warlithis wasn't something that could be faked, and Tang Long had no reason to lie. Good. As I mentioned before, whoever reaches the summit first becomes class monitor. Tang Long's gaze fell on Lin Zhuqing. Lin Zhuqing, you were first, so the position of class monitor is yours. Lin Zhuqing decisively shook her head. Principal, I recommend Wang Lo. He's more suitable. She knew that her earlier solo sprint to the summit had already displeased Hong Dali and the others. Becoming class monitor would only intensify the conflict. Hong Dali, Shi Yuan, and Zhang Hao exchanged glances and nodded, all harboring some resentment toward Lin Zhuqing's behavior of staying with the team initially, but then rushing ahead alone. No. I think Mu Wan should definitely be class monitor. Wang Lu waved his hands frantically, terrified of having the responsibility fall on him. That would mean having to charge into danger first in every situation. She was the one who risked her life at the crucial moment. By the way, Principal, what happened to that giant biting spider? How did it just disappear? He quickly steered the conversation in a different direction. Oh, that giant biting spider was created by it. As soon as Tang Long finished speaking, he raised his hand and threw out a deep blue pet capsule. Snap! A flash of white light appeared, and a Kuan fish less than 2 meters long materialized, its fin edges glowing with a ghostly blue fluorescence, floating around him like wispy clouds. This is my beast companion, the Void Dream Kuan, a psychic type. It can weave illusions and shatter enemies with mental attacks. As he spoke, he casually answered the class monitor's earlier question. Let's go with what Wang Lu said for the other details. After briefly explaining, Tang Long turned his gaze to Wang Lu. That glance was like a sharp blade, yet also like mist. Wang Li's heart trembled, feeling as if he'd been seen through completely, yet also as if nothing had been revealed at all. After giving a few reminders about precautions, Tang Long headed down the mountain. leaving Wang Lu and the others looking at each other in bewilderment. Lin Jiqing was the first to speak, walking up to Wang Lu and saying in a serious, low voice, "I'm sorry for abandoning you earlier. It wasn't because I'm heartless. I must become stronger. I have more important things to do." Wang Lu waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. Everyone has their own choices, and staying behind was my own decision." He thought to himself that if the system hadn't warned him in advance, he would have grabbed Hong Dali and run long ago, without needing any moral pressure. Lin Jiqing visibly relaxed after hearing this, and the guilt on her face quickly faded. "Brother Lo, I'm hungry. Should we go grab some food?" Hong Dali approached, rubbing his completely flat stomach. After walking halfway across the mountain during the long assessment, he was already seeing stars from hunger. Tang Long had said they could spend the remaining time freely, with formal classes starting tomorrow. Wang Lu looked up at everyone. "Hungry? Now that everyone's here, let's go to my place for hot pot." He used his eyes to seek everyone's opinion. Lin Jiqing, Shi Yuan, and Zhang Hao all nodded, with only Mu Wan unable to join due to recovering from her injuries. The group left school and swept through the nearby market, buying 2 large bags full of vegetables and hot pot balls. At dusk, they stepped into Wang Li's small courtyard. In the center of the courtyard sat a blue-gray stone table. Wang Li brought out a copper hot pot, filled it with water, and lit the fire, with white steam curling upward. When the water boiled, lamb rolls, shrimp paste, mushrooms, and tripe went into the pot one after another, instantly filling the entire courtyard with heat and spicy aromas. Everyone sat around the table, picking up food while chatting. Wang Lu, eating enthusiastically, looked toward Zhang Hao. "Zhang Hao, I'm quite curious, why was your spirit dog afraid of even a low-level beast like the biting spider?" Zhang Hao pursed his lips. "Don't underestimate it. I spent all my New Year's money to buy it. It's a support-type beast, and being timid is just a personality trait. It's good enough for me. I never planned to become a beastmaster anyway. I want to be a great explorer, traveling to every corner of the world to discover new continents that humans have never set foot on. Unfortunately, my family is completely against it and cut off all my allowance. So I had to come to 9th middle school. At least there's no tuition here." Wang Li's curiosity grew. "So exactly how much did you spend on this spirit dog?" "Not too expensive, just around 2 million. Zhang Hao's tone was light, as if he were talking about 2 yuan. Cough. Hong Dali nearly dropped his chopsticks, his eyes widening like copper bells. 2 million? He silently calculated how many fried dough sticks his father would have to sell to earn that much. He couldn't help but ask, "Zhang Hao, what exactly does your family do?" "Zhang Group of Jiang City, you know it, right?" "Got it." Wang Li nodded. "That's my family's business." Zhang Hao set down his chopsticks and added casually. The conversation in the courtyard came to an abrupt halt. Everyone froze as if someone had hit the pause button, their eyes all turning to Zhang Hao in unison. Zhang Group, a name that was practically everywhere in Qingcheng, with business spanning across all industries. Rumors had long circulated that their assets exceeded hundreds of millions, making it the top company in Qingcheng. With such a background, the same 3 words flashed through everyone's minds: hidden depths. Wang Lu was the first to snap out of it, looking Zhang Hao up and down in his simple t-shirt and jeans. "I never would have guessed. You really do keep things under wraps." Zhang Hao waved his hand dismissively, his tone as casual as discussing the weather. "I'm not interested in money. I really don't care about it." Before he could finish, he felt a chill run down his neck. Everyone's stares were particularly intense, as if they were ready to whip out a ransom agreement for him to sign at any moment. "Really, I genuinely have no interest in money." Hong Dali slapped the table with a hearty laugh, cutting him off. "If you're really not interested, could you ask your dad if he needs any more sons?" Everyone chimed in unison. "Count me in." Sensing trouble, Zhang Hao quickly changed the subject. "All right, enough about me. I'm actually curious about Shi Yuan. You've got decent talent, and you're really steady in combat. You could do well at any high school. How did you end up at 9th High?" As everyone's attention shifted, Zhang Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief, terrified of gaining any more brothers. Shi Yuan, who had been focused on attacking the braised pork, paused with his chopsticks. He looked up with a smile that carried a hint of heaviness. "Back at my old school, there was this guy who bullied people left and right because his relative was a teacher. Nobody dared to mess with him. One day he picked on me, and I couldn't hold back. I fought him. Afterward, his relative got me expelled directly. All the other schools were warned off, and none would take me. So I had to come to 9th High." Wang Lu raised an eyebrow. "Shi Yuan, you seem pretty even-tempered to me. What exactly did he do to make you fight back?" In the few days since enrollment, Shi Yuan had always been cheerful and laughing, a typical optimist. Everyone was curious about what had pushed him to that point. Shi Yuan's expression darkened, his voice becoming hoarse. "He said my father deserved to die." The air seemed to be sucked out of the courtyard. Shi Yuan took a deep breath. "My father was a member of the Dragon Guard army. He died in action during a beast-tide resistance operation. My mother was so heartbroken that she passed away not long after. I'm the only one left in the family." His eyes reddened as he spoke, his voice choking up. The Dragon Guard army was the Dragon Nation's main combat force, with registered members exceeding 20 million. Whether it was major crises or minor incidents, the Dragon Guard army was always first to charge forward. Since his father's sacrifice, Shi Yuan had only one thought: oh, keep getting stronger, join the Dragon Guard army, carry on his father's legacy, and eliminate all those inexplicably frenzied spirit beasts. Everyone fell silent, and the atmosphere in the courtyard grew heavy. Creak. The courtyard gate suddenly swung open, and a lively figure bounced in. Wang Lu, you're eating good food behind my back again. Tang Xiaojia, carrying her school bag, sniffed deeply. Huh? Why are there suddenly so many people at home? She had followed the delicious aroma all the way from the street, running home to find a table full of dishes. Wang Lu complained with his mouth, but his eyes were full of affection. All you think about is eating. Go wash your hands, the food just finished cooking. Perfect timing. Tang Xiaojia's arrival was like a spring breeze sweeping away most of the gloom. After washing her hands, she obediently sat between Wang Lu and Hong Dali. Everyone chatted while eating, and soon the bowls and plates were empty. After the meal, the classmates got up to leave one by one, and the courtyard returned to tranquility. Xiaojia, wash the dishes. After finishing his meal, Wang Lu got up to head back to his room. Tang Xiaojia quickly grabbed his arm and looked up at him with puppy dog eyes. Wang Lu, how could you bear to make such a cute girl wash the dishes? If you don't want to wash them, then spit out everything you just ate, Wang Lu said with a mischievous grin. What kind of good brother would he be if he didn't tease his little sister? Wang Lu, just you wait. Someday I'm going to get stronger and beat you up 8 times a day. Tang Xiaojia huffed indignantly behind him. Without looking back, Wang Lu walked straight into his room, slammed the door shut with a bang, and pulled the curtains tight. In the dim yellow light of his room, he retrieved 3 bottles of pale blue experience potions from his universal sacred ring and summoned Panda. Here, this is for you. Drink up. Hulu. Panda took 1 bottle and sniffed it near his nose. This smell, it's pretty intense. The next second, glug glug glug. All 3 bottles were drained completely. Wang Lu looked him up and down, but saw no changes. Maybe it's still not enough? Boom. Before he could finish speaking, Panda inflated like a balloon, instantly expanding several times his size and making the ceiling creak and groan. Ding. Congratulations, host. Panda has learned the skill, gigantification. Panda, can you shrink back down? Whoosh. Panda nodded and instantly shrank back to baby panda size, soft and harmless. Wang Li's eyes lit up. This is the perfect sneak attack technique. He had Panda repeatedly grow giant and shrink back down until he was sure the skill was mastered, then recalled him into the ring. Leaving the courtyard, he went to a nearby bookstore and bought a copy of Beast Taming Encyclopedia, then buried himself in reading back in his room. The next morning, Wang Lu emerged with dark circles under his eyes from staying up all night reading. As usual, he went to Hong Wei's stall at the morning market. Hong Wei, worried he wouldn't eat breakfast, required him to come every day. After eating, Wang Lu called Hong Dali to walk to school together. Just as they reached the school gate, a slender, graceful figure was waiting. Wang Lu, the girl greeted him first. Hong Dali gave Wang Lu a meaningful look and tactfully went inside ahead of them. Mu Wan, are your injuries healed? Yes, teacher Liang Qian's potions worked really well. I heard. You recommended me for class president. Mu Wan's voice was soft, but she paused. Maybe you should do it instead. I don't think I'm qualified. No, I believe you'll definitely make a great class president. Wang Li's attitude was firm. There was no way he was taking that position. Mu Wan looked up, and in those eyes, besides gratitude, there was also a burning desire to grow stronger. Yesterday, he had seen that same light in Shi Yuan's eyes. It seemed like all his classmates were quite interesting. Wang Lu, why aren't you saying anything? Did I say something wrong? No. I believe you'll prove yourself to everyone sooner or later. Come on, let's go into school together. The two walked through the school gate side by side. On the playground, Shunmu was already waiting. Once everyone had gathered, the daily hellish training continued. Half a month flew by in the blink of an eye. Wang Lu and his group had greatly improved their coordination with their beast companions, and their strength had steadily increased. One day, Shenwu called Wang Lu aside. Kid, over this past half-month, I've noticed that everyone else's beast companions have higher levels than your iron-eating beast, but every time training ends, everyone else's are exhausted while yours acts like nothing happened. Why is that? Teacher, you'll have to ask Panda himself about that. Wang Lu shrugged. You little rascal. Always being cheeky. Fortunately, I won't be teaching you much longer, or you'd give me high blood pressure sooner or later. Shenwu pointed at Wang Lu and said irritably. The blazing sun was harsh on the training ground, but Wang Lu lit up like a torch, his eyes gleaming. There's such a good deal? Are you asking for trouble? Shenwu's expression darkened instantly, and the oppressive aura of a battle-hardened veteran made Wang Lu shrink his neck. He quickly changed the subject, asking with feigned seriousness. Teacher Shun, why did you say earlier that you won't be teaching us much longer? Shenwu glanced at him, his voice low. It's the principal's order. There's no point in continuing group training. So we're planning to have Lu Ziwen take you all to explore the newly discovered secret realm near Qingqing. Huh? Having teacher Lu take us there? We're doomed. Wang Lu blurted out instinctively. Over the past 2 weeks, he had Lu Ziwen figured out completely. Always eager to clock out, slacking off during work hours, completely unreliable no matter how you looked at it. A familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Oh? How are you doomed? Wang Lu felt a chill down his spine but stubbornly continued. With teacher Lu leading us into the secret realm, it'll be a total massacre. Who would dare compete with us for resources? We'll be invincible. Shen Wu suppressed his laughter and remained silent. The next second, a hand landed heavily on Wang Li's shoulder. Lu Ziwen stepped beside him with a half-smile. Kid, next time you want to badmouth someone, check if they're around first. Wang Lu forced a smile. Teacher Lu, when did you arrive? I was just praising you. Lu Ziwen couldn't be bothered to respond and looked up at Shen Wu. Please gather all the students. I need to brief them on something. Shen Wu nodded and called over Hong Dali and the others. Once everyone had assembled, Lu Ziwen dropped his smile and spoke with unprecedented seriousness. In 2 days, I'll take you to the Qingqing secret realm. It's a newly opened passage, and the psychic pressure hasn't been completely cleared yet. If you rush in carelessly, your beast companions could get hurt. The school will provide funding shortly. After school, go to the realm's perimeter on your own and enter the interior. Only stay at the passage's edge to walk your beast companions and help them adapt to the pressure. Everyone listened intently. He then briefly explained the Dragon Kingdom's standard procedure for handling secret realms. The Imperial Dragon Army would establish a perimeter first, then psychic-type beast tamers would be sent in with their creatures to clear the pressure. As for the realm's interior, it was like an entirely new small world where opportunities and dangers coexisted. Does everyone understand? Lu Ziwen's gaze swept across each person. Understood. Wang Lu and the others responded in unison. Having received his answer, Lu Ziwen turned and left. For the next hour or so, Shen Wu put the students through high-intensity training, their sweat forming small puddles on the ground. When school ended in the evening, Shen Wu appeared carrying a large bag of money, the heavy gold coins clinking against each other. Since the secret realm was controlled by the local prefect's office, they charged admission fees for entry and exit and required displaying any gains upon leaving, meaning the prefect's office would immediately know about anything brought out. And if they took a liking to it, the outcome was obvious. Brother Lu, after we get our money, let's go to the secret realm together. Hong Dali rubbed his hands together, his face full of excitement. Wang Lu instinctively replied. With money, of course we should hit the brothels and listen to music. Before he finished speaking, Shen Wu's gaze instantly locked onto him, his tone ice cold. If certain people dare use this money for any nonsense, I'll break their legs. We'll head to the secret realm soon. Restoring the glory of beast tamers is our duty. Wang Lu raised his arm and shouted with passion, leaving Hong Dali so stunned by this sudden burst of enthusiasm that he couldn't utter a word. Soon, Shen Wu finished distributing the money, 50,000 for each person. Secret realm tickets cost 25,000 each, which meant everyone could enter at least twice. When the school bell rang, Wang Lu originally planned to bring the whole team together, but Lin Jiqing, Mu Wan, Shi Yuan, and Zhang Hao all expressed their preference to act alone. Wang Lu didn't insist. He understood that everyone harbored secrets they preferred to keep hidden, himself included. On the way, Hong Dali had to leave early due to a family emergency. So Wang Lu took a taxi alone, heading straight to the venue marked with the 4 large characters, Secret Realm entrance. After paying the fare and getting out, he looked up at this newly constructed facility and couldn't help but marvel at the local governor's office efficiency. The mental suppression issue hadn't been resolved yet, but the fee collection facilities were already fully operational. Wang Lu walked into the lobby and approached the front desk. Hello, I'd like to enter the secret realm. The receptionist looked up. 25,000 for the ticket. Pay up and then cooperate with the staff for a body search. Wang Lu handed over the money, received an access card in return, and was then led by a male staff member to the changing room. The changing room was already packed with over a dozen people. The staff member's explanation of its purpose was blunt and straightforward, to prevent anyone from smuggling resources out of the secret realm to sell on the black market. There are too many people here. Can we use a different room? Wang Lu frowned. If you don't want to enter, then get lost, the staff member replied with extreme impatience. Left with no choice, Wang Lu removed his shirt. Ever since drinking the marrow-cleansing potion, his muscles had become well-proportioned with defined lines, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Holy shit, what are you all staring at? Wang Lu shouted, and everyone quickly averted their gazes. When it came time to remove his pants, the male staff member let out an unexpected exclamation. Holy shit, is this even human? Even the production team's donkey wouldn't compare. I'm done for. The others fell silent, and the entire changing room was instantly filled with a depressing atmosphere of inadequacy. After changing clothes and leaving the changing room, the staff member had already wilted like a dried fish. Brother, just follow this path straight ahead to enter the secret realm. I won't escort you. Thanks, but I still prefer your rebellious and unruly attitude. Wang Lu teased from behind. The staff member shuddered and nearly stumbled. Before entering the secret realm, one must first release their beast companion. Wang Lu summoned Panda and held it in his arms to prevent the little guy from running around and causing trouble once inside the secret realm. As he stepped into the passage, he felt his head buzz, and overwhelming mental pressure crashed down on him, while Panda in his arms remained completely unaffected. Just when he couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to retreat, the pressure suddenly disappeared. Huh? How did it suddenly stop? Ding. Panda triggered its talent, Devour. Wang Lu heard the system notification and looked down. Panda was halfling in his arms, its round, plump body rising and falling like a cotton ball. Its mouth was wide open as if savoring some delicacy, with pure bliss written across its face. Damn, this talent is ridiculously overpowered. Wang Lu marveled silently. From the system's brief explanation, he had figured out Panda's ability in all-attribute beast companion that could devour any element. Whatever it consumed would double his own control and power over that corresponding element. With this thought, he held Panda tighter and continued walking deeper into the dark stone corridor. The moment he took a step, sharp pain exploded in his mind like needles and hammers. He groaned, veins bulging at his temples. But Panda let out a satisfied humph, like a contented burp, and the pain instantly vanished, as if someone had turned off an alarm clock in his nerves. Wang Lu looked down to see Panda even more intoxicated, its tongue nearly hanging out. Now this is what I call playing it safe. After a moment of silence, excitement surged in his heart. Other people's beast companions needed potions or bloody battles to grow stronger, but his little fool only needed to open its mouth and breathe, and its cultivation speed looked incredibly fast. Hey there, handsome. Suddenly, a sultry female voice came from behind. Wang Lu turned around. The newcomer was a sharp-faced woman in a short skirt with exaggerated curves, radiating an ostentatious, pure temptress vibe. 3 men followed behind her. Wang Lu instinctively replied, "How good am I?" The woman was taken aback. Realizing his slip of the tongue, Wang Lu quickly coughed and corrected himself. Ahem, did you need something? Well, I noticed you've been standing here. Are you waiting for someone? The woman asked with a smile. No, just wandering around. This time Wang Lu was telling the truth. Then, would you like to team up with us? We'd have exactly 5 people, which would be safer in the secret realm, she invited again. Why me? Wang Li's nerves immediately tensed. 1 woman and 3 men. It looked like they were planning to teach him how high an immortal can jump. The woman explained, we originally had 5 people, but we're temporarily short 1. That position isn't very important, so we wanted to find someone solo to fill it. Don't worry, we'll split the profits equally when we get out. We won't use you for nothing. Her words sounded generous, but to Wang Li's ears, they were like empty promises. An unimportant position with equal profit sharing? Who was she kidding? He studied the group again. The woman had a cunning look in her eyes, and the 3 men behind her radiated menace. They definitely didn't look like good people. Ding, a system notification sounded. Detected that the host has encountered a scam. You may choose. 1. Prudently refuse. Reward. Experience potion. 2. Agree to enter the secret realm together. Reward. 1. Invisibility charm. Wang Li's eyes lit up. Alright, I agree. Weighing the pros and cons, he didn't choose the safe option. With an invisibility charm in hand, he could escape unscathed if things went wrong, and if he could swindle them in return, it would be even better. Small risk, high reward, let's do it. Once he made up his mind, the system reward appeared in his ring, and he felt secretly pleased. Wonderful. I'm Zhang Ziyun, and this is Li Yan, our team leader. The woman hastily introduced, pointing to the gaunt man behind her with sunken cheeks and a sinister expression. Wang Lu nodded slightly, then smiled and said, Good, I'm Wei Qian. Aren't you going to ask about my abilities? Wang Lu quickly adopted a false identity and casually asked a question. None of that matters. With Li Yan here, it won't be your turn to act. Zhang Ziyun replied offhandedly, her contradictory statements leaving everyone confused. Wang Lu raised an eyebrow but didn't press further. When the 4 called out to him, he had no choice but to follow the team into the secret realm passage. The passage bustled with people coming and going, many stealing glances upward before whispering among themselves. Sigh, that Li Yan is here to harm people again. I heard the last one died so badly they couldn't even find the body. He'll get his comeuppance sooner or later. He specializes in tricking newcomers into teaming up as cannon fodder. We'd better mind our own business. Li Yan is already a 9th level beast tamer. He recently captured 4 saber-toothed tigers in one go. What a shame about this young man called Wei Qian, dying so young. If Wang Lu had heard this, he would have definitely slapped his chest and shouted, Every cause has its effect, I am your retribution. Stepping out of the passage, his vision suddenly opened. Yupe, a primeval forest stretched endlessly before him, without any buildings in sight. Dense canopies blocked out the sky, and the scent of moist earth mixed with birdsong and insect chirping hit him full force. Stop daydreaming, kid. Keep up, Li Yan urged, clutching a yellowed map in his hand. When he saw Wang Lu craning his neck to look, He immediately turned to block his view. What are you looking at? Stay close to us. Zhang Ziyun and the other two companions remained silent, but their attitude had clearly grown several degrees colder. Wang Lu could feel the two men's gazes constantly stuck to his back, as if afraid he might run away. The group wound their way through the forest, turning 7 or 8 corners and climbing over a small hill before finally stopping in front of a dark, shadowy cave. Li Yin checked his map, his eyes lighting up with joy. You go in and scout ahead. He pointed directly at Wang Lu, his tone brooking no refusal. You mean her, Zhang Ziyan? Go ahead in. Wang Lu looked at her with complete seriousness, not moving an inch. Li Yan's face darkened as he walked straight over. I told you to go. Don't you understand? As his words fell, he threw out a pet capsule. Roar! A saber-toothed tiger landed, its fangs gleaming menacingly as it stared Wang Lu down. As a first-level beast tamer, fighting Heaton would only lead to a quicker death. Wang Lu clutched Panda tightly, his peripheral vision scanning the forest as he secretly planned his escape. But the moment he took a step, the saber-toothed tiger had already blocked his path. Zhang Ziyun and the two men also summoned their respective saber-toothed tigers, forming a human wall. Still trying to run, kid? Get in there. Li Yin grabbed Wang Lu by the collar and hurled him along with Panda straight into the cave entrance. The group then quickly retreated, nervously watching the cave, terrified that whatever monster lurked inside might burst out and tear them to shreds. Inside the cave, it was pitch black and damp. The moment he landed, Wang Lu held Panda up in front of him as a meat shield, muttering, Eat this guy? He's got more meat, and he's tender. Panda, where are your manners? Guji. A soft, confused sound echoed in the darkness. Wang Lu opened his eyes to see two palm-sized lizard-like beasts circling around him. They were deep green all over with crimson tails, their eyes glowing with a faint purple light as they curiously rubbed against his pant legs, clearly seeing a human for the first time. Apart from them, there were no other threats. Ding! High-grade poison crystal detected. The system notification suddenly rang out. Poison crystal can enable beast pets to learn poison-type skills with high probability. Wang Lu looked up to see large purple crystals embedded deep in the cave, refracting an eerie glow. He quickly stepped forward and, with a thought, collected all the crystals into his ring. Outside the cave, Li Yin could no longer contain himself and cursed loudly. Damn it! That kid went in, and there's been no sound since. He must have found something good. Let's hurry in too. As soon as the words fell, Li Yin and his companions burst through from outside. The big guy they feared was indeed not in the cave. Li Yan's face lit up with joy as he immediately waved his hand urgently. Quick, find the crystals. The group scattered with a roar, searching everywhere in the dark, damp cave for poison-type crystals. Taking advantage of their distraction, Wang Lu quietly moved toward the cave entrance, only to discover 4 saber-toothed tigers crouched there with cold, menacing eyes, blocking the exit completely. Damn, these 4 are still guarding the place. Even with an invisibility card, I can't get out, he cursed under his breath. The invisibility card could only make others unable to see him, but it couldn't phase through walls or rocks. The impossible terrain left him trapped with no way forward or back. Damn it, how can there not be a single poison-type crystal? That kid must have taken them. Li Yin searched every corner but found nothing, flying into a rage as he led his men to surround Wang Lu. Search him. Faced with the encirclement, Wang Lu could only play dumb. What poison-type crystals? I didn't see anything after I came in. Li Yin didn't respond, searching Wang Lu himself from sleeve cuffs to boot tops, but still found nothing. Would never know that the crystals he desperately sought were quietly resting in Wang Li's ring. How the hell is this possible? Li Yin roared. Zhang Ziyun beside him rolled her eyes and suggested, Brother Yin, if we really can't find them, forget it. These 2 poison fire salamander cubs can still sell for a good price. Li Yin, adhering to the principle of never leave empty-handed, immediately nodded. Poison fire salamanders were rare poison-type beasts, and even as cubs, they were valuable on the black market. The 2 little creatures on the ground were completely unaware of this, just staring blankly at Wang Lu while making soft chirping sounds. Move! At Li Yan's command, several people reached directly for the cubs with bare hands, too lazy to summon their own beast companions. The next second, they paid the price for this contempt. Screech! Both poison fire salamanders opened their mouths simultaneously in terror, spewing 2 masses of blinding purple gas that instantly filled the entire cave. Oh no, it's poison gas! Li Yin reacted fastest, but before he could cover his nose and mouth, his limbs went weak and he collapsed with a thud. The others fell one after another. Wang Li's heart sank, thinking he would also be poisoned, but Panda, sleeping in his arms, suddenly opened its mouth wide. The purple gas was drawn toward it like into a whirlpool, being frantically absorbed until Panda had swallowed it completely clean, leaving the cave clear once again. It can do that. Wang Li's joy had barely risen when his expression suddenly turned serious. He whispered sternly, Panda, from now on, You absolutely cannot use Devour on your own unless I tell you to. He had originally thought Panda could only absorb naturally dispersed elements, never imagining it could also swallow elements with offensive properties. If this talent were exposed in battle, it would surely shock the entire Dragon Kingdom and attract countless greedy gazes. An innocent man becomes guilty when he possesses a treasure. Until he had absolute strength, Panda's ability must never be revealed. Panda grumbled twice, and though reluctant, obediently nodded. Wang Lu breathed a sigh of relief, his gaze falling to the ground. The two poison fire salamanders were now trembling with fear. Their life-saving technique had been useless against Wang Lu, and their animal survival instincts made them sense an endless threat. Don't worry, I won't hurt either of you. Wang Lu crouched before the two poison fire lizards, his tone gentle, but his expression cold as a blade's edge. Since he couldn't contract a second beast yet, these juvenile poison fire lizards held no value for him. As for selling them, he had some savings and wouldn't stoop to profiting from weak creatures. Turning around, he walked expressionlessly toward Li Yin and the others. They remained unconscious as he searched through all their belongings, tossing everything into his cosmic sacred ring, then tore strips from their outer garments to bind their hands and feet securely. When he reached Zhang Ziyun, trouble arose. The toxic gas had mostly dissipated, and having inhaled less of it, she suddenly opened her eyes just as her wrists were being bound. Wei Qian, what are you doing? Why are you tying us all up? She shouted the fake name Wang Lu had improvised, her voice filled with terror. If I don't tie you up, you'll all run away when the adult poison fire lizards return. Wang Lu replied flatly, continuing his work. He knew well that adult poison fire lizards guarded this cave and had only temporarily left their nest. They would return eventually. Are you insane? This could kill us. Zhang Ziyan shrieked. Her scream woke Li Yin and the others. Wang Lu immediately listened for sounds outside the cave. Fortunately, the giant saber tigers were still sleeping. He whispered his command. Panda, use claw strike on those giant saber tigers. Kill them instantly. Panda leaped from his arms and bounded to the tigers' necks in a few steps. Its claws flashed like lightning, one strike per tiger, slicing through all their throats. The spray of blood was instantly absorbed back into its body. Then Panda opened its mouth to draw in their essence, and the tigers' bodies glowed faintly as their strength and experience were drained completely, leaving behind only withered husks. Wang Lu nodded approvingly to himself. Ordinary beast pets could only gain small amounts of experience from killing spirit beasts, but Panda could plunder their entire life force and power. Such was the terror of its innate talent. Witnessing their own beasts' gruesome deaths, Li Yin and his group felt their hearts sink, yet greed flickered in their eyes at Panda's extraordinary abilities. Wang Lu saw it clearly and felt only disgust. They would kill indiscriminately for personal gain. If not for his luck, he would be the one lying on the ground now. Wei Qian, now that all our beasts are dead, it doesn't matter if you release us. Even if we wanted revenge, we don't have the strength. Zhang Ziyun composed herself and forced a smile as she pleaded. Brother, let's talk this through. Spare us, and I'll reward you handsomely once we're out. Li Yin, considering himself a seasoned veteran, could hear that Wang Lu truly intended to kill them and quickly bowed his head with a fawning smile. The other two also begged desperately. Wang Lu showed them a harmless smile. Sorry, but I prefer to play it safe. Remember my name Wei Qian. Come find me as ghosts in your next life. Sometimes being cautious didn't mean running away, but completely eliminating potential threats. He bound the four even more securely, picked up Panda, and quickly left the secret realm following the route in his memory. Li Yan's group would eventually become dinner for the poison fire lizard family. Exiting the secret realm passage, he followed protocol and went to the changing room to check for contraband. The moment he pulled down his pants, the changing room filled with rustling sounds as others once again felt inadequate in the face of his dimensions. Leaving the facility, Wang Lu returned straight home. He prepared a simple meal for Tang Xiaojia, then took Panda back to his room. With a thought, his ring glowed softly, and 5 dark green poison-type crystals scattered across the floor, emanating a pungent medicinal odor. Panda, try to see if you can comprehend any poison-type skills. Wang Lu looked at Pang Dao with hopeful eyes. Poison-type skills were practically tailor-made for a gentleman like him. Huff. Pang Dao lowered his head and sniffed at the fist-sized poison attribute crystal veined in purple, his round bare face full of disdain. Pang Dao, if you can grasp a poison-type skill, they'll get you bamboo shoots every day. Wang Lu lowered his voice, coaxing him. Even though stowing Pang Dao in the ring meant he wouldn't actually starve, eating and not being hungry were two very different things. Huff. At the words bamboo shoots, Pang Dao's eyes lit up, and he decisively opened wide and popped the entire crystal into his mouth. A violet glow spread across the crystal's surface, and a filament thinner than a hair darted from deep within and shot straight into Pang Dao's brow. Ding. A system notification chimed in both their minds. Pang Dao has learned the skill, Poison Mist. The next second, Wang Lu broke into a grin. Poison Mist, so it's the same move that venom fire lizard unleashed in the cave. Had seen its power firsthand, catch an opponent off guard, and it's an absolute game changer. With a thought, the system panel popped up. The display read, Name, Xingyuan Beast, Personality, Gluttonous and Playful, Attributes, All, Species, Ancient Type, Talent, Devour, Skills, Charge LV1, Scratch LV1, Gigante Eyes LV1, Poison Mist LV1, Bloodline Skill, Heaven Shattering Strike Unawakened, Potential Rating, SSS, Contracted Host, Wang Lu Level 1 Beastmaster, Beastmaster Talent, Exceptional. Seeing Poison Mist appear in the skill list, Wang Lu finally relaxed. Whoever dared act cocky in front of him would eat Pangda's poison first, then take a proper beating. Huff huff. As he was plotting, Pangda suddenly rubbed against his pant leg, his little paws waving emphatically in the air. No rush, he'll go by the bamboo shoots now. Wang Lu chuckled, ruffled Pangda's head, returned him to the ring, and tucked away the remaining and used poison attribute crystals. By dusk, he carried 2 hefty bags of fresh bamboo shoots home, and, while he was at it, grabbed a pile of snacks for Tang Xiaojia. For himself, he bought a few textbooks, including basic combat codes for Beastmasters. Under the warm desk lamp, Wang Lu opened the book. Attacking a Beastmaster directly is highly unethical and should never be done. Wang Lu raised a brow. Oh, at the instant you release your beast, the Beastmaster is extremely vulnerable to a sneak attack. Only release at a safe moment. Wang Lu stifled a laugh. So that's the perfect time to ambush. In battle, you must steady your mind, or your synergy with your beast will drop sharply. Wang Lu clenched his fist. I get it. That night, after 1,000 pages, Wang Lu bloomed. Early the next morning, Wang Lu and Hong Dali moved together, lingering near the secret realm passage. Gray mist churned inside, and mental pressure spilled out in waves. Lu, I haven't seen you for a day, and it feels like you've gotten a lot stronger. Standing beside him, Hong Dali felt an unprecedented pressure. Wang Lu scraped his nose with a fingertip. It's probably the psychic pressure here messing with your senses. He knew perfectly well the aura was mostly coming from the Pangda tucked in his arms after devouring 5 saber-toothed tigers a few days ago. Pangda's strength had skyrocketed, and the invisible pressure was bleeding out, which Hong Dali naturally mistook for Wang Lu himself. Could be Lu. Look, isn't that Lin Zhuqing? Hong Dali nodded first, then spotted a familiar face among the crowd moving through the passage. He saw Lin Zhuqing in a form-fitting black robe, following nimbly behind an elderly man with white hair and a youthful complexion. The two moved like the wind, quickly passing through the crowd, clearly not noticing Wang Lu standing to the side. Brother Lu, what do you think the relationship is between that old man and Lin Zhuqing? After the two figures disappeared into the secret realm entrance, Hong Dali lowered his voice and asked with keen interest. Looks like an elder. Besides, whatever their relationship is has nothing to do with you. Wang Lu replied casually, but his gaze lingered in the direction where the old man had vanished. The killing intent emanating from him was fierce and direct, completely different from Lian's sinister, murderous aura from before. He couldn't be bothered to investigate further. Lin Zhuqing's background had nothing to do with him. I was just asking casually. Hong Dali pouted and muttered. After lingering briefly in the passage, Wang Lu and Hong Dali left. Time quickly arrived at the gathering moment Lu Ziwen had arranged beforehand, and the two returned to school on schedule. On the playground, the team had already assembled. Standing at the front wasn't Shen Wu, but Lu Ziwen in a sports jacket, yawning continuously. Yan, why did you all come so early? Now I have to work the morning shift again. He yawned while pulling a gleaming silver whistle from his pocket and casually tossing it to the students. Hold on to this. Wang Lu caught the whistle, his heart tightening. Teacher, what is this whistle for? Saving your life. Lu Ziwen lazily stretched. Once we enter the secret realm, I'll find a place to catch up on sleep. You can explore freely, but if you really encounter trouble you can't handle, blow the whistle, and I'll appear immediately. The playground fell silent instantly. Wang Lu, Hong Dali, Lin Zhuqing, Mu Wan, Shi Yuan, Zhang Hao and others exchanged glances, shock written all over their faces. Secret realms were already fraught with danger, and this newly discovered one was even more perilous than usual. Wang Lu frowned. Teacher, you need to think this through. Our school only has a few people. If we all perish in there, won't the principal skin you alive? He recalled his last near-death experience, and that was with the system's help. If ordinary people like Hong Dali truly encountered great danger, wouldn't it be a total wipeout? Don't worry. Lu Ziwen, am the most reliable. Lu Ziwen patted his chest confidently. As long as you blow the whistle, you'll be absolutely safe. His lazy demeanor hardly matched the word reliable. Everyone exchanged glances, regretting not writing their wills before coming to school, but with no choice left, they could only bite the bullet. Seeing no objections, Lu Ziwen waved his hand. Let's go. In the changing room, everyone underwent inspection and changed into protective suits. Afterward, they followed Lu Ziwen through the space fissure glowing with eerie light, officially entering the secret realm. In the mist-shrouded valley, the air carried a faint scent of blood. As soon as they landed, Hong Dali, Shi Yuan, and Zhang Hao all tensed up simultaneously, their expressions looking utterly miserable. Lu Ziwen glanced at them and raised an eyebrow. What's with you three? Even if you think I'm unreliable, you don't need to look like you've eaten shit. He'd only seen such expressions at funerals. Hong Dali grimaced and muttered quietly. Teacher, you don't understand. Wang Lu is just too gifted. Next time, even if you beat me to death, I won't change clothes with him again. Hong Dali and the others were bitter expressions on their faces. Since Lu Ziwen had completed his inspection in the locker room beforehand, he had completely missed Wang Li's outstanding performance and felt utterly bewildered. Remember what I told you before, blow the whistle if anything happens. If there are no special circumstances within 3 days, I'll come back to find you. I hope you can make some progress during this time. I'm going to catch up on some sleep now, Azure Falcon. As soon as Lu Ziwen finished speaking, he summoned the massive blue eagle with a wingspan of several meters, skillfully mounted its back, and soared into the sky with a powerful beat of its wings, leaving only the whistling wind echoing in the air. The mountain forest suddenly fell silent, leaving Wang Lu and his group standing there, hesitant to move forward. Brother Lu, this secret realm is so vast, where should we go? As soon as Lu Ziwen's figure disappeared, Hong Dali eagerly approached. Lin Zhuqing and the others also turned their gazes toward Wang Lu. Why ask me? Of course we should listen to the class monitor. Wang Lu shrugged, his tone matter-of-fact. Everyone's attention naturally shifted to Mu Wan. Wang Lu, you should decide. You're smarter than me. Mu Wan's cheeks flushed red under their stares as she lowered her head. How can that work? Everyone will have opinions. Wang Lu was stunned, had been planning to slack off. Brother Lu, I have no objections. I don't either. 4. As soon as the words fell, Hong Dali, Lin Zhuqing, Mu Wan, Shi Yuan, and Zhang Hao all responded in unison. Ever since the entrance examination incident, they had come to rely heavily on Wang Lu. Though he wasn't the class monitor, his status as a classmate was enough for his decisions to gain majority approval. Wang Lu was left speechless. Ding. A cold system notification suddenly exploded in his mind. Host detected as team leader. Please choose a route. 1. Head to known resource points in the secret realm to compete with others. Reward. All beast companion skill levels 1. 2. Explore unknown resource points. Reward. Skill poison, mist level 1. Wang Lu glanced at the options and chose the second without hesitation. Known resource points would inevitably be battlegrounds where dragons and tigers fought. While he might escape unscathed, his companions would likely face doom. After making his selection, a route to a hidden resource location automatically appeared in his mind. Alright, then I won't decline. Everyone follow me. Wang Lu swallowed the excuse he had originally planned to use and led the group on their journey. They didn't encounter much danger along the way. Though the secret realm was perilous, not every step harbored lurking beasts. Apart from witnessing 2 beast tamer groups fighting bloodily over resources from afar, the journey was filled only with birdsong and wind through the forest. Several hours later, the group climbed to a mountaintop. While the mountain's base was lush and green, the peak was barren, few trees, exposed yellow earth, and sparse grass. Brother Lu, why did you bring us all this way here? Didn't we agree on training? Hong Dali was drenched in sweat as he looked up at the barren peak. The others were equally out of breath, except for Lin Zhuqing, who remained calm with steady breathing. Isn't this also training? Wang Lu feigned composure. Alright, let's find a place to rest first. Despite his words, he secretly questioned the system. How could this place have anything to do with resources? There wasn't even a proper, trite looked like wasteland. Everyone found relatively flat patches of yellow earth to sit and rest, with Wang Lu sitting directly on the ground. Hong Dali leaned against a tree while the others either stood or sat around. Mountain wind swept through the ridges, carrying the scent of scattered stones and grass leaves, brisk and refreshing. Thud. A dull sound suddenly cut through the wind. Everyone immediately looked toward the source the tree Hong Dali was leaning against swayed violently in the wind, and a fist-sized fruit broke free from its branch, landing squarely on his forehead. He grimaced in pain, clutching his head with both hands. Damn it. This stupid tree, you've been exhausted all day, and I can't even catch a break. Grumbling, he grabbed the offending fruit and raised his arm to throw it away. Wait. Zhang Hao's sharp eyes caught sight of it, and he quickly stepped forward, taking the fruit in his palm to examine it closely. This looks like a spirit enhancement fruit. With his extensive reading and exceptional memory, he immediately recognized it from encyclopedia illustrations and exclaimed with joy. It really is a spirit enhancement fruit. We've struck gold. Spirit enhancement fruits could provide massive experience boosts for juvenile beast companions with no side effects, worth at least 500,000 each on the market, a reasonable price since they only worked on juveniles. Wang Li's eyes lit up as he immediately moved closer, with the others forming a circle around them, as Zhang Hao explained the fruit's effects and market value in detail. Brother Lu, I'm like a walking lucky charm, just sitting around and stumbling upon treasures, Hong Dali boasted with his hands on his hips, as if he had personally planted the tree. Wang Lu laughed and interrupted. Don't get cocky yet. This tree definitely has more than one spirit enhancement fruitlets, get them all down. With that, he summoned Panda. Charge! Panda roared as it gathered strength, its black and white form slamming into the trunk. On the first impact, 2 more spirit enhancement fruits fell from the branches. Seeing this, everyone summoned their beast companions. Flames, wind blades, and vines struck the tree in succession, and soon the ground was covered with glowing, round fruits. Muon, can we borrow your backpack? We'll pack these up and divide them when we get back to school. Before leaving, Lu Ziwen had instructed them, hunt wild beasts when hungry, drink lake water when thirsty. Except for Muon, no one had brought a bag. Sure, Muon readily removed her backpack and handed it over. The bag contained only some gauze and basic medical supplies. Dolly, stuff these medical supplies in your pockets. Not much, but they'll be useful, Wang Lu said after a quick glance, gesturing for Hong Dolly to take them. Hong Dolly tucked the supplies into his clothes, while everyone quickly filled the entire backpack with fruits. With everything settled, Wang Lu planned to lead the team down the mountain to find a suitable place to spend the night, then spend the next 2 days hunting monsters before returning to school. But just as they started moving, another group appeared on the mountain path. Xiao Mao, you weren't scammed, were you? What resources could possibly be in this godforsaken place? Don't worry, Brother Long. The map is definitely accurate, Xiao Mao replied with a forced smile. If there's nothing up there, you'll see how I deal with you. Brother Lung impatiently dropped this threat as he led his team to the summit. Looking up, he spotted Wang Li's group and paused slightly. Meanwhile, Shi Yuan, standing at the back of the crowd, caught sight of Brother Lung, and his expression instantly turned cold. However, due to his position in the rear, the other party hadn't noticed him. What are you all doing here? The guy called Xiao Mao pointed at Wang Lu and his group and asked, Who are you people? We came up to enjoy the scenery, and we're heading down now. Wang Lu replied casually, sensing trouble from these newcomers. Then get lost. Xiao Mao raised his eyebrows, his tone dripping with arrogant bullying. Wang Lu ignored him, merely giving him a cold glance before calling to Hong Dolly, Lin Zhuqing, Mu Wan, Shi Yuan, and Zhang Hao to head down the mountain. He wasn't afraid, but the same school badge on their chests, Qingcheng No. 8 High School, made him realize that if things escalated, the opposing school had more people and would cause endless trouble. As the two groups passed each other, the young man everyone called Brother Lung suddenly spoke up. Wait, what's in that bag? Hong Dolly was carrying the bag, but before he could speak, Lin Zhuqing shot back. What's inside is none of your business. You bitch. How dare you talk to Brother Lung like that? Xiao Mao immediately cursed. There were 10 of them, for more than Wang Li's group. The numerical advantage made Xiao Mao even more arrogant. Lin Zhuqing's pretty face turned cold, and just as she was about to strike, Wang Li stepped in front of Xiao Mao. Watch your mouth. If these people didn't know their place, he wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson. Since Panda had devoured 5 saber-toothed tigers, he hadn't had a chance to test his new strength. Who the hell do you think you are? Xiao Mao persisted like an annoying terrier. At this point, Brother Ling stopped him. Shut up. Open the bag, and let me take a look. Show me what's inside, and I'll let you go. Fine. Dolly, open the bag for them. Wang Lu agreed readily, giving his companions a meaningful look as he turned around. It was obvious that Brother Lung's group was after their resources. Rather than open the bag and then face a confrontation, it was better to strike first. Hong Dolly pretended to untie the straps, then suddenly pointed behind them and shouted, Brother Lo, how did that bear get up here? Brother Lung's group instinctively turned around, fearing an ambush from a wild beast, but there was nothing behind them. Panda, Wang Lu called out in a low voice. His spirit beast immediately appeared, striking Xiao Mao hard with its paw. According to the combat manual, they needed to seize the initiative before the opponents could summon their beasts. Xiao Mao couldn't withstand the blow, groaned, fell to the ground, coughed up blood, and passed out. Summon your beasts, counterattack. Brother Lung reacted quickly, leading the remaining members back several steps as they all called forth their beast companions. His own pet was a pitch-black ape with glowing crimson eyes, arms longer than its knees, and 2 emerald vines wrapped around its arms, giving off an eerie and sinister aura. On Wang Li's side, Hong Dolly, Lin Zhuqing, Mu Wan, Shi Yuan, and Zhang Hao simultaneously summoned their respective beast companions. The atmosphere between the two sides suddenly became tense. Despite being outnumbered, Wang Lu showed no signs of backing down. Wang Lu charged forward with Panda, taking on 4 beast tamers at once. Panda faced off against 4 beast companions simultaneously without showing any signs of strain. Wang Lu stood to the side, nodding approvingly to himself based on what he was witnessing. He was certain his own abilities far exceeded those of a first-tier beast tamer. Beast tamer rankings were typically assessed through school applications, with personal information updated and uploaded to the Dragon Kingdom's database only after grades were verified. To advance to bronze tier or higher required verification at the local governor's office, with official certification granted only upon passing. Since returning from the secret realm, he had felt his strength surge dramatically, yet he had neither returned to school nor visited the governor's office. There were 2 reasons for this. First, it simply wasn't necessary. Second, he wanted to play the pig to catch the tiger. That guy's iron-eating beast is acting strange. Stop engaging in close combat. All right, let's stick to the old plan. After a hushed discussion, the four opponents each commanded their beast companions, all giant scythe mantises. Wang noticed that the four mantises displayed different colorations. Two were entirely crimson red, clearly fire type. One shimmered with a bright green hue, indicating grass type, and the last was an ordinary type. As common contract targets for beginners, giant scythe mantises possessed balanced strength and speed, and with enough luck, one might even encounter individuals with elemental attributes clearly. All four opponents had struck it lucky. Upon their command, the grass-type giant scythe mantis opened its mouth first, spraying out a large shower of wood chips with a whoosh. Immediately after, the two fire-type giant scythe mantises simultaneously raised their giant scythes, sending twin blazing flames slashing toward the wood chips. Boom! The wood chips collided with the flames, instantly expanding into a massive fireball that roared toward Wang Lo. Panda absorbed just a little of the flame first, then used tackle to break, thrust and swallow it all. Wang Lu picked up Panda, whispered his instructions, and hurled it forward. Panda shot its master a resentful glance before revealing a greedy expression as it charged straight toward the fireball. As the flames approached, it opened its mouth slightly, causing the fire's intensity to dim immediately, as if half its energy had been drained away, even becoming somewhat transparent. In the next instant, Panda burst forward with tremendous force, its tackle tearing the fireball cleanly in half. Just as Wang Lu began to smile, his expression froze the moment the fire burst apart. A black shadow darted out. It was the ordinary type giant scythe mantis, its scythe gleaming coldly as it struck viciously toward Panda. Dodge quickly, Panda. Wang Lu hadn't anticipated this follow-up attack from the four opponents. In a split second, Panda suddenly extended its claws, sharp talons gleaming menacingly. The harsh scraping sound of metal against metal rang out as the giant scythe struck Panda's claws hard, only to be blocked completely. Both Wang Lu and the four opponents changed expressions simultaneously as they saw fine cracks appear along the edges of the giant scythe. The ordinary type giant scythe mantis writhed on the ground in pain, shrieking sharply. Wang Li's eyes lit up. Panda's claws were incredibly hard. "You scratch and take out the remaining 3 giant scythe mantises," he immediately commanded. Due to their recent setback, the four opponents were clearly stunned, their coordination instantly falling out of rhythm. Though the remaining 3 giant scythe mantises continued their assault, they were already being suppressed by Panda and quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. In the distance, Hong Dali, Lin Zhuqing, and Mu Wan each held their respective opponents in check, while only Zhang Haoan Man and his dog was being chased around the battlefield. Sure Yuan's situation was equally dire, being pressed back step by step. "Sure Yuan, I never expected to find you here. If I'd known, I wouldn't have wasted so many words. I would have just killed you outright." Brother Lung glared viciously at Ishihara and snarled. "Lung, sure. If I hadn't been worried about causing trouble for my friends earlier, I would have made my move already." Little Rock Monster Flurry Punch. Before his words had even finished, Little Rock Monster had already darted out from beside Ishihara's feet. Though its fists weren't large, each blow made the air roar with thunderous force. Dust was shaken into fine waves that spread in all directions. On the other side, Lungshur remained completely unfazed, merely curling his lips into a cold sneer. "Vine Monkey, bind." The pitch-black Vine Monkey shot forward like black lightning, blocking Little Rock Monster's punching trajectory. Just as Little Rock Monster's fists were about to land on its chest, the Vine Monkey suddenly extended its branch-like arms. Ishihara's eyelids twitched wildly. Those arms, so thin they looked ready to snap, surely couldn't withstand Little Rock Monster's brute force. The next second, he was stunned. The vines on Vine Monkey's arms suddenly came alive, coiling through the air around Little Rock Monster's fists. The vines wrapped layer upon layer like green-brown chains, instantly binding Little Rock Monster's arms tight. Ugh! Little Rock Monster let out a muffled roar of pain, its form frozen midair. Ishihara's face was filled with shock, completely unable to comprehend how the slender Vine Monkey before him could completely suppress the power-type Little Rock Monster. Ha ha ha! Lungshur's maniacal laughter exploded in their ears. "Ishihara, do you still think this is like those group fights back in school? What's the point of knowing only brute force? If you want brute force, go carry manure. Idiots like you only deserve to scrape by at the bottom of society. Same with your dead father, always charging headfirst into danger. If not him, then who deserved to die?" Each word cut like a knife straight into Ishihara's heart. His father had knowingly faced life and death, yet still went to serve his country. But in Lungshur's mouth, he was reduced to nothing but stupid. Back in school, their fights had started over exactly these words. Rage surged like a heat wave, breaking through reason as Ishihara lost control and charged toward Lungshur. "Foolish! Vine Monkey, finish him!" Vine Monkey's arm vines tightened further as it suddenly swung the bound Little Rock Monster. It leaped up and, like hurling a stone, used Little Rock Monster as a weapon to smash down toward Ishihara's head. Roar! Seeing it was about to crash into its master, Little Rock Monster let out a piercing shriek, yet was powerless to break free. Just as Vine Monkey's shadow covered Ishihara's face. Bang! A black and white blur shot through the air, slamming into Vine Monkey's abdomen. Vine Monkey screamed as it was sent flying, tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily beside Lungshi's feet. Ishihara stood stunned, then heard a steady voice from nearby. Ishihara, step back. I'll handle him. Wang Lu approached, his clothes slightly disheveled, but his breathing steady. The four men who had previously ganged up on him lay on the ground, completely incapacitated. Wang Lu, I want to deal with him myself. Ishihara growled, his voice hoarse like a wild beast. Go cool down first. I'll give you a chance for revenge. Wang Lu, usually playful and laughing, spoke with unusual determination. Ishihara opened his mouth, but ultimately picked up the freed Little Rock Monster, covered in vine marks, and retreated to the side. Vine Monkey curled up on the ground, trembling all over from pain, its vines no longer able to take shape. Lungshi raised an eyebrow and stared at Wang Lu. Who are you? Wang Li's expression remained calm, his voice steady. I don't change my name when walking or my surname when sitting. I am Wei Qian. Bullshit, I know Wei Qian. Who the hell are you really? Lungshi looked at Wang Lu with wariness and apprehension. On campus, he had always been among the most elite geniuses, but just moments ago, Wang Lu had brought down his prized Vine Monkey with a single unexpected strike. His strength was at least on par with his own. Then why the hell are you still giving me this nonsense? Wang Li's face darkened, his embarrassment at being publicly exposed erupting into fury. Panda. Upon hearing the command, Panda's stubby hind legs kicked off powerfully, launching the entire beast into the air, appearing above Lungshi's head in an instant. Lungshi stood frozen. He had merely mentioned knowing Wei Qian, yet Wang Lu was absolutely livid. Giant form. Wang Li's command crashed into Lungshi's ears once more. The sky instantly darkened. Lungshi looked up to see Panda expanding to the size of a small hill, plummeting down with crushing force and a thunderous whoosh. Vine Monkey. Lungshi shouted desperately, hoping his beast would pull him out of the attack range. But the Vine Monkey didn't even turn back. It flashed through the tree shadows and fled on its own. Bang! A dull impact accompanied by the sound of cracking bones as Panda landed squarely on Lungshi's left leg. Ah! The excruciating pain turned Lungshi's face deathly pale. The Vine Monkey hesitated, wanting to return, but was frozen in place by Wang Li's chilling warning. Little black monkey, move again and I'll roast you later. The bond between beast tamers and their companions usually required years to develop, while beasts like Panda that lived solely to protect their masters were virtually extinct. Wang Lu walked over to Lungshi, crouched down, his tone indifferent yet bone-chilling. I really can't understand how such a good family could raise trash like you. He had already overheard the argument between Lungshi and Shiwan and knew the situation. Who are you calling trash? Lungshi couldn't move but remained defiant. Isn't that exactly what you are? Wang Lu sneered, then gestured. Shiwan, come here. Shiwan silently approached without speaking. Now's your chance for revenge. Wang Li's tone remained calm. I won't stop you. You can hit him, curse him, but if you actually kill him, there'll be endless trouble after we leave this secret realm. His words cut off abruptly. Shiwan, if you dare touch a hair on my head, my family will avenge me. Lungshi glared at him viciously. Shiwan clenched his fists, his eyes determined rather than furious. Lungshi, someday I'll defeat you with my own strength. Dream on. Lungshi roared from his prone position. Trash without resources or connections will never beat me. I was born at the starting line while you were born on your knees, only fit to think about how to stand up. Shiwan remained expressionless, only tenderly stroking his little rock monster. Wang Li didn't hear this verbal sparring had already turned to help Zhang Hao. Stop chasing me. Chase me any further, and I'll really set my dog on you. Zhang Hao panted as he ran frantically, his spirit hound close at his heels. The beast tamer behind him was so excited he nearly jumped. Spike crab roll. Ever since contracting this crab, this was the first time he'd chased an opponent around, and he was absolutely thrilled. Wang Lu spotted them from afar and called out a reminder. Panda? Don't let that crab get away. Hairy crabs are way too expensive these days. As Wang Lu finished speaking, a black and white furry ball positioned itself between Zhang Hao and the crab. It was Panda. Its fluffy, round body swayed as it raised its sharp front claws. In a flash of cold light, before the crab could react, all 6 of its legs were cleanly severed and clattered to the ground. The crab's owner watched helplessly as his beast companion turned into a crab leg platter, frozen in place, only managing to squeeze out, "Little crab, how dare you harm my beast companion? This great vengeance. Will you fall down yourself, or do I need to make you?" Wang Li's voice was like a cold blade pressed against the throat. Before he finished speaking, the young man's face turned deathly pale, and he flopped to the ground playing dead with lightning speed. Losing his beast companion was troublesome, but keeping his life was more important. Seeing his opponent down, Zhang Hao wanted to command his spirit dog to charge forward and show off. Spirit dog, let's go finish him. Don't waste time, let's head down the mountain. Wang Lu blocked him with his arm, glancing at the spirit dog. I'd advise you to get a new beast companion, soon this dog has less courage than that crab. Woof! The spirit dog bristled indignantly, ears perked and teeth bared, but when it met Wang Li's gaze, its tail immediately drooped. Zhang Hao held back his words. You don't understand, the spirit dog hasn't learned support skills yet. Once it matures, Wang Lu had already turned away, rushing with Panda toward another battle circle. Hong Dali, Lin Zhuting, and Mu Wan had been locked in stalemate with their opponents. But with Wang Lu joining in, the battle instantly tilted in their favor. Within a few moves, the enemies retreated in defeat. After finishing up, everyone regrouped. Down the mountain, straight back to school. Don't linger in the secret realm. Wang Lu gave concise orders. Teacher Lu assigned us 3 days of training. But who knows if Lung Shi has companions, or even teachers coming. If we really encounter them, the whistle probably won't be enough to stop them. Hong Dali and the others had no objections, and the group quickly descended the mountain. Just after they left, those who had been playing dead or were genuinely injured dared to move. Everyone gathered around Lung Shi. Brother Lung, are you alright? A thin young man reached out to help him up. Don't move. It's broken. Lung Shi clutched his trembling right leg, hissing in pain. The others didn't dare touch him again. One of you follow them from a distance, absolutely don't get discovered. I'm calling our teacher. We're going to finish them off today, Lung Shi ordered through gritted teeth. The most agile member of the group immediately headed down the mountain, tailing Wang Li's group from behind. Lung Shi pulled out his phone. He was a key student at Qingqing 8th Middle School, so naturally the school had assigned him an accompanying teacher, someone called Jade-Faced Fox. Lung Shi picked up the phone and told this person named Jade-Faced Fox the complete account of what had happened. This included the fact that Wang Lu and his group had taken all the spirit transformation fruits. After Lung Shi finished recounting the entire sequence of events, an unexpectedly gentle male voice came through the phone. Little Lung, stay put for now. A broken leg is nothing serious. Once I deal with those people, I'll come get you and treat your injuries. The voice was soft and slow, yet carried an undeniable authority. Cold sweat trickled down Lung Shi's temples as he dared not say another word, and the call was immediately disconnected. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountain forest, a gray-clothed young man who had been tailing Wang Li's group moved silently through the woods, reporting coordinates in hushed tones through his earpiece every few minutes. At the same time, Lung Shi relayed the latest position updates to his teacher. At this moment, Wang Lu and his group of 5 were retracing their steps along the original path, preparing to leave the secret realm. Woof! 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 Sudden barking shattered the silence of the forest path. The spirit hound at Zhang Hao's feet had its fur standing on end, claws digging into the ground as it barked frantically in all directions. Shut up, you stupid dog. Keep barking, and I'll stew you. Wang Lu cursed irritably, his mind heavy with concerns. However, Zhang Hao frowned deeply, his voice dropping to an extremely low whisper. Don't scold it. It's warning us. There's danger around. Everyone immediately went on alert, their eyes scanning through the scattered tree shadows. The wind rustled through the leaves with a soft whisper, but mixed within were several deliberately lowered voices. We plan to ambush them, but these little brats are quite alert. They're just rookies. Getting serious will just take a bit more effort. Move quickly if we're late. The spirit transformation fruits will belong to someone else. The conversation came through clearly, sending chills down Wang Li's spine. They were indeed after the spirit transformation fruits. His mind raced like lightning. Who had leaked the information? Lung Shi's group was almost entirely injured and should still be trapped on the mountainside. Before he could find an answer, the crisis was upon them. Crash! 8 burly men emerged from the dense forest in single file, spreading their arms wide to form a perfect circle, trapping Wang Lu and his companions in the center. Listen up, you little punks. The leader with a scarred face spoke in a hoarse voice. Hand over the spirit transformation fruits, or Grandpa here will put you all down. Wang Lu took a deep breath and solemnly revealed their identity. We're students from Qingqing 9th Middle School. Rob us, and you'll face the consequences. Most beast tamers and beast taming groups would never provoke a school unless absolutely necessary. Schools had the backing of the prefecture governor's office, and any misstep could lead to severe retaliation. Qingqing 9th Middle School? What kind of dump is that? Scarface sneered, and one of his subordinates shrugged. Boss, Qingqing only has 8 middle schools. He's making it up. Don't believe him, let's move. The group burst into laughter, clearly not taking the word school seriously. Just then, the backpack strap suddenly felt heavier, nearly causing Hong Dali's shoulder to tilt. He instinctively looked back and saw a dark shadow bulge from the ground in front of Shi Yuan and Zhang Hao, then burrow back into the soil in an instant so fast, it seemed like an illusion. The 3 had no time to think deeply about it. Enough talk, hand it over. Scarface waved his large hand, and with a flash of white light, a 5-meter-long black-armored giant scorpion crashed to the ground with a roar. The other burly men also slapped out their beast seals, and various spirit beasts howled as the smell of blood immediately filled the air. Wang Lu narrowed his eyes, burning each face deep into his memory. Then he said in a low voice, "Dolly, give them the bag." Hong Dolly gritted his teeth unwillingly, but still swung the backpack in a wide arc and hurled it toward Scarface. The moment the bag left his hands, he distinctly felt the weight lighten slightly, but given the urgency of the situation, he could only frown silently. Scarface grabbed the backpack triumphantly and pulled the zipper open with a zip. In that instant, his expression twisted into fury. "You little punks. Dare to mess with me? Get them." With a furious roar from Scarface, the scorpion beast pet beside him was the first to attack, charging toward Panda at incredible speed. "You guys go first. I'll stay behind to cover you." In this critical moment, Wang Lu stepped forward and shouted. His mind was racing. Panda had mastered Poison Mist, and he still had an invisibility card in hand. Escaping alone wouldn't be too difficult, but taking the entire team of classmates with him would be nearly impossible. "Bro Lu, what are you talking about? How could I possibly leave you behind? Yeah, we're all classmates. We should stick together now. If worst comes to worst, I'll sacrifice my bloodline again." The voices behind him chattered all at once, but their resolve was remarkably unified. They would rather die than retreat. Ding! The system notification suddenly sounded. Option 1. Retreat immediately, disregarding others' lives, and return for revenge later. Reward: Teleportation card X1. Option 2. Stay and fight, defeat all enemies. Reward: 50 overall strength boost for Beast Pet. Wang Lu was about to speak when he heard the prompt, and his eyes suddenly lit up. "I choose the second option." With his choice made, a faint golden light appeared on Panda's surface, quickly converging like ripples without drawing anyone's attention. Wang Lu immediately commanded, "Panda, scratch." "Haha, you dare use such a basic skill?" Scarface opened his mouth to mock, but his words were cut short. The black and white iron-eating beast lunged like a shadow toward the poison-tail scorpion and suddenly tore at it. With his splurt, the poison-tail scorpion, supposedly standard equipment for 8th level beast tamers and renowned for ambush attacks and defense, was literally torn in half. The shock left Scarface's eyes bloodshot with rage. However, the other burly men, accustomed to bloodshed, quickly recovered and drove their beast pets to attack Hong Dali's group. Although their overall strength was inferior to their opponents, after Shen Wu's special training, Hong Dali and the others maintained a solid formation and withstood the assault for the time being. Wang Lu seized the opportunity, controlling the dramatically strengthened Panda to break through the enemy formation one by one, roaring, pouncing, clawing, each strike accompanied by dull thuds and the sound of bodies hitting the ground. Moments later, all the beast pets of the burly men had collapsed, and their masters had been knocked unconscious by Panda one by one. Wang Lu didn't take any lives, but he left all opponents completely unable to resist. When the battle ended, Panda's form suddenly stiffened, and its previously blazing aura receded like a tide, leaving it barely able to stand. 2 seconds later, it held its head high trying to maintain its spirit, but still appeared utterly exhausted. "Panda, you worked hard. Come rest in my arms." Wang Lu quickly stepped forward and picked it up. "Bro Lu, is Panda basically cheating? That was way too fierce. Could it be that iron-eating beasts are actually the best choice for getting stronger? Wang Lu, is this really an ordinary iron-eating beast?" Everyone gathered around, talking over each other, filled with unprecedented curiosity about Panda. At the same time, in the distant woods, a man in a white shirt and black trousers crouched on a tree branch, binoculars in hand. The foliage concealed his tall figure, but couldn't hide the black marten rolling around beside him. The little creature was playing with a spirit transformation fruit wedged between 2 branches, its fluffy tail occasionally brushing against the fruit skin with a rustling sound. The man lowered his binoculars and muttered under his breath, "No wonder Xiao Long and his crew were defeated. That iron-eating beast seems to have mastered some kind of temporary power-boosting skill. Hee, I'm curious to see how that kid Wang Lu will handle what comes next. Well, this isn't the place for chit-chat. Better leave this secret realm first." Meanwhile, Wang Lu held Panda in one arm and gestured for everyone to leave. A chill ran through his heart as he sensed danger approaching, causing his steps to quicken. Hong Dali scratched his head. "Leg, are we really just leaving like this? We don't even know where the spirit transformation fruit went. Shouldn't we investigate?" Wang Li's expression darkened. "That's exactly what I'm worried about right now. There's still a hidden danger lurking. Let's get out of here quickly and stop talking." Hearing this, the group stopped arguing, but just as they turned to leave, thunderous footsteps came rolling toward them from all directions like a tide. "Charge! I heard the spirit transformation fruit is up ahead and let anyone else get it first." Damn, so many people got the news. It must be real then. Hurry, hurry. I see people. There's a bunch lying on the ground. They obviously just finished fighting. Perfect timing to take advantage. Chaotic shouts mixed with heavy breathing filled the air. Before Wang Lu and his group could react, dozens of unfamiliar beast tamers had surrounded them. Hong Dali broke out in a cold sweat. Leg, what do we do? Lin Zhuqing, Mu Wan, Shi Yuan, and Zhang Hao also tensed up defensively. Wang Le lowered his voice. Blend into the crowd and slip away if we can. With that, he led his companions in a casual attempt to push toward the outer edge, but someone grabbed his sleeve. A bearded man yanked Wang Lu back to the center, his cold eyes nearly pressed against Wang Li's face. Where do you think you're going, kid? Nobody leaves without handing over the spirit transformation fruit. The crowd closed in again, airtight. Wang Lu raised his hand to signal for calm. You've all been deceived. What spirit transformation fruit? If there really was one, with so many of you here, wouldn't I hand it over? Panda lay weakly in his arms, clearly unable to fight again. Hong Dali and the others alone couldn't possibly hold off this pack of wolves, and worse yet, the system still gave no hints. For the first time, he truly felt Cornered should have eliminated Lung Shu's group completely from the start. After all, as long as he could leave the secret realm alive, everything could still be salvaged. But now, if these people didn't get the spirit transformation fruit, they were clearly prepared to fight to the death. In the beast taming world, there were too many examples of people risking their lives over mere tens of thousands of yuan money, and power were always concentrated in the hands of the elite few. A sharp, urgent whistle suddenly pierced through the crowd, and all eyes turned toward the source. Wang Lu also looked over to see Hong Dali holding up a silver whistle with an innocent expression. Leg, why are you looking at me like that? Didn't Teacher Lu say to blow the whistle if there's danger? Ha ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter. There's even an idiot here. Blow a whistle when there's danger? You think this is some kind of show? Enough talk, let's fight. Let's see if their mouths are tougher than our fists. If they won't hand over the spirit transformation fruit, we'll bury them. The crowd pressed closer step by step, fists, weapons, and summoning seals lighting up one after another. Wang Lu spread his arms wide, shielding his companions. Screech. A piercing eagle's cry tore through the sky, echoing among the clouds. Everyone looked up to see a blue falcon cutting through the air above, its wingspan sharp as blades. Lu Ziwen leaped down from the eagle's back, knees slightly bent, landing steadily before Wang Lu and the others with a thud that kicked up half a foot of dust, while the falcon circled overhead on guard. Teacher Lu. The tense group collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Ziwen's expression remained indifferent, as if completely ignoring the hostile crowd surrounding them, his gaze fixed only on Wang Lu. What happened? These people won't let us leave. Wang Lu raised his hand, pointing toward their opponents who had them surrounded. Lu Ziwen glanced around at everyone, his tone lazy yet carrying undeniable authority. Clear the way. Don't say a word of nonsense. I don't want to work overtime. We can let you pass, but hand over the spirit transformation fruit. The man who had been shouting earlier forced himself to speak. Having witnessed Lu Ziwen land unharmed from dozens of feet in the air, fear had already taken root in his heart. Lu Ziwen raised an eyebrow slightly, coldly uttering two words, gale slash. Boom. Wild wind pressed down from above, whipping up sand and dust into a towering gray curtain. After a brief moment of disorientation, everyone could see clearly a groove had appeared in the ground, deep enough to reach a person's waist, with cuts smooth as mirrors, stopping just at the man's toes. 3 seconds. Don't clear the way, and none of you will be leaving. Lu Ziwen's eyes held a chilling intensity, his usual laziness nowhere to be seen. Gulp. The man's legs began trembling uncontrollably. 3, 2. Before he could finish counting, the crowd scattered in chaos, fleeing in all directions. They were all beast tamers and understood clearly that no one could withstand that previous strike. Fighting desperately was one thing, but stubbornly persisting when death was certain was simply suicide. Teacher Lu, you're my idol from now on. Hong Dali's eyes lit up, filled with admiration for how Lu Ziwen had dispersed their opponents with just a few words. They were just small fry. Work hard at school, and you can do it too. Lu Ziwen's voice remained low and cold. After speaking, he looked toward Wang Lu again. What's this about the spirit transformation fruit those people mentioned? Teacher, here's what happened. Wang Lu recounted everything from entering the secret realm to being ambushed, leaving out no details. I never expected the prestigious Qingsheng No. 8 high school to resort to such despicable methods. After listening, the coldness in Lu Ziwen's eyes gradually faded. Consider this a lesson for all of you. We can't find the mastermind behind this now, we'll settle the score later. Though Wang Lu and the others felt unwilling, they could only nod. The secret realm was vast, and blindly searching for people would be like headless flies bumping around. Just then, Zhang Hao spoke up. Teacher, I can find them. All eyes immediately focused on him. Zhang Hao, what's your method? Tell us quickly. Wang Lu hated letting grudges fester overnight. Settling scores on the spot was much more satisfying. Zhang Hao lifted his chin, his tone barely concealing his pride. Do I even need to think about it? My spirit hound is a natural tracker. It doesn't rely on auxiliary skills at all. Then what are we waiting for? Have it search. Wang Li's eyes lit up with excitement, nearly forgetting about this crucial ally. Zhang Hao called his spirit hound over. pointing toward a small hole in the ground not far away. Go, take a sniff, then track. Earlier, he had only caught a glimpse of a black shadow before it disappeared underground. Then they were ambushed before he could examine it closely. Now that everyone had dealt with their enemies, he returned to the original spot for a careful look. And indeed, when he went back to investigate, he discovered there were indeed traces of something having burrowed up from underground. Zhang Hao commanded his spirit hound to sniff around the cave entrance. Eventually, the spirit hound's gaze locked onto the distant forest. Looks like it's over there. Let's go. Wang Lu was about to rush out following the spirit hound's line of sight when Lu Ziwen grabbed his sleeve from behind. Wait. Lu Ziwen's voice was low and serious. Anyone who can orchestrate such an elaborate scheme to kill with a borrowed knife in such a short time is no fool. They're probably watching you right now, and by the time you chase after them, they'll be long gone, maybe even escaped from the secret realm entirely. We need to capture them first. Who's riding the Azure Falcon with me? The usually laid-back Lu Ziwen now radiated wisdom and composure. Teacher, let Zhang Hao go with you. His spirit hound can still guide the way, and we'll catch up shortly. Wang Lu replied after taking a deep breath to calm himself. All right, it's settled. Lu Ziwen leaped onto the Azure Falcon, beckoning Zhang Hao and his spirit hound to climb on, then took off into the sky. Wang Lu and the others pursued on foot at a quick pace. Before they reached their destination, a series of thunderous explosions erupted ahead. Boom, 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 boom. Wang Li's heart tightened as he quickened his pace, fearing they might be too late. When the group burst through the tree line, the scene before them left them stunned. The forest had been reduced to rubble, with massive tree trunks scattered everywhere, the ground pockmarked with charred craters, and the acrid smell of smoke assaulting their nostrils. Wang Lu, over here. We're here. Zhang Hao called out, holding his spirit hound while standing behind Lu Ziwen. The Azure Falcon stood nearby with folded wings. Before Lu Ziwen knelt a man in a tattered white shirt, his clothes in ruins. Beside him lay a black marten, its body covered in bloody wounds, fur matted together, with spirit transformation fruits scattered around it. Cough, cough. The man clutched his chest, spitting blood as he looked up with difficulty. You're a Black Iron rank expert. This was none other than Jade-Faced Fox, already a 9th level beast tamer, just one step away from reaching Black Iron rank. Yet before Lu Ziwen, he couldn't even resist. A grown man bullying a bunch of kids? Hand over everything you stole, Lu Ziwen said coldly. Fine. Jade-Faced Fox gasped for breath, using his bloodied hands to push the spirit transformation fruits on the ground forward. This is all of it. Wrong. Wang Lu stepped forward, his gaze icy cold. Our bags had far more than just these few spirit transformation fruits. 10 bottles of high-grade potions, 20 bottles of mid-grade potions, 50 bottles of basic potions, plus my 1 million in cash. It was all in there. He had been holding back his anger, and now he wasn't about to let it slide. Are you fucking robbing me? Jade-Faced Fox jerked his head up, aggravating his wounds and making him hiss in pain. Teacher Lu, I don't think he realizes his mistake yet. Please beat him a bit harder. Wang Lu turned to request with complete seriousness. Lu Ziwen's lips curved into a slight smile. Very well. As a teacher, it's only natural to stand up for my students. Since this Jade-Faced Fox refuses to return what he stole, I'll beat him until he does. Wait. The Jade-Faced Fox trembled in shock as he looked at Wang Lu. Even if the bag really contains all those things, I can't pay it back right now. Besides this spirit-transforming fruit, I only have 2 bottles of intermediate strength potions left. Can I pay back the rest later? Of course. Wang Lu smiled innocently. I'm a reasonable person, but you'll need to write an IOU. Fine, I'll write it. The Jade-Faced Fox was truly afraid of getting beaten again and quickly pulled out the 2 potions. However, since no one had paper or pen at the moment, he had to make a public oath. He would definitely compensate Wang Lu with the remaining items in the future. In the beast taming world, once an oath was spoken, heaven and earth would bear witness, and those who broke their vows would face problems with their beast companions. After making the oath, he held his black marten and asked Lu Ziwen in a low voice, "May I leave now?" Who's stopping you? I never asked you to make that oath. Lu Ziwen raised his eyebrows in surprise. Hearing this, the Jade-Faced Fox coughed up another mouthful of blood. Without looking back, he quietly departed with his black marten. As they passed each other, Lu Ziwen suddenly said indifferently, "Let the kids handle their own affairs from now on. No matter who it is, if anyone dares to bully the weak with their strength, 9th High will never let it slide." The Jade-Faced Fox's steps faltered slightly, but he ultimately didn't respond, his retreating figure looking utterly defeated. Teacher, shall we leave too? Wang Lu approached him. Leave? What leave? You want to skip class after just 1 day? Lu Ziwen yawned. All of you stay here and train properly in this secret realm. You can't leave until 3 days are up. If there's an emergency, blow the whistle. I'm going to sleep. With that, he returned to his lazy demeanor, mounted his Azure Falcon, and flew away with the wind. As soon as Lu Ziwen left, Hong Dali squeezed over to Wang Li's side. Brother Lu, are we still leaving? Leave my ass. Wang Lu suddenly chuckled mischievously. Hong Dali felt uneasy at his laughter. Brother Lu, what are you laughing about? You all heard it just now, right? The jade-faced fox said Teacher Lu is a black iron-level beast tamer. With him backing us, do we still need to be timid in this secret realm? Starting tomorrow, we'll go wherever the resources are richest. If we can take them, we take them. If we can't and might get beaten up, we'll just mention Teacher Lu. Brother Lu, when it comes to using someone else's power, you're the master. Dolly, how many days has it been since I beat you up? Don't mess around. Ouch, that hurts. Stop hitting me, bro. Daddy. Wang Lu chased after Hong Dali, and the two wrestled together. Lin Zhuqing, Mu Wan, Shi Yuan, and Zhang Hao watched this comedy unfold and couldn't help but burst into laughter. After the commotion, the group began searching for a campsite. Originally, everyone was inclined to spend the night in the dense forest at the foot of the mountain. The conditions were poor, but safe. However, Wang Lu insisted on setting up camp on a flat grassland. The environment was open, the grass was soft, and lying on it felt like being on bedding. Several teams of students initially wanted to drive them away and claim the spot for themselves. But when they heard that Wang Li's group's teacher was that black iron-level expert, they immediately became very tactful and quietly moved to other locations to set up their camps. As for how they found out, the secret realm was only so big any disturbance would spread throughout the entire realm in an instant. Over the next 2 days, Wang Lu and his group completely let loose. Their figures could be seen wherever there was excitement in the secret realm. Small-scale conflicts erupted constantly along the way, with opponents of comparable strength, yet almost all ended in complete victory for Wang Li's team. When they encountered truly tough opponents, they wouldn't hesitate to invoke the name Lu Ziwen, scaring their adversaries into submission. The third day arrived as promised. When Wang Lu and the others returned to their temporary camp, they found Lu Ziwen sitting cross-legged in the center of the grass clearing, with a blue falcon resting low beside him, its sharp golden pupils occasionally scanning the surroundings. Teacher Lu. Everyone hurried forward to greet him. Lu Ziwen nodded, his gaze suddenly stopping on the packs behind several students. Wang Lu, where did you get all those bags? The row of bulging canvas bags nearly pressed a groove into the grass. They're all spoils of war. Wang Lu grinned brightly. We've been competing with others for resources these past 2 days, practicing combat skills along the way. Quite a harvest. Lu Ziwen raised an eyebrow. I didn't realize you had such skills. When we get back, I'll apply to the principal to bring you to the secret realm again next time. According to the original plan, the 3-day secret realm training was meant to let students experience the most primitive resource competition while honing their combat experience, but the current results exceeded expectations. However, Lu Ziwen didn't know that Wang Li's group specifically picked on easy targets, and whenever they encountered tough opponents, they immediately invoked their teacher's reputation, using such shameless tactics to forcibly gather a huge pile of resources. It's all thanks to your excellent teaching, teacher. Wang Lu didn't hesitate to shower him with flattery. Lu Ziwen just smiled without exposing the truth. Everyone packed up the camp and soon set off on their return journey. The moment they left, the entire secret realm erupted in cheers at almost the same time, or more accurately, burst into complaints. Did you hear? That kid Wang Lu finally left. Damn it. He dared to steal all the bags we brought. Relying on that black iron boss's protection, one bastard led a pig to charge around, knocking people aside before grabbing resources. That's nothing. Their group also had someone with a stupid dog. Last time that dumb dog secretly snatched something from my hands, and when I went to argue, they insisted the item was theirs all along. The moment I raised my fist, they started yelling for backup, nearly made me spit blood in anger. Similar complaints rose one after another, but unfortunately, the culprits had long since departed and couldn't hear any of it. After leaving the secret realm, everyone prepared to go to the changing room to submit their materials. At the entrance, Hong Dali, Shi Yuan, and Zhang Hao came to a synchronized halt. What are you three standing there for? Let's go. Lu Ziwen turned back. Teacher, trust me. Hong Dali scratched his head. Let's wait until Wang Lu finishes changing before we go in. Shi Yuan nodded repeatedly. Right. Changing clothes with Wang Lu would destroy all the confidence I've managed to build up over the years. Zhang Hao chimed in agreement, refusing to enter the changing room together no matter what. Lu Ziwen was completely baffled but couldn't be bothered to deal with it, so he followed Wang Lu inside. A moment later, the two emerged. Wang Lu looked relaxed, but Lu Ziwen's face was ashen. Teacher, why do you look so grim? It's nothing. Lu Ziwen took a deep breath. Next time, don't change clothes in front of me, or I'll kill you. As a man, being hit by such a stark physical comparison was humbling, no matter how strong one was. Wang Lu was stunned for a moment, then wisely kept quiet and walked away with his bag. Only after Hong Dali and the others confirmed the danger was over did they go in to change. Staff members then registered each person's harvest one by one. Finally, Lin Zhuqing and Mu Wan also finished preparing. Everyone regrouped, and they drove back to school. The street scenery flew backward outside the car windows, but a low whisper quietly drifted through the cabin. I didn't expect Miss Mu to actually attend Qingxing Ninth Middle School. Should we inform the master? Two men in black suits watched Wang Lu and his group's retreating figures. Forget it. The young miss has her own struggles too. True, it's just Qingxing Ninth Middle School anyway. She probably won't learn much there. Enough chatter. Let's get into the secret realm and find what the young master wants. After speaking, the two men pushed through the door and headed deeper into the facility. Wang Lu and his group quickly returned to school. Lu Ziwen first led everyone to the academic building and gave his instructions. You all go back to the classroom and rest. I need to report the situation in the secret realm to Principal Tang Long. Inside the classroom, as soon as he stepped through the door, Hong Dali plopped down in a seat by the window and eagerly unzipped his backpack. Brother Lu, what's all that stuff in your bag? He turned his bag upside down completely. With a series of clinks and clatters, a pile of spirit fruits tumbled onto the desk, their colors vibrant and emanating a faint fruity fragrance. Spirit fruits could provide overall enhancement to Beast Companion's abilities, though the improvement was minimal and practically negligible. The advantage was that they had no side effects, as long as consumption was limited to no more than 10 per day. I've got elemental stones here. Want any of them? Wang Lu also opened his backpack. Colorful stones packed it full, refracting tiny points of light under the illumination. These elemental stones were commonly scattered around resource sites. They could be processed to extract elemental essence, which was then incorporated into potions, making them one of the fundamental materials for potion crafting. Hong Dali scratched his head. Not much use to me, don't know how to make potions. Brother Lo, let me share some of these spirit fruits with you. He grabbed a handful of spirit fruits and tried to stuff them into Wang Li's arms. No thanks, you guys can just trade among yourselves. If you need elemental stones, just ask me directly. Wang Lu waved his hand dismissively. To him, spirit fruits were like chicken ribs, tasteless to eat, yet wasteful to discard. In contrast, elemental stones were the real treasure. He didn't even need to go through the tedious extraction process. He just needed to find a private place and let Panda devour them directly for a massive power boost. Seeing Wang Li's lack of interest, Hong Dali didn't insist. Instead, he gathered with Lin Zhuqing, Mu Wan, Shi Yuan, and Zhang Hao to begin an enthusiastic exchange of supplies. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of dress shoes echoed from the hallway. The classroom door opened, and Principal Tang Long entered with Shun Wu and Liang Qian. Students, Teacher Lu has told me everything about what happened. You all deserve praise and rewards. Tang Long opened with standard official commendation. Principal, since you're done with the praise, how about bringing out those rewards? You don't need to give us 2 million yuan, each would be fine. The voice came from Wang Lu, who was leaning against a desk with his arms crossed, wearing a mischievous grin. Just as Tang Long was about to respond, another voice interrupted. Principal, don't listen to him. Handing out money at school would be completely inappropriate. Looking toward the voice, it was actually Hong Dali. Tang Long's initially grateful expression immediately froze. Sure enough, Hong Dali's tone shifted as he continued. If you ask me, we should use Teacher Lu's Falcon as the grand prize. Then we'll play rock, paper, scissors, and whoever wins gets it. Wang Lu was momentarily stunned, thinking that when it came to fleecing people, he still had something to learn from Hong Dali. Ahem. Tang Long's face turned dark from their tag team antics. Wang Lu, Hong Dali, if you two really want the Falcon, that's not impossible, just go talk to Lu Ziwen directly. If there's nothing else, please be quiet. I need to continue speaking. This time, Wang Lu and the others stopped their banter. Come on, a little joking around was one thing. If I told Lu Ziwen about this, he'd probably chop me into 8 pieces. Gasps echoed throughout the classroom as Tang Long caught everyone's expressions with satisfaction, nodding slightly. The citywide martial exam is approaching, so we need to intensify our training. Head to the field in a momental all-challenge teacher, Shun Wu together. I'll have Liang Qian record everything. She'll analyze precisely what potions your beast companions need and customize them accordingly. Principal, fighting teacher Shun would be suicide. Hong Dali, who always valued his life, immediately raised his hand in protest, his face clearly saying, I want to live a few more years. Tang Long remained silent, but Shin Wu, standing nearby, cut in directly. What are you afraid of? Do you think I'd actually go all out? I'll only have my explosive 8-play defense. With your level of skill, even if I make it stand perfectly still, could you force it back even half a step? That single remark left Hong Dali chuckling awkwardly, not daring to say another word. The atmosphere grew tense for a moment before Wang Lu suddenly raised his hand, his tone calm, yet provocative. Teacher Shin, what if we actually do force the explosive 8 back? Ha! Shin Wu burst into laughter, then fixed his gaze on Wang Lu. Kid, I'm putting it out there, if you can actually force it back, anything within my power is yours. I give you my word. It's a deal. Wang Li's lips curved into a smile. Recently, he'd been exploring a secret realm with Hong Dali and the others, developing a combination technique with remarkable effects. He was confident that with Shen Wu underestimating them, making the explosive ape retreat one step wasn't impossible. Shen Wu waved his hand and added, Don't celebrate too early. If you lose, you'll handle all the school's cleaning duties for a month. No problem. Wang Lu agreed readily. As the bell rang, everyone rushed toward the field. Left side, Wang Lu, Hong Dali, Lin Zhuqing, Mu Wan, Shi Yuan, and Zhang Hao stood in formation. Right side, Shun Wu stood alone, arms crossed. Center, Tang Long and Liang Qian faced each other, ready to observe and record. The 6 students simultaneously summoned their beast companions. Light and shadow intertwined, beast roars echoed, and the atmosphere instantly intensified. Shen Wu also activated his spirit seal, and his 3-meter explosive ape landed with a thud, muscles bulging, its chest rising and falling like a small mountain. You have 30 minutes to force it back, better hurry. Shen Wu laughed heartily. Just watch attack. Wang Lu commanded in a low voice, but Tang Long suddenly interrupted. Mu Wan, if you need to use your bloodline ability, tell me in advance. I can have the Void Dream Kuan simulate the same attack, but once you use it, you must immediately withdraw from combat. You absolutely cannot use it again on your own. Your body can't handle it. Understood, Principal. Mu Wan nodded solemnly. Before either side finished speaking, Wang Lu had already given a secret command. Panda, claw attack. The gentle-natured panda quietly approached, then suddenly leaped up. Its black and white form traced an arc through the air, claws aimed directly at the explosive ape's chest. Smack! The explosive ape remained motionless as it reached out and caught the panda's claws, its mouth curling into a mocking grin. The next second, it swung its arm. Bang. The panda flew backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily into Wang Lu. Under the tremendous impact, Wang Lu was knocked over, his back sliding 2 meters across the grass. Hong Dali rushed over and helped him up. Brother Lu, are you okay? Wang Lu coughed once, staring at the explosive ape with even greater fighting spirit in his eyes. I'm fine. This monkey is both cunning and strong. We can't win on our own. Let's attack together and follow my lead. After Wang Lu stood up, he spoke to Hong Dali and the others. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Dali and his team immediately issued commands, and their beast companions quickly formed a semicircle to surround the explosive ape. Childish, Shen Wu stood with his arms crossed, a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Do you think having more people will help you defeat my explosive ape? Numbers 1 and 5 took the lead. Green snake, bind it. The green snake, which always served as the primary controller, shot out swiftly. Its flexible body precisely coiled around the explosive ape's thick arm, binding it tightly. The explosive ape didn't counterattack immediately. Instead, it wore a mocking smile, its gaze identical to its master's, full of confidence and victory, even somewhat overconfident. Hong Dali, 7, and 8 followed closely behind, their commands ringing out almost simultaneously. Gale Pig, charge. Little Rock Monster, pummel its knees. Little Snowman, freeze the ground. The spirit dog on the sidelines also received its command. Bark a couple more times, Yuri, our cheerleader. Among all the serious battle commands, this oddly encouraging shout stood out as particularly amusing. In an instant, thin ice formed on the ground, with pale blue frost spreading beneath the explosive ape's feet. 7's Little Rock Monster swung its fists, hammering viciously at the ape's knees. The green snake coiled tightly around its arm, temporarily preventing the explosive ape from raising its hand to block. Finally, Hong Dali's Gale Pig lowered its head and charged, hooves scraping across the ice as it sought to use the combined force of freezing and impact to knock its opponent away. However, Shen Wu remained silent throughout, merely letting out a light snicker. Roar! The explosive ape suddenly exerted its strength, blazing flames erupting from its body. Under the scorching heat, the green snake immediately released its grip in pain and slithered away rapidly. The ice beneath its feet melted into puddles from the high temperature. In the next moment, the ape kicked the Little Rock Monster away, sending stone fragments flying, then grabbed the Gale Pig and hurled it aside. The pig wailed as it tumbled through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Ha ha! In the face of absolute power, your little tricks are nothing but a joke. Shen Wu burst into laughter. Taking advantage of this opening, Wang Li's panda quietly closed in. Scratch! Panda's claws gleamed with cold light as it suddenly pounced at the explosive ape's chest, but this was merely a feint, with the real killing move following close behind. The explosive ape instinctively swung its arm, smacking Panda into the air with a sharp crack. However, Wang Li's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Panda, gigantify. Panda's body instantly swelled to the size of a small hill, its massive shadow blocking the explosive ape's vision before plummeting down with tremendous weight. Everything happened in less than 3 seconds. Shen Wu had no time to issue commands, and the explosive ape could only cross its arms to protect its chest. Boom! With a dull impact, the explosive ape was forced back 3 steps, stone fragments and hot air spraying from beneath its feet before it barely managed to steady itself. The air fell into brief silence. Teacher Shun, we won, didn't we? Wang Lu was the first to speak, breaking the awkward quiet. Shen Wu stood frozen in place, muttering in disbelief. How is this possible? You're just novice beast tamers, while I'm a black iron. Halfway through his words, he suddenly realized his slip and stopped abruptly. Tang Long, standing in the middle, glared at Shun Wu. Wang Lu observed everything with growing alarm. He had initially believed that Lu Ziwen was the only bronze-rank beast tamer at the school, but now discovered that Shun Wu had reached the same level. His gaze swept over Tang Long and Liang Qian, and he had a nagging feeling that these two teachers were likely bronze rank as well. This school seemed to differ from his initial understanding by just a tiny bit. After all, at Qingqing High Schools 1 through 8, typically only the principal possessed bronze rank strength, while other teachers were at most 9th level beast tamers. Wang Lu, your teamwork was excellent. At this rate, you're guaranteed a top 3 finish in the citywide martial exam team battles. Tang Long sheathed his sword, his smile unusually relaxed. Though Wang Li's team's coordination wasn't exactly professional, it was highly practical. Shun Wu muttered under his breath. If I hadn't been careless for a moment, could they have forced my explosive ape to retreat? You have the nerve to say that. Tang Long turned and glared at him fiercely. How many times have I told you never underestimate your opponent? Right, I won't underestimate anyone again. Shin Wu immediately backed down, then turned to Wang Lo. Just tell me what reward you want, I'll give you anything. Teacher Shun, let's put this on hold for now. Wang Lo scratched the back of his head casually. I'll let you know after everyone discusses it together. I can't make decisions for the whole team. Shun Wu sheepishly moved behind Tang Long, not daring to argue further. Tang Long turned to ask, Liang Qian, based on that battle, do you know what potions to prepare for them? Yes, Liang Qian replied softly. But there's one issue. Wang Li's panda only needs growth potions right now. Growth potions are too expensive, you probably can't provide an adequate supply. She explained that growth potions required hunting wild beasts, extracting beast core essence, and supplementing it with elemental essences from various systems. Both the materials and the process were extremely resource-intensive. If she had to accommodate Panda, she wouldn't be able to simultaneously prepare training potions for Hong Dali and the others. It's fine, teacher, Wang Lu suddenly spoke up. Give me however many growth potions you have on hand. Prepare the usual potions for everyone else. I'm planning to train in secret realms myself and look for some elemental stones while I'm at it. To him, the abundant resources in secret realms were far more appealing than potions. Liang Qian didn't respond immediately, instead looking toward Tang Long. Wang Lu, come to my office. Laterwei need to talk privately, Tang Long said before leaving first. Afterward, Liang Qian called everyone over to give detailed instructions about daily feeding and potion dosages for each of their beast companions, then pulled Xin Wu aside to require him to conduct daily mock battles with Hong Dali and the others. With that settled, Wang Lu headed straight to the 5th floor of the academic building. Tang Long's office was located in a corner on the top floor, with a wooden door that opened with a simple push. The interior was extremely minimalist, plain white walls, 2 rows of bookshelves against the walls, and just a desk with a chair in the center. Principal, Wang Lu greeted as he entered the room. There's a chair over there, have a seat. Tang Long casually pointed toward a dust-covered old chair by the bookcase. Wang Li's mouth twitched twice, but he remained standing in front of the desk. Principal, let's just speak directly, I'll stand. Tang Long nodded, his gaze falling on the adorably plump yet abnormally large panda behind Wang Lu, his voice dropping slightly. Your beast companion. Is it really an iron-eating beast? As far as I know, iron-eating beasts don't seem capable of gigantification, do they? After Tang Long finished speaking, he fixed his gaze on Wang Li's eyes. Wang Lu had originally intended to insist that Panda was just an ordinary iron-eating beast, but the moment his eyes met Tang Long's, his throat felt as if it were being gripped by an invisible giant hand, and the lie stuck firmly on the tip of his tongue. An irresistible pressure washed over him, and the air in the office seemed to freeze, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. After a long silence, Tang Long looked away first and said indifferently, It doesn't matter. As long as you're a student at 9th middle school, that's enough. The oppressive feeling vanished instantly. Wang Lu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then steeled himself to ask, Principal, why did you call me here? Is there something you need? Tang Long leaned back in his chair and gestured toward the documents on his desk. The school has 8 growth potions left. I'll have someone deliver them to you shortly. His tone then softened. As for training, we've already secured victory in the martial exam team competition. Now it's all about the individual combat matches. While our overall strength is solid, no one can match you in terms of mindset or technique, so I want to focus on honing your personal combat abilities. We'll use the Void Dream Kuan to simulate various battle scenarios for you. Hearing Void Dream Kuan, Wang Lu recalled the terrifying construction power of that phantom giant Kuan, but his mind was more focused on the tremendous improvements that Pang Da's devouring ability brought. He tentatively asked, Principal, could I train in the secret realm on my own? That's where I improve the fastest. Pang Da, listening from within the contract space, couldn't help but complain. Pang Da, where are your manners? Wang Lu quickly soothed him mentally. Tang Long didn't refuse, but instead warned, You can. However, You just came out of the secret realm a few days ago, and a forbidden zone has suddenly appeared there as a small cave where everyone who entered was completely wiped out. You must not venture in there. For safety's sake, I'll have Lu Ziwen accompany you. If there's any danger, call for him. He also understood that conventional teaching would be of limited help to Wang Lu, and perhaps a free-range training approach would be more suitable. Teacher Lu. Wang Lu was secretly delighted forbidden zones were death traps for others, but experience pools for him. Principal, I'm old enough now. Do I really need Teacher Lu following me around? As he spoke, his eyes darted around rapidly, afraid that Lu Ziwen's presence would interfere with his exploration of the forbidden zone. Tang Long raised an eyebrow, reassessing the young man. I really can't figure you out knowing there's danger, yet still finding protection bothersome. He finally sighed and took out a bright red scroll from his drawer, placing it on the desk. Fine, take this skill scroll and have Pang to learn it Flame Punch. The scroll's fire patterns writhed, and the 3 large characters blazed brilliantly. Wang Lu was stunned. Principal, Pangda isn't a fire tribute beast companion. Tang Long waved his hand, his tone confident. Don't be so reserved in front of me. Your Pangda should be one of the legendary Phantom Clan spirit beasts, right? The Phantom Clan can shapeshift at will and learn skills of all attributes. You're having it disguise itself as an iron-eating beast simply because you don't want to be discovered. I understand. As he said this, a confident smile played at the corners of his lips. Take the scroll back and study it carefully. I won't breathe a word of this to anyone. After speaking, he secretly gave himself a mental pat on the back for his perceptiveness. Iron-eating beast appearances were too common, and among spirit beasts of various attributes, almost every attribute had a few that looked like iron-eating beasts. So no matter what skills Wang Lu used, as long as he didn't display 2 different attributes in front of people at the same time, he could easily brush it off with some excuse without drawing attention. Tang Long nodded silently to himself. For someone so young, Wang Lu showed remarkable composure, which made him regard the boy with newfound respect. If only he knew that Panda was actually an ancient divine beast, probably wouldn't be maintaining this seemingly all-knowing calm demeanor. Well, thank you, Principal. Upon hearing Tang Long's reminder, Wang Lu first froze, then nearly burst out laughing. He had originally worried that someone might suspect Panda's true identity, even considering whether he'd need to silence witnesses, if necessary. Now everything was perfect. Tang Long's words had just provided him with the best cover story. Wang Li's grin nearly stretched from ear to ear. This ecstatic expression puzzled Tang Long. Why was the kid so happy when he'd just been called out? Don't mention it. You can choose to stay at school for unified training anytime, or venture into the secret realms on your own. Tang Long collected his thoughts and spoke calmly. Yes, Principal, I choose the secret realms. If I return to school early, I'll definitely check in with you first. At the thought of Panda soon learning Flame Punch, Wang Lu could barely contain himself. Before he'd even finished speaking, he rushed out the door in excitement. Watching that eager figure disappear, Tang Long chuckled softly. That kid. Creak. Just as Wang Lu left, the office door opened again. Lu Ziwen walked in, exhausted, and slumped into a dust-covered chair by the bookshelf. You heard our entire conversation from next door, didn't you? Tang Long's gaze fell upon him. I did. Lu Ziwen let out a big yawn. Since the kid doesn't need me to accompany him to the secret realms, I can relax for a while. Ziwen, you should still follow Wang Lu. The secret realms are dangerous after all. He's promising material perhaps in the future he could help us return to. Lu Ziwen cut him off before he could finish. I can follow the kid, but I absolutely will not return to that place. With that, he stood to leave. That battle years ago left you with lasting injuries. Outsiders think you're just lazy, but who knows you suffer sleepless nights, your whole body racked with old wounds. And the one who caused our downfall haven't gotten our revenge yet. We were driven here like stray dogs. Don't you want to go back? Tang Long's voice echoed behind him. Lu Ziwen's shoulders trembled slightly, but he eventually calmed down and left through the door. In the empty office, Tang Long seemed drained of his soul, collapsing into his chair. Meanwhile, Wang Lu had already returned home with the Flame Punch scroll. Entering the courtyard, he headed straight for his room and eagerly summoned Panda. Panda, let's see if you can learn this skill. Wang Lu held up the Crimson Scroll. He'd seen on TV how normal beast companions would close their eyes, and since the scroll those with high comprehension could master it in one try. As for Panda, Wang Lu figured a few hundred attempts should do the trick. Snort. The next second, Panda grabbed the scroll and swallowed it whole. Holy crap, that's not food, spit it out. Wang Lu grabbed Panda's head and shook it frantically, but Panda refused to open his mouth. Sigh, what a waste of a perfectly good scroll. If only you could actually use Flame Punch. As Wang Lu muttered the words, use Flame Punch, Panda's ears twitched, catching the key phrase. Suddenly, Panda stood upright on his hind legs, making the floorboards creak under his weight, and raised his right paw high. Whoosh. Flames instantly engulfed his stubby arm. Then he threw a powerful punch, sending a circular fireball roaring toward the corner of the room. Boom. After the thunderous explosion, half the room was consumed by fierce flames. Wang Lu first giggled foolishly. Hee hee. Panda, You actually learned flame punch. And you burned down my room. Wait, me room is on fire. My house is gone. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, Tang Xiaojia had just finished school and was humming a tune on her way home. But she froze at her doorstep. The familiar little courtyard was now nothing but a pile of black charcoal. Strange, how did I take the wrong path? She scratched her head and turned to walk back out of the alley. My dear sister, where are you going? A familiar male voice sounded behind her. Tang Xiaojia turned around with difficulty and saw Wang Lu covered in black soot from head to toe, as if he had just crawled out of a furnace. Brother, what are you doing here? Why aren't you home this late? She forced a smile. Wang Lu raised his hand, stammering. Well, this is our home, just with a slight change. Before he finished speaking, Tang Xiaojia had already thrown her school bag aside and rushed forward to grab his neck, shaking him violently. Wang Lu, you call this a slight change? I just got out of school, and I'm already homeless. I'm so pitiful. Her outburst startled all the neighbors, who pushed open their doors and poked their heads out, gathering around to watch the commotion. Seeing more and more people gathering, Wang Lu quickly pulled his sister into his arms and whispered soothingly, Xiaojia, let go first. I'll take you somewhere else to stay, okay? He picked up the school bag that had been thrown aside, and the siblings quickly walked toward the alley entrance. If you make me sleep rough tonight, I'll disown you as my brother. Tang Xiaojia's watery big eyes stared at him intently. Don't worry, I've already rented a place, just waiting for you to come back. It turned out that the fire at home was caused by Panda's mischief. Wang Lu had desperately tried to put out the fire, but couldn't match the fierce flames. It wasn't until the firefighters arrived that the blaze was controlled, but the house had already been completely burned to charcoal. With no other choice, he rented an apartment in the city center, and worried that his sister wouldn't be able to find home after school, he waited by the ruins for her. The siblings hailed a taxi. After paying the fare, they stood in front of the Happy Apartments complex. Wang Lu had rented a first-floor unit, spacious but cheaper than the upper floors. Although he had the system's reward of 500,000 yuan, he didn't dare spend recklessly. After entering the apartment, they had a simple dinner and went to their respective rooms to rest. Wang Lu had just lain down when he suddenly heard the system notification. Ding! For the host's safety, the system has automatically upgraded to Steady System 2.0. He was startled and quickly asked, System, what's different about 2.0 compared to before? Ding! The old version could only provide choices and distribute rewards. Now, this system has stored all beast taming knowledge of this world, can detect anyone's true strength at any time, and can also provide self-assessment for the host. Holy crap, Wang Lu sat up with a start. Isn't this omniscient? Are there any restrictions on usage? Don't randomly charge fees and turn me into a negative millionaire. This function can only detect targets up to one major level higher than the host. Wang Lu nodded silently, meaning he could currently only probe black iron level beast tamers, but was powerless against stronger silver level ones. He took a deep breath. Then system, what level is my current strength exactly? Hearing the system's words, Wang Lu immediately asked with some impatience. He had never applied to the school for a strength assessment before. Ding! The host's current strength level is grade 7 beast tamer. Contracted beast, panda. Advantages, high burst damage, high defense. Weaknesses, none. I'm already this strong. Wang Lu clenched his fists, his heart pounding. As a grade 7 beast tamer, unless he encountered a black iron level expert determined to kill him, he could at least escape unscathed when facing opponents of other levels. At this thought, he rolled around on his bed like a wriggling little worm, excitement flooding his mind until he eventually fell into a deep, satisfied sleep. The next morning, the urgent ringing of his phone shattered the silence. The caller was Tang Long. After confirming Wang Li's address, the person on the other end hung up abruptly without any pleasantries. Wang Li's drowsiness completely vanished, and he yawned as he walked into the kitchen to prepare breakfast for Tang Xiaojia. Just as he finished setting out the milk and bread, knock knock knock, someone was at the door. Creak, the door opened a crack, and Wang Lu froze. Before his eyes were a pair of slender, beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings, with a slender waist outlined by a white shirt, creating an astonishingly alluring silhouette. Have you seen enough? Aren't you going to let me in? Liang Qian raised an eyebrow. Teacher Liang, please come in. You're dressed completely differently from how you look at school today. I didn't recognize you for a moment. Wang Lu quickly stepped aside to let her pass. When I'm out and about, I dress more casually. Liang Qian's tone was relaxed as she changed her shoes and settled onto the living room sofa. Wang Lu brought over the glass of milk he had originally prepared for Tang Xiaojia and placed it on the coffee table. Teacher Liang, how did you find my home? The principal sent me. I heard you're going to train in the secret realm, so he asked me to give you these growth potions. Liang Qian pulled out 2 tubes of pale blue liquid. The glass vials reflected cold light in the morning sun. She also produced a bank card. There's 300,000 in the card for buying tickets. I can only give you 2 potions, the rest need to be saved for Hong Dali and the others. Thank you, teacher. Wang Lu accepted the potions and bank card, silently complaining to himself. No wonder I felt like something was missing when I left the principal's office yesterday. I forgot to apply for resources. Wang Le, who are you talking to? The bedroom door opened, and Tang Xiaojiao walked out rubbing her eyes. Before any introductions could be made, she suddenly threw herself into Liang Qian's arms, pressing cheek to cheek. Beautiful big sister. Liang Qian was momentarily stunned, but didn't push away the soft, adorable girl. Wang Le quickly pulled his sister back. Little one, this is my teacher. Come down from there. It's fine. Your sister is quite cute. Liang Qian smiled. Tang Xiaojiao pouted and shot her brother a triumphant glare. Did you hear that? Mind your own business. Wang Lu awkwardly explained to Liang Qian. Teacher, that's just her personality. Please don't mind her. Xiaojia, I need to go out. Help me take care of our teacher and don't cause trouble. Seeing that Liang Qian showed no signs of leaving, he could only give these instructions before turning to leave home. Rushing all the way to the secret realm entrance, Wang Lu swiped his card to pay the fee and passed through the dim, narrow tunnel, stepping into another world entirely. The wind carried the scent of damp earth and the musky smell of beasts. He immediately summoned Panda. The massive black and white bear materialized with thunderous steps, its aura powerful and imposing. In this perilous place, any hesitation could be fatal. After walking along the gravel path for a while, Wang Lu encountered a middle-aged man who was checking his equipment. He approached to greet him, cupping his hands slightly in salute, and immediately asked, "Brother, could I ask you something? Do you know about a forbidden area that recently appeared in this secret realm? What are you asking about this for?" The man asked, turning his head. Wang Lu held Panda in his arms and smiled dismissively. "I'm curious. I want to see what a forbidden zone looks like." The man looked Wang Lu up and down, his eyes full of calculation. "I do know where the forbidden zone is, but I've been so poor these past few days that I can't even afford food. I'm so hungry I can barely think straight. How much money would it take for you to eat your fill?" Wang Lu asked directly. 200. Deal. 200 yuan bills were handed over, and the man immediately pointed in a direction toward the mountains. With the payment for directions in hand, Wang Lu walked away confidently, carrying Panda. The man watched their retreating figures, clutching the bills tightly, and muttered, "Young people these days really don't know what's good for them. Even black iron-level warriors wouldn't dare enter a forbidden zone lightly." At the foot of the mountain, among a pile of scattered rocks, there was a cave entrance so narrow that only one person could squeeze through sideways. It was as dark as an abyss, and no one who entered had ever returned alive. Wang Lu stood at the cave entrance holding Panda, his scalp tingling. This place is way too eerie. Remembering Panda's devouring abilities, he mustered his courage. At least I have Panda with me. Nothing should go wrong. With that, he stepped into the cave. Darkness instantly swallowed everything, and cold wind wailed in his ears. Wang Lu quickly turned on his phone's flashlight, and a beam of weak light revealed the uneven rock walls. The surfaces were covered with grotesque demons and monsters, their eyes glaring and teeth bared, as if they might leap out at any moment. Crunch! His foot sank down, and when he looked down with his light, he saw thick layers of shattered white bones. Holy crap! Seeing the bones from the rumors with his own eyes, Wang Li's hair stood on end. Suddenly, the rock walls began glowing with an eerie red light. Several demon patterns blazed blindingly bright, and the temperature inside the cave shot up dramatically. This is bad. Wang Lu turned to retreat, but the heat wave and lack of oxygen made it impossible to move even an inch. In less than 3 seconds, sweat blurred his vision and his breathing became labored. At this critical moment, Panda opened its mouth, and streams of red light were drawn in like wind into a whirlpool, all swallowed up. As the red light disappeared, the high temperature receded as well. Wang Lu leaned against the rock wall, gasping for air, his clothes soaked with sweat. "Panda, thank goodness I brought you along this time. Otherwise, I would have been done for." Panda, however, seemed like it had just tasted a delicious drink. It closed its eyes in enjoyment, still keeping its mouth open to catch the remaining wisps of red light. With the temperature back to normal, Wang Lu wiped his face and continued exploring deeper. The first few meters were peaceful, but when he reached about 10 meters in, scorching heat waves struck again, and Panda whimpered in pain. Wang Lu quickly retreated, and the heat wave instantly disappeared. He hadn't expected that the deeper into this cave one went, the higher the temperature became. It seemed that Panda's devouring ability wasn't without limits. If the elemental power was too strong, even Panda couldn't handle it. Wang Lu was knocked back several steps by the impact. He touched his finger guards, which had been scorched hot, and silently assessed Panda's current condition. Ding! Due to Panda absorbing sufficient fire elements, the comprehended Flame Fist has been upgraded to Great Flame Fist. The crisp system notification suddenly rang out, sounding particularly clear in the empty cavern. "System, what's going on? Can skills be upgraded too?" He was stunned for half a second, then immediately asked with surprise and delight. "Yes. As long as you absorb elements matching the skill's attribute to a certain threshold, there's a chance to upgrade the skill. However, skills cannot be improved infinitely. The beast companion needs to reach the corresponding level. Currently, Panda hasn't entered the Black Iron tier yet, so Great Flame Fist is already the upper limit. To continue upgrading, it needs to reach Black Iron tier. Since the system upgrade, it had practically become a walking encyclopedia. After hearing this, Wang Lu nodded thoughtfully. The only way to quickly level up Panda was through growth potions. But he only had 2 bottles on him. To get more potions, he'd either have to buy them or steal them. Steal? With his current strength, the grass on his grave would be half a foot tall in 7 days. Buy? A mere 500,000 yuan was nowhere near enough. In his frustration, he noticed several fiery red stones scattered among the bone-covered ground. System, what are these? He bent down to pick up one, feeling the burning sensation through his fingertips. Fire-type crystals. Ineffective for beast companions below Black Iron tier. Usable by Black Iron tier and above Fire Tribute beast companions. Rare production, considerable value. After hearing the explanation, his eyes immediately lit up. If he sold all these fire-type crystals, he'd have enough money to exchange for growth potions. Once his mind was made up, he concentrated and collected all the fire-type crystals from the cave floor into his ring. Next, he accompanied Panda in continuing to absorb the scattered fire elements. Flames danced before Panda, and the Panda's fur tips took on a faint red sheen. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lu felt slightly mentally fatigued, while the fire elements within Panda had reached saturation. Staying longer would only waste mental energy. He left the forbidden area with Panda and exited the secret realm. In the changing room, staff routinely inspected personal belongings, but the ring concealed the fire-type crystal's aura, so no one noticed. After changing clothes, he set off for home. Glancing at his watch, it was already past 7 in the evening of the next day. Thinking that Tang Xiaojia might be starving and her stomach growling, he unconsciously quickened his pace. After all, the one time Xiaojia had tried cooking instant noodles, she nearly burned through the pot. Usually, he was the one who cooked. He inserted the key into the lock, and as soon as the door opened, rich aromas of cooking wafted toward him. Why does it smell so good? Xiaojia, where did you get money to order takeout? He called out while changing into slippers. I didn't order takeout. I made all this myself. Tang Xiaojia's voice came from the kitchen. You're right. Even if you practiced for 800 years, you couldn't reach this level of cooking. It really wasn't Xiaojia who made it, I did. What's wrong with that? A voice both strange and familiar drifted from the kitchen. Xiaojia, who's here? Wang Lu froze. The voice sounded familiar, yet he couldn't place who it belonged to. Tap, tap. The sound of slippers shuffling against the floor grew closer, and a slender figure emerged from the kitchen doorway. A black silk nightgown hugged her graceful curves, the thin fabric lifted by the night breeze from the window, revealing glimpses of pale skin that made Wang Li's breath catch. Teacher Liang, why are you still here? Aren't you busy at school? The words tumbled out almost involuntarily. It was indeed Liang Qian. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and settled onto the sofa, crossing her legs. I prepare potions at school during the day and come here in the evenings. Alarm bells rang in Wang Li's mind. He possessed both the system and the universal sacred ring, usually hiding in his room to study them. Tang Xiaojia was his sister. Even if she discovered something, she'd never tell outsiders. But if Liang Qian found out, he genuinely feared being taken away as a research specimen. The thought flashed through his mind, and he resolved to send her away. So, aren't you going home? He forced a smile. Liang Qian noticed the flicker in his eyes and raised an eyebrow. Such strong desire, what does he want to do to me? Her heart skipped a beat, though she didn't let it show, answering casually. Going home means being alone anyway, which isn't much fun, so I came here instead. Besides, Xiaojia is adorable and lively. It's relaxing being around her. I'm afraid you'll get annoyed if you stay too long. That girl is mischievous and doesn't listen. Wang Li laughed awkwardly. That's a problem for later. Xiaojia, bring the chicken soup over when it's ready. Liang Qian called toward the kitchen. Wang Li followed her gaze. Tang Xiaojia, who normally fled at the mere mention of kitchen, was now dutifully tending to the gas stove. Okay, Tang Xiaojia replied cheerfully, so well-behaved that Wang Lu nearly dropped his jaw. What kind of spell had Liang Qian cast on her? Soon, the girl carried a large bowl of steaming chicken soup toward the coffee table. The kitchen was cramped, so the family always ate in the living room. Seeing this, Wang Lu brought over a small stool and sat beside the coffee table. Tang Xiaojia ran back to the kitchen for bowls and chopsticks. Wang Lu got up to help her bring out the rice. After finishing these tasks, he ladled a spoonful of chicken soup for Liang Qian. Teacher Liang, after dinner, I'll have Xiaojia escort you home. She could even stay at your place for a while. His tone was decisive, clearly dismissive. Are you trying to get rid of me? Liang Qian looked directly at him. No, Teacher Liang, I only have 2 rooms here, so there's really no place. Before he could finish, Tang Xiaojia looked up and interjected. You could just sleep on the sofa tonight, couldn't you? Well, that's true. Wang Lu gritted his teeth and glared at his sister, a true expert at sabotaging her brother. Cornered with no response, he could only lower his head and drink his soup. The moment the chicken soup touched his throat, a burning heat spread instantly from his stomach throughout his limbs. Sweat beaded on Wang Li's forehead. What was happening? Wang Li wanted to stick his fingers down his throat and vomit up the chicken soup. Across from him, Liang Qian grabbed Wang Li's hand and said, "This is soup made from a wild beast, the seven-colored pheasant. After drinking it, it will strengthen your body and help with controlling beast companions." The fragrant chicken soup steamed with aromatic vapors, its surface shimmering with colorful oil droplets that revealed the unique elemental glow of beast creatures. Wang Lu caught the enticing aroma and felt his heart stir. He simply set down his chopsticks and drained the bowl in one gulp. The scalding broth slid down his throat, and a powerful force surged through his bloodstream, exploding through his limbs. He immediately realized this was just a temporary surge of strength that would soon subside. Once the sensation calmed, he stared at the bowl containing only the seven-colored pheasant's bones, too amazed to speak. Liang Qian had actually served a wild beast creature directly at the dinner table. Wild beast creatures were incredibly rare to find, and turning them into beast cuisine was even more challenging. His mind raced as he connected this to the current shortage of enhancement potions, and suddenly understood. Liang Qian's decision to stay wasn't just because she liked Tang Xiaojie, it likely had something to do with Tang Long as well. This beast soup was clearly meant to temporarily boost his strength. Liang Qian held her rice bowl, smiling with narrowed eyes. "Still want me to leave? Once I'm gone, it'll be quite difficult for you to enjoy beast cuisine again." Hearing this, Wang Li's expression did a complete 180. "Teacher Liang, having you in my home brings great honor. Anyone can leave, but not you." Beast cuisine had always been a rare treasure, and even if ordinary people managed to catch a beast creature, they wouldn't dare butcher it carelessly. Improper handling of the residual elements could cause poisoning. Only Liang Qian, with her background as a potion master, had the expertise to completely remove all elemental impurities. Weighing his options, Wang Lu secretly decided that losing Liang Qian's culinary skills by exposing his treasures would be far too costly. Absolutely couldn't let her leave for now. At worst, he'd just have to be more careful when using the system and the universal sacred ring in the future. Humph, saying one thing and meaning another. Tang Xiaojia muttered quietly while eating her rice. Wang Li shot her a glare but didn't bother explaining further. After dinner, he voluntarily took on dishwashing duty. As night fell, with only 2 bedrooms in the house, Wang Lu was naturally assigned to the sofa. "Tomorrow I need to talk to Zhang Hao about the fire crystals. With the Zhang group's backing, selling a few crystals shouldn't be difficult, and the price should be decent too." Wang Lu stretched on the sofa, talking to himself. The next morning, the aroma of porridge drifted into his nostrils, pulling him from sleep. Rubbing his eyes as he sat up, he saw Liang Qian placing a pot of steaming hot porridge wreathed in white mist on the coffee table. "Xiaojia, come out for breakfast," Liang Qian called. Creaked bedroom door opened, and a figure flashed to Wang Li's side as Tang Xiaojia obediently took her seat. The three began eating, and Wang Lu noticed faint beast meat fibers mixed into the porridge as he chewed, once again feeling a slight increase in strength. After breakfast, Wang Lu accompanied Liang Qian back to 9th Middle School. Along the way, he focused on absorbing the energy from the porridge, feeling warm currents flowing through his chest. On the school playground, Hong Dali and others were controlling their beast companions in intense combat against Shun Wu's creatures. Shun Wu stood with arms crossed, his cold gaze sweeping over them. "How is it that all of you together still can't match Wang Lu alone? What a bunch of useless fools." As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Dali and the others stopped giving commands. Shun Wu frowned, about to continue his lecture, when he saw Hong Dali suddenly sprint toward someone behind him. "Brother Lo, why didn't you come to school yesterday? You're so bold. Skipping classes next time, take me with you." Hong Dali shouted excitedly. "Wang Lu, I'm so glad you're back. I don't want to be class monitor anymore. QAQ. You should do it instead." Hong Dali, Lin Zhuqing, Mu Wan, Shi Yuan, and Zhang Hao all gathered around when they saw Wang Lu arrive. "Didn't the teacher tell you guys? I went to the secret realm for training." Wang Lu explained with a smile, carrying his messenger bag. "No wonder when I went looking for you that night, Tang Xiaojia said she didn't know where you'd gone." Hong Dali shook his head. "They all trained at school during the day and went home in the evenings. I'll probably stay in the secret realm until the martial arts exam." Wang Lu shrugged. Just then, Shun Wu strode over from the other end of the training ground, his voice booming like thunder. "Kid, instead of cultivating in the secret realm, what are you doing here causing trouble? You've drawn everyone over to your side." Wang Lu instinctively restrained his smile, always feeling somewhat guilty around this teacher. "Teacher Shun, I came to see Zhang Hao about something today. Could you let him chat with me for a few minutes?" "Fine. Zhang Hao, go talk with him over there. 10 minutes. Everyone else, keep training and don't think about slacking off." After Shin Wu's shout, Hong Dali and the others immediately turned their attention back to commanding their beast companions in battle, not daring to dawdle. Zhang Hao walked with his hands behind his back, following Wang Lu to the nearby track, his tone casual. "What's so important that you need to see me privately?" Recently, All their classmates had been training desperately, but he and his spirit dog had been coasting along. The spirit dog hadn't learned any skills and could only bark twice, which suited him just fine. I have something I'd like you to help me sell. Wang Lu opened his bag and pulled out a crystal stone that glowed bright red. A fire element crystal. Do you have connections? Oh, you've got one of these. Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow and examined it thoughtfully. Crystals are always scarce with high demand, so it'll definitely sell. But probably not today. I need to call home first and have them contact buyers. Tomorrow should work for closing the deal. I'm not in a rush for one day. I'll come find you after class tomorrow. Wang Lu felt relieved. He had no connections himself, but Zhang Hao could handle it with just a word. It really paid to make friends. Sure, no problem at all. Zhang Hao patted his arm and headed back to the training ground to continue slacking off. Having accomplished his goal, Wang Lu didn't linger and returned directly to the secret realm. Deep in the secret realm, fire elements surged intensely. He first injected Panda with 2 vials of growth serum, then led Panda into that forbidden area. After taking the serum, Panda's growth limit did indeed increase, but after absorbing fire elements for only a short while, it reached saturation again, with only mental power continuing to slowly improve. These 2 vials aren't very effective. Why did it saturate so quickly? Wang Lu frowned. He remembered that in the past, each time he used growth serum, Panda would show significant improvement, but today's effect was minimal. Ding! A system notification sounded in his mind. Growth serums also have different grades. What the host is currently using is the lowest grade. As the host's strength increases, the effectiveness of low-grade serums naturally diminishes. I see. Wang Lu nodded thoughtfully. Resources, they were truly crucial in this world. Without higher-grade growth serums, his improvement speed would become extremely slow. Wang Lu didn't want to waste any more time, so he left the forbidden area and went to hunt a few low-level wild spirit beasts in other parts of the secret realm. After defeating his targets, Panda immediately devoured their beast cores one by one, his round belly bulging several times as his aura grew noticeably stronger than before. At dusk, Wang Lu patted his head and took Panda home. After dinner, he washed the dishes as usual, then collapsed on the sofa and fell asleep. The night passed without incident. The next day, afternoon, Wang Lu had spent the entire morning training with Panda in the secret realm. When it was almost time for Zhang Hao and the others to get out of school, he timed his exit perfectly and rushed to the school gate. He hadn't been standing there long when the locked iron gate clanged open, and Hong Dali walked out with several classmates, laughing and chatting. Brother Lo, are you here to pick someone up? You're making me all shy. Hong Dali wore his usual punchable grin as he bounced over to Wang Li's side. Cut the crap and get lost. I need to talk to Zhang Hao about something. Wang Li lifted his foot as if to kick him. What's it about, Brother Lo? Come on, tell me. Hong Dali's eyes sparkled with gossip. I'll tell you later, not now. Wang Lu was afraid this guy couldn't keep his mouth shut, so he had to brush him off for now. Hong Dali grumbled a bit, but wisely left. The 2 brothers had perfect understanding, knew that pressing further would just annoy Wang Lu. When the crowd had mostly dispersed, Zhang Hao came over carrying his backpack. Let's go. My family called the buyer is all set up. We can go straight there for the transaction. All right, I'll hail a cab. Wang Lu turned toward the street to flag one down, but Zhang Hao grabbed his arm. What cab? When I told my family about this yesterday, they thought I was finally getting smart about business. They sent a car to pick us up this morning. Zhang Hao pointed across the street, where an extended Rolls-Royce sat quietly parked. The 2 climbed into the back seat, and after driving through the city for several dozen minutes, the car stopped. Getting out, they found themselves facing an elegantly decorated coffee shop. We're doing business here? Wang Lu wasn't quite sure. In his experience, deals for rare goods usually took place in tea houses or villas. It's not that big a deal. This place is fine. Zhang Hao smiled. Hearing this, Wang Li's heart sank. Though his fire crystals were rare, it seemed like they might not fetch a very high price. After entering the shop, a server led them to a private room. When they pushed open the door, a sharply dressed middle-aged man was already seated inside. Young Master Zhang. It's been too long. The man immediately stood up with a face full of smiles, extending both hands to shake Zhang Hao's. Zhang Hao's expression remained cool as he took his seat directly, only dropping the line. This is my friend. You 2 handle today's business, don't let him get shortchanged. The middle-aged man awkwardly withdrew his hands and quickly extended them toward Wang Lu instead. The 2 shook hands perfunctorily and sat down. Without any small talk, the middle-aged man got straight to the point. Mr. Wang, how many fire crystals do you have? I can take them all. 6 total. Wang Lu opened his backpack, and 6 crimson crystals clinked onto the table, flickering with inner fire. Excellent. Since you're young Master Zhang's friend, I won't haggle. The middle-aged man gave a thumbs up and spoke rapidly. Market price is 50 each. I'll take them all. How does that sound? 50 yuan. Wang Lu was stunned. Since he didn't hear 1,000, it must be yuan, right? No matter how worthless fire crystals were, they couldn't be worth just 50 yuan each. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Wang, you're so funny. I mean 50,000. 1,000. Wang Lu was stunned for a moment. Earlier, Zhang Hao had mentioned doing some small business, so he assumed the price the man was talking about was just 50 yuan. He never imagined that crystal could sell for 500,000. Mr. Wang, do you think this price is a bit low? Actually, this is already the market rate. The middle-aged man mistakenly thought Wang Lu found the amount too little and was about to explain the market situation. No, 500,000 per piece deal. I'll sell them all to you. Wang Lu made the decision immediately. The transaction concluded quickly, and the three men left the cafe together. The man politely said goodbye and hurried away. Zhang Hao dismissed his family driver who never liked being monitored by his family. Under the streetlight at the corner, Wang Lu stared at the new balance displayed in his phone's text message, his mouth agape. Including his previous 500,000, he now had exactly 3.5 million in his account, not counting the money Tang Long had given him earlier. Zhang Hao, how should I thank you? He turned to look at his friend. What's there to thank me for? It was nothing. Feel free to come to me for similar matters in the future. Zhang Hao waved his hand dismissively, acting nonchalant. Then let's grab dinner together. We're both still hungry anyway. Wang Lu didn't mention sharing the money given Zhang Hao's family background. He truly wouldn't care about this amount. Sounds good. Zhang Hao readily agreed. The two wandered casually. When they reached a dim alley, urgent footsteps suddenly echoed from within. Both men turned to look and saw several dark figures frantically chasing someone. Wang Lu, who had initially planned to ignore the situation, felt his heart skip a beat. That female voice sounded incredibly familiar. Wang Lu, why does that voice sound so familiar to me too? Zhang Hao also stopped in his tracks. Under the dim streetlight, they finally saw clearly that the person being chased was Lin Jiqing. Ding. Detection. The host's classmate is being hunted. The host may make the following choices. Option 1. Pretend not to hear and leave directly with Zhang Hao to protect yourself. Reward. 20 increased chance that opponents will accept when you kneel and beg for mercy in the future. Option 2. Help your classmate deal with the pursuers. Reward. Berserk Potion, which can temporarily boost Beast Companion's combat power by 100. The host will briefly lose consciousness after use. As soon as the system prompt ended, Wang Lu chose the second option without hesitation. Being cautious didn't mean being a coward, and besides, Lin Jiqing had called out his name, clearly placing her last hope in him. Wang Lu, what should we do? How about you hold them off, while I call my family to send people over? Zhang Hao nervously pulled out his phone. No need, I can handle these people myself. Panda. As soon as he finished speaking, a white light flashed, and Panda was summoned. One man and one beast charged directly into the alley. Lin Jiqing stumbled toward Wang Lu, covered in knife wounds with blood streaming down. The green snake beast companion on her shoulder was also barely alive. Wang Lu, save me. Please. Her eyes were filled with fear and anxiety, terrified that he might stand by and do nothing. It's okay, leave everything to me. Zhang Hao is out, Sadego, find him first. Wang Lu gently comforted her while patting her back. Be careful, these people are all very dangerous. If things get really bad, just hand me over. Lin Jiqing said, dragging her wounded body to Zhang Hao's side. Wang Lu stepped forward, blocking the middle of the dim alley where bloodstains were still visible on the dark pavement. The 7 pursuers behind them came to a halt. The leader pointed his finger and cursed. You little brat, got a death wish? Get out of the way. Before he finished speaking, Wang Lu shouted, Panda, use Great Flame Fist. Sneak attack mode activated. Attack power increased by an additional 5. Panda's massive form charged forward, raising his fist to the sky as a blazing red glow instantly spread across his entire arm. Whoosh. The flames condensed into a fire serpent that hissed as it shot from his fist, illuminating the dark alley in crimson red. Holy crap. Get your beast pets to defend. The leader was caught off guard and could only push all his beast pets to the front line. Golden armored flying insects, mud frogs. The 7 summoned creatures were all low-grade beast pets. Under their master's panicked urging, they activated their defensive skills one after another, but their weak shields were useless against the fire serpent. Boom. Flames exploded, scorching waves swept across. In an instant, those beast pets turned to ash, and several people standing in front were consumed by the intense heat. Only the last 2 stumbled away in retreat, their clothes burned down to mere scraps of cloth covering their lower bodies. Law enforcement in the beast-taming world was solely under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Guard Army, which reported directly to the local governor's office. With beast tides occurring frequently, the governor's office was overwhelmed and tacitly allowed beast-tamer guilds to fight each other as long as civilians weren't affected. As it happened, these unfortunate 7 were members of one such guild. Wang Li's gaze was ice-cold, with no intention of leaving any survivors. Panda, you scratch. Run. The 2 screamed and fled. Panda's pursuit speed was no slower than a human's, but as they neared the alley entrance, Wang Lu called him back. Killing in broad daylight would easily alert the Dragon Guard Army, and with his current strength, being targeted would make escape nearly impossible. He recalled Panda into his ring and turned back toward Zhang Hao and Lin Jiqing, who were still in shock. Wang Lu, just now Panda this? Zhang Hao was so stunned he couldn't form complete sentences, as if the residual heat from the great flame fist was still burning his face. Don't worry about that now. Wang Lu supported Lin Jiqing. How are you? I'm fine. Lin Jiqing's face was pale, her breathing weak, yet she stubbornly tried to appear strong. Zhang Hao, look after her. I'll flag down a car to get to the hospital. No. Lin Jiqing grabbed Wang Li's wrist, her fingertips trembling slightly. Don't go to the hospital. Just find somewhere to treat the wounds. I'll contact my own people to handle my treatment. Wang Lu opened his mouth, then closed it again. In the end, he still hailed a taxi. Wang Lu called a cab, and the three of them returned to his temporarily rented apartment in Happy Community. After getting off the car, Wang Lu and his companion helped Lin Zhuzhu back to her home. As soon as the young man stepped through the courtyard gate, beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead. Tang Xiaojia hadn't returned from school yet, leaving the house eerily quiet. For some unknown reason, Liang Qian wasn't home either. Even the water glasses in the living room remained at the exact angles they'd been left at that morning. After confirming no one was inside, Wang Lu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If they'd been caught, explanations would inevitably be troublesome. Working together, the two gently placed Lin Zhuzhu on the fabric sofa in the center of the living room. The girl's school uniform was soaked through with blood, and the moment it touched the soft fabric, the deep red quickly spread in patches. Wang Lu immediately turned and instructed, Zhang Hao, watch her and don't let her fall asleep under any circumstances. I'm going to get medicine. He had previously stocked some healing medicines at home as a precaution, and now they were proving useful. After retrieving the medicine box, he knelt beside the sofa and carefully cut open Lin Zhuzhu's torn sleeves, gently separating the congealed bloodstains. The medicinal ointment was ice cold as he applied it while whispering reminders. If it hurts, just groan. I'll try to be as gentle as possible. The medicinal scent dispersed through the air, mixing with the metallic smell of blood and making their nostrils sting. It doesn't hurt. Lin Zhuzhu's voice was weak, yet she struggled to stay conscious. Thank you for today. If it weren't for you, I'd probably be dead by now. While bandaging her wounds, Wang Lu voiced the questions he'd been holding back during the journey. Why were those people trying to kill you? Zhang Hao, who was standing nearby holding tissues to wipe Lin Zhuzhu's sweat, immediately perked up his ears upon hearing the question. After a brief silence, Lin Zhuzhu spoke in a low voice. Actually, I'm the daughter of the Qingyun Society's leader. Not long ago, our organization clashed with hostile forces, and both my parents died in battle. Only an elder and I survived from the entire society. Since then, I've been secretly rebuilding the Qingyun Society. Attending school is just a cover for my activities, and it also helps me improve my abilities. The ones pursuing me are members of the rival organization. Under normal circumstances, she would never reveal even half a word about this background, but now that they'd shared a life-and-death experience, further concealment would seem cold-hearted. Wang Lu suddenly understood. I see. No wonder you're so desperate to become stronger. Lin Zhuzhu clenched her blood-stained fist, her eyes filled with helplessness. But I'm still too weak, otherwise I wouldn't have been hunted down. I'm currently a 5th-level beast tamer and have been training day and night. Yet today, I couldn't even fight back against those people. Wang Lu, what exactly is your level of strength? You defeated them all with just one move. Her gaze was intense, as if trying to read the answer from the young man's face. Wang Lu found himself at a loss for words. She had always presented himself as a novice beast tamer in front of others, but in reality, after his secluded training, he had already reached the 7th level. Such a leap in less than a month would be hard to believe, even for Lin Zhuzhu, if he spoke the truth. Just as he was struggling with embarrassment. Ring, ring, ring. The urgent sound of a phone ringing broke the awkward moment. Lin Zhuzhu's pocket vibrated, and she tilted her head to indicate. It should be Uncle Yuan looking for me. Could you please help me answer it? Sure. Grateful for the topic change, Wang Lu secretly felt relieved. He took out the phone, answered it, and held it to Lin Zhuzhu's ear. The girl briefly explained her situation and address in a voice that, though weak, carried composure, then hung up. The topic was thus shelved, and the living room returned to quiet, with only the ticking of the clock's second hand. Knock, knock, knock. Before long, clear knocking sounds came from outside the door. Wang Lu went to answer it. Standing at the door was an elderly man with white hair. Miss Lin, are you in there? A hoarse shout came through the door crack. Yes. As soon as Lin Zhuqing responded, the old man forcefully pushed aside Wang Lu, who was blocking the door, and rushed to her side. Wang Lu pursed his lips, but didn't try to stop him. Miss Lin, how did you get hurt so badly? Who did this? The old man almost roared. It should be people from Tianyu Group. We took a business deal from them before, so they came for revenge. Lin Zhuqing thought for a moment, and answered honestly. Just as I thought. The old man growled through gritted teeth. I'll take you back to treat your wounds first. This grudge must be settled. With that, he bent down to pick up Lin Zhuqing. As he passed Wang Lu, he only gave him a cold glance. Before leaving, Lin Zhuqing still remembered to thank Wang Lu. The door closed, leaving only the blood-stained sofa in the living room. Wang Lu smiled bitterly and shook his head. Xiaojia really likes this sofa. I'll have to buy her the same model again, or she'll definitely make a fuss when she gets back. At this moment, Zhang Hao came over. Wang Lu, since you still need to buy things, I'll head home first. Won't keep you company. Why don't you stay for dinner? Wang Lu felt a bit guilty. Zhang Hao had been a great help today. No need, no need. Just look out for me in the future, brother Lu Ha. Zhang Hao waved and left. Once everyone was gone, Wang Lu immediately rushed to the furniture store, picked out an identical new sofa set, and also bought Tang Xiaojia's favorite snacks and drinks. When he finished and returned home, Liang Qian and Tang Xiaojia happened to walk through the door at the same time. During dinner, Liang Qian casually stroked the sofa and glanced at Wang Lu. You must be exhausted today, fighting and then having to buy a sofa. Eat more. Cough. Wang Lu nearly spat out his rice. Teacher Liang, what are you talking about? Hee, nothing. Liang Qian smiled meaningfully and didn't press further. Tang Xiaojia kept her head down eating, completely uninterested in joining the conversation. Halfway through the meal, Wang Lu felt troubled. After washing the dishes, he collapsed on the new sofa. Feeling like the day's events had been under complete surveillance. If someone had seen everything clearly today, would his previous actions, including entering the forbidden area, also be exposed? Lost in these thoughts, he fell asleep without realizing it. The next morning, he hastily ate breakfast and hurried out, heading straight for the secret realm. Along the way, he kept feeling like someone was following him, but dismissed it as paranoia. However, someone was indeed watching him. The two thugs who had escaped from him last night had already reported the situation to their boss. To save face for the gang, the boss sent people to track Wang Lu, waiting for an opportunity to eliminate him. The tracker followed all the way until Wang Lu swaggered into the depths of the secret realm. Seeing him boldly enter that forbidden area, the follower hid behind a distant tree, stunned. Is this guy going to his death? But no screams came from the forbidden area. Instead, it was unusually quiet. Confused, he endured the entire night. The next morning, Wang Lu leisurely walked out of the forbidden area, holding Panda. His purpose for this trip was to let Panda absorb elements to the limit, then combine it with growth potions for maximum effect. Wang Lu had only taken a few steps when he suddenly stopped, his voice booming. I can see you. Get the hell out here. Wang Li's sudden shout scared the person hiding behind the tree half to death. The figure's heart nearly stopped, fingertips instinctively moving to the knife handle, almost ready to leap out and fight Wang Lu to the death. However, Wang Lu simply bellowed at the top of his lungs, casually brushed off his clothes, and walked away with a calm expression. As he walked, he thought to himself, I really am being paranoid. If someone were actually hiding there, my shout would have definitely made them jump out. In fact, he was just conducting a routine test that hadn't actually detected any traces. Behind the tree, a long breath was slowly released. The person felt secretly relieved. Someone ruthless enough to emerge alive from the forbidden zone wasn't someone he could guarantee defeating. Playing dead was far more practical than drawing his blade right now. After leaving the secret realm, Wang Lu flagged down an empty taxi and gave the address of the nearest large shopping mall. As the cab weaved through traffic, he leaned back in his seat and roughly calculated. He wouldn't return to the secret realm today. Getting growth potions for Panda was the priority. The entire second floor of the mall was dedicated to beast pets, with shop shelves crammed full of various cages, feed, and potions. The air was thick with the scent of disinfectant mixed with animal mint. Wang Lu headed straight for a store marked Premium Potions. Hello, do you have any growth potions? He asked directly as he approached the counter. Growth potions weren't particularly rare, but the higher quality ones usually required custom orders from potion masters. The quantity available for direct purchase at malls was limited. The sales clerk had been trained to spot big spenders at a glance, and she smiled with extra enthusiasm. Yes, 100,000 yuan per vial. How many do you need? 20 vials, Wang Lu stated without hesitation. He spent money decisively, though he needed to keep some funds in reserve for whatever Panda might need later. Certainly. Please wait a moment. The clerk's eyes lit up. Today's commission would equal a month's salary. She efficiently retrieved 20 vials from the safe, carefully packed them into 2 elegant shopping bags, and cushioned them thoroughly with protective foam. Wang Lu paid by card, picked up the bags, and left them all. He didn't plan to enter the secret realm again today. Wanted to go home and have Panda consume all the growth potions at once. Meanwhile, the shadowy figure from behind the tree had followed him all the way to the mall. Watching Wang Lu casually spend 2 million yuan without batting an eye, his original vengeful thoughts were immediately diluted by the scent of money. This kid definitely has some major secret. He needed to report back to the boss immediately. He hurried out of the mall, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for Tianyu Group. Tianyu Group headquarters had 9 floors, and the tailcoated named Black 5 went directly to the top floor. Pushing open the boss's office door, he was greeted by a space so spacious it could accommodate a basketball game. In the center, behind a large dark wooden desk, sat a portly middle-aged man leaning back in his chair, his eyes constantly gleaming with cunning. Black 5 is back. How did things go? The middle-aged man asked. He was none other than Du Hongwu, the boss of Tianyu Group and an 8th-level beast master. Black 5 approached the desk and laid out every detail he had observed over the past few days. Wang Lu entering and exiting the forbidden zone, returning safely, and spending 2 million on growth potions without hesitation. Well done. Du Hongwu stroked his chin, greed practically dripping from his gaze. If you had acted rashly, it would have only alerted him. I'll call in a few more people. You'll work together, and make sure to bring him back alive. I want to interrogate him thoroughly. Yes. Black 5 bowed his head in acknowledgement and left the office. Kid, you've been pretty lucky so far. After He Wu left, an aged voice suddenly echoed through the office. Du Hongwu shot to his feet and bowed respectfully toward the wall facing the street. Elder Lu, please have a seat. Without you, I would never have achieved what I have today. Click, click. The heavy wall instantly rotated, revealing a hidden chamber. An elderly man with white hair and beard emerged, his eyes sharp and piercing. Powerful energy surged around him as the overwhelming presence of a black iron-level warrior filled the room. Du Hongwu had once been nothing more than a street thug. It was Elder Lu who had secretly supported him, enabling him to build his current power base. However, Elder Lu had been hiding from someone all along, always staying behind the scenes while the outside world only knew Du Hongwu as the leader. The old man took his seat and spoke in a low voice. I have no interest in your position, but the secrets of the Forbidden Zone must be uncovered quickly. Send more people. You can count on me. Du Hongwu nodded repeatedly. At Wang Li's home. Glug, 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 glug. Slow down, no one's competing with you. Wang Lu held his forehead, watching Pang Da helplessly. Pang Da downed 12 bottles of growth potion in succession. His white belly swelled like a balloon. He squinted, let out a snore, shook his head, then poured the remaining potions down his throat. Burp. The bottles clattered to the floor. Boom. After a brief silence, Pang Da's aura began rapidly ascending. Wang Li's eyes lit up as he quickly asked the system, what's my current strength level? Ding. Host's current strength, level 8 Beast Tamer. Contracted Beast, Pang Da advantages, high burst damage, high defense. Weaknesses, none. Only one level up. Wang Lu frowned. Previously, drinking fewer than 20 bottles had taken him from level 6 to level 7, but now 20 bottles at once only raised him one level. Had drinking too quickly caused the effects to dissipate? System explanation, the higher the host's level, the weaker the growth potion's effects become. Wang Lu sighed with a bitter expression. Resources were certainly important, but what he really lacked was money. Last time, he'd only made a small profit from a few fire crystals. Getting rich again wouldn't be so easy. That afternoon, he spent the entire night poring over criminal law materials. As Lu Sun once said, the most profitable ventures are all written in here. A day and night passed quickly. The next morning, after breakfast, Wang Lu once again set out on the familiar path to the secret realm. Less than 15 minutes after leaving home, a chill ran down his spine. Someone seemed to be watching him. Pretending to tie his shoelaces, he glanced around and spotted 7 or 8 strangers at the street corner. This alley was usually deserted, but this morning it was crowded with people. Even more suspicious, they moved in unison, positioned to form an encirclement. Ding. Detection. Someone intends to ambush and kill the host. Please choose. Option 1. Flee to the governor's mansion for help. Reward. Growth Potion X2. Option 2. Counterkill this group. Reward. Great Flame Fist 1 level. Wang Li's heart tensed. Even if he escaped today, would he have to keep hiding forever? As a level 8 beast tamer, he was considered a top expert in Qing City. Counterattacking would be more efficient. Without hesitation, he chose the second option and quickened his pace, planning to engage them near the Forbidden Zone where he held the territorial advantage. The footsteps behind him accelerated in sync. He Wu said coldly, this kid might have noticed something. If he dares head toward the governor's mansion, grab him right there on the street. No need to wait until he reaches the secret realm. He Wu and his men were extremely cautious while tailing Wang Lu, terrified he might head to the governor's mansion. They held their breath and moved silently along the way, not daring to deviate even half a step. But to their surprise, Wang Lu didn't even glance in the direction of the governor's mansion and instead plunged straight into the secret realm. Seeing this, He Wu and the others simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. Once inside the secret realm, even if both sides fought until the heavens collapsed, no government officials would interfere. After entering the secret realm, Wang Li's speed suddenly increased as he headed straight for the Forbidden Zone. It was separated from the secret realm by only a wall. If he truly couldn't win the fight, he could simply retreat into the Forbidden Zone, let Panda recover his strength, then return to the battlefield. The Forbidden Zone was essentially like activating an unlimited skills mode for him. After all, Beast companions had limited skill usage. Overuse would lead to exhaustion, but the Forbidden Zone could instantly replenish everything. However, He Wu completely misunderstood. He thought Wang Lu wanted to hide in the Forbidden Zone for secluded cultivation. Worried that delays would interfere with Du Hongwu's plan, he ordered everyone to intercept Wang Lu at the Forbidden Zone's perimeter ahead of time. Both sides advanced in confrontation. When they were only a dozen meters from the Forbidden Zone's entrance, Wang Lu suddenly stopped and turned around. The pitch-black cave wall cast his face in half light, half shadow. Since you've all followed me this far, there's no need to keep hiding. Come out. Footsteps scattered as He Wu and his men quickly spread out, with 8 people forming a circle around Wang Lu. He Wu stepped forward and snorted coldly. Kid, knowing we were following you and still daring to come here, are you not afraid of death? Or just stupid? These 8 men were all 7th-level beast tamers, precisely Du Hongwu's fiercest 8 mighty warriors. As soon as He Wu finished speaking, his muscles tensed, ready to strike at any moment. Wang Lu remained calm, with a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Do you think I'm here alone? He Wu's heart suddenly jumped, wondering if this was an ambush. He shouted fiercely, "Everyone come out. Surround them. Don't let them escape." Panda. Wang Li's voice suddenly rose, but He Wu and the others only caught the first part and completely missed the word panda. Their nerves instantly tightened as their eyes swept back and forth through the dim forest shadows. Use Flame Fist. Wang Lu commanded in a low voice, a cold smile curving his lips. Panda rose thunderously, cracking the ground beneath his feet, and launched a charged heavy punch toward the 2 beast tamers blocking the cave entrance behind him. Flames condensed into serpent shapes within the punch's wind, hissing as they struck the 2 men's faces. They didn't even have time to summon their beast companions before being consumed by the fierce fire and reduced to ash in the blink of an eye, immediately creating an opening at the cave entrance. He Wu roared, "Damn it, that kid played us. Quick, summon your beast companions and capture him." He was the first to throw out a capsule, and a giant raven emerged into the air, standing 2 meters tall with outstretched wings. Its feathers gleamed with a metallic luster like 2 thin, sharp steel blades that buzzed as they cut through the air. The other 5 men almost simultaneously threw out their capsules, and 5 large wolf dogs appeared on the ground. About 6 feet long with gray-black fur clinging to lean muscle, their fangs flashed with cold light, as if capable of tearing through steel plates. These gang members had fought side by side for a long time, and to maximize their collective combat power, their beast companions were nearly uniform in species. The governor's mansion's dragon guard all favored dragon-type creatures following the same logic. In contrast, individual trainers pursued more diversified combinations. He Wu pointed toward the sky, his voice cold and sinister. "Dark Raven, use Steel Storm." He Wu shouted loudly, and the great dark crow instantly soared into the sky. Its wings beat frantically, generating 2 tornadoes that rose from the ground, each carrying several pitch-black razor-sharp feathers that could slice open skin with the slightest touch, all aimed directly at Panda. "Panda, watch out," Wang Lu immediately warned. As the tornado swept in from the left, Panda dodged to the right. But 5 massive wolf hounds were already charging with snarling howls, their fangs gleaming coldly as they sought to tear Panda to shreds. "Use Flame Fist to drive off the pack. Whatever you do, don't touch the tornadoes," Wang Lu whispered urgently. Panda raised its fist and struck out, sending a crimson fire serpent roaring forward that scattered the wolf hounds and created an opening to dodge. The 2 tornadoes swept past just behind Panda, carving deep gouges in the ground. He Wu sneered coldly. "Sure, it's powerful, but how many punches can you throw?" Wang Lu ignored him. "Panda, Flame Fist. Knock that damn crow out of the sky." The first punch missed, the second only singed a few feathers. Whoosh, whoosh. Panda threw 4 consecutive punches, the blazing flames illuminating its wings. Yet the great dark crow remained unharmed while Panda gasped for breath, swaying unsteadily. Launched the final assault. Seeing his opportunity, He Wu commanded the great dark crow to dive while the wolf hounds closed in again. Knowing that further delay meant certain defeat, Wang Lu suddenly scooped up Panda and rushed toward the nearby, forbidden cave entrance. The wolf hounds were incredibly fast, and before He Wu could stop them, 2 had already darted into the cave. Sizzle! The smell of burning flesh and agonized howls emerged simultaneously. Then the 2 wolf hounds fell silent instantly. "Don't you dare go in there!" He Wu cursed furiously, and the remaining beast tamers quickly restrained their wolf hounds. "Boss Wu, we can't get in. What do we do now? He's got to come out eventually. You 2 without beasts, go back and report to Boss Doodle him. We'll definitely catch this kid today. The rest of you stay with me and guard the entrance. The moment he comes out, we attack." The 2 subordinates who had lost their wolf hounds departed as ordered, while the others stood guard at the cave entrance. Inside the cave's darkness, red light glowed through cracks in the rock walls. Panda opened its mouth wide, drawing in the firelight like silk threads. Its previously weakened body quickly swelled with renewed strength, and its eyes brightened once more. "I won't go out there," Wang Lu whispered his plan. "You rush out and use Flame Fist. Throw as many punches as you can, focus on one target, then immediately retreat." "Got it." Panda nodded vigorously. Time passed minute by minute. "Boss Wu, this kid's really not coming out, is he? It's been almost half an hour," complained one of the men guarding the entrance. "Shut up. We're not in any hurry to. Before Hei Wu could finish, a black and white figure suddenly burst out. Boom, 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 boom. Panda unleashed 4 punches in rapid succession, the blazing flames creating a wall of fire that instantly incinerated the complainer and his wolf hound to ash. Just as Hei Wu was about to order a counterattack, Panda had already retreated into the cave. After a brief silence, Panda flashed out again like lightning, delivering another punch that killed one man and his hound before vanishing like a shadow. Damn it, he's playing guerrilla warfare. Hei Wu's face turned ashen. Retreat quickly won't be able to take him down today. Just as the last wolf hound and its master began to flee, Wang Lu leaped from the cave entrance and shouted coldly, "Think you can run? You're all staying right here. Panda, use poison mist." Wang Lu had been waiting in the cave for exactly this moment. 2 sets of footsteps echoed from the pitch-black cave entrance. Just as Hei Wu and his subordinate were about to turn and leave, Wang Lu suddenly leaped out from the shadows. Panda stood beside him, its snow-white fur gleaming coldly in the torchlight as it opened its mouth and released its upgraded level 2 poison mist. Thick streams of deep purple gas writhed like living creatures, striking precisely toward both men's faces. "Oh no, cover your noses!" Hei Wu cried out in alarm, but before he could finish speaking, the toxic fog had already poured into their nostrils through their breathing. In the blink of an eye, both Hei Wu and his companion's legs gave out as they collapsed to the ground, while the nearby dark raven and wolf also rolled their eyes back and fell unconscious. "Panda, kill that crow and wolf, but don't harm these 2 men." A cold glint flashed in Wang Li's eyes. Panda roared as it pounced on the 2 beast companions, tearing apart wings and wolf throat with several swipes of its claws, then lowered its head to swallow both beast cores into its belly. After devouring them, it let out a loud, satisfied burp. Wang Li seized the opportunity to tear several tough vines from the cave wall and efficiently bound Hei Wu and his subordinate. Once finished, he delivered several sharp slaps. Slap, slap, slap. The poison mist could only render people unconscious, not kill them. Under the stimulation of the crisp slaps, both men soon groggily awakened. "You little bastard. Do you dare untie us and fight fair?" Hei Wu immediately began cursing the moment he opened his eyes. "Slap. You still dare hit me? Slap. Ah. I'll repay today's humiliation tenfold in the future." Slap, slap, slap. The continuous slaps left Hei Wu's head buzzing until he finally wailed for mercy. "Stop hitting me. Brother, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Brother. Wouldn't it have been better to act like this from the start? Your beast companions are dead. What could you do even if I released you?" Wang Lu smiled faintly. The 30-something Hei Wu put on a fawning expression. "I'm used to being captured by others. Please don't mind it, brother." "Cut the nonsense. I'll ask, you'll answer who sent you here? What's your purpose?" Wang Lu had to get to the bottom of this. "This? I can't say. If I tell, they'll kill me when I get back." Cold sweat beaded on Hei Wu's forehead. "Panda, you scratch." Wang Lu raised his hand, pointing toward Hei Wu's subordinate. Sharp claws sliced through the air, and a scream echoed off the stone walls as blood splattered, and the subordinate instantly collapsed in a pool of blood. Hei Wu trembled all over, shaking like a sieve. "You didn't really think I'd be soft-hearted toward people like you, did you?" Wang Li's voice was low as a cold blade. "If you don't speak now, I'll kill you right here and investigate myself afterward." Hei Wu took a long, shuddering breath, his voice trembling. "Don't be rash, I'll tell. Last time our brothers went to hunt down." He spilled everything the details of the pursuit, how Du Hongwu had discovered the great secret hidden within Wang Lu, and Tianyu Group's plan to capture him alive, leaving out no detail. After hearing this, cold sweat had already seeped through Wang Li's back. No wonder this group hadn't been surprised when he'd entered the forbidden area to restore his strength earlier. They'd known all along, and had come specifically for this purpose. As for whether only Tianyu Group possessed this secret, he had no certainty. If more factions knew, the consequences would be unthinkable. "Thank you for telling me all this. I'll make sure you die easily." With this thought, Wang Li's gaze instantly frosted over. "What do you mean? Didn't you say you'd spare my life if I told you?" When Hei Wu saw that look in Wang Li's eyes, an unknown liquid trickled down from his crotch. "I never said anything, Panda." Hei Wu squeezed out his final desperate denial from his throat. Swoosh. Sharp claws sliced through the air, blood sprayed in an arc, instantly cutting off his voice. Hei Wu collapsed to the ground with unwillingness filling his eyes, his pupils gradually dilating. Ding. Host's secret has been discovered. Host may choose from the following options. Option 1. Go to Tianyu Group, voluntarily surrender the secret and target item. Reward. 1 life restart. Rebirth in an alternate dimension. Option 2. Go to Tianyu Group, eliminate all witnesses. Reward. Silver simulation card. Temporarily unleash silver level expert aura once. Tianyu Group. I'll have to pay them a visit today. Wang Lu chose the second option without hesitation. Restarting carried too much risk, and constantly running away would only turn him into a coward. Only by facing enemies could he transform through each battle and reach the pinnacle of the beast-taming world. With his resolve set, he buried the scattered corpses in the secret realm one by one, then departed. Across from Tianyu Group's headquarters building, a noodle shop with a closed sign hung in the window glowed with dim yellow light, its blinds tightly shut. The owner cowered behind the cash register, fearfully peering around the interior. "Miss Lin, today is the perfect opportunity for revenge," whispered Yuan Tinghai, the elderly man who had visited Wang Lu that day. "Du Hongwu has sent out all of the 8 guardians, leaving only himself at the company." Since leaving Wang Li's home, Yuan Tinghai had been gathering the remaining members of the Qingyan Society. He had quickly recruited over 10 more gang members, not exactly a powerful force, but enough for a desperate fight. Lin Zhuqing was still hesitating. "Uncle Yuan, aren't you being too hasty?" The major factions in Qingqing fought for over 10 years to reach their current positions, yet Tianyu Group rose to power in just 2 years. I can't help but feel they're hiding even more terrifying forces behind the scenes. She had a habit of carefully weighing pros and cons before taking action. "Miss Lin, there's no backing down from this." Yuan Tinghai's gaze was cold and hard. Getting beaten without fighting back means admitting defeat, and no one respects a gang that admits defeat. Lin Zhuqing took a deep breath and was about to nod when she caught sight of a familiar figure from the corner of her eye. "Huh? Isn't that Wang Lu? What's he doing here?" She looked up and saw Wang Lu striding toward Tianyu Group's main entrance through the window crack. Yuan Tinghai squinted. "I knew that kid was no good. Saving you was probably just to get close, so he could catch us all in one net." Years of underworld experience had made it nearly impossible for him to believe in pure human nature. Impossible. Wang Lu wouldn't do that. Lin Zhuqing protested urgently. "He must be here for revenge too. We need to help him." She stood up to rush out the door, but Yuan Tinghai grabbed her wrist. "Miss, don't be impulsive. What if he's the bait? Let's wait a bit longer." The dozen or so Qingyun Society members in the noodle shop exchanged glances, none daring to speak, only bowing their heads and waiting quietly. Meanwhile, Wang Lu had already entered the first-floor lobby of Tianyu Group and walked straight to the reception desk. "Excuse me, miss, could you tell me where your boss Du Hongwu is?" "The boss is in his office on the 9th floor, but you can't see him without an appointment." The receptionist spoke politely. "No worries, I'm special. I don't need an appointment." Wang Lu flashed a confident smile and headed straight for the elevator. "Sir, please don't go up yet. Let me call the boss first to let him know you're here. You can go up once he agrees." The receptionist reached out to stop him, but by the time she raised her arm, Wang Lu had already reached the elevator. No need to tell him he'll be dead soon anyway. With a ding, the elevator doors opened, and he stepped inside. The receptionist stood frozen, hesitating for a moment before deciding not to pursue. She knew Tianyu Group's true nature, and this young man was most likely here for revenge. For her measly 500 yuan monthly salary, it wasn't worth risking her life. With that thought, she quickly looked away and returned to staring at her computer screen, pretending nothing had happened. The elevator shot upward, the numbers jumping to 9. The doors opened, and Wang Lu walked straight toward the most luxurious door at the end of the corridor. Creak. The door swung open, releasing a faint aroma of cigars mixed with air conditioning. In the spacious office, a massive leather chair faced the floor-to-ceiling windows. As it turned around, Du Hongwu's fat, jolly face came into Wang Li's view. Clap, clap, clap. Fat hands met in muffled applause. Du Hongwu smiled as he sized up his visitor, speaking leisurely. "You've got real guts. When He Wu couldn't bring you in, you decided to deliver yourself. You know me?" Wang Lu frowned slightly, displeased by the feeling of being exposed. "To catch you? How could I not do my research? I just underestimated your abilities." Du Hongwu sat with his legs crossed, his tone as steady as if he weren't facing any crisis at all. Still this calm, even now. Murderous intent surged in Wang Li's heart. "Panda." A white flash projected from his wristwatch. The panda-like panda landed on the ground. Wang Lu was certain that only Du Hongwu knew his secret at most. As long as he eliminated him today, the trouble would be temporarily resolved. "Young man, you're still too green if you want to kill me." "Ha ha." Du Hongwu burst into laughter. Thud, thud, thud. Chaotic footsteps echoed from the outer corridor, making the floor vibrate. Wang Lu turned to see dozens of burly men arranged in rows, each leading a large black German shepherd. Growl, growl. The collective low growls of the beasts pressed against his eardrums, and the air seemed to drop several degrees in an instant. "Panda, poison mist." Wang Lu needed no further words. Panda opened its mouth and released a thick purple fog that surged toward the crowd like a tidal wave. The security guards' faces changed dramatically, some instinctively stepping back. "Don't panic. Keep charging. I'm turning on the ventilation system." Du Hongwu roared and slammed a blue button under his desk. Click. The windows automatically slid open, and the corridor ceiling flipped over, transforming the original lights into giant fan blades spinning rapidly. The office also activated its hidden ventilation system, a poison-proof system Du Hongwu had paid top dollar to have designers create. He had always valued his life, and had long prepared for someone bringing poison-type spirit beasts to his door. Wild winds rushed in, quickly dispersing the purple fog. In less than a few seconds, it had completely vanished. Roar! With the poison mist gone, the German shepherds lunged toward Wang Lu and Panda. Panda charge. Wang Lu made a split-second decision. Although the opposing German shepherds were numerous, their levels were generally low. He had just scanned them with his system. Most were level 2 or 3, with only a few reaching level 5. It seemed that Tianyu Group's main forces had all gone to the secret realm to intercept him, leaving their base at its most vulnerable. Though Panda was small in size, combined with its skills, it possessed the strength of 1,000 pounds. Like an armored tank, it crushed everything in its path. Both people and large dogs were instantly ground into pulp. Screams and wails filled the corridors and offices. Panda, use your claws to speed things up. Wang Li couldn't let these insignificant people waste his time. Hearing Wang Li's command, Panda worked even harder, charging while swinging its claws. Anyone caught by Panda, whether by arm or leg, had their limbs torn off. The scene became even more gruesome as severed body parts scattered throughout the corridors and offices. The last few survivors were completely terrified and tried to flee. But Wang Lu ordered Panda to use Great Flame Fist, burning them all to ash. Anyone who had seen him today couldn't be allowed to live. This wasn't cold-bloodedness, it was self-preservation. He had no better choice. If he didn't kill these people, they would try to kill him and extract enormous profits from him. Your turn. After dealing with these minions, Wang Lu spun around and fixed his gaze on Du Hongwu, who sat in his chair. Faster than I expected, Du Hongwu said, maintaining a faint smile throughout. What do you mean? I mean your speed in killing these people was faster than I anticipated. You knew they would die? Yes. I sent them here merely to exhaust your beast's stamina. After hearing Du Hongwu's words, Wang Lu felt a flash of fear, which quickly turned to rage. This was true cold-bloodedness, sacrificing so many lives just to drain his stamina. Multi-armed ape bear. Du Hongwu pulled out a capsule and threw it skyward. A brown bear about 3 feet tall appeared. This size was small even for normal bears, but it stood on 2 legs with a monkey-like face. The multi-armed ape bear had 6 arms, each ending in 4 sharp, pointed claws. Despite its comical appearance, it gave Wang Lu an unprecedented sense of crisis. He quickly summoned the system. Help me assess Du Hongwu's strength. Ding. Du Hongwu's current strength is level 8 Beastmaster. Contracted Beast, multi-armed ape bear. Advantages: extremely agile, extremely high skill damage. Weakness: relatively long skill cooldown time, approximately 5 seconds. The system used extremely twice to describe the multi-armed ape bear, which inevitably put pressure on Wang Lu. As for the so-called weakness, beast pets usually didn't need cooldown periods after using skills. But given the multi-armed ape bear's speed, even with 5 seconds of downtime, couldn't it simply dodge instead of attack? Fighting the multi-armed ape bear head-on would definitely injure Panda. Competing on speed would be playing right into its strengths. No matter how difficult, he could only seize that 5-second opportunity during intense battle to deliver a fatal blow. Panda, use Great Flame Fist. Wang Lu knew that a prolonged battle would favor Du Hongwu, so he needed to end the fight quickly. He had a plan to deal with the multi-armed ape bear. If that plan failed, he'd have to use the Berserk Pot Iona 100 enhancement that would give Panda the strength of a Black Iron 6-star. Fire serpents erupted from Panda's fist at considerable speed, but the multi-armed ape bear easily dodged it. Multi-armed ape bear, use Cloud-Piercing Stab. Crack. Upon hearing Du Hongwu's command, the multi-armed ape bear pulled back and suddenly kicked off with both feet. The heavy marble floor shattered with a crack as the beast shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, lunging straight at Panda. Panda dodge. Wang Li's warning had barely left his lips when Panda was already sidestepping frantically, but he was still half a beat too slow. Splurt. Sharp claws pierced through Panda's left arm, sending up a spray of blood. Excruciating pain hit him, and Panda let out a piercing wail. Panda, Great Flame Fist. Wang Lu gritted his teeth and commanded. He knew the multi-armed ape bear had just used its skill and would have at least a 5-second gap, the perfect opportunity to counterattack. Panda endured the pain and threw his right fist forward. Flames exploded as fire serpents coiled around his arm. However, the multi-armed ape bear was practically in his face and instantly leaped upward, driving its claws into the ceiling and hanging suspended in midair, forcibly dodging the blazing flames. That speed. Wang Lu frowned deeply. The multi-armed ape bear moved like it was teleporting. Du Hongwu, sitting in his chair, sneered coldly with satisfaction. Your beast companion just killed so many people. His stamina is depleted. His speed has dropped. He can only wait for death. Wang Lu couldn't be bothered to respond. He walked to Panda's side, bent down and whispered a few words in his ear with a solemn tone. You've worked hard. Hang in there. After this is over, I'll definitely heal your wounds. He patted Panda's head, then retreated to his original position. This was the last method he could think of to deal with the multi-armed ape bear. If this didn't work, he'd have no choice but to use the Berserk Potion. The moment Wang Lu took his position, Panda suddenly sprang up and leaped toward the multi-armed ape bear on the ceiling. His opponent reacted extremely quickly, pulling out its claws and dropping back to the ground, slashing at Panda's chest mid-fall, blood splattering across his fur. The instant it landed, the multi-armed ape bear thought it was safe, but then saw Panda suddenly twist in midair, head downward, single claw like a hammer, striking down with the speed of lightning. It dodged frantically to the side. Thud! Panda's form suddenly expanded, his originally nimble small paw instantly becoming as thick as a tree trunk, with massively increased coverage. Before the multi-armed ape bear could react again, the giant claw had already crashed down heavily on its head with tremendous force. Bang! The office echoed with the muffled explosive sound of a watermelon being smashed by a club. The multi-armed ape bear's skull split into pieces, red blood and brain matter splattering across the floor. A fire-type beast companion. How can it use gigantification? Du Hongwu behind the desk stood frozen in place, his lips trembling. He had never seen a beast companion that could fuse two different elemental skills. Gigantification clearly belonged only to the fighting type. There's plenty you haven't seen, old fool. Wang Lu approached step by step, standing before the desk and looking down at him. What do you want to do? Having lost his beast companion, Du Hongwu no longer had his previous composure. You already know my secret. What else can I do? Of course, I have to kill you to silence you. As his words fell, Wang Lu grabbed Du Hongwu's hair and slammed his head down, pressing his face against the desk surface, then gave Panda a meaningful look. At this moment, Panda was covered in blood, yet his eyes revealed an unprecedented wildness. He staggered through the scattered debris of tables, chairs, and documents, then suddenly lunged at Du Hongwu, his thick, sharp claws slicing through the air with a cold gleam. Elder Lu, come safe. Splurt. Before Du Hongwu could finish his words, his throat was torn open, blood spurting out in jets. He convulsed twice before collapsing motionless on the ground. After killing the last person who knew the truth, Panda's strength was instantly depleted. His form shrank back to palm size as he collapsed softly into the pool of blood. Wang Lu bent down to pick him up, his fingertips stained red with the sticky blood. The urgent priority was to treat Panda, so he decided to immediately go to school to find Liang Qian. As for the consequences of the serial killings, he would have to figure that out later. He had just turned and taken a few steps when steady footsteps echoed behind him. Wang Lu spun around sharply. An elderly man with white hair and beard had somehow appeared in the center of the office, with a wall beside him pushed open, revealing the entrance to a dark chamber. Who are you? Wang Lu held Panda protectively in his arms. Young man, truly remarkable. The elder's gaze was appraising. Du Hongwu was cultivated by my own hands. Even facing a 9th-level beast master, he could emerge victorious, yet you managed to kill him. Who exactly are you? I'm giving you only 2 choices. The elder raised his hand slightly, his tone calm, yet carrying a cold edge. First, become my puppet. Second, be tortured to death by me, and the secrets you possess will still become mine in the end. What if I refuse? Then I'll take that as you choosing the second option. With those words, he threw out a metal capsule. Crocodile dragon. Bang! The capsule exploded, and a nearly 10-meter-long crocodile dragon crashed to the ground. Its heavy scales interspersed with sharp bone spikes. The violent aura of intertwined ocean and dragon bloodlines instantly filled the air. Roar! The deep roar shook the glass violently, and as black iron level pressure erupted, the entire building trembled. Employees downstairs screamed about an earthquake and swarmed toward the emergency exits. At the noodle shop on the street corner, Lin Zhuqing could no longer sit still upon seeing this scene. They're really fighting in there. Uncle Yuan, we can't be ungrateful, must go help Wang Lu. She broke free from Yuan Tinghai's grip and rushed out of the shop. What are you all standing around for? Follow the young miss, we can't let anything happen to her. Yuan Tinghai shouted, and the guards immediately followed. Inside the office, the pressure felt like crashing waves. No choice. I'll have to try the berserk potion. Wang Lu retrieved a pitch-black vial from his storage ring. Elder Lu's eyes lit up. Oh? A spatial ring? You really do have quite a few secrets. Wang Lu couldn't be bothered to respond. He pried open Panda's mouth and poured the potion in. It was a system product, so he had no concerns about side effects. Boom. As the liquid entered his throat, Panda's aura surged dramatically. The bloodstains on his fur instantly evaporated as his black and white body rapidly grew larger, with violent energy, forming visible whirlwinds around his surface. In the blink of an eye, he had stepped into the black iron realm. Elder Lu looked shocked. He himself was only black iron 3-star, yet Panda's aura was still climbing like a bursting dam. After a long while, it finally stabilized. Black iron 6-star. Old Lu was completely dumbfounded. Having lived most of his life, he had never seen a potion that could instantly boost someone's strength to such an absurd degree. That thing was probably just an illusion, relying on creating a terrifying aura to intimidate others. She quickly reached this conclusion. Coming to his senses, he put on an I see expression. If such a potion truly existed in this world, Even a brief enhancement would be enough to overturn common sense, let alone the exaggerated doubling effect before his eyes. Thus, he was convinced that Wang Lu was merely bluffing. Whether it's bluffing or not, we'll know once we try, won't we? Wang Lu couldn't be bothered with more words. Worried about the potion's effects wearing off, he simply gave Panda a meaningful look. Panda, covered in bloodstains, immediately dragged his injured body toward Old Lu. Crocodile Dragon, crush it. Old Lu waved his hand, and the crocodile dragon shot out like an arrow. Its massive jaws opened wide, with 3,000 pounds of bite force capable of crushing steel plates into paper. The moment the two giant beasts collided thunderously, the crocodile dragon's bloody maw clamped toward its target, while Panda neither dodged nor avoided. A confident smile appeared at the corner of Old Lu's mouth, as if he could already see Panda's mangled corpse. The next second, however, the scene completely reversed. Panda's claws gripped the crocodile dragon's upper and lower jaws. His arm muscles suddenly tensed, and with a ripping sound, the crocodile dragon was torn in half, blood splattering everywhere. This brute force was probably approaching 10,000 pounds, something that usually only silver-level beast companions could possess. Old Lu stood frozen in place. The crocodile dragon, which had always prided itself on its defense, couldn't even withstand a single encounter and became two pieces of corpse. Old fool, you shouldn't have come out, Wang Lu said coldly, approaching Old Lu's ear. Young man, don't be impulsive. We can cooperate. I have a treasure map with undiscovered resources buried there. Old Lu's voice trembled. As a bronze-level trainer, he should have had two beast companions, but his previous one had been killed long ago. Now, having lost his crocodile dragon, he was no different from an ordinary person and could only try to trade benefits for his life. Is saying this useful? Wang Li's eyes were filled with contempt. If I kill you, I can just take the treasure map myself, can't I? You'll never find it. Old Lu explained rapidly like a machine gun. Even if you find it, the burial site is filled with traps and mechanisms. The method to bypass them exists only in my mind. There are no written records anywhere. Only if I'm alive can the treasure be safely retrieved. If I die, no one will be able to get it. By the end, his tone had gradually steadied, convinced that no one could refuse such a tempting offer of resources. I don't need it. Wang Lu roared. As soon as the words left his mouth, Panda struck again. Cough you. Old Lu's chest caved in as he fell to the ground and died with disbelief until his last breath. He never imagined Wang Lu would actually give up those resources. Wang Lu, however, was very clear in his heart. The gains from the Forbidden Zone were already enough to support him, and the most important thing now was to protect his secrets. In comparison, no treasure was worth risking complete destruction. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, orderly footsteps echoed through the silent corridor. Just as Wang Lu thought everything had come to an end, he saw several figures emerge from the shadows. The newcomers were none other than Lin Zhuqing, Yuan Tinghai, and the others. Wang Lu, are you alright? Lin Zhuqing saw the corpses and bloodstains scattered throughout the corridor and knew a fierce battle had taken place. Her heart tightened as she almost broke into a run toward the office at the end of the hall, terrified that Wang Lu might have met with disaster. The moment she pushed open the door, the scene before her left her frozen in place. The walls and floor were completely stained red with blood, fallen corpses and various beast remains lay scattered everywhere, and the air was thick with the pungent smell of blood. Yuan Tinghai and over a dozen guild members following behind her thought they were accustomed to death, but now their faces turned equally pale, their stomachs churning violently. In the center of the room, Wang Lu and Panda were both drenched in blood. Wang Lu stood upright like an Azura emerging from hell, with only his pitch-black pupils reminding everyone that he was indeed human. What are you doing here? His voice was deep and cold. Having just finished eliminating Elder Lu and the others, Lin Zhuqing's sudden appearance set off alarm bells in Wang Li's mind. Could she also be after his secrets? After a brief, deathly silence, Yuan Tinghai was the first to snap back to his senses. Kid, show some respect. The young lady was worried you'd get hurt fighting with Tianyu Group's people, so she sent us to provide backup. He made no effort to hide his disgust, particularly loathing Wang Li's current expression. Wang Li's tone remained ice cold. What I'm asking is how you got here. Tell me everything, step by step. The effects of the berserk potion hadn't worn off yet, and Panda's combat power remained at its peak. If these people had truly come for his secrets, he couldn't afford to let his guard down for even a moment. Yuan Tinghai's anger flared. Why should we tell you? Because I can kill you all right now. As Wang Li's words fell, his murderous aura erupted explosively, while Panda simultaneously released the pressure of a black iron 6-star. In an instant, Lin Zhuqing and the others felt like tiny ants, while Wang Lu seemed so towering they couldn't even see his face when looking up. The oppressive force was almost tangible, causing some to collapse directly into the pools of blood. Lin Zhuqing quickly spoke up, her voice trembling. Wang Lu, we've been here for a while. Here's what happened. She recounted the entire sequence of events in detail, including their plan to ambush at the noodle shop and seek revenge against Tianyu Group. Wang Lu kept staring into her eyes, where beyond fear, he saw a naked sincerity. She wasn't lying. His heart completely relaxed, and a hint of relief appeared on his face. As his aura subsided, everyone could finally breathe deeply again. In just those few seconds, everyone's clothes had been soaked through with cold sweat, and even Yuan Tinghai no longer dared to meet Wang Li's gaze. Meanwhile, Panda's potion effects wore off, and its massive form instantly deflated. Wang Lu gestured with his hand, recalling it into the universal sacred ring, then turned and walked toward the door. Wang Lu, wait. I have something I want to say to you. Lin Zhuqing's voice came from behind. Go ahead, what is it? I want to ask, did you eliminate all of Tianyu Group's enforcers, including the boss? Yes, what is it? Wang Lu stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Lin Zhiqing. The smell of blood still lingered in the hallway as Lin Zhiqing lowered her voice. So, how do you plan to handle Tianyu Group's territory? This was what concerned her most. She had been eyeing several of Tianyu Group's underground operations for a long time, but lacked the strength to make a move. Haha. Wang Lu tilted his head back with a light laugh, his eyes casually sweeping over the mess on the floor. Is such a small outfit like Tianyu Group even worth my time to deal with? In truth, he had no idea how much benefit Tianyu Group could bring him, but to maintain his mysterious image, this was the safest response. Lin Zhiqing was stunned for a moment, then realized, for Wang Lu to possess such combat prowess at his age, he must have backing from some hidden powerful family, so naturally he wouldn't care about Tianyu Group's meager resources. Wang Lu, I understand that Tianyu Group's money means nothing to you, but even mosquito legs are still meat. She spoke faster. Tianyu Group brings in a steady 6 million net profit every month. She spoke at length because she wasn't the only one with designs on Tianyu Group. Once news of the group's downfall spread, various factions throughout the city would swarm in for their share. With just Qingyun Society's manpower, they definitely couldn't hold their ground. To stabilize the situation, they absolutely needed a powerhouse like Wang Lu to oversee things. But Wang Lu barely heard the latter half of her words. The moment he heard 6 million every month, his heart began pounding. Lin Zhiqing continued persuading. Today's commotion was huge. With so many deaths, there's bound to be plenty of trouble ahead. If you're willing to protect our Qingyun society, we'll handle all the aftermath. We'll split profits 60-40 going forward. We take 40, you take 60. I guarantee complete secrecy. Apart from our two sides, no third party will know. After finishing, she rattled off dozens more promises like a machine gun. Wang Lu pretended to hesitate while secretly rejoicing. Someone else handling the troubles while he gets such high returns, where else could he find such a good deal? Well, if you put it that way, I suppose I can reluctantly agree. But since you're willing to put in the work, I won't be stingy over 10%. Let's make it 50-50 from now on. His tone was casual, but inside he was overjoyed. Lin Zhiqing breathed a huge sigh of relief. Good, it settled then. If other gangs come looking for trouble in the future, we'll still need you to step in. What gangs would come looking for trouble? The moment the words left his mouth, Wang Li's expression stiffened slightly. Tianyu Group was Qingqing's largest gang after all. I'm not the only one who had my eye on it, Lin Zhiqing explained. But don't worry, none of the other gang leaders are stronger than Du Hongwu. Hearing this, Wang Li's expression relaxed again. A few minor bosses weaker than Du Hongwu would naturally be easy pickings for him. Fine, call me if anything comes up. After saying this, he added, oh, and help me search this office for any maps. Look thoroughly, and give me any you find. He was still thinking about the treasure map Lu Lao had mentioned. Since they attended the same school, they had already exchanged numbers. After chatting a bit more, Wang Lu strode away, leaving only the Bloodstains and Qingyun Society members behind. Yuan Tinghai glanced at the now closed door and said to Lin Zhiqing in a low voice, Miss Lin, didn't you give Wang Lu a bit too much just now? Just to get him on our side, we're giving up 50% of the profits? His tone carried a note of pain. In the future, Qingyun Society taking over Tianyu Group would create a synergy where 1 + 1 equals more than 2. When that 50% share comes into play, it won't be limited to just 3 million. Uncle Yuan, why didn't you say these things in front of Wang Lu earlier? Lin Zhuqing, who had been gentle and respectful until now, suddenly turned cold, her tone carrying a threatening edge. Well, Yuan Tinghai stammered for a long time, feeling his throat tighten, unable to form a complete explanation. He couldn't understand why Lin Zhuqing's attitude had suddenly become so harsh. Lin Zhuqing glanced at Yuan Tinghai, then deliberately swept her gaze across the faces of all the members. Seeing everyone holding their breath in silence, she nodded to herself. While the Qingyun Society was nominally led by her, Yuan Tinghai still had the real decision-making power. Over time, the subordinates had cleverly split into two factions. Today, she had to assert her dominance over Yuan Tinghai in front of everyone to establish her sole authority. With Wang Lu backing her now, even if Yuan Tinghai was dissatisfied, he could only swallow his complaints. And when the others saw that even Yuan Tinghai dared not speak up, they naturally wouldn't dare to act out of line either. Uncle Yuan, to put it plainly, I'm giving up that 50% to gain Wang Lu as an ally. Lin Zhuqing regained her composure, softening her voice. The Qingyan society was attacked by everyone because we acted too independently. I don't want to go down that path again. Miss Lin's actions are so mature that I feel like I've lived all these years for nothing. From now on, I'll follow your orders completely. Yuan Tinghai had no objections left in his heart. It wasn't that he harbored any disloyalty. He had simply grown accustomed to maintaining his elder's authority over the years. Only now did he truly realize that this teenage girl before him possessed both cunning and methods that rivaled those of Lin Nantian, who had once dominated the martial world. You're being too kind, Uncle Yuan. Lin Zhuqing pointed at the corpses scattered on the floor. First gather the bodies, then burn down the building. If the Imperial Dragon Army arrives later, we'll be in trouble. The Imperial Dragon Army usually didn't bother interfering in gang fights, but when someone's individual strength became immeasurable, the governor's office would either recruit them or eliminate them. The beast-taming world was already unstable, and any uncertain factors would be monitored. Understanding the stakes, everyone immediately sprang into action. Holy shit! Suddenly, an exclamation broke the silence. Everyone gathered around the source of the voice and saw one of the core members pulling something from the lining of old Lu's corpse. What's the matter? Why all the fuss? Lin Zhuqing had originally been looking for the map Wang Lu had requested, but was also drawn over by the shout. The next second, she froze completely. In the core member's palm lay 3 pitch-black star emblems. The insignia awarded only to black iron-level powerhouses after their strength had been officially assessed. Yuan Tinghai's mouth fell open in an O shape. He had originally thought giving up 50% of the profits was somewhat of a loss, but now he felt that even 90% wouldn't be too much. How powerful must someone be to kill a black iron 3-star warrior with a single move? Lin Zhuqing forced a bitter smile, feeling an indescribable shock in her heart. The gap between people could actually be this vast. Wang Lu was simply a monster. Outside the Tianyu Group building, Wang Lu hurriedly hailed a taxi and headed straight to school. At school, in the infirmary, Teacher Liang, please help treat Panda quickly, it's badly injured. Before he finished speaking, he shook the capsule and released Panda from his ring. Liang Qian had originally looked grave upon hearing this, but the next moment, Panda bounced cheerfully to the ground. Apart from a few blood stains, the previously shocking wound had already healed completely. Wang Li's eyes widened. Did the universal ring also have healing functions? Liang Qian's expression immediately darkened. Then she raised an eyebrow and changed her tone. Wang Lu, did you miss me? Is that why you're using this excuse to come see me? At this point, Liang Qian adjusted her glasses. That's not what happened, Teacher Liang. I thought Panda was injured, but it turned out to be perfectly fine. Wang Lu scratched his hair, his voice somewhat uncertain. Liang Qian's figure and temperament were indeed captivating, but Wang Li's instincts told him it would be wise to keep some distance from this teacher. I see. Liang Qian nodded, then suddenly changed the subject. By the way, do you know about something that happened? What? Wang Lu responded casually. Tianyu Group has been destroyed. Liang Qian spoke without blinking, her gaze fixed on Wang Li's face. Tianyu Group? What do they do, a department store? Wang Lu feigned confusion, but internally his alarm bells were ringing. Had just caused trouble for Tianyu Group last night, and even the media hadn't caught wind of it yet, but Liang Qian already knew. Someone was definitely following him. Liang Qian smiled slightly, but added nothing more, just quietly observed him. Teacher Liang, please don't stare at me like that. It's making me uncomfortable. Wang Lu laughed awkwardly and looked away. You look too much like him. I wanted to take a closer look. Liang Qian suddenly said in a low voice. Who? Wang Lu was stunned. My ex-husband. Then why did you divorce? We didn't divorce. Liang Qian shook her head, her voice barely audible. He died in the beast tide. The air instantly froze. Liang Qian's eyes reddened, and her slender fingers, clenched so tightly they had lost their color, trembled with suppressed emotion. My condolences. Wang Lu lowered his head, finally realizing that when Liang Qian had volunteered to cook beast cuisine at his house, it probably wasn't Tang Long's arrangement, but her own choice. It's all in the past. Liang Qian took a breath, forcing herself to calm down. But the beast tide continues. I hope that one day, you'll become strong enough to solve it completely. Her expression was complex, like both an instruction and an entrustment. Wang Lu caught a glimpse of something weak, yet clear in her depths hope. After leaving the infirmary, Wang Lu felt heavy-hearted, as if someone had quietly placed a burden of responsibility on his shoulders. Tang Long and his group clearly knew his true strength. Becoming an 8th-level beast tamer at his age wouldn't be considered inferior even among the top prodigies in Yinjing capital. Through their interactions, he could sense that Tang Long's group was particularly concerned about the beast tide, yet they had established a high school in Qingcheng for mysterious reasons. But these matters weren't important for now. If he could truly stand on his own someday, perhaps he should try to solve the beast tide problem at its source. Over the following days, Wang Lu focused on training with Panda in the Forbidden Zone. One morning, as he walked along the path to the secret realm, his phone suddenly rang the familiar melody, playing Chopin's Nocturne for you. Commemorating my dead love, echoed through the forest. He glanced at the caller ID and answered. Jiqing, what's the matter so early in the morning? On the other end, Lin Jiqing's voice carried a hint of fatigue. Taking over Tianyu Group hasn't been smooth. I'd like to meet and discuss it with you. Also, I found that map you asked me to look for last time. I've been so busy dealing with other organizations these past few days that I almost forgot to tell you. Come over in a bit, and I'll give you the map. A map? Wang Lu was stunned for 2 seconds, then remembered the treasure map that old Lu had mentioned before his death hadn't held much hope for it, but it had actually been found. All right, you choose the location. Wang Lu readily agreed. Finally, they arranged to meet at a place called Yishuan Tea House. Yishuan Tea House is a local brand in Qingcheng with decades of history. Inside, wooden tables and chairs are arranged in neat rows, with green brick flooring and old photographs hanging on the walls, creating an atmosphere steeped in nostalgia. At this moment, the main hall is nearly full, with ceramic teapots steaming on every table as elderly patrons hold their lidded bowls, chatting in small groups about daily life and current affairs. Wang Lu pushed through the door and scanned the room. A voice called out from near the window. Wang Lu, I'm over here. Following the sound, he spotted Lin Jiqing sitting at a round table by the window, sunlight falling across her black suit jacket, making her appear even more sharp and professional. He walked over quickly and took the seat across from her. Let's cut to the chase. Here's the map you wanted, plus these 3 black stars all taken from that old man's body. Lin Jiqing pushed a neatly folded map and 3 fingernail-sized, dark gleaming star-shaped badges across the table. She'd heard that black iron-level fighters like to collect stars after defeating opponents, so she brought them along. Good, thanks. Wang Lu stored the items in his spatial ring, then lowered his voice. What's the current situation with Tianyu Group? Lin Jiqing lifted her teacup and took a sip, speaking at an unhurried pace. Right now, gangs big and small all want a piece of the action. Going after them one by one would take too much time. In 2 days, I plan to gather all the gang bosses in Qingcheng for a meeting to discuss how to divide the territory. Wang Lu smiled slightly. Sounds like you already have a plan in mind. Tell me, what do you need me to do? It's just an idea for now. Whether it actually works depends on you. Lin Jiqing smiled faintly. There's bound to be trouble over profit distribution. When that happens, you show up and intimidate them with force first. Then I'll play the good cop and make them fall in line. All right, we'll do it your way. Wang Lu met her gaze and shared a knowing smile. He understood perfectly well that Lin Jiqing hadn't come seeking advice, today she'd come for confirmation. Working with such a smart and tactful partner was indeed refreshing. After some casual conversation, Lin Jiqing stood up and paid the bill. The two parted ways, each attending to their own business. Wang Lu secured the map and black stars, then headed straight to the secret realm for cultivation. If the meeting in 2 days didn't go smoothly, a fierce battle would be inevitable, and he needed to prepare in advance. 2 days later, at Qingyun Bar. Located in Qingyun Society's territory, this was the first establishment Lin Jiqing had operated. The bar had 2 floors. The first floor featured dazzling lights and served as a playground for regular customers, while the second floor housed staff rest areas and a large conference room that could accommodate dozens of people. At this moment, the conference room buzzed with voices. More than a dozen men in identical black suits sat along both sides of a long table, various tattoos visible at their collars. The head seat remained empty, while Lin Jiqing stood beside it. Her black suit hugged her figure perfectly, and beneath her short skirt, her long legs were wrapped in stockings, giving her an even more striking and intimidating presence than usual. Little Lin, what's this all about? Don't waste our time. I've got debts to collect. If this is about Tianyu Group, count me out. Everyone's on their own. Noisy complaints rose from all sides. After listening, Lin Jiqing raised her hand gently to quiet them, a faint smile playing at her lips. Gentlemen, there's no need to be impatient. Hear me out first, then make your decisions. After Lin Jiqing finished speaking, the previously noisy office quieted down considerably. The spacious solid wood conference table was flanked by people on both sides, while sunlight from the floor-to-ceiling windows was sliced by Venetian blinds into alternating strips of gray and white light. The air still carried traces of lingering cigarette smoke. The middle-aged man sitting in the first seat on the left slowly set down his teacup and spoke in a deep voice. Young Lin, your father and I go way back. Say whatever you want to say today. This man was Zhou Hu, a burly figure with a faint scar at his temple, the leader of the Tiger Brotherhood, the most powerful force in Qingcheng aside from Tianyu Group. He had come today merely to go through the motions. In the underworld, even when turning hostile, one needed a proper excuse, and unequal resource distribution had always been the most suitable pretext. All right, thank you, Uncle Zhou. Then I'll speak. Lin Jiqing nodded slightly, his eyes quickly scanning the faces around him. Although Tianyu Group wasn't directly brought down by our Azure Cloud Society, it was indeed taken out by a powerful individual we support. Therefore, I believe it's only reasonable for us to lead the resource distribution, don't you think? After he finished speaking, not a single person in the conference room interjected. Everyone was wondering to themselves, does Azure Cloud Society really have such a master capable of toppling Tianyu Group? But until the truth was clear, no one dared speak carelessly. This was also why they had agreed to attend today, to show respect to this so-called mysterious powerhouse. Continue. Zhou gestured with his hand. Good. Lin Zhuqing closed his folder. Although we brought down Tianyu Group, we absolutely won't hog everything for ourselves. We'll only take half the territory, and the remaining half will be divided equally among all of you. What do you think? He looked around at both sides. If that's how it's divided, it seems reasonable. Young Lin's proposal is good. I agree too. Haha. Since everyone agrees, then I agree as well. The bosses present had originally intended to forcibly snatch a piece of meat from Lin Zhuqing. They hadn't lifted a finger when Tianyu Group fell, so getting territory now was already a windfall. Zhou looked around, but his expression darkened. Lin Zhuqing was actually making such a massive sacrifice, causing his original plan to create trouble and absorb Azure Cloud Society to fall through completely. If Azure Cloud Society really stabilized their position, then in the future, no one in Qingcheng would be able to shake the Tiger Brotherhood. That plan would become mere fantasy. Everyone quiet down. I never said it would be free. Lin Zhuqing suddenly raised his voice. The chatter stopped abruptly, and all eyes focused on him again. Zhou's eyes lit up, thinking there might still be a turning point. I can give you the territory, but you'll also need to offer some of your own territory in exchange. High or low profitability doesn't matter. I guarantee you won't lose out. What do you all think? As soon as he finished speaking, expressions of disbelief appeared on everyone's faces in unison. They indeed had low-profit territories, and exchanging them for Tianyu Group's prime assets would certainly be profitable. But the problem was, once they handed over territory to Azure Cloud Society, it would be equivalent to voluntarily allowing the other party to plant eyes and ears right under their noses, constantly monitoring their every move. Clearly, Lin Zhuqing's proposal was to bring all the organizations under Azure Cloud Society's surveillance. Young Lin, I didn't expect someone so young to have such big ambitions, a gray-haired elder beside Zhou said with a dark expression, slapping the table. Do you think we're all senile fools who can't see what you're trying to do? When your father was around, would he have dared say such things to us? How dare you? Who do you think you are? Another person also shot up from his seat. When money was being offered, everyone was all smiles. But the moment there was talk of losses, they were ready to jump up and curse someone's ancestors. Seeing everyone erupt in anger, Zhou was secretly delighted. He cleared his throat and spoke leisurely. Young Lin, surely you can't let us come here for nothing today? How about just dividing the territory equally among everyone? How about we figure out the division ourselves and won't trouble you with it? Zhou dared to make this bold statement in public without worrying about offending the powerful figure behind Qingyan society, simply because he had the prefecture governor's office backing him. If things really went south, he had plenty of money to appease the other party, and if they still refused to back down, he would ask people from the prefecture governor's office to step in. He didn't believe anyone would dare continue opposing him after that. The conference room fell silent, and Lin Zhuqing's face turned slightly pale from the standoff. Suddenly, sounds of shoving and arguing came from outside the door. It was Wang Li's voice. Her spirits lifted, and she quickly walked to the door and pulled it open. Several security guards were dragging Wang Lu away. Let go immediately. Mr. Wang is my guest. Yes, Director Lin. The security guards quickly released their grip and retreated to the wall. Wang Lu straightened his collar and muttered, I told you I had business here. You guys really have no sense. Lin Zhuqing approached him and quietly briefed him on the deadlock in the conference room. All right, but don't call me Mr. Wang. That title sounds awkward. Wang Lu agreed, then walked into the room alongside Lin Zhuqing. All eyes immediately focused on Wang Lu. Since Lin Zhuqing now controlled Qingyan society, who exactly was this young man she brought in? Some even thought of the mysterious powerful figure who had destroyed Tianyu Group, and the atmosphere grew tense for a moment. However, after seeing Wang Li's age clearly, people secretly relaxed. Just a young punk, how could he deserve to be called Mr. Wang? Wang Lu ignored everyone's reactions and walked straight to Zhou, placing both hands on the table and looking down at him. I heard you disagree with Lin Zhuqing's proposal? Zhou kept his eyes straight ahead, not taking this young man seriously at all. Wang Li's lips curved upward. Does your Tiger Society also want to follow Tianyu Group's path? This statement first stunned everyone in the room, then made them laugh. Zhou finally looked up with a cold smile. Kid, who do you think you are? I'm Wang Lu. I'm the one who destroyed Tianyu Group. Wang Lu didn't hide anything, knowing that concealing his identity in such a situation would only make him look weak. Loud laughter suddenly erupted. Zhou's mockery was undisguised. Haha, just you? Wang Lu frowned, his tone turning cold again. I don't want to waste words. I'm giving you two choices. First, take the lead in agreeing to Lin Zhuqing's demands. Second, Tiger Society disappears starting today. For someone like Zhou, he chose the most direct approach. Lin Zhuqing's heart tightened. In Wang Li's calm gaze, she caught that almost tangible killing intent she had witnessed in Du Hongwu's office. Although she wasn't afraid of Zhou, She understood that the prefecture governor's office stood behind him. Zhou, who had been in the underworld for years, how could he be intimidated by mere words? He suddenly stood up, furious. Then I'll add my own choice, killing you. You arrogant bastard who doesn't know your place. Panda. Wang Lu wasted no words and directly summoned his beast companion. Haha, I thought you'd be something special, but it's just an iron-eating beast. Zhou, who was initially startled by the sudden white light, but upon seeing the adorable, chubby panda, his contempt deepened. I'll give you one more chance. What's your choice? Wang Li's voice was low and menacing, his killing intent unconcealed. After the battle with Tianyu Group, he seemed to have been reforged entirely, his inherent worship of violence becoming increasingly apparent. Lin Zhuqing noticed the coldness in his eyes and tried to raise her hand to stop him, but it was too late. Slam. Zhou, who shot up from his seat, pointing at Wang Lu and cursing. If you dare lay a finger on me today, I'll... Before the threat could finish, a searing flame roared toward him. Zhou, who hadn't taken Wang Lu seriously at all, and couldn't even be bothered to summon his own beast companion. In an instant, before everyone's eyes, he was reduced to charred ash. The conference room fell dead silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the pile of smoldering ashes, wondering if they were trapped in an illusion. But the rolling waves of heat reminded them this was reality. Kid, you must have a death wish, daring to touch Zhou Hu. So that's it, Lin Zhuqing. You called us here to wipe us all out. Lin Zhuqing and that kid have broken the underworld's rules. Let's take them both out and avenge Zhou Hu. The crowd sprang into action amid their roars, beast seals lighting up one after another as over a dozen various exotic beasts materialized with thunderous roars. If the conference room weren't spacious enough, it would have been completely packed. What truly fueled their collective rage wasn't their friendship with Zhou Hu, but finally having a legitimate excuse to deal with the Qingyun society. Lin Zhuqing remained calm, quietly moving to the table's edge, her fingertips already positioned over a hidden button. One light press would bring Qingyun society reinforcements bursting through the door. Clink. The crisp sound of metal striking interrupted all the brewing tension. Wang Lu raised his hand and tossed 3 black stars onto the table. The exclusive insignia of black iron-level powerhouses lay silent under the lights, yet more shocking than any roar. The air seemed instantly frozen as everyone's breathing quickened, their gazes glued to those 3 stars. This was the only officially recognized proof of strength. No one dared forge it. The first article of the Dragon Kingdom's laws clearly stated, counterfeiters shall be executed without mercy. Go ahead, shout. Why aren't you continuing? Wang Li's voice was ice cold, echoing like sounds from a deep valley in everyone's ears. No one dared make another sound. They assumed Wang Lu had a black iron-level powerhouse backing him and didn't dare act rashly. If they knew those 3 stars came from black iron-level experts Wang Lu had personally slain, they probably wouldn't even have the courage to stand. Wang Lu caught the terror on everyone's faces and felt secretly satisfied. That day at the tea house, when Lin Zhuqing placed these 3 stars in his hands, he understood that sometimes absolute intimidation was more effective than naked violence. Since no one's talking, let me say a few words. Wang Lu surveyed the room, his tone calm, yet brooking no argument. From today forward, all your organizations will be under Qingyun Society's command. Any objections? Wang Lu now began playing the good cop. Everyone in the conference room looked visibly frustrated upon hearing Wang Li's words, but no one dared to be the first to voice their objections. Mr. Wang, I don't think this is necessary. Lin Zhuqing stepped forward voluntarily, her voice gentle yet powerful enough to break through the stifling atmosphere. Hearing her plea, everyone turned their eyes to her, gratitude flickering in their gazes. They just tried to kill you, and you're still speaking up for them? Wang Lu raised an eyebrow slightly, turning to stare at Lin Zhuqing. Mr. Wang, they were just momentarily agitated over Zhou Hu's death. Normally, we all get along quite well. Her explanation was both calm and sincere. At this point, she turned to face the crowd. Fellow seniors, if you're willing, how about we proceed with the territory exchange as I originally proposed? No problem. I've supported Little Lin's proposal from the beginning. I support it too. Several gang leaders nodded almost simultaneously. Between death and giving up part of their territory, they chose the latter without hesitation. They had already made up their minds. They would hand over their worst territories. Lin Zhuqing didn't say much more, knowing full well that once she secured the first piece of territory, the rest could be gradually devoured, starting with the weak and moving to the strong, swallowing them bit by bit with minimal resistance. With the negotiations settled, everyone signed agreements on the spot and quickly left the conference room. As for Zhou Hu's death, no one cared about it anymore. After the crowd dispersed, Lin Zhuqing walked up to Wang Lu and bowed deeply. Mr. Wang, thank you so much for today. I told you not to call me Mr. Wang. This was nothing. Wang Lu raised his hand, recalled Panda into his ring, and casually pocketed the Black Star pistol from the table. Then, I'll call you Wang Lu. She said it somewhat awkwardly. That's better. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. Wang Lu smiled and turned to leave. Wait, Wang Lu. Lin Zhuqing suddenly raised her voice. From today on, whenever you need us, the Qingyun Society will be ready to lay down our lives for you. Wang Lu stopped in his tracks and turned around, his gaze locking firmly onto her eyes. In the silence, even the air conditioning seemed audibly clear in the conference room. Feeling uncomfortable under his stare, Lin Zhuqing couldn't help but ask, "Why do you keep staring at me?" Wang Lu didn't answer. Instead, he walked directly up to her, stopping just one step away. Their breaths mingled in the narrow space, and she instinctively tensed her shoulders. "Zhuqing," Wang Lu spoke in a low voice. "You're so young, yet have to manage an entire organization on your own. I can't fully comprehend that hardship. But you don't need to show weakness or submission in front of me. We're not just classmates, we're friends. The meaning of friendship is that when you're in trouble, I'll definitely step in to help." His words were sincere and resolute, like a reliable wall suddenly erected behind her. Lin Zhuqing trembled slightly after all these years. She had almost forgotten what it felt like to have someone's support. Just as she was about to respond, Wang Lu had already stepped away, his retreating figure decisive and clean. Lin Zhuqing stood there in a daze, until Wang Lu had already left the conference room. Shortly after Wang Lu left the conference room, his phone suddenly chimed with a text message notification. He pulled out his phone, and Lin Zhuqing's name appeared on the screen. "Wang Lu, I forgot to mention earlier Zhou who had connections with people from the governor's office. Now that you've killed him, someone might come looking for you. I suggest you leave for another city to lay low for a while. If you need to skip town, I can make arrangements." The brief message hit him like a bucket of ice water. After reading it, Wang Lu was left with only 3 words among his thousand thoughts. What the hell? He never imagined that a gang could have ties to the governor's office. After a moment's consideration, he replied with, "Don't worry," and shoved his phone back into his pocket. His reasoning was simple. He was just a student, and if people from the governor's office really came looking for him, he had enough excuses to prove his innocence. With this thought, most of the weight lifted from his heart, and he quickened his pace toward home. At the governor's office, North Bureau. The governor's office didn't concentrate power in one person's hands, but operated through a council of five black iron-level powerhouses stationed permanently, with every decision requiring at least a majority vote. The higher the city's tier, the stronger the station powerhouses. Qingcheng was merely a third-tier city, so 5 black iron levels were sufficient. Even the capital, Yanjing, followed the same system. The North Bureau's main hall was spacious and modern, with metallic walls complemented by holographic projections, creating a distinctly high-tech atmosphere. On a leather sofa, a woman dressed in red silk lazily toyed with a teacup. Her skin was like porcelain, her figure graceful, and every gesture exuded elegance. "Bureau Chief Hong, your recently recruited subordinate Zhou, who has been killed." A young man in a suit knelt on one knee, reporting in a low voice. The teacup froze midair as the woman looked up. Did one of the other bureau chiefs make the move? Her name was Hong Ling. She had advanced to black iron level at 20 and once served as a captain in the Imperial Dragon Army. After the ceasefire with enemy nations at the front lines, she was assigned to serve at Qingqing's governor's office. The 5 bureau chiefs were always scheming against each other, so she naturally suspected internal conflict first. It wasn't them. The young man shook his head. "We investigated the scene, and witnesses say the killer was a teenager." The air grew tense. Then laughter like silver bells echoed through the hall. Hong Ling covered her lips and chuckled softly. "Zhou, who may have been worthless, but he was still a 7th-level beast tamer. A teenager killed him? How interesting." Her smile faded as she gave her orders in a calm tone. "Something's fishy about this. Bring that boy back here." "Yes, ma'am." The young man accepted his orders and withdrew, leaving the hall silent once more. In the apartment. The location marked on this map doesn't seem to be in Qingqing. Wang Lu spread out the old map that Elder Lu had left behind on his bed. Under the lamplight, creases crisscrossed the surface. He stared at the red-circled spots for a full 10 minutes, confirming that none of the locations in Qingqing matched what was marked. "It says, Dingyuan Village." He leaned closer to make out the text, and sure enough, there was a line of small characters below indicating an address. Wang Lu immediately pulled out his phone and opened the navigation app. Unreliable Maps is now online. From your current location to Dingyuan Village. Total distance 283 kilometers. Continuing navigation. Holy crap, it's that far away? Wang Lu muttered to himself after closing the map application. He had originally planned to visit when he had some free time, but now it seemed he'd have to wait for another opportunity. He folded the map and tucked it into the hidden compartment at the bottom of his bedroom cabinet, double-checking before closing the door. Before his trip to Dingyuan Village, he planned to visit the secret realm first to enhance his strength, so he shouldered his pack and headed out. The alley walls were mottled gray, with wind rustling through fallen leaves. Wang Lu had barely walked 2 blocks when his neck suddenly tensed. Sumyeon was watching him. A quick glance revealed 2 men in black suits with steady gaits behind him to the left. When he turned around, 2 more appeared across the street ahead, the 4 slowly closing in to surround him. Tianyu Group's people? Alarm bells rang in his mind. With a thought, Panda leaped out from his spirit ring and crouched at his feet. As the four black-clad men drew closer, he was about to strike first when the leftmost man pulled out a golden badge, flashing it in the night before snapping it open. Governor's Office Action Division, seconded to the Dragon Guard. We have a case requiring your assistance in our investigation. Please come with us. The man's tone was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. Cross the Dragon Guard? No matter how skilled you were, you wouldn't live long. The thought flashed through his mind instantly, and Wang Lu immediately backed down. All right, I'll cooperate. He was escorted into a black business vehicle, blindfolded, with only the engine's low hum filling the car. After about 10 minutes, the door opened and cold night air rushed in. When the blindfold was removed, harsh fluorescent lights made him squint for 2 seconds before his vision gradually cleared. This was the governor's office North Bureau interrogation room. Simply decorated, yet coldly intimidating. Directly ahead, a woman in a bright red dress reclined against a leather sofa, her bearing sharp and commanding. The black-clad escorts pressed down on Wang Li's shoulders and barked, "Show respect. No need for formalities. You may leave, I'll speak with him alone." The woman's voice was crisp and clear. The door closed, leaving only the two of them in the room. "You're Wang Lu." She looked up. "Yes." "Did you destroy Tianyu Group? Did you kill Zhou Hu?" Wang Lu didn't answer immediately, meeting her gaze while rapidly considering his words. The woman smiled faintly. "Interesting. So young, yet capable of taking care of both of them." "Wait, I never admitted to doing that," Wang Lu denied. "Stop pretending. I already have my answer from your eyes." She extended her hand. "Hand over those 3 black stars." Clearly, she had thoroughly investigated his every move from Qingqing 9th Middle School until now. The governor's office's control over a city was like holding an ant in your palm. There was nowhere to run. Wang Lu sighed inwardly, raised his ring-wearing hand to reach into his jacket, made a retrieving motion, then placed 3 black stars on the coffee table. The woman in red picked up the stars and produced a shaped instrument, embedding each star one by one. Pale blue beams shot up, projecting a 3-dimensional hologram. Old Lu's profile and combat assessment were displayed in full detail. "What is Lu Long to you?" "A year ago he killed 3 Dragon Guard members in succession and is now highly wanted by the Dragon Nation. Are you his descendant or accomplice?" Holy crap. Wang Lu never imagined he could be this unlucky. The massive warehouse was lit by only a few dim overhead lights, their beams cutting down on him like blades. With danger ahead and behind, he was truly caught between a rock and a hard place. Just moments ago, he'd planned to bluff his way out, claiming Elder Lu was some relative of his. But Hong Ling casually pulled out a palm-sized silver-gray detector, projecting data into the air. The holographic display laid bare every detail about him. Hong Ling stared at him motionlessly, her entire body taut like a drawn bowstring, ready to strike at any moment. "What if I told you I killed Lu Long? Would you believe me?" Wang Lu took a deep breath and decided to come clean. If he kept lying, he might not even keep his life. Hong Ling didn't respond immediately, instead looking him up and down. "If you can kill an 8th-level beast master, you'd already be considered a genius. But at bronze 3-star, how did you possibly manage it?" Her gaze was cautious but not harsh, clearly still weighing whether to believe him. "I can't share the details, but I really did kill him." As Wang Lu answered, he quietly felt around his waist. If she pressed him, he'd release Panda, use its massive body as cover, then escape instantly with his last remaining invisibility card. Worst-case scenario, he'd leave the Dragon Kingdom. Cultivation systems were similar worldwide, and language barriers were manageable. "I believe you." Hong Ling suddenly relaxed her shoulders, her expression softening. Wang Lu was even more confused. 1 second she was skeptical, the next she believed him completely. The truth was, Hong Ling saw no trace of fear in Wang Li's expression, only a confident certainty. That self-assurance didn't seem fake, and she preferred to believe such confidence came from real strength. "So why did you bring me here? What do you actually want?" Wang Lu still couldn't figure out her intentions. "Originally, I wanted to kill you," Hong Ling said with a shrug. "But now I've changed my mind." She'd initially thought Wang Lu was a spy sent by the other governors. Killing him would have been the simplest way to send a message. But now she saw him as promising talent worth cultivating. "So, what exactly do you want to do with me?" Wang Li's heart was still racing, worried she was deliberately trying to lower his guard. Hong Ling's lips curved upward. "I want you to be my husband." "Interested?" Wang Lu froze completely. What the hell was happening? "Haha, just kidding." Hong Ling laughed heartily, then grew serious. "Are you interested in joining the Dragon Guard?" "Yes, I'm interested." Wang Lu nodded reflexively. In the Dragon Kingdom, everyone wanted to wear that uniform. "Good. Leave your contact information, and I'll arrange a probationary position for you soon." Hong Ling explained matter-of-factly. "Probationary means you're under evaluation. Poor conduct or lackluster performance gets you dismissed. Good performance gets you permanent status." Wang Lu was even more puzzled. "Why are you helping me?" "The governor's office has 5 divisions: East, South, West, North, and Central. Central holds the most power. I've received word that the central governor is about to be promoted, leaving his position vacant. The rest of us will inevitably compete for it." Hong Ling paused, her tone frank. When that time comes, I'll need your help. She always believed in trusting those she employed and employing those she trusted. She never lied to her own people, and these words were completely honest. Ding. The system detects that the host has encountered a recruitment opportunity. The host may make the following choices. Option 1. Refuse Hong Ling's request, claiming you will never bow to anyone. Reward. Imperial bearing others will perceive you as incredibly impressive. Option 2. Accept Hong Ling's request and demonstrate your reliability. Reward. Berserker Potion X1. Alright, I'll work with you. From now on, we rise together and fall together. The moment the system finished speaking, Wang Lu chose the second option without hesitation. For him, staying prudent was the way to go. Choosing the first option would have impressive momentum but would thrust him into the spotlight. Choosing the second not only allowed him to join the Imperial Dragon Army and gain privileges, but also meant stepping into the Dragon Kingdom's establishment, saving countless troubles in future endeavors. Rise together and fall together, indeed. Hong Ling raised an eyebrow with sudden inspiration. How about you call me sister? We can address each other as siblings from now on. Throughout her journey, she lacked someone truly trustworthy by her side. She couldn't trust those cunning veterans, but Wang Lu was young and inexperienced. If his character proved sound after observation, he might be worth confiding in. More importantly, who wouldn't want such a handsome younger brother who could be teased at any time? Someone she could bully and who might even warm her bed. Absolutely, big sister. Rest assured, as long as I have something to eat, you'll definitely get your share. Wang Lu agreed immediately. In his view, gaining an older sister was like acquiring a protective charm. If anyone bullied him in the future, he could simply invoke Hong Ling's name to intimidate them. Hong Ling was left speechless by his earnest yet absurd analogy. After some casual conversation, Wang Lu was once again blindfolded and quietly left the governor's mansion. After leaving the governor's mansion, Wang Lu routinely entered secret realms to hone his abilities. However, after several days of monotonous training, it became somewhat tedious. One day, on a whim, he decided to return to school to train with Hong Dali and the others, and to relieve his boredom actually missed that unreliable guy. Qingqing 9th Middle School, the playground. A group of students balanced bowls full of water on their heads while maintaining standard horse stance positions. Under the scorching sun, sweat trickled down their necks. Shen Wu paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, his face stern. Focus your minds. Don't spill a single drop. Those water bowls represent your concentration. Anyone who spills even one drop runs 100 laps around the playground. Dolly, I'm here to see you all. A clear voice exploded from the playground entrance. Everyone instinctively turned their heads, and all the water bowls crashed to the ground. Shen Wu's face instantly darkened. What did I just say? Spill a drop, run 100 laps. Count them yourselves. Damn it. Teacher Shun, you can't blame us for this. Wang Lu called out to us. Yeah. If you're going to punish us, drag Wang Lu over here too. Hong Dali and the others wailed, knowing all too well that Shen Wu always kept his word. Wang Lu strode over to the group, only to find resentful gazes shooting at him like arrows. I say, why are you all looking at me like that? Aren't you happy that I came to see you? So happy. So damn happy. Before the words had even settled, Hong Dali and Zhang Hao charged at Wang Lu like two wild bull calves breaking free. Caught completely off guard, Wang Lu was instantly tackled to the ground as a flurry of punches and kicks rained down. Shi Yuan pretended to step forward to break up the fight, but took advantage of the chaos to steady himself on their shoulders and deliver a vicious kick to Wang Li's stomach. Lin Zhuqing and Mu Wan stood to the side, acting as if they'd seen nothing, keeping their heads down and picking at their fingernails with an air of complete indifference. Enough. Cut it out. Shen Wu's deep command rang out like a bronze gong, and everyone immediately stopped and backed away. Wang Lu scrambled to his feet, dusty and disheveled, brushing off the dirt while rolling his eyes in exasperation. Did you all eat rabid dog meat? Why are you beating me up? Actually, the three hadn't really gone all out, it just looked brutal. Brother Lu, we have to run 100 laps around the field because of you. Hong Dali grumbled, his voice dripping with resentment. What the hell does that have to do with me? Wang Lu looked utterly bewildered. Mu Wan stepped forward and explained the whole situation. Only then did Wang Lu understand, and he quickly turned to Shen Wu with an apologetic smile. Teacher Shun, it really wasn't Dali and the others' fault earlier. How about we just let this go? Oh, gone for just a few days, and now you're trying to pull strings with me? Shen Wu raised an eyebrow with a cold smile. Fine, you run for them, and they can rest. Wang Lu hastily waved his hands. Nothing happened. It's perfectly normal for students to exercise. I'll just help them count laps. I've always stayed far away from showing off. Teacher Shun, I strongly request that Wang Lu runs with us. Hong Dali immediately shouted. Seconded. Zhang Hao chimed in. They were determined to drag someone down with them even if it killed them. Shen Wu raised his hand to stop the commotion, giving Wang Lu a meaningful look. Since none of you want to run, I'll give you a chance. You all fight Wang Lu. If you beat him, no running. The moment those words landed, Hong Dali and the others rubbed their fists eagerly, itching for action. While Wang Lu had always been stronger than them, after these days of Shun Wu's hellish training, Zhang Hao's beast companion had gained a support skill, and Hong Dali and the others had improved considerably overall. Zhang Hao asked with a wicked grin. Teacher Shun, what's Wang Li's punishment if we beat him? You're all brothers, just messing around for fun. Shun Wu kept his eyes fixed on Wang Lu, a cryptic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You'll find out when you beat him. Wang Li's scalp instantly tingled. Shun Wu had probably already figured out everything about him. If Liang Qian knew, Tang Long and the others naturally would too. Brother Lo, I'll show you how much my swift boar has improved. Hong Dali boasted. Swift boar? That's nothing. My spirit hound has learned a support skill. Try not to drop your jaw later, Zhang Hao said, chin held high. Mu Wan and Shi Yuan were also fired up with fighting spirit. Only Lin Zhuqing shook her head secretly, knowing full well that with their meager abilities, trying to topple Wang Lu was like ants trying to shake a tree. But she couldn't burst their bubble, so she could only pray Wang Lu wouldn't be too harsh. Soon, both sides took their positions. On the left, Wang Lu with his Relipoli Pongda. On the right, Hong Dali, Zhang Hao, Mu Wan, and Shi Yuan each summoned their beast companions, looking fierce and ready. Begin. At Shun Wu's command, the right side instantly sprang into action. Spirit Hound. Use agility boost. Zhang Hao was the first to give orders. For ordinary support beast companions, the first skill they learned typically provided only about a 5 boost, barely noticeable. The first skill that the Spirit Hound learned could boost the speed of all beast companions in their faction, including the beast tamers themselves, by 15. Buzz. A pale blue, wave-like aura suddenly spread beneath Hong Dali and his companions' feet, enveloping them like a thin veil of water. The aura flashed briefly before disappearing, yet everyone clearly felt their legs become lighter and their breathing much smoother. Wang Li's eyes narrowed as he watched from across the field. He had always been cautious, never letting his guard down even during small trials between fellow disciples. He quietly restrained his aura, suppressing his strength to the level of a third-tier beast tamer, the current limit of Hong Dali and his group. After Zhang Hao completed the enhancement, Hong Dali's team's morale soared instantly. The Gale Pig charged forward with huffing breaths, its sturdy hooves making the ground tremble slightly. The little rock monster stayed close to the Gale Pig's left side, its stone arms ready for action. The green snake slithered on the right flank, its scales gleaming ominously in the sunlight. Mu Wan's beast companion, the little snowman, held the rear position, gathering ice elements in its hands while preparing to strike. This was the formation they had developed during Wang Li's absence. 1. The Gale Pig, Little Rock Monster, and Green Snake would engage first to tie down the opponent. 2. The little snowman would wait for the perfect moment to deliver a decisive blow. With its high burst damage, though powerful, it had a long wind-up time and had to be saved for last. At Hong Dali's command, the 3 beast companions rushed toward Panda in a coordinated assault. Fist-sized rocks, wind-carried snake strikes, and thundering hoofprints converged on Panda. Even with its power suppressed, Panda's superior quality showed through. With just a slight shift of its body, it dodged most of the attacks and casually swung its paw. The Gale Pig was sent flying, kicking up clouds of dust. Soon after, the little rock monster and green snake also fell after several exchanges. Having dealt with the 3 entangling opponents, Panda pushed off the ground, creating a small crater as its massive black and white form became a blur, charging straight for the little snowman in the rear. Little snowman, dodge! Mu Wan had barely finished shouting when she saw Panda's arm cutting through the air. The little snowman was sent flying with a single strike, crashing into the training grounds barrier as snow scattered everywhere. Only the Spirit Hound's frail figure remained on the field. As Panda approached, the Spirit Hound let out 2 low whimpers, then promptly rolled over and played dead with remarkable efficiency. This. Bro Lu, you're incredible. Wang Lu, we haven't seen you for a while. How did you become so strong? I'm still so weak. I was actually feeling proud of myself before. How ridiculous. Hong Dali and the others were so shocked they couldn't speak for a long moment. Only Lin Jiqing remained calm. It would have been truly surprising if they had actually managed to defeat Wang Lu. Wang Lu casually raised an eyebrow at the group. Talent plus hard work, totally unfair. Panda cooperated by doing a split and sitting on the ground. The perfect coordination between human and bear was both comical and confident. Just as laughter began to rise, the chatter immediately fell silent. Teacher Shun Wu stepped forward, his tone gentle yet serious. Don't be envious, different from you. Shen Wu understood the peculiarities surrounding Wang Lu and came to console them, fearing Hong Dali and the others might be too discouraged. Hong Dali immediately seized the opportunity, forcing a smile. Teacher Shun, could we negotiate? Maybe not run 100 laps? Even fewer would be fine. You don't need to run even 1 lap. Shen Wu waved his hand. I'm very satisfied with your coordination just now. But remember, assess your opponent's strength before deciding on tactics. If your strategy never changes, you're just asking to die. Be flexible. Thank you. Teacher Shun, everyone chorused. Hong Dali mustered his courage again. Teacher Shun, Could we join Wang Lu for secret realm training? The overwhelming combat power Wang Lu had displayed filled them with longing, and the secret realm seemed like the only shortcut they could think of. For a moment, several of them chimed in agreement, their eyes full of anticipation. Shen Wu pondered briefly, then looked toward Wang Lu. It's not impossible. Wang Lu, what do you think? Shen Wu turned to look at Wang Lu. Let Hong Dali and the others go train in the secret realm to gain some real combat experience. That would be good, and I could finally get some rest, he calculated in his mind. Besides, with Wang Lu leading the team, I won't have to worry. Teacher Shun, if you agree, I naturally have no problem with it. Wang Lu readily accepted without hesitation. Though he was secretly delighted cultivating alone in the secret realm was boring and tedious, but bringing Hong Dali and the others would provide both assistance and much more excitement. Good. Then it's settled. Xin Wu made the decision. You have 1 week. Return to school and report back when the time is up. He added another instruction. Once you enter the secret realm, listen to Wang Lu. With that, he turned and left. The moment Shen Wu departed, Hong Dali, Lin Zhuqing, Mu Wan, Shi Yuan, and Zhang Hao immediately surrounded Wang Lu completely. Brother Lo, when do we set off? Hong Dali was the most eager. Don't rush. Wang Lu glanced down at his phone. It's only noon. Later, each of you pack a large backpack. I plan to gather plenty of resources. Previously, with insufficient strength, they only dared to scavenge scraps at the periphery. Now that Wang Li's cultivation had greatly improved, how could they return empty-handed? Hearing this, everyone showed excited expressions. One could never have too many resources. Soon after, the group returned to the training ground with their backpacks packed, and Wang Li led them straight to the secret realm. When they arrived at the changing facility before the secret realm, Hong Dali and the other male students absolutely refused to change clothes in the same room as Wang Lu. Only after Wang Lu finished changing and came out did they go in. Moments later, all 6 gathered at the secret realm entrance. Wang Lu stood at the front. Once we're inside, keep a low profile. Let's find resource locations together first. Right. Everyone responded in unison, continuing their steps as they entered the secret realm. Inside the secret realm, tree shadows were dense. Wang Li's group didn't take the main path, but instead moved through the forest to avoid drawing attention. When we're competing for resources later, don't use your real names, make something up, or use someone else's name. Once we succeed, we retreat immediately without lingering. He turned back to whisper instructions. Without doing so, even with his formidable strength, he couldn't guarantee avoiding offending most of the cultivators in the secret realm all at once, which would invite endless pursuit and retaliation. Don't worry, Brother Lo. We absolutely won't let anyone trace our identities. Everyone promised in unison. Thus, the 6 began darting around the secret realm, heading wherever crowds gathered, specifically targeting areas dense with resources. In front of an exposed mineral vein, 2 groups had already gathered. Zhang Laolu, we discovered this place together. The resources must be split equally. A muscular man in a yellow vest spoke in a deep voice. His name was Huan. Fair enough, Huan. Zhang Laolu slightly curled his lips, his handlebar mustache twitching. Everyone minds their own share without interfering with each other. He wore a black jacket, and though his attitude seemed amicable, his eyes held wariness. Behind each man stood over a dozen team members. 2 beast taming groups had simultaneously set their sights on this mineral vein. Beast taming groups didn't necessarily fight upon meeting. If they could avoid conflict, no one wanted to end up mutually destroyed unless their interests were threatened beyond the point of no return. Rustling sounds emerged as branches and leaves swayed, and 6 figures suddenly leaped out from the forest. Who's there? Zhang Laolu was the first to notice, waving his hand as his team members immediately went on alert. Huan, hearing that more people had arrived, was initially quite tense. But when he saw Wang Li leading the group, just a teenager with a baby face, he immediately let his guard down. Listen up, kid. This isn't a place for brats like you. Get lost. Huan crossed his arms, his voice dripping with disdain. Bullshit. There's nowhere in this world that I, Lao Ba, can't go. Wang Li stepped forward, announcing the alias he'd adopted in the secret realm, Lao Ba. I think you're asking for a beating. Knock them out and take their stuff. Huan waved his hand, and his dozen or so men charged forward in unison. Seeing this, Zhang Laolu also shouted for his people to join the fight. Wang Li couldn't be bothered with more words. He simply raised his hand and roared, Panda! With a deep growl, a massive bear burst forth, completely breaking the momentum of both groups. Amid flashing blades and flying fists, Zhang Laolu and Huan's men were no match at all. More than half were down in an instant. The few remaining stragglers groaned in pain, providing perfect practice targets for Hong Dali and the others. In moments, both groups were completely knocked unconscious. Wang Lu immediately led his team into the mine, pickaxes rising and falling as sparks flew. While ordinary people would stuff any or they found into their bags regardless of quality, Wang Lu was different. Had Hong Dali and the others select only the finest specimens, leaving the rest piled back in the tunnels as they found them. Our bags are only so big. If we fill them with junk, we'll just have to throw it away soon enough, he said, tossing a blue glowing core into his pack while reminding the others. Once the most precious ores were collected, he immediately ordered a retreat. The group slipped into the dense forest, following closely behind other groups in the dim light. Most who entered the secret realm were beast-taming guilds with ready-made maps, heading straight for resource points, and Wang Li's job was to intercept them. In just one day, the name Lao Ba spread throughout the secret realm. Have you heard? There's some fierce guy called Lao Ba. Don't even mention it. We were just about to harvest some premium timber when that guy straight up carved out the tree cores and left. I was so mad I could stomp my feet. Why don't we all team up and catch him? I'm in. Discussions buzzed everywhere, but the man himself was leisurely crouched in a deep part of the forest, dividing up the spoils. Wang Lu emptied his backpack, and a pile of gleaming cores tumbled to the ground. Brother Lu, look at this bag of ore. If I sold it all, it'd be worth hundreds of thousands, right? Hong Dali's eyes lit up. That stuff's too heavy and takes up too much space. It's better to grab the essence, Wang Lu said with a laugh. Look at you guys getting excited over scraps. We're not just staying one day, take the good stuff and dump the rest. Wang Lu, won't this make everyone hate us? Muon asked quietly. Don't worry. If anyone really doesn't know their place, we'll make an example of them, Wang Lu said calmly. Resources are meant to be fought over anyway. If I don't take them, someone else will. Muon fell silent at his words. Just then, rustling footsteps echoed from the surrounding forest. Shoo! Wang Lu raised his hand, finger pressed to his lips. Hong Dali and the others immediately held their breath, quickly trying to determine the direction of the sounds. On the other side of the forest, a small team moved forward in the darkness. A disciple named Longshire lowered his voice. Teacher, why do we have to move at night? The team leader, Yu Mian-hu, held a map and whispered back. Nighttime is when people rest, fewer crowds. She gestured for everyone to pick up the pace. We'll gather the resources and leave immediately. Longshire asked from the side. Teacher, we finally made it to this secret realm. Why are we in such a hurry to leave? Yumian had looked around cautiously. The night was as thick as a lowered curtain, and he lowered his voice to explain. In the secret realm, carrying resources makes you a target. What we're looking for is no ordinary item. Once someone sets their sights on us, we'll inevitably have to fight for our lives. Lungshir and the other 4 students exchanged glances and nodded, quietly following behind him with quickened steps. What they didn't know was that their whispered conversation had been overheard clearly by Wang Lu and his group hiding in the shadows. In the forest, the night wind rustled through dead leaves, and even the sound of mice scurrying through the grass seemed particularly jarring. As Yumi and his group gradually moved away, Wang Lu whispered, Dali, did you catch what those people were saying? Do you even need to ask? Hong Dali clenched his fists. Let's rob them. Another person chimed in. From their conversation, it sounds like they're treasure hunting. Xuan, who appeared rough but was actually observant, scratched his nose. They called each other teacher. So they're probably from some school. That voice. I feel like I've heard it before. Someone you know? Wang Lu raised an eyebrow. The forest blocked the moonlight, making it impossible for him to see Yumi and his group clearly. Xuan frowned, trying to remember. I don't have many friends at school, but I just feel like I've heard that voice somewhere. Wang Lu made a decisive conclusion. Let's follow them first. If it's really your friend, we won't make a move. If not, it won't be too late to strike then. Seeing that Yumi and his group was about to disappear from view, he took the lead in stealthily following them, while Hong Dali and the others exchanged glances before trailing close behind. Yumian, who led Lingshir and the 5 students around nearly half the secret realm before finally stopping deep within a dense forest. Moonlight filtered through the gaps between trees, barely illuminating a stone sculpture about 3 meters tall, a coiled dragon with its mouth agape. The statue was concealed by layers of trees, making it nearly impossible to find without a map. Lungshir looked up at the dragon's head, feeling an inexplicable chill. Teacher, who made this statue? Not sure. Yumian has shook his head. The map only indicated that there's probably resources here. The person who sold us the map didn't know the details either. With that, he led the group in searching around the stone sculpture. Grass flew and fallen leaves scattered, but they found nothing. The group then picked up their portable military shovels and dug more than 10 holes of various sizes nearby, still finding not even a trace of anything. Lungshir plopped down on the ground, breathing heavily. Teacher, could the information be wrong? There's nothing here. Yumian didn't respond, his gaze scanning back and forth over the stone sculpture. Suddenly, he looked up and noticed that the dragon's mouth was open, as if waiting for something. He immediately summoned his contracted Biasta black sable and whispered instructions. Go check inside the dragon's mouth. The black sable nodded cleverly, leaped onto the dragon's body, its claws scraping against the rough stone scales as it quickly climbed to the dragon's head. It poked its head inside and suddenly let out sharp, squeaking sounds as an alert. Hearing the commotion, Lungshir felt relieved. Thank goodness there really is something here. The money wasn't wasted. Yumian, who nodded to the black sable in acknowledgement. The sable extended its claws and pulled out a crystal stone that glowed with a dark red luster from inside the dragon's mouth. Seeing this, Lungshur stood up, his eyes burning with desire, and called out loudly, "Bring that thing down to me." The black sable didn't hesitate and pulled the red crystal from the dragon's mouth, then climbed down and handed it to the jade-faced fox. Dragon saliva crystal. The jade-faced fox took the crystal and examined it carefully, becoming completely excited. Dragon saliva crystal was an extremely precious material that, when fused with several potions and given to beast companions, had a chance of improving their quality. Grade beast companions that consumed it had almost a 100 chance of becoming a grade. The higher the beast companion's level, the smaller the success rate became. But even a small chance was much better than no chance at all. "Teacher, when we get back, could you help improve Little Yellow's quality?" Lungshur had also seen dragon saliva crystal in textbooks, so he quickly gathered around the jade-faced fox, speaking flatteringly. "This item is too valuable. I need to consult with the principal, and the principal will handle the distribution." The jade-faced fox didn't give the dragon saliva crystal to Lungshur. If the dragon saliva crystal were used as a prize to motivate students, it would probably be very effective. After all, most people's first beast companions weren't high quality, and everyone wanted to improve theirs. When Lungshur heard this, though unhappy, he didn't dare show it. "All right, we've got what we came for. Let's leave quickly before anything unexpected happens." Even though the jade-faced fox was already a 9th-level beast master, he remained extremely cautious in his actions. After obtaining the item, he immediately led Lungshur and the others away. But just as they turned around, they all froze. Somehow, 6 dark figures were standing behind them. The jade-faced fox was immediately startled. He hadn't realized he was being followed and silently cursed himself for being too careless. "Who are you people?" After the brief panic passed, the jade-faced fox regained his composure. Meanwhile, the black sable beside him was already in combat position. "You really are a noble person who forgets easily. You've forgotten us so quickly? Do you remember when we fought over the spirit transformation fruit?" Wang Lu spoke while leading Hong Dali and the others forward. They had already summoned all their beast companions. Wang Lu and his group hadn't bothered with masks or disguises. Even if they could cover their faces, opponents would track them down through their beast companions' characteristics. The false names earlier were just meant as a smokescreen. "It's you. Teacher, our chance for revenge has come." In the moonlight shining on Wang Lu and his companions' faces, the jade-faced fox and Lungshur's group recognized them. Lungshur's eyes immediately turned red. He had taken a severe beating last time, and his legs still ached faintly. "Don't act rashly." The jade-faced fox extended his palm, fearing that Lu Ziwen was hiding somewhere again. After being beaten by Lu Ziwen last time, he no longer had the courage to challenge him. "What's wrong? You're worried about Teacher Lu, aren't you?" Seeing the jade-faced fox's nervous expression, Wang Lu knew exactly what he was thinking. "Yes, you're absolutely right. Mr. Lu, since you're here, why don't you come out and show yourself?" After speaking, the jade-faced fox shouted toward the sky. After the jade-faced fox finished shouting, Wang Lu smiled and said, "Don't waste your energy. Our teacher didn't come today, it's just us. Just you few? And you dare to follow me? This time I won't hold it against you. Out of respect for Mr. Lu. Get lost now, and don't blame me for being impolite if there's a next time." The jade-faced fox, fearing Wang Lu was deceiving him, didn't make a move. "Leave? Like I said, you're a noble person who forgets easily. Last time you owed me quite a lot in front of Teacher Lu. Now it's time to pay up." After Wang Lu finished speaking, the jade-faced fox was stunned for a moment before realizing what was happening. Previously, he had been severely beaten by Lu Ziwen, and while he lay barely conscious, Wang Lu had seized the opportunity to present him with a lengthy compensation list. At the time, being broke, he could only promise to pay later, never expecting Wang Lu to bring up this matter again today. "You really dare to mention that? I let you take a small advantage, and you actually took it seriously?" Thinking of this, the jade-faced fox felt a surge of anger in his chest. Was always the one who tricked others, but now Wang Lu had thoroughly swindled him. "Why wouldn't I take it seriously? Should I pull out that IOU from back then?" Wang Lu said while pretending to search through his clothes. In reality, he had carelessly thrown away that document long ago. "Enough!" The jade-faced fox shouted angrily. "Your teacher isn't here today. If you provoke me, none of you will have a good time. Get lost immediately." Having his old wounds exposed, he could barely contain his rage, yet he worried that Lu Ziwen might be lurking nearby and didn't dare act rashly. Wang Lu snorted coldly. What a disgrace for a teacher, acting so timidly. "Hong Dali, you guys attack." He didn't want to delay further, fearing that prolonging this would attract more onlookers. Upon hearing this, Hong Dali and the others immediately summoned their beast companions, forming their practiced offensive and defensive formation. The jade-faced fox glanced around and secretly signaled to Longshur beside him. He decided to observe a bit longer to confirm whether Lu Ziwen was hiding in the shadows. The two sides quickly clashed. Having fought before, both groups poured their old and new grievances into their fists and beast techniques, instantly reaching peak intensity. Shi Yuan and Leng Shi especially looked at each other with eyes that could spark flames. Shi Yuan, you were lucky last time not to be torn to shreds by my vine monkey. You won't be so fortunate this time. Leng Shi sneered as he summoned his vine monkey. Shi Yuan didn't bother responding, raising his hand toward the small rock monster beside him. Flurry punch. Boom, boom, boom. The small rock monster swung its massive stone fists with thunderous force, the punch winds stirring up dust from the ground. However, the vine monkey was agile, easily dodging with several nimble sidesteps. Zhang Hao in the back row, seeing this, was about to have his spirit hound cast agility enhancement when a large hand suddenly pressed on his shoulder. He turned around to meet Wang Li's gaze. Don't rush. Wang Li lowered his voice. Using support abilities too early is premature. If your 15 enhancement is adapted to by the opponent beforehand, it's wasted. Wait for a real opening to appear, then use it for maximum effect. Though puzzled, Zhang Hao still withdrew his command. Wang Lu had learned this lesson during sparring sessions with Hong Dali and the others at school. One real battle was worth 100 verbal explanations. After the small rock monster's consecutive punches missed, a cunning gleam flashed in the vine monkey's eyes. The opportunity had come. It suddenly rushed forward, repeating its previous move, trying to entangle the small rock monster with its vine-covered claws. Just like last time, the vine monkey used the same tactic, charging directly at the small rock monster and attempting to bind it with the vines from both claws. If the vine monkey succeeded this time, Ishihara would very likely be crushed to death today. This was bad, they were too close, and it was too late to dodge. Ishihara's heart sank as he watched the vine monkey descend with afterimages that tore through the air. Just as the vine monkey's claws were about to strike the little rock monster, a pale blue ripple suddenly spread beneath Ishihara and his companion's feet, lifting them both like a surging water curtain. The weightless sensation made the little rock monster's body feel light, and it smoothly slid back half a step, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. The vine monkey's claws struck empty air, its roar still echoing in the air. Amplification. A flash of light appeared in Ishihara's eyes as he shouted, "Little rock monster, heavy punch." The blue light still rippled as the little rock monster's joints suddenly tensed, its stone-like fist shooting out with tremendous force. Bang! The heavy punch struck the vine monkey square in the face, and with a dull thud like shattering stone, the vine monkey's eyes rolled back as its entire body fell backward like a kite with a broken string, instantly losing all fighting ability. This is impossible. Leng Shi's eyes widened, his lips pale with shock. My vine monkey was actually countered in terms of speed. Less than half a minute after the vine monkey fell, Hong Dali and his companions' opponents were also defeated one after another. Except for Leng Shi, the group had ordinary abilities and stood no chance against Hong Dali's team's coordinated attack. Tie them up. Wang Lu waved his hand from behind. Several companions immediately took out prepared nylon rope and bound the fallen enemies securely. After finishing this task, Wang Li's gaze suddenly turned to the jade-faced fox, his tone lazy yet threatening. Aren't you going to make a move? Keep stalling, and I'll just kidnap them directly. When you want to ransom them back, it'll cost much more than what you owe me. Black Sable. The jade-faced fox could no longer hold back and shouted fiercely. The black sable immediately crouched on all fours and closed its eyes in concentration. The next second, a vast black shadow spread from beneath its feet like spilled ink, and the surrounding air seemed to be torn into a vortex, suddenly generating powerful suction. Hong Dali and his companions stumbled, their bodies sliding uncontrollably toward the black sable. The jade-faced fox spoke coldly. I don't know what game you're playing, but you've gone too far. Even if Lu Ziwen were here, I'd have no choice but to fight today. He knew very well that while others might only make empty threats about kidnapping, Wang Lu was actually capable of following through. Brother Lu, save us. Hong Dali shouted desperately as he struggled to maintain his footing in the pulling force. Wang Lu merely snorted coldly. Panda, Great Flame Fist. The panda, which had been building up power, leaped into the air, its massive paws carrying scorching flames as they crashed down, tongues of fire striking like serpents directly at the black sable. The black sable, currently using its ability, couldn't move and could only continue pulling at Hong Dali and his companions. Sacrificing the opponents or self-preservation became the only choice facing the jade-faced fox. Isn't this an iron-eating beast? How can it use fire abilities? The jade-faced fox frowned deeply. The black and white panda breathing flames was completely different from the grass or earth-type iron-eating beasts in his memory. Could it be a flame bear that mutated to look like this? His heart sank. Tang Long had warned him before. Iron-eating beasts looked extremely similar to multi-attribute spirit beasts, and as long as they consistently used the same attribute abilities in front of others, people would usually just assume it was a mutation with different coloring at most. The facts once again prove those words true. Can't worry about that now, Black Sable, retreat. The jade-faced fox quickly made his decision. The black sable withdrew its black shadow. The suction immediately ceased, and it leaped backward awkwardly, barely avoiding the direct hit of the great flame fist. The fierce fire grazed its fur, leaving behind a burnt smell. The jade-faced fox stared at Wang Lu, his mind stirring again. Something's wrong. This kid is suspicious. When I saw him before, he was just a third-level beast tamer, but how long has it been? Why do I get the feeling he's an 8th-level beast tamer now? The jade-faced fox murmured to himself. Across from him, Wang Lu gave him no time to think. His gaze hardened as he commanded again. Panda, continue. Panda raised its paw, flames surging great flame fist. Boom, boom. Two serpents of fire crisscrossed, scissoring shut like deadly blades to seal off all escape routes. The black marten tried to dodge sideways, but the death trap woven from flames blocked every path of retreat. With no other choice, it used the momentum to leap high into the air, then dove down sharply, its razor claws frantically tearing at the ground, attempting to burrow away just like last time. Charge! Wang Lu was ready. He'd learned his lesson when the marten had stolen the spirit transformation fruit from underground before this time. He kept his eyes locked on the creature's every move. He knew that the moment it started digging was when it would be most vulnerable. Bang! Panda launched forward like a cannonball, its legs propelling it with explosive force. Squeak! The black marten didn't even have time to react before Panda slammed into it. A spray of blood erupted from its tiny throat, but its mouth was so small that the blood could only trickle down its fangs, pooling at the corners before dripping down its body. Its sleek black fur instantly turned a deep crimson, and the marten crumpled to the ground like a discarded rag, barely breathing. In the world of beast taming, levels were never everything. What truly decided victory or defeat were skill and timing. Black marten, the jade-faced fox cried out in alarm, quickly crouching down to check on it. Footsteps approached. Wang Lu walked over with Panda, looking down at him. Jade-faced fox, wouldn't it have been easier if you just handed over what you owe me from the start? Why go through all this suffering? Let me remind you attacked first. I'm just defending myself. So don't even think about running to the governor's manor to file a complaint later. You can't afford to lose that much face. The reason he'd goaded the jade-faced fox into attacking first was to cut off any future troubles. The school and the governor's manor had deep, intertwined connections, and as a teacher, the jade-faced fox surely knew people there. If Wang Lu had struck first, and then been accused of malicious robbery even though fighting for resources in the secret realm was commonplace, it would still bring unwanted complications. The Dragon Nation was a society built on connections, and sometimes rules could bend. You? Fine, fine, fine. The jade-faced fox gritted his teeth, his face twitching. I'll remember this. If I don't get back every bit of what I've lost with interest, then I'm your grandson. His carefully cultivated image of a refined gentleman had been shattered by rage, and murderous intent churned in his eyes. Being humiliated by Wang Lu twice had ground his dignity into dust. Wang Lu remained unfazed. We'll deal with the future when it comes. Right now, hand over your valuables. Otherwise, I'll find a quiet spot and beat you 8 times a day. He was determined to fleece them completely. When the opportunity arose, he would settle all accounts at once, leaving no loose ends. Go fuck yourself. Suddenly, a furious roar cut through the air. Lung Shi came running over, cursing wildly. Being defeated by Ishihara, whom he had once looked down upon, had left his mind somewhat unhinged. Fine, you're a tough guy, so you get beaten first. Wang Lu had no patience for more talk and raised his fist, ready to use the most direct method to intimidate his opponent. Wait. The jade-faced fox coldly intervened, scanning everyone present. Give them everything you have on you. No one is to argue back it immediately. In that brief moment, he had forcibly suppressed his emotions, but the murderous intent churning in his eyes was completely undisguised from this moment on. He harbored bone-deep hatred for Wang Lu. The jade-faced fox knew very well that if he stubbornly resisted, he would only be beaten by Wang Lu and then forced to hand over their supplies anyway, which simply wasn't worth it. Upon hearing the command, Lung Shi and the others, though filled with reluctance, dared not disobey. They removed their backpacks and dumped all the treasures they had brought onto the ground, including the dragon saliva crystals they had worked so hard to find. After counting the items, the jade-faced fox fixed his gaze directly on Wang Lu. Now can you let us go? Of course. Wang Lu smiled carelessly. But this time only counts as interest. Remember to bring more next time. This taunt was clearly meant to provoke. Wang Lu was hoping the jade-faced fox would come seeking revenge later. That way, he could justifiably kill him in return without anyone questioning it. Yeah, a young punk trying to use provocation tactics? The jade-faced fox snorted coldly, waving his hand as he led Lung Shi and the others away from the secret realm. As soon as the figures disappeared into the distance, Hong Dali moved closer to Wang Lu and lowered his voice. Brother Lu, that guy looks dangerous. Since his strength is greatly diminished, why don't we just kill him and be done with it? Despite his usual honest demeanor, he was never ambiguous at crucial moments, especially when it concerned Wang Li's safety. Wang Lu shook his head. No, the timing isn't right. We should withdraw too. In the secret realm, they had already offended quite a few people. and now they had thoroughly screwed over the jade-faced fox. This place was clearly no longer safe to stay in. Last time, a single spirit transformation fruit had led the jade-faced fox to incite several waves of assassins against them. If he now spread word that they possessed dragon saliva crystals, the entire secret realm would probably come to hunt them down. Everyone agreed with Wang Li's assessment without objection and quickly evacuated the secret realm. After leaving, Wang Lu hailed 2 taxis and headed straight for Wanghua Pavilion in the suburbs of Qingqing. Wanghua Pavilion was an abandoned ancient building with a weathered exterior and rotting wooden beams that had gone unmaintained for years, rarely visited by anyone. Wang Li's group paid the taxi fare and filed inside. Stepping into the building, they found it completely empty. Any valuable antiques had long been removed, leaving only peeling plaster on the 4 walls. The cold autumn wind whistled through broken windows, echoing through the hollow structure and making everyone involuntarily shiver. Hong Dali crossed his arms and asked quietly, "Brother Lo, why did you bring us here?" Wang Lu smiled. "To divide up the loot. The city has too many prying eyes. If word gets out, we'll be in trouble." With that, he gestured for everyone to place their backpacks on the ground. "Dump everything out and take whatever you want." Hong Dali looked at Wang Lo. "Brother Lo, you contributed the most. How about the dragon saliva crystal goes to you? Plus you pick some other things." "I agree with what Dali said. Wang Lo, you should go first. You pick what you want and we'll choose from what's left." Hong Dali and the others all insisted that Wang Lu should pick first. Facing several pairs of expectant and respectful gazes, Wang Lu waved his hand dismissively. "You don't need to be so polite. These things aren't very useful to me, but they'll reach their full potential in your hands." The group exchanged glances and nodded silently in agreement. Since Wang Lu had easily subdued the jade-faced fox, his strength was evident. These low-tier resources were indeed nothing precious to him. Zhang Hao was the first to react, pulling out a fist-sized dark green crystal and solemnly offering it. "Then, take this dragon saliva crystal. This thing has limited effect on us, but it might still help you somewhat." Wang Lu accepted the crystal and paused for a moment. Panda was already SS rank, so even the rarest dragon saliva crystal would be useless to him. He smiled and pushed it back. "Really, no need. My panda's level might not be as low as you think. This crystal is actually the least useful to me. Brother Lu, just take it. Otherwise we'd feel bad taking anything else," Zhang Hao urged again. "That's right, you keep it," Hong Dali and Shi Yuan chimed in. Wang Lu still shook his head. "You guys figure out how to divide it among yourselves. Take whatever you should take." He stopped there, choosing not to reveal Panda's true level. The group understood the implication, assuming Panda was a rank. They figured that for an A-rank beast companion to use dragon saliva crystal for advancement, the success rate would be nearly 0. Indeed, no point in forcing it. Hong Dali scratched his nose and quietly confirmed. "Then, we won't hold back." Wang Lu nodded. The next moment, they pounced on the backpack like hungry wolves, rummaging through everything with rustling sounds. After more than 10 minutes, each person was clutching a pile of resources, their faces beaming with barely contained joy. "This is amazing. With these resources, my wind pig's charging skill will definitely become much more powerful. Tell me about it." "My little rock monster's speed has always been holding us back. Hopefully after training, it'll be more agile. Haha, with all this stuff, my spirit hound is going to become a big fat dog." After the resources were divided up, everyone reluctantly left the moon-gazing pavilion. Over the next few days, Wang Lu didn't take them back into the secret realm. Had drawn too much aggro last time and needed to lay low. Instead, he led the group to the vast green wilderness forest outside the school. The forest was fraught with danger, with wild beast companions lurking among thick vines and tree branches, and occasionally small amounts of resources could be found in rotting wood or rock crevices. Though the quantities were far less than in the secret realm, it was sufficient for combat training. Wang Lu led them through battle after battle, from ambush tactics to heating confrontations, breaking down and explaining every bit of combat experience in detail. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the appointed day, Wang Lu and Hong Dali's group returned punctually to the school playground. The morning breeze swept by, and the gymnasium's glass windows reflected dazzling light. Just as they finished forming up, Shenwu strode out from the main entrance of the academic building. He looked over the group and nodded approvingly. "Good, you're all on time." Hong Dali stood at attention, his voice ringing out. "It's all thanks to Teacher Shun's excellent instruction." After working under Shenwu for a while, Wang Lu and the others had mastered the art of knowing exactly when to flatter him. "All right, enough with the flattery." Shenwu chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, his voice echoing across the training ground. Then his tone turned serious. "Now for business. Tomorrow, Lu Ziwen will take you to a village for a practical training mission." He scanned the group before adding, "I won't reveal the location before departure. Lu Ziwen will tell you on the way." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Hao eagerly raised his hand. "Teacher Shen, what exactly will we be doing? I heard these kinds of missions are usually only for college students." Zhang Hao's family had both college and high school students, so he'd heard bits and pieces about practical training missions, but never of high schoolers participating. High school students generally had lower overall abilities and less combat experience, while the missions were uniformly assigned by the Dragon Kingdom's high-level security departments and were notoriously dangerous. Usually, college students had reached the 6th-level beast tamer rank and were accompanied by instructors. Even so, Zhang Hao's cousin had told him that dozens of college students still died on missions every year. Shen Wu shrugged. Don't think you're the only ones confused, I am puzzled too. In all of the Dragon Kingdom, it seems only our Qingcheng allows high schoolers to take on missions. Apparently, the 5 governors of the prefecture office made this decision overnight. Of course, the mission assigned to you has virtually no danger. It's mainly to broaden your horizons. After speaking, he clapped his hands seemingly casually, signaling the end of his explanation. The speaker was casual, but the listener caught the key point. The words, governors, immediately set off alarm bells in Wang Li's mind. He'd previously met Hong Ling, who had promised to help him secure a position while asking him to cooperate on a certain mission. Both of their identities were special, and without a proper excuse, it would easily arouse suspicion. Could this high school practical training have been hastily arranged by Hong Ling using the prefecture office's name? Meanwhile, at the prefecture office, Hong Ling sneezed. Achoo! Who's talking about me behind my back? On the training ground, Shen Wu checked his watch. All right, that's everything I needed to say. Go home tonight and pack some spare clothes. The journey might be long. Meet at the training ground tomorrow for departure on time. With his instructions given, he turned and walked toward the academic building. Once 9th middle school teachers stepped away from formal teaching, their hands-off approach to students was absolutely extreme. Once Shen Wu left, the students had no intention of continuing to stand around. After a few words of farewell, they each went their separate ways. On his way home, Wang Lu kept mulling over Shen Wu's words. Because he was looking down while walking, he didn't notice what was ahead, and someone roughly bumped his shoulder. Sorry, before he could finish speaking, something struck the back of his head hard. His vision went black instantly, and his consciousness rapidly faded. Shit. He only managed one curse word before losing consciousness completely. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lu slowly came to, finding himself surrounded by darkness. Someone roughly grabbed the top of his head and pulled off the hood covering his face. After his eyes adjusted to the light, he found himself in a familiar small living room. Looking up, he saw Hong Ling sitting cross-legged on the sofa, smiling as she observed him. Damn, I knew it was you. Wang Lu blurted out. Hong Ling raised an eyebrow, her voice sweet but amused. Oh, is this what they call being kindred spirits? Why don't you take another guess? What do you think I brought you here for? Hong Ling sat on the sofa, speaking with a smile. Is this about our upcoming training mission? Wang Lu got straight to the point as he took his seat. Back at school, he had already suspected that Hong Ling was somehow involved in this matter, and now that her people had brought him directly to the governor's mansion, he was even more certain of his judgment. I didn't expect you to be not only skilled, but also so sharp-minded. It seems I was right not to kill you back then. Hong Ling paused slightly at his words, then maintained her composure. So tell me, what exactly is this about? Wang Lu fixed his gaze on her. I thought you might even guess the specifics. Hong Ling teased first, then grew serious. I called you here with good news. What I promised you last time has been arranged. You can now become a trainee with the Dragon Guard. Upon hearing this, Wang Lu didn't immediately show joy but pressed further. If that's all there is to it, you wouldn't have gone through the trouble of bringing me here, would you? Smart. Hong Ling nodded and pulled out a dark red envelope from the coffee table drawer. A letter, along with the recipient's exact location. I want you to deliver it personally. For something as simple as delivering a letter, wouldn't it be more reliable to have your subordinates handle it? Besides, I'm still a student. The school doesn't allow unauthorized trips outside. Wang Lu thought to himself, but voiced his doubts openly. Don't worry, the destination for your 9th middle school's training mission happens to be exactly where the recipient is located. Hong Ling had anticipated this question and answered decisively. All right. Wang Lu agreed readily, then asked, but I've always been curious. Rumor has it that you 5 governors don't get along well with each other. Why are you joining forces to organize this training? He knew very well that there was no such thing as a free lunch. If he refused Hong Ling, his Dragon Guard internship would likely fall through. Since he was agreeing, he naturally wanted to clear up his doubts. Conflicts aside, everyone has to show some courtesy when it comes to such trivial matters. Hong Ling leaned lazily against the sofa back, stretched, and spoke in a casual tone. I see. Wang Lu nodded thoughtfully. As the atmosphere relaxed, Hong Ling grew serious with her warning. Since there's nothing else, you should go back and prepare. This delivery mission might not be entirely peaceful, so be extra careful. Don't worry, I'll make sure the letter gets delivered. Wang Lu pocketed the envelope and prepared to leave. Before departing, he was once again blindfolded before being escorted out of the governor's mansion. In the night, he returned home, washed up briefly, and began packing his luggage. The moment he opened his wardrobe, there was a soft thud. As a cylindrical object rolled to his feet, it was the map that old Lu had given him. Earlier, fearing Tang Xiao Jiao might discover it, he had stuffed the map on the top shelf of his wardrobe, and it had just fallen when he opened the door. Wang Lu picked up the cylinder and, after some thought, put it in his backpack. Maybe the training location isn't far from Dingyuan village, and I might be able to make a detour to visit. With his clothes packed, he went to bed early. The next day, after washing up, Wang Lu headed to Qingqing 9th Middle School. On the playground, Hong Dali and the others had already arrived. Shenwu stood at the front of the group with his hands behind his back, scanning the surroundings. Wang Lu came running over. You're just in time. 10 minutes later, and you would have been late. Shenwu glanced at his watch. It was exactly 8 o'clock. Sorry, I didn't expect you all to arrive so early. Wang Lu wiped the sweat from his forehead and obediently joined the formation. Shenwu didn't say much more, simply instructing, cut the chatter. Stand here and wait while I go find Lu Ziwen. With that, he turned and headed toward the academic building. 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock. The scorching sun baked the rubber track as everyone's clothes became soaked with sweat. Hong Dali swallowed and whispered, Brother Lu, why hasn't teacher Lu shown up yet? No idea. Maybe something held him up. Wang Lu shook his head. The group had no choice but to continue standing at attention. Another hour passed, and their stomachs began to protest with a chorus of rumbling sounds. Finally, a green windbreaker lazily swayed into the playground. Lu Ziwen walked over with his hands in his pockets, dragging his feet and yawning as he went. Sorry to keep you waiting. My alarm didn't go off. I just woke up. Wang Lu and the others exchanged glances. If not for the teacher-student relationship, something might have exploded. 3 hours under the blazing sun, just waiting for their teacher to get out of bed? Lu Ziwen raised an eyebrow. What's with those looks? I'll treat you all to dinner after the mission's over, all right? Well, thank you for your generosity, Teacher Lu. Everyone smiled bitterly and gave up their complaints. After going over a few simple precautions, he led the team off campus. Halfway there, Wang Lu couldn't help himself. Teacher Lu, I can't shake the feeling we're heading toward the train station. Isn't our mission location in Qingqing? Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Lu Ziwen cut him off. I'll naturally tell you once we're on the train. Wang Lu kept asking questions until he annoyed Lu Ziwen enough that the teacher lifted his foot as if to kick him back to school, finally shutting him up. At the station, Lu Ziwen had the students wait in place while he went to buy tickets alone. When he returned, he tucked the tickets into his windbreaker pocket and led everyone to the gate to wait. Only at the last second before ticket inspection did he hand out the train tickets to each person. Wang Lu looked down, and his eyes immediately lit up. Dingyuan village. This was exactly the location marked on the treasure map. He began calculating in his mind. After delivering the letter to the contact, he'd immediately search for treasure alone, hoping to leave with the treasure before the mission ended. On the train, Lu Ziwen bought everyone a boxed meal. As night fell, the train arrived at the station around 7:30, and he hailed 2 taxis to head straight to Dingyuan village. Dingyuan village was located in the suburbs of Chunming City. The local customs were simple and honest. Doors remained unlocked at night, and lost items were never stolen. It was a model village of Chunming City. Teacher Lu, what exactly is our mission? We're already here, so surely you can tell us now. It's simple. Lu Ziwen turned up his windbreaker collar against the wind. The villagers reported hearing strange sounds at night, and suspect it might be wild spirit beasts. They filed a report with the local prefect's office. Originally, they were going to investigate personally, but Qingcheng was eager to apply for low-level missions, so the local prefect's office figured it wasn't too difficult and transferred the job to us. When they arrived at their destination, Lu Ziwen didn't mind sharing these details with Wang Lu and the others. Along the way, he recounted everything he had learned so far. Wang Lu listened intently, nodding repeatedly, and only whispered, I see, before quickening his pace. Halt. Just as the group stepped onto the earthen bridge leading into Dingyuan village, a small boy in a white vest suddenly darted out from the roadside. The figure that appeared so abruptly in the darkness startled everyone slightly. The boy's round eyes swept over them as he shouted loudly, are you here to catch the monster? Monster? Wang Lu exchanged glances with his companions, guessing that the child had mistaken the recent nighttime howling for some supernatural creature. Lu Ziwen crouched down halfway, his tone gentle. Yes, we're here to catch the monster. How did you know? Grandpa village chief told me to guard this spot. The little boy pointed toward the village. He said if anyone came, I should ask what they're here for first. As he spoke, he curiously studied the people before him. Had expected monster hunters to be immortals riding cranes, but now realized they were just ordinary people. Then please go back and tell Grandpa village chief that we've arrived, Lu Ziwen said, gently ruffling the child's short hair. Okay. With his childish voice trailing off, the little boy ran toward the village like a shot. Since word had already been sent, the group simply waited where they were. The night breeze carried the scent of earth, and insect sounds scattered through the air. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, a mass of dark figures appeared ahead, led by a 70-year-old man leaning on a walking stick, with 2 sturdy young men flanking him closely. Welcome to Dingyuan village, everyone who's come to help. This old man thanks you in advance. The elder's booming voice reached them before he drew near. He was indeed the village chief of Dingyuan village, the very one who had reported the nighttime howling to the prefect's office. Lu Ziwen set aside his usual casual manner and cupped his hands respectfully. Sir, there's no need for such courtesy. The night wind is strong here. Might we find a quiet room to discuss the details? Of course, follow me. The room has already been prepared. The village chief turned back and called out, Widow Lu, go prepare some food and drink. Wang Li's group, surrounded by villagers, passed through dim alleyways and arrived at a standalone courtyard. As soon as the gate closed, the village chief turned and dismissed the crowd. All right, everyone disperse now. We have serious business to discuss. Yes. The villagers cheerfully scattered. Lu Ziwen noted that a single sentence was enough to make everyone withdraw, demonstrating the village chief's considerable authority. The group entered the courtyard. Inside, there was almost nothing except a pale stone table. Pushing open the door to the house, they were greeted by an all-wooden hall. The beams were weathered, and pale green mold patches crept along the corners, indicating the place had been uninhabited for some time. However, the floor was swept clean and the tables and chairs were neatly arranged. Come, everyone sit. The food and drink will arrive shortly, the village chief said, gesturing to the round stools beside the wooden table. Lu Ziwen, Wang Lu, and the others took their seats one by one, with the village chief settling into the main seat. The two young men who had accompanied him remained standing by the door, shoulders straight and eyes alert. Wang Lu found this arrangement rather intriguing and couldn't help but look around. The village chief noticed his curiosity and explained with a smile, These two are my grandsons. In recent years, my legs haven't been good, and without them by my side, it's difficult for me to get around. I don't know, would leaving those two in the room interfere with our conversation? It's fine. Lu Ziwen raised his hand in a welcoming gesture, knowing the other party had already laid out all their troubles, so a small matter like this wouldn't hurt even if overheard. Thank you. Thank you. The village chief thanked him repeatedly, his face constantly wearing a flattering smile, appearing exceptionally courteous. Lu Ziwen tapped the table, bringing the topic back to business. Let's talk about the main issue. When did you first hear those strange howls at night? It was a week ago. The village chief answered quickly. A week ago? Lu Ziwen frowned slightly. Then why did you only report it to the prefect's office the day before yesterday? We're all honest folk. We don't dare enter the city lightly. The village chief swallowed, his voice wavering. But these past few days the commotion has gotten worse and worse. We really had no choice. After speaking, he glanced nervously at Lu Ziwen, as if frightened by the questioning. Lu Ziwen softened his tone. Has anyone actually seen this howling wild spirit beast? The village chief immediately shook his head. No one's seen it. We only know the creature is hiding in the back mountain. That's where the sounds come from. Creak's door was pushed open. Widow Lu entered carrying a roasted chicken in each hand, with a large basin of white steamed buns tucked against her chest. She walked to the table and set them down, then returned to bring in a bucket of hot soup, the steam instantly diluting much of the room's damp, moldy smell. Eat your fill. If it's not enough, I'll get more. Widow Lu smiled warmly. Hong Dali, who had been hungry all day, grabbed 2 buns and tore into them quickly. The other accompanying students were equally famished, but wary of Lu Ziwen's rules, they only dared steal glances at his expression. Why are you all looking at me? Eat. Lu Ziwen glanced at them, took a bun and bit into it, then nodded to the village chief. We'll rest tonight and investigate the back mountain first thing tomorrow morning. You can go now. Yes, I'll leave right away. The village chief nodded knowingly and hurried out with his 2 grandsons. As soon as the courtyard gate closed, Wang Lu, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. Teacher Lu, I think there's something odd about this village chief. What's odd? Lu Ziwen continued chewing his bun, his tone casual, but his eyes still sharp. If he were truly timid, with a monster appearing in the village's back mountain, he should have been panicking long ago. But just now, except when you questioned him, he was all smiles the rest of the time. Wang Lu analyzed methodically. Also, this room has large patches of mold in the corners, clearly uninhabited for a long time. The village couldn't possibly have kept such a large room empty just for us, right? Hong Dali and the others, who had been busy eating chicken, stopped and looked at each other upon hearing this. Lu Ziwen chewed his last bite of bun, paused slightly but still waved his hand. Don't overthink it. Things aren't as complicated as you imagine. Eat quickly. We're going up the mountain tomorrow morning. With that, he wiped his hands and went into the inner room. The courtyard was similar to a traditional quadrangle, divided into several independent rooms. Seeing him leave, everyone resumed eating and quickly cleared the table, then each chose a room to rest. Wang Lu selected the northernmost room, somewhat apart from the others. After washing up, he had just lain down when the old wooden beams above creaked softly, and the night wind came through the window, bringing a touch of damp coolness. Ding. Detected. Ding. The host is about to be assassinated. The host may choose from the following options. Option 1. Set up an ambush inside the room and prepare for a desperate fight. Reward, growth potion, x5. Option 2. Shout for help to attract others' attention. Reward, Swift Wind card, which can greatly enhance the host's movement speed for a short period. As soon as the system's voice faded, Wang Lu jolted awake, cold sweat instantly covering his back. Without hesitation, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Teacher Lu, help me, someone's trying to kill me." He had never imagined he would face assassination. Though he had indeed offended many people in the secret realm, even if they joined forces, they might not be able to take his life. Since the system mentioned a desperate fight, this was definitely no ordinary threat. Wang Lu quickly thought of another possibility. Hong Ling. Before coming to deliver the message, Hong Ling had warned him that this task was dangerous, and now it seemed she was right. The letter hadn't been delivered yet, but the assassins had already come knocking. Outside the room, hushed whispers could be heard. "Damn it, how did this kid discover both of us? So what if he found us? Let's just go in and finish him off." Boom. The door was smashed to pieces, and two lion-like spirit beasts flashed into the room like lightning, opening their massive jaws. At the doorway, two assassins dressed in black knight suits watched the movements inside intently. Wang Lu had already summoned Panda back to his side. The moment the door shattered, he immediately shouted, "Panda, use Great Flame Fist." Fist shadows swept out, and fire serpents danced wildly. War Lion, Elemental Shield. One of the black-clad figures reacted swiftly. The two war lions suddenly stopped, closed their eyes to concentrate, and blue light bloomed on their foreheads as a translucent blue barrier formed in front of them. Boom. The fierce flames struck the barrier, causing only slight tremors before being completely absorbed. Elemental Cannon, the black-clad figure immediately commanded. The war lions opened their mouths again, blue orbs of light expanding between their fangs as electric arcs crackled around them. Oh no, dodge. Wang Lu knew that if Panda's Great Flame Fist couldn't break through their defense, fighting Hedon would be suicide. He grabbed Panda and rushed toward the side window. Crash glass scattered everywhere. Wang Lu rolled to the ground as the blue orb grazed his heel and slammed into the bed. After a series of crackling explosions, the bed burst into flames and quickly turned to charcoal. "Chase him," one of the black-clad figures at the door commanded coldly. Wang Lu had just steadied himself after landing when he found himself trapped between the two war lions, one in front and one behind. With his escape route cut off, he could only stare at the two black-clad figures. "Who exactly are you people? Why do you want to kill me? Still talking so much when death is at your door?" The left assassin sneered. "You should have been prepared to die the moment you became our enemy." "Enemy? Who did I make an enemy of?" Wang Li's mind was full of questions, but before he could think further, the other black-clad figure shouted, "War Lion, bite off his head. It's over." Wang Li never expected that he would die as a confused fool, but after waiting for what felt like an eternity, he felt no pain. When Wang Lu opened his eyes again, he was greeted by a shocking sight. The war lion that had been lunging at him was now pinned firmly to the ground by the azure falcon. Sharp talons dug deep into the lion's back, blood trickling down the feathered claws as the beast howled in agony, unable to move. Thud, thud, thud. Urgent footsteps echoed from the distance. Lu Ziwen approached quickly, his windbreaker billowing behind him as he raised his hand to brush away the dust in front of his face. He must have been in such a hurry that he was still wearing house slippers. "Who gave you the nerve to touch my student?" Lu Ziwen's voice was calm, yet carried an icy chill. Not far away, the two men in black trembled violently. They were both 9th-level beast tamers, and their war lions were elite feline beasts specially cultivated by their organization, capable of holding their own even against the dragon-type companions of the Dragon Guard. Combined with their beast partners, they possessed pseudo-black iron-level strength. Yet this newcomer had rendered their war lion completely helpless without even having his companion use any skills. The black-clad men felt a chill in their hearts but forced themselves to demand, "Who are you?" Lu Ziwen didn't answer immediately, continuing his leisurely pace toward Wang Lu. "Never mind who I am. What are you working for?" The two men exchanged glances and almost simultaneously shouted, "The wind is tight, retreat." Before their words had fully left their lips, they called to their remaining war lion and turned to flee. But in the next moment, a piercing eagle's cry split the night sky. The azure falcon soared high, its wings trembling as a sharp azure light slashed down, cleaving the war lion in half from spine to belly, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. "Take another step, and you'll meet the same fate." Lu Ziwen stopped in front of Wang Lu, his gaze cold as ice. The remaining two men in black stared at the carnage, their faces deathly pale. In an instant, they gritted their teeth and suddenly bit down on poison sacs hidden in their gums. Their eyes rolled back, and they dropped dead on the spot. Lu Ziwen was momentarily stunned. "Death warriors?" His gaze returned to Wang Lu, more serious than usual. "Wang Lu, what exactly is going on here?" He had just lain down in his dormitory when he heard Wang Li's cry for help. When he arrived, he saw the war lion about to bite off Wang Li's head. During their time in the secret realm, he had followed Wang Lu almost constantly and thought he knew everything about the young man's experiences, with only two exceptions. When a fleet of black vehicles suddenly appeared on the street with a surge of pedestrians, and someone had deliberately used counter-surveillance techniques, causing him to temporarily lose track of his target. When he located Wang Lu again, the young man was already heading toward the governor's mansion. The methods of these black-clad men were completely different from ordinary assassins. They came with kill orders, and if the mission failed, they wouldn't flee but would only commit suicide. Wang Lu was genuinely confused and smiled bitterly. Teacher Lu, I honestly don't know. I was just about to go to sleep when they broke in. Though he suspected it might be related to Hong Ling, he didn't dare jump to conclusions and didn't know how to explain it. Lu Ziwen glared at him, remained silent for a moment, then walked over to examine the two corpses carefully. Their clothing appeared completely normal. Suddenly, he grabbed one of them by the back and tore forcefully. The fabric ripped apart, revealing a black 5-point star tattoo on the back of the neck, with a twisted flame at its center, eerie and sinister. The Black Enforcement Society? Lu Ziwen's expression changed dramatically as he turned and shouted sternly. Wang Lu, you need to tell me the truth. Right now, how did you manage to provoke an extremist organization? Upon seeing the tattoos on the two men in black, Lu Ziwen immediately turned to confront Wang Lu. Wang Lu was startled by his outburst. This was the first time he had ever seen the gentle teacher Lu display such a fierce expression. Teacher Lu, I really don't know who they are or why they wanted to kill me. Wang Lu raised both hands, his voice filled with helplessness. Bullshit. Lu Ziwen rarely cursed. The Black Execution Society never targets ordinary people. Whenever they deploy assassins, their target must be someone with a blood feud against them. This statement hit like a thunderbolt, leaving Wang Lu completely stunned. When had he ever crossed such an extremist organization? He took a deep breath. Teacher Lu, could you tell me what exactly the Black Execution Society is? Lu Ziwen fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing his options. Looking at the corpses of the two men in black and their beast companions nearby, he finally spoke. Since they've already come for you, not telling you would only put you in more danger. He lowered his voice, speaking with calm authority. Do you really think the frequent beast tides across the country in recent years are just coincidence? Wang Li's heart skipped a beat as he immediately made the connection. Could it be? Someone can control beast tides? Exactly. Lu Ziwen nodded. The Dragon Kingdom's High Command has discovered that the Black Execution Society possesses some method to attract beast tides to attack cities. Their ultimate purpose remains unclear. But because of this, the Dragon Kingdom has classified them as an extremist organization and is cracking down on them severely. His tone grew even more serious. The Black Execution Society is extremely powerful. Many silver-rank dragon army soldiers have died at their hands, and even 2 gold-rank powerhouses have fallen. Lu Ziwen paused, his gaze sharp as a blade as he fixed on Wang Lu. They don't usually engage in killing, looting, or pillaging. They focus solely on directing beast hordes. In other words, only those who interfere with their operations become targets. So why would they come after you? Sweat beaded on Wang Li's forehead. Teacher Lu, how do you know such classified information so clearly? He had suspected earlier that Tang Long's group wasn't simply here to establish a school in Qing City, and now he was even more convinced of his suspicions. Before Lu Ziwen could figure out how to respond, footsteps suddenly echoed from the distance. Hong Dali and the others came running over, panting heavily. Brother Lu, what happened? Who tried to kill you? Holy shit. What's with all these corpses on the ground? This doesn't concern you. Everyone disperse. Lu Ziwen waved them away, his tone brooking no argument. Then he looked at Wang Lu, lowering his voice even further. Remember, watch yourself. This time I was here to save you, but what about next time? With that, he urged Hong Dali and the others to return and rest, unwilling to let them get dragged into this murky situation. After everyone left, he bent down to quickly dispose of the corpses on the ground, not even leaving any bloodstains behind. After a while, Wang Lu also returned to his room. His bed was gone, leaving him no choice but to sit cross-legged on the floor, carefully recalling what had just happened and Lu Ziwen's words. It seemed his overconfidence had gotten him into trouble. Once he returned, he'd have to make things clear with Hong Ling. Whoever wanted to be in the Dragon Guard could have it. Wang Lun never imagined that simply delivering a letter would nearly cost him his life. If Hong Ling assigned him another mission next time, forget 9 lives, even 10 wouldn't be enough. But now that he'd accepted this letter, he had to deliver it no matter what. With this thought, he pulled the envelope from his backpack. A small bronze pendant hung from the envelope. He pressed a hidden clasp, revealing a folded piece of paper inside with the recipient's exact location and contact code. The destination was a residence on the village's east side. Wang Lu memorized the address, tore the paper to shreds, grabbed some charcoal, and buried the pieces in the cracks of the blackened bed frame before crouching down and leaving the room. The courtyard lights had been extinguished, and Lu Ziwen and the others had gone to rest. Wang Lu held his breath as he climbed over the low wall, slipped out of the courtyard, and picked up speed, heading toward the eastern residence. Standing at the door, he raised his hand and knocked, calling out in a low voice. Knock, knock, knock. Do you have any white candles? This was the code phrase. The contact should be waiting inside. But after calling out 3 or 4 times, There was no response from within the courtyard. Did I get the wrong place? Just as doubt crept in, a metallic, rust-like smell of blood drifted to his nose. Wang Li's heart tightened, and he immediately summoned Panda. Panda, break down the door. Bang! The bare paw struck down, creating an arm-wide gap in the thin wooden door. Wang Lu squeezed through into the courtyard, but the moment his feet touched the ground, he gasped. Under the moonlight, a headless corpse lay sprawled in the center of the courtyard, its neck appearing to have been gnawed off by some massive beast. Blood had splattered everywhere, and the air reeked of a pungent, sickly sweet smell. This letter can't be delivered now, he murmured. Clearly, the assassination hadn't targeted only him, the recipient hadn't escaped either. He pulled out his phone, quickly photographed the corpse as evidence, then hurried away. At least he'd have an explanation if Hong Ling questioned him when he returned to Qing City. Having finally made it out of the courtyard, returning immediately seemed like a waste. Walking back, Wang Li's mind began to wander. He still had old Lu's treasure map with him. Since it was dark, this was the perfect time to scout the back mountain at night. That's where the treasure was marked on the map. He unfolded the map, compared it with the surrounding buildings, and headed toward the mountain forest behind the village. The moonlight was sparse, and the mountain path was full of potholes. Wang Lu relied on the silver glow, frequently looking down to confirm his direction. The fallen leaves underfoot were slippery, so he lightened his steps, trying not to make any noise. Huh! Not long after entering the forest, deep, low beast roars echoed from within the mountain's depths. The beast roars he'd heard before were always high-pitched and excited, but this time the sounds were suppressed and drawn out, as if lamenting, making his chest feel heavy. The strange sounds the village chief mentioned? Wang Lu stopped, frowning deeply, hesitating whether to follow the sounds to investigate. Just then, the system notification suddenly chimed. Ding! A sudden event has been detected. The host may make the following choices. Ding! A sudden event has been detected. The host may choose from the following options. Option 1. Go to the source of the sound to investigate what happened. Reward, agility card, which can temporarily boost the host's and beast companion's speed. Option 2. Continue using the map to search for treasure. Reward, Berserker Potion, X1. Option 3. Pretend nothing happened and return to the courtyard house. Reward, Beast Companion's fire attribute attacks increased by 50%. Good grief. As soon as the system notification ended, Wang Li's heart skipped a beat. Since binding with the system, this was the first time 3 options had appeared simultaneously. His experience with multiple missions told him that greater danger meant richer rewards. But now, the seemingly safest option of returning to the courtyard house offered the highest reward, and this contradiction immediately put him on alert. Could going straight back to the courtyard mean missing crucial intelligence, or even inviting fatal danger? After a moment's consideration, he decided to take a gamble and chose the first option. Last time he picked the Berserker Potion, he encountered a black iron level expert. If not for old Lu's limited strength, he would have already met his doom. Moreover, Lu Ziwen had mentioned that the Black Enforcement Society could even eliminate gold-level experts against such monsters. A mere bottle of Berserker Potion would only help him last a few moments longer. After making his choice, he immediately slowed his pace, recalled Panda into his ring to avoid making unnecessary noise, then quietly crept toward the distant, low beast roars. Woo! The mournful and prolonged beast roar continued. Following the sound, he stopped at the edge of a sparse woodland, once again lightening his steps until his toes barely made contact with the ground. Through the shadows of the trees, he saw an open clearing ahead where a beast resembling a massive wild bull knelt and wailed. Its entire body was deep blue, with 2 enormous horns that reflected a gentle luster, bringing peace to anyone who gazed upon them. Around it, 4 black-clad figures stood guard in a circle. Why haven't Ajay and the other one returned yet? Didn't all 4 of you go on the mission together? The speaker was a black-clad captain with a cold, harsh voice. Captain, we're not sure about Ajay's situation either. The 2 nearby replied respectfully. After eliminating the target, we returned first as required. Ajay and the others probably ran into trouble. Should we go help them? No need. The captain shook his head. If even Ajay's team can't handle it, going there would just be suicide. Let's complete the final mission first. If they still don't show up, they'll be automatically registered as deceased. He spoke without emotion, and the remaining black-clad figures showed no surprise, merely nodding indifferently. Then they drew thin steel whips from their waists and lashed them fiercely at the deep blue bull in the center. Crack! The whip cut through the air, striking the beast's back and immediately opening a bloody wound. Woo! The bull roared in pain, struggling with lowered head, but remained tightly bound by chains. Wang Lu memorized everything. These people's whips were made of special materials that could easily pierce through a beast's scales. After lurking for several more minutes, he keenly sensed that the captain seemed to be peering in his direction. His heart tightened, and not daring to stay longer, he quickly retreated along his original path out of the woods. After leaving the forest, Wang Lu silently returned to the courtyard house, entered his room, and closed the door to rest as if nothing had happened. Early the next morning, he heard a commotion outside his door. Honored guests, breakfast is ready. The morning mist still clung to the courtyard walls when the village chief's slightly hoarse voice echoed through the traditional courtyard. Upon hearing this, Wang Lu, Lu Zuwen, Hong Dali, and the others pushed open their doors to find the village chief standing in the center of the courtyard alongside widow Lu and her two grandsons. The two children carefully carried bamboo baskets filled with steaming buns, wheat bread, and several dishes of pickled vegetables, while widow Lu held two glistening roasted chickens with golden, oil-glazed skin. Lu Ziwen stepped forward and lowered his voice. Village chief, you don't need to be so generous. Just send us whatever you normally eat. We feel embarrassed having meat at every meal. Oh, this is nothing. You gentlemen came here to help us, so we certainly can't neglect our honored guests. The village chief smiled warmly, his eyes crinkling, as he and the two grandsons arranged the food on the long table in the main hall. Everyone took their seats and began eating the warm food. The aroma of meat-filled buns filled the entire room, accompanied by the crispy sounds of people biting into the roasted chicken. The village chief stood nearby, rubbing his hands together, his eyes full of anticipation. Sir, can you investigate the back mountain tonight? Those strange howls came again last night, and the whole village couldn't sleep well. We heard those sounds too. Lu Ziwen nodded with determination. Don't worry, we'll definitely get to the bottom of this tonight. Receiving this promise, the village chief beamed with joy, thanked them repeatedly, and then left. As soon as the village chief's figure disappeared, Wang Lu turned his head and whispered, Teacher Lu, did you notice? The village chief didn't show even a trace of fear on his face when he spoke. I've been saying he's suspicious all along. Shut up. Lu Ziwen glanced at him. Nobody's as suspicious as you are. Eat your fill and rest up. We can't afford to be careless tonight. Hong Dali and the others exchanged glances and could only nod. Though everyone was curious about what had actually happened the previous night, seeing Lu Ziwen's grim expression, no one dared ask more questions. After the meal, they returned to their rooms to meditate and rest until the sun sank behind the mountainside. As night fell, they assembled in the courtyard. With Lu Ziwen's command of let's go, everyone picked up their weapons, shouldered their ropes, and headed toward the back mountain. Ho! Just as they entered the forest, a deep beast's roar rolled over the treetops. The sound was still muffled and low, but lacked the bone-chilling sorrow of the previous night. Wang Li's heart stirred with even greater suspicion, yet he continued following Lu Ziwen deeper into the woods. Moonlight spilled across a forest clearing where they soon spotted a gray, ox-like spirit beast leisurely grazing. The group of black-clad figures from the previous night had vanished without a trace. This ox was gray-white throughout, with no fangs or claws, simply swishing its tail while munching grass with its head down. Hong Dali let out a long sigh of relief. So it was making those strange sounds. I thought we'd have to fight for our lives tonight. He recognized this creature, a moo ox, a gentle breed commonly used for plowing in villages, completely non-aggressive. Wang Lu frowned but remained silent. Tie up this ox and bring it back to show the village chief. Lu Ziwen put his hands in his pockets, his tone brooking no argument. The group took out the thick hemp rope they had prepared and quickly bound the moo ox's forelegs securely. Being gentle by nature, the ox only made a couple of puzzled moos before allowing itself to be dragged away. The mountain path wound downward, and their torchlight stretched the tree shadows long and thin. By the time they reached the mountain's base again, the village chief was already waiting there with a group of villagers, all craning their necks to see. Seeing Wang Lu and the others emerge with the gray ox in tow, the village chief was overjoyed and shouted at the top of his lungs. The honored guests have returned. Look, they've brought back that monster. When the village chief saw Lu Ziwen and his group returning, he was overjoyed and danced with excitement, while the villagers behind him burst into cheers. Beast tamers are truly amazing. They captured the monster so quickly, someone shouted while clutching his straw hat, his voice filled with admiration. This year, I'd rather plant a few extra acres of land to send my son to the Beast Taming Academy. Good heavens, what is that thing? Why is it so huge? More people craned their necks to look, seeing Lu Ziwen and his companions using thick hemp rope to securely bind a pitch-black bull that stood taller than a man at the shoulders, its steel-blue muscles trembling slightly under the restraints. Most people in Dingyuan village had never left their village, so seeing a living wild beast up close filled their faces with shock and curiosity. Village chief, please disperse the crowd to both sides. Don't let them gather in one place. Lu Ziwen raised his hand to signal. Although he had already completely subdued the bull with a beast binding ring, he still didn't dare let his guard down. Right away, did you all hear what the master said? Go back to your homes. The matter has been resolved, the village chief shouted at the top of his lungs. The villagers reluctantly dispersed while looking back over their shoulders, eventually being pushed back to their respective courtyards by the village chief's repeated urging. Lu Ziwen walked up to the village chief and pointed at the panting bull on the ground. Take a look. Is this the creature that's been making those strange sounds every night? Yes, that's it. The village chief nodded without hesitation. But Lu Ziwen suddenly paused, recalling their previous conversation. Wait, that's not right. I asked you before if you'd been to the back mountain, and you said no. So how can you be so certain that the bull was making those sounds? Hearing this, Wang Lu, who was standing behind them, also looked up and fixed his gaze intently on the village chief's eyes. A flash of light flickered in the village chief's cloudy eyes before they returned to calm, and he smiled apologetically. Ah, I'm getting old and my mind isn't sharp. If you say it is, then I just go along with it. As he spoke, his gaze wandered for a moment, but his tone remained respectful. Oh, I suppose that makes sense. Lu Ziwen smiled faintly and didn't press further. Let's go back to the village. The village chief secretly let out a breath of relief, taking in Lu Ziwen's expression completely. This scene was also clearly observed by Wang Lu. After everyone entered the village, Lu Ziwen briefly spoke with the village chief, then headed alone toward the prefect's office in town with the bull, preparing to submit his mission report. Less than an hour later, he returned and gathered Wang Lu and the others in the center of the courtyard. The mission is complete. The overall difficulty wasn't high, but there's something you must remember: if you encounter danger in the future, immediately call for help from your team leader, then retreat. Missions are important, but life is more important. After saying this, he gave Wang Lu a meaningful glance. Yes. Wang Lu and the others responded in unison, bringing this mission to a close. On the return journey, the group followed Lu Ziwen back to Qingqing, where everyone went their separate ways home. Wang Lu returned to his residence, first greeted Tang Xiaojia, then picked up a water bottle and headed out again. Well, busy man. Leaving again right after coming back. A gentle but teasing voice came from the side. Liang Qian was leaning against Tang Xiaojia's door frame with her arms crossed, wearing a half-smiling expression. Teacher Liang. Teacher Liang. Wang Lu scratched his head and turned around awkwardly. Liang Qian had previously moved out due to some issues, but unexpectedly appeared again tonight. Where are you going so late at night? Not meeting a girlfriend, are you? She raised an eyebrow teasingly. No, I'm too energetic right now and can't sleep, so I thought I'd go for a run. Wang Lu finished speaking with an awkward smile. I heard you were nearly assassinated during your mission, and now you're going out alone this late at night. What could be so urgent? Liang Qian crossed her arms and frowned, blocking the doorway. As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Xiaojia nervously hurried over and grabbed Wang Li's arm. Brother, why would someone want to kill you? It's so late now, you shouldn't go out. Her eyes were filled with worry. Wang Lu felt warmth in his heart from their concern. Usually this girl was carefree and constantly joking around, but when it mattered, she still had his back. It's all a misunderstanding that's been resolved. Don't worry, I'm just going out for a walk and I'll be back soon. He ruffled Tang Xiaojia's hair and waved at Liang Qian to show he was fine before heading out the door. After leaving the residential complex, he pulled out his phone and called Hong Ling. They had exchanged numbers earlier. The call connected, and immediately a voice that could make one's bones go weak came through. Hello, little brother, how did things go? There was an accident. Send someone to pick me up, I need to tell you in person. Wang Lu kept it brief. The response was just a dial tone. Hong Ling had hung up directly. What kind of act is this? Wang Lu muttered under his breath. With the call ended, he couldn't very well go back home, so he could only wander the streets waiting for Hong Ling to call back. The night was deep, and the streetlights stretched shadows long across the ground. A few minutes later, several unmarked black SUVs silently pulled up to the curb. The doors opened simultaneously, and a group of men in suits filed out. Wang Lu immediately raised his hands. Wait, you don't need to knock me out, just blindfold me. Several encounters had taught him these were all Hong Ling's subordinates. The leader nodded and efficiently put an eye mask on him before helping him into the car. The vehicle started up, the engine's low rumble accompanied by occasional turning sounds. After it stopped, he was helped out of the car and walked through a quiet corridor. When the blindfold was removed, the harsh lights made him squint. Hong Ling stood across from him, wearing red bear pajamas. The comical outfit couldn't hide her current stern expression. She spoke first. What exactly happened? Tell me quickly. Wang Lu recounted every detail. The assassination attempt, how the supervising teacher saved him, the contact person being killed. What? Hong Ling's beautiful eyes flashed with cold light. I went to great lengths to deliver that letter discreetly to avoid attention, but we were still exposed. Could there be a mole in the manor? She had always despised traitors. Wang Lu thought for a moment, then carefully suggested another possibility. Is it possible that your efforts to stay under the radar actually made them suspicious and led to the investigation? Hong Ling paused, then slapped her thigh in frustration. You're right. How didn't I think of that? Seeing he had said everything he needed to, Wang Lu took a half step back. If there's nothing else, can I go now? Wait, you can't leave yet. Hong Ling raised her hand to stop him. Your reasoning sounds logical, but how do we prove it? The person I sent to receive the letter was a 9th-level beast tamer. They shouldn't have been killed so easily. Wang Lu had expected her suspicion and pulled out his phone. I knew you wouldn't believe me. So here's my phone, look at the photo. Wang Lu placed his phone on the coffee table in front of him. The cold metal casing made a soft clicking sound as it touched the table. Hong Ling reached out and steadily took the phone, her fingertips gliding across the screen before her gaze settled on the photos. In the image, a corpse eroded by curse marks wore the familiar black standard combat uniform with Xiao Wu, whom she had sent out. After a brief pause, she murmured in a low voice, "I never expected Xiao Wu would die like this." After finishing the photos, she composed herself and fixed her gaze on Wang Lu again. Xiao Wu was a 9th-level beast tamer, yet even he met such a brutal end. How exactly did your teacher manage to protect you? From what she knew, except for the principal, all teachers at Qingsheng Academy had cultivation levels no higher than 9th grade. If they were of the same rank, yet Xiao Wu had died while the academy teacher could protect Wang Lu. This was beyond her comprehension. Wang Lu smiled slightly, his tone calm. "Master Hong, don't forget that I'm not entirely defenseless either. That assassin was driven off by my teacher and me working together." This statement only revealed half the truth, exposing the existence of Lu Ziwen, and the others would bring even greater trouble. Hong Ling pondered for a few seconds, accepted this explanation, and nodded gently. "I see." After confirming Wang Li's account, she seemed to set aside her doubts. "Well, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now." Sensing that she wasn't pressing further, Wang Lu immediately stood up. "Don't be in such a hurry to leave." Hong Ling raised her hand, gesturing for him to sit down. "I have more than one recipient. Another one is in downtown Chunming City, and I'll need you to make another trip." Wang Lu refused without hesitation. "Master Hong, you'd better find someone else. My abilities are limited, and I could easily mess this up." He had already recognized his position in this world, an ant-like existence that would be crushed to pieces with one wrong step. Hong Ling sighed. "I'm afraid I can't find anyone else. I have fewer and fewer people I can use, and this matter has already attracted covert investigation and surveillance. But they absolutely won't detect you. I've taken full precautions to stay hidden every time we meet. Just help me complete this delivery, and I'll pay you 5 million, plus give you a high-level skill scroll." 5 million was just the appetizer. That skill scroll was worth even more. Such generous compensation showed how crucial this matter was to her success. Meant survival, failure meant death. Though the temptation lay before him, Wang Lu still cared more about his own life and was about to decline again. Ding! A system notification suddenly rang out. 1. Agree to Hong Ling's request. Reward: Great Flame Fist, level 1. 2. Firmly refuse. Reward: Mutual destruction, can deliver the strongest blow ignoring all defenses, but the beast companion will die from exhaustion afterward. Good grief. After hearing both options, Wang Lu instinctively glanced at Hong Ling. Choosing the second option meant someone would definitely try to kill him, and the most likely person to act would be Master Hong sitting before him. The reason wasn't hard to guess. Knew too much. If he were bought by Hong Ling's enemies, it would be enough to bring her to complete ruin. With this thought, he could only sigh inwardly. What rotten luck, running into someone like Hong Ling. In the end, he forced a smile. "Thank you, Master Hong. You can rest assured and leave this matter to me." Sighing inwardly, Wang Lu still agreed. "Good. I knew I was right about you from the start. I'll find a way to transfer you out of school in a few days." After saying this, Hong Ling quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Lu stood before her in gray training clothes, his features handsome and refined. Even someone as ruthless as her couldn't help but think to herself, such a good-looking person, it would really be a shame to kill him. "Master Hong, there's something I need to tell you. I think there's something wrong with Dingyuan Village." Wang Lu didn't ask about her specific methods for transferring people. He'd already witnessed her capabilities last time and instead recounted every suspicious detail he'd discovered in Dingyuan Village. Indeed, very suspicious. Hong Ling's expression darkened slightly. "I'll send a team to Chunming City to wait for you. They won't be too powerful, but they'll be responsible for investigating whether that village chief really has problems." At this point, she immediately thought of the Black Enforcement Society. That massive shadow organization had countless civilian branches in addition to its regular members. If the village chief was truly connected to them, she would definitely avenge Xiao Wu. Wang Lu nodded. "All right, can I leave now?" Since things were already set in motion, there was no point worrying about the dangers. He could only be extra careful in the days ahead. "Yes, keep an eye on your phone messages. I'll communicate with you regularly," Hong Ling instructed. Then she signaled her subordinates to escort him out, once again covering Wang Li's eyes. After leaving the governor's mansion, Wang Lu sat quietly contemplating in the swaying carriage until he was dropped off at his residential complex entrance in the night. After a hot shower, he went straight to bed. The next morning, he shouldered his backpack and headed to school as usual. Over the following days, he deliberately avoided entering the secret realm. There were too many troubles there, and if enemies tracked him down and prevented him from responding to Hong Ling's messages, the consequences would be disastrous. So every day he woke at 6, washed up, ate breakfast, and arrived at school punctually for proper training. The first 2 days were peaceful. On the playground, students paired off for practice while Shun Wu sipped tea nearby, occasionally offering guidance on technique. Everyone sparred with each other, steadily gaining experience points. Until the third morning, when an assembly whistle suddenly sounded at the playground entrance. Shun Wu gathered everyone at the center of the track. Before the crowd could figure out what was happening, Tang Long, dressed in a pure black Zhongshan suit, walked slowly from the direction of the academic building. A principal had actually appeared. Standing at the front of the group, Wang Lu muttered under his breath, Even Principal Tang is coming out. Something big must be happening today. Remembering Hong Ling's promise, he had a vague suspicion that this was her method. Normally, Tang Long rarely appeared on campus, always hiding in his office doing who knows what. Now, he walked before the crowd, cleared his throat, and spoke in a steady voice. Students, I have an announcement to make. The governor's mansion has decided to select one student with the strongest abilities from each school to undergo a month of training at the governor's mansion in order to improve student quality. As for the selection method, all students in the school will compete in free combat, and the final winner will be able to go. After he finished speaking, the playground fell silent. Hong Dali and the others all turned to look at Wang Lu in unison. Damn, is there even a point in competing? They had witnessed Wang Li's massacre performance in the secret realm firsthand and knew his true strength. Tang Long noticed everyone's gaze and added somewhat awkwardly. Of course, you can also choose to participate in the competition or directly nominate the person you think is strongest. After all, holding this kind of selection competition at 9th Middle School did seem rather pointless, but proper procedures had to be followed. From the front of the crowd, a voice suddenly rang out. Principal, I want to compete. Just when Tang Long thought everyone was about to give up, a delicate voice rang out. The crowd turned toward the sound and saw Mu Wan dressed in a white dress, her long black hair swaying gently in the breeze. Despite her delicate appearance, her eyes revealed a determination that didn't match her looks. Since enrollment, she had vowed to become the strongest. She knew Wang Lu possessed formidable strength, but if she could defeat this so-called prodigy, perhaps she could prove herself and earn her family's recognition. Standing as equals with her brother who had always been praised, this was an obsession she refused to abandon. Are you certain? Tang Long asked in a deep voice. He was reluctant to allow this match, worried that Wang Lu might display terrifyingly overwhelming power that would crush the other students' confidence. Apart from Wang Lu, several others in the school possessed exceptional talent, and with proper cultivation, they could all become formidable fighters in the future. I'm certain. Mu Wan's voice wasn't loud, but every word was resolute. Very well. Tang Long nodded, then waved his hand to signal the students to step back, clearing an open space in the center of the training ground. Remember, stop when you've made your point. All classmates. Everyone gathered at the sidelines as Tang Long and the other students watched the battle. After both combatants took their positions, Mu Wan spoke first. Wang Lu, may I ask you for one favor? Wang Lu nodded. Go ahead. You don't need to use the word ask. What do you need me to do? Please give it your all in the upcoming fight and hold back. Mu Wan raised her voice, her former timidity vanishing completely, her eyes burning with the intensity of a soldier heading into battle. Are you certain? Wang Lu studied her intently. Although Mu Wan had reached the 4th level beast tamer rank, the gap between them was enormous. Fighting at full strength might end the battle with a single strike. Mu Wan nodded firmly, then raised her hand to summon her beast companion. I'm certain, little snowman. A flash of snow-white light appeared, and a round, plump little snowman materialized beside her. Seeing this, Wang Lu sighed softly, said nothing more, and extended his hand to summon Panda. Use Ice Spike. Mu Wan immediately commanded. Little snowman's entire body glowed with a blue aura as several razor-sharp ice spikes instantly formed and shot through the air toward Panda. In the eyes of Hong Dali and the other students, the ice spikes moved like meteors. To Panda, they appeared like bullets in slow motion, easily dodged with a simple sidestep. Freeze. Judging Panda to be agile, Mu Wan decided to restrict its movement first. Little Snowman opened its mouth and sprayed a stream of blue liquid that crashed heavily near Panda's feet, instantly freezing and firmly trapping both of its feet in ice. Wang Lu remained standing calmly in the back, his expression serene, giving no commands to Panda. He trusted his beast companion's judgment. After all, Panda was a divine beast. Seeing Panda frozen in ice, joy flashed in Mu Wan's eyes as she quickly issued her next command. Little Snowman, use Frost Charge. Upon hearing the command, Little Snowman charged toward Panda, cold vapor radiating from its body. Getting hit by it would not only cause injuries, but also frostbite. The Little Snowman slid across the ice surface, charging straight at Panda. Just as it was about to collide, a sharp crack rang out beneath Panda's feet. The ice shattered, spreading like a spider web. It shifted its body slightly to the side, avoiding the impact, then reached out with its paw to grab the Little Snowman's body and flung it away with force. The Little Snowman flew backward, leaving a long trail on the smooth ice surface with dust scattering everywhere, finally tumbling to a stop at Mu Wan's feet. Little Snowman. Mu Wan bent down to check, her fingers quickly running over the beast pet's snow-white shell. Soon, The little snowman wobbled back to its feet. Pangda hadn't used its full strength earlier. Could only bloodline skills possibly lead to victory? After just one round, Muwan had already seen the gap between them. She clenched her fists, hesitating whether to use her bloodline power. All right, that's enough for this battle. Tang Long's voice came from the sidelines. He had been watching the match closely, and seeing Mu Wan's determined expression, he immediately stepped into the arena. Mu Wan, you performed very well just now. There's no need to continue, and definitely no need to use bloodline skills. Principal, Mu Wan pressed her lips together, still unwilling to give up. I understand you want to prove yourself. Tang Long shook his head, cutting her off. But bloodline skills aren't your beast pet's natural talent. Let go of this obsession and work hard to improve in the future. His tone was firm, and Mu Wan finally lowered her head in thought. Humans can also possess talents, though only a very few. These words echoed in her ears for a long time. The match was declared over, and Tang Long announced on the spot. The winner, Wang Lo. If anyone else wants to challenge, please sign up immediately. If not, I'll register Wang Li's spot with the governor's office. He turned to look at Hong Dali and his group. Hong Dali and the others exchanged glances, all remaining silent. The gap in strength was too great. They really didn't want to doubt their entire existence after just one fight. Wang Lu walked up to Mu Wan, his tone gentle. Don't be discouraged. You'll surpass me eventually. It's just a matter of time. Mu Wan kept her head down without speaking. Wang Lu sighed softly and was about to turn and leave when her voice suddenly rang out behind him. You're even stronger than my brother. Thank you for letting me know that my brother isn't the strongest. From today on, my lifelong goal is to surpass you. Wang Lu didn't respond, only turning back to give her an encouraging look before returning to the group. After the match ended, Tang Long immediately went to the governor's office to submit the roster. Before school ended, he found Wang Lu again. You don't need to come to school tomorrow. Wait for someone from the governor's office to pick you up. That evening, Wang Lu returned home and lay in bed thinking about the upcoming arrangements. He had already packed his clothes when he returned from Chunming City, and he couldn't even be bothered to move the suitcase. As he pondered, he drifted off to sleep. The next morning, knock, knock, knock. Urgent knocking woke him up. Two men in black suits stood at the door. Are you Wang Lu? One of them asked to confirm his identity. Yes, I am. Wang Lu nodded. That's right then. The man made a gesture of invitation. Special trainee of the governor's office, please come with us. Wang Lu changed his shoes and followed them out the door. A black sedan was waiting outside. Oh, okay. Wang Lu nodded and got into the car with the two men in suits. The vehicle started smoothly and left the bustling downtown area, soon entering increasingly desolate suburban roads. The high-rises outside the windows were replaced by patches of forest, with abandoned factories and empty lots occasionally flashing by the roadside. Aren't we supposed to be going to the governor's mansion? Why are we heading to the suburbs? Wang Lu stared at the trees outside the window, unable to determine the direction, and finally couldn't help but ask. Logically, the governor's mansion should be located in the city center, not hidden in some remote wilderness. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Just sit quietly in the car. The driver responded in a low voice, his dry tone sounding as if Wang Lu owed him money. Combined with his cold, stern face, this actually convinced Wang Lu that the man was indeed from the governor's mansion, which put his mind at ease. Half an hour later, the vehicle turned onto a hidden path into the forest and finally stopped in an open clearing. Under the dense tree shadows, several olive-green tents were scattered about, and the ground showed tire tracks. We're training here? Wang Lu looked at the tents and asked the driver curiously. No. Follow me. The driver simply shook his head and turned to walk along a path almost completely hidden by bushes. Wang Lu followed closely behind, looking puzzled, until they came to a mound about 5 meters high. The driver raised his hand and brushed the surface of the mound a few times, revealing a hidden metal panel with a keypad that glowed faintly. He quickly entered a series of numbers. Click, click. The sound of gears meshing continued as a crack appeared in the center of the mound. A heavy alloy door slowly sank down, revealing stairs leading downward. The sides of the stairway were lined with white tiles, brightly lit, completely different from the desolate scene outside. Wang Lu followed the driver all the way down and suddenly found himself in a spacious underground hall covering about 500 square meters. Traces of the old Imperial Dragon Army emblem could still be seen on the walls, clearly indicating this had once been a military installation that was later abandoned and now converted by the governor's mansion into a training facility. In the center of the hall, 8 teenagers stood in a semicircle. Seeing the two men descend the stairs, a young man in a white shirt with a crew cut raised his eyebrows. Strange. Why is there another person? Yeah, aren't all the representatives from the 8 schools already here? Another person muttered. Don't make a big deal of it. Maybe the governor's mansion sent someone to do odd jobs. These 8 were special trainees selected from the other 8 high schools in Qingqing. Due to their usual closed training, they had never heard of Qingqing 9th High School, and were naturally curious about Wang Li's sudden appearance. Amid the discussions, one girl froze Lin Mengmeng, who had been Wang Li's class monitor at Qingqing 2nd High School. She had always felt that Wang Lu held back the entire class, and now seeing her former classmate appear at the training facility, her brow immediately furrowed. What was he doing here? He obviously wasn't needed for odd jobs, and if he was here for training alongside her, she found it hard to accept. The driver stood before the group and loudly interrupted the whispers. Quiet. He's the representative from Qingqing Ninth High School, a trainee just like you. Stay here and wait for instructions. No fooling around. With that, he turned and left up the stairs. Once he was gone, quiet discussions resumed in the hall, still focused on Wang Lu, with one central question. The conversation was simply about which school the Ninth High actually was. Wang Lu ignored these people, pretending not to hear them as he found an empty corner to lean against the wall. A dim yellow light cast over him, the wall cold and rough against his back. The basement was so spacious that echoes could be heard. Wang Lu lowered his head in thought, while various conversations and footsteps mingled in the distance, buzzing incessantly like flies. Just then, a figure approached him with the crisp sound of sneakers. It was Lin Mingming, campus beauty of number 2 high school. She wore a neatly tailored blue-green tracksuit, her silver-rimmed glasses reflecting the light with a sharp gleam. Wang Lu, what are you doing here? She skipped any greeting and questioned him coldly. Her tone carried obvious rejection, as if hoping Wang Lu would immediately give her a reason that had nothing to do with the special training. Wang Lu looked up, his gaze lingering on Lin Mingming's face before scanning her tracksuit and glasses, not responding immediately. He found this woman strangely familiar, but couldn't recall exactly where he'd seen her. I'm talking to you. What are you staring at? Lin Mingming's voice rose, her expression growing colder. At number 2 high school, she was pursued by various boys daily. Being looked up and down by Wang Lu like this disgusted her, and any goodwill she might have had toward him hit rock bottom. Seeing her agitated expression, Wang Lu simply turned his head away, looking elsewhere. He couldn't be bothered with this crazy woman. I'm talking to you. Are you pretending not to know me? I'm Lin Mingming. I'm asking you, what are you here for? Thinking she'd caught Wang Lu being guilty, her attitude became even more aggressive. Several nearby trainees, seeing the drama unfold, immediately gathered around. They were all geniuses from their respective schools, and with Lin Mingming being the only girl in the group and a beautiful one at that, they naturally wanted to show off in front of her. More and more people gathered, except for one person, Ling Shi, who stood in place pretending not to notice. Ling Shi was from number 8 high school and had quite a grudge against Wang Lu. He knew he was no match for Wang Lu. If it came to a real confrontation, he'd only get beaten up. To save face, he simply played blind. Wang Lu, feeling cornered, also got angry, his tone impatient. You seem to have some serious issues. I've been ignoring you, yet you keep asking and asking. What else would I be here for besides special training? Lin Mingming's face darkened at being choked up like that. Just as she was about to explode, a buzzcut boy behind her stepped forward. What's with your temper? She asked you a couple of questions, sis, that worth getting so angry about. The buzzcut boy spoke loudly, acting like he was upholding justice, but without understanding the situation at all. Wang Lu gave him a cold look. How is my temper any of your business? He understood that if he didn't get serious now, everyone here would treat him like a pushover. The buzzcut boy's face stiffened at being challenged, and his temper flared. Looks like you really do have a bad temper. Come on, let's fight. I'll cool you down. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, obviously wanting to show off in front of Lin Mingming and make a good impression on the beauty. Lin Mingming didn't stop him. Instead, she raised an eyebrow. She already looked down on Wang Lu, so having someone teach him a lesson was perfectly fine with her. She could even enjoy the show. Then let's fight. Wang Lu wasted no words and walked directly toward the open space. The basement was spacious enough for even 2 beast companions to battle freely, let alone 2 people. The buzzcut boy followed to the center, while the others scattered with a whoosh, forming a semicircle. Their usual training was oppressive, so having a real fight to watch made their eyes shine with excitement. The buzzcut boy flexed his wrists, his knuckles cracking, and bared his teeth at Wang Lu. If I don't beat you down until you're kneeling and calling me grandpa today, then I'm the one you raised. The buzzcut guy muttered under his breath as he walked over. Soon, he and Wang Lu stood face to face. The buzzcut guy gritted his teeth but softened his tone. Kid, we're all here to train. No need to fight. Just apologize to this lady, and we'll call it even. Otherwise, if we really start fighting, don't blame me for what happens. The previously aggressive guy suddenly gave Wang Lu an out. This was the prefect's designated training ground, and if things escalated, they could very well lose their qualifications. After all, he was recognized as a genius at 4th middle school, with both strong fists and a sharp mind. An apology is out of the question. Wang Lu rubbed his shoulder, his tone frighteningly calm. If you want to fight, let's fight. If not, stop blocking my rest time. Fine, let's fight. You don't know what's good for you. The buzzcut guy laughed angrily. Thunder Tiger. He sneered inwardly. What kind of talent could come from some no-name backwater school he'd never heard of? How dare this guy show impatience toward a genius from 4th middle school? He deserved to be taught a lesson. A thunder tiger with blue skin and golden eyes, 4 to 5 times larger than an ordinary tiger, appeared at his call. Its muscles rippled in the sunlight, radiating an aura of ferocity and mystery. Panda. Wang Lu raised his hand, and a black and white chubby figure landed with a thud that sounded like muffled thunder. Ha ha. Someone's actually using an iron-eating beast as their main pet. What a joke of a school. The spectating trainees burst into laughter. Lin Mingming covered her mouth and giggled. I thought he'd made some kind of comeback, but turns out he just got lucky. Wang Lu couldn't be bothered to explain and pointed forward. Panda. Charge. Action spoke louder than words. Crushing the opponent would be far more satisfying. Dodge, then use lightning strike. The buzzcut guy didn't take Panda seriously at all, his face full of confidence as he gave the command. In his mind, as long as Thunder Tiger avoided the charge and landed one lightning strike, the battle would be over. The spectators all expected the same outcome. The next second, everyone froze. Thunder Tiger had barely started moving when Panda was already charging in close. With its natural agility, Thunder Tiger barely managed to sidestep, its claws kicking up dust, then leaped into the air to unleash its skill. But the moment its front paws left the ground, a black and white blur was already blocking its path. Panda's intelligence was extremely high, and with its opponent's master being merely a 4th-level beast tamer, it didn't need Wang Li's commands to execute fluid combinations. Roar! Thud! Just as Thunder Tiger opened its mouth to gather lightning, Panda's heavy claw struck its jaw. Crackling electricity exploded in its mouth. While not fatal to an electric-type beast, it still left the tiger's mouth numb. Immediately after, Panda drew back its arm and powered up, its massive black and white fist hammering down like a sledgehammer, aimed straight at Thunder Tiger's forehead. Miss. In an instant, the Thunder Tiger traced a perfect arc through the air like a meteor before crashing heavily to the ground. The moment it hit, the solid floor was smashed into a crater half a person's depth, with debris flying everywhere and dust billowing up. The buzzcut man stood frozen in place, first rubbing his eyes in disbelief, then suddenly snapping back to reality. He rushed to the edge of the crater, his voice trembling. Woo woo woo, my Thunder Tiger. How did it become so flat? This isn't my Thunder Tiger, it was never this flat before. Wang Lu stood behind him, speaking calmly. Stop wasting time with your nonsense. Hurry up and recall your beast pet into its capsule, maybe it can still be saved. He hadn't expected the Thunder Tiger to be so fragile. On second thought, the Thunder Tiger was an agility-type beast pet, while Panda was a full 4 levels higher and had struck with full force. The fact that it still had a breath left was already quite resilient. Hearing the reminder, the buzzcut man frantically pulled out a pet capsule and recalled the flattened Thunder Tiger. Then he straightened up, glaring at Wang Lu through gritted teeth, speaking word by word. I'm warning you, if anything happens to my Thunder Tiger, I'll never let this go. My name is Luo Jinfeng. I'll remember today's defeat, and I'll come back to settle the score with you. Whatever. Wang Lu simply gave his name. I'm Wang Lu. He didn't take Luo Jinfeng's threats to heart. Emotional outbursts were normal when one's beast pet was severely injured, and even if Luo Jinfeng really came for revenge, it would just be another easy victory. After speaking, Wang Lu found a corner to sit against the wall and closed his eyes to rest. Luo Jinfeng crouched on the ground with his head down, lost in thought about who knows what. The battle had ended, but every trainee watching felt their hearts surging with emotion. That was an iron-eating beast. No one present dared guarantee they could defeat Luo Jinfeng's Thunder Tiger in such a short time. Their previous contempt had now turned entirely into shock, with questions piling up, yet no one dared approach Wang Lu to ask how he had done it. Lin Mingming especially felt her face burning with shame. Though she hadn't fought Wang Lu herself, she felt equally humiliated. Why had the waste, who had been at the bottom of their class and considered the least talented, suddenly become ridiculously strong? Tap, tap, tap. While everyone was lost in their own thoughts, the crisp sound of high heels echoed from the stairway. Everyone looked up in unison to see Hong Ling in a red dress gracefully descending the stairs. Her dress swayed with each movement, revealing glimpses of her long, fair legs, causing a chorus of gulping sounds from below. Hong Ling's gaze swept the area, immediately noticing the crater in the floor, her delicate eyebrows furrowing instantly. What happened here? Her voice was cold and carried an implicit authority, making everyone shiver involuntarily. Beautiful, but also intimidating. Lin Mingming was the first to recover, asking politely, Hello, may I ask who you are? I'm Hong Ling, one of the 5 governors of the prefecture. I'm overseeing this entire training session. Hong Ling spoke with a sharp gaze. I'm asking who damaged this floor. Usually, she spoke to Wang Lu like a friendly older sister, but now she displayed the full authority of someone in power. Upon hearing the name, Hong Ling, Lin Mingming's eyes immediately lit up with admiration. As a fellow woman, she had always looked up to Hong Ling's legendary achievements as her goal. Seeing her idol in person, she hurried to Hong Ling's side and recounted everything in detail. Governor Hong, here's what happened. Wang Lu first insulted me, and someone couldn't stand watching him bully a girl, so they started fighting. During the fight, when Lin Mingming recounted what happened, she played word games, twisting an incident where both parties were at fault into something that made it sound like Wang Lu was entirely to blame. Every word she spoke was technically accurate, yet with her understated tone, she made it seem to everyone listening that Wang Lu was the instigator. Hong Ling frowned as she listened, but didn't immediately lose her temper, simply fixing her gaze on Lin Mingming. The other new trainees all kept their heads down, frozen in place like they were nailed to the spot, none daring to interrupt. Only Luo Jinfeng, who had just been defeated by Wang Lu, took a deep breath and straightened up. That's pretty much what happened, but I was the one who challenged Wang Lu to a match. I lost because I wasn't skilled enough. The moment he finished speaking, Lin Mingming shot him a fierce glare, her eyes practically blazing with fury. If the master believed his words, wouldn't that greatly reduce Wang Li's chances of being punished? Only then did Hong Ling speak, her voice cold as thin ice. Humph. You two have quite the nerve, causing trouble here. Luo Jinfeng, even though you were the one who got beaten, you're also at fault. You're punished to leave 20 days early from your training. Wang Lu, your behavior is even worse, attacking your own people. Come with me upstairs. Today I must teach you a lesson you won't forget. She deliberately lifted her chin, putting on an expression of rage, and instantly the hall fell silent except for heavy breathing. Wang Lu seemed relaxed as he followed Hong Ling, the two of them climbing the stairs. The moment they left, whispers erupted in the hall. Master Hong's anger is terrifying. Wang Lu will probably be kicked out of the special training program, won't he? We didn't speak up for him just now. Do you think he'll retaliate against us? Probably not. We didn't do anything wrong to him. At this point, all eyes turned to Lin Mingming. Her face immediately turned pale green as she realized Wang Lu was no longer the weakling who could be bullied at will. If she insisted on meddling, she might really be asking for trouble. In front of the earthen slope, two figures stopped one after the other, Wang Lu and Hong Ling. A gentle breeze carried the slightly bitter scent of grass. Quite the temper, little brother. Getting into fights right after arriving. Hong Ling now wore a relaxed smile, her eyes crinkled with amusement, showing no trace of authority. They started it. I wasn't planning to bother with them. Wang Lu shrugged with a bitter smile. Hong Ling raised her hand to smooth her hair, her expression playful. Perfect timing. I was originally trying to think of an excuse to call you out alone without arousing suspicion. Now I don't have to rack my brains. Master, should I go carry out the mission directly? Wang Lu understood perfectly this was his sister's deliberate arrangement. It's so convenient talking to smart people. Hong Ling sighed, then handed him a pure black mask. The carriage is ready, parked on that small path. Go there yourself. After delivering the message, investigate Dingyuan village. If you encounter danger along the way, run if you can. If you can't escape, destroy your face before they capture you alive, then take your own life. Wang Lu was slightly stunned, not expecting Hong Ling to be so ruthless with her subordinates. Hong Ling shook her head, her voice calm but with an edge of coldness. It's not that I'm cruel, these are the rules of the Imperial Dragon Army. The Black Executive Society uses brutal methods. If captured, they'll torture you first, then kill you slowly. Don't worry, if anything happens to you, I'll take care of your sister. Hong Ling seemed to sense Wang Li's confusion and voluntarily explained. All right, I understand. Wang Li nodded without saying anything unnecessary. Hong Ling knew he had a sister, which didn't surprise Wang Lu at all. In a small place like Qingchun, Hong Ling's intelligence network was virtually all-encompassing. Taking the mask Hong Ling handed him, he shouldered his backpack again and left via the hidden path outside the training camp. Meanwhile, Hong Ling returned to the grounds and announced to the trainees that Wang Lu would be confined for a month due to disciplinary violations. On the long-distance bus to Chunming City, Wang Lu gazed through the window at the fleeting tree shadows, his heart heavy with worry. The mask Hong Ling gave him was definitely more than just decoration. This mission would most likely involve life and death danger. Fortunately, he had the system as some form of protection. After getting off the bus, Chunming City's heat wave hit him in the face. Wang Lu dragged his backpack onto the main street and checked the note in the envelope again, 53 Friendship Street. The contact person had chosen the city center? He felt somewhat suspicious. Logically, contact persons should stay as hidden as possible, yet this one was doing the complete opposite. Following the address, number 53 turned out to be a fried chicken shop, less than 60 square meters. A long queue stretched outside the door, with the aroma of oil mixing with the bustling voices. Wang Lu squeezed in, ordered only a Coke, then occupied a window-side table for two, placing the cup aside without taking a sip. Any customer who tried to share his table was coldly driven away. Business was booming, and soon the owner rushed over, sweat beading on his forehead. Hey buddy, I've got fast table turnover here. What's the deal with just taking up space without ordering food? I'm waiting for someone who sells white candles. Wang Lu spoke each word deliberately, not knowing who the contact was. He could only try the code phrase on everyone. Are you looking for trouble? I sell fried chicken, not candles. I hate troublemakers like you the most, get out. The owner's temper flared instantly, threatening to fetch a cleaver from the kitchen. Customers in the shop all turned to stare, and Wang Lu, worried about causing a bigger scene, had to leave first. After walking out, he didn't go far but hid in a narrow alley nearby. The plan was simple. Wait for the shop to close, then try the code phrase on each employee. Night fell, and around 7 o'clock, the fried chicken shop's rolling shutter came down with a clatter. Smack! A large hand heavily patted Wang Li's shoulder. Who's there? He spun around sharply, instantly summoning his spirit pet panda, whose black and white rotund figure blocked his front. Keep it down. It's me, no harm intended. Under the dim streetlight, the newcomer was none other than the fried chicken shop owner. Wang Lu frowned. What do you want? He hadn't even noticed when the man had approached. The owner didn't answer directly, only whispered, I have some fine black candles here. The code matched. Wang Lu was stunned. The fried chicken owner who had fought desperately over a table during the day was actually the contact person. I'm under Master Hong's command, the owner said while pulling at the chain lock outside the rolling shutter. I was sent to Chunming City 3 months ago to lie low as a sleeper agent. Opening the shop was just a cover, and I thought it would barely make ends meet. But who knew business would be so hot that I'm making 10,000 a day? Hong Ling had mentioned these details to Wang Lu earlier for identity verification. After confirming everything was correct, Wang Lu clicked his tongue in amazement. Good grief, fried chicken, is that profitable? Maybe I should work with you instead. Upon hearing the boss's words, Wang Lu suddenly felt that opening a fried chicken shop wasn't such a bad idea. The beast taming profession was like walking on thin ice, while running a shop seemed simple and stable. The two exchanged compliments, creating a relaxed atmosphere. Maybe I'll come work for you someday, Wang Lu joked, but then his expression turned serious. Business first. He pulled out the leather envelope from his backpack and handed it solemnly to the boss. Keep this letter safe. The boss received it with both hands, immediately tucking it into his inner pocket and patting it for confirmation. Don't worry. I'll be going now. Wang Lu turned to leave. Wait, young man. The boss suddenly called out in a low voice. Please pass along a message to Master Hong for me. What message? The boss's lips barely moved, his voice so low only they could hear. After this mission ends, I want to apply for withdrawal. All right, I'll deliver it. Wang Lu nodded and stepped out of the dark alley. At the street corner, he pulled out his phone and texted Hong Ling with just one question. Where do I meet the scouts? He decided to hold back the boss's message for now, fearing Hong Ling might become suspicious and take unpredictable action against the boss. A few minutes later, his screen lit up. 5 scouts total. Meet at the abandoned temple north of Dingyuan village. No password needed, just wear the mask. Wang Lu pocketed his phone, adjusted his backpack to his chest, and pulled out the pure black mask. Under the streetlight, he could see the dark surface was faintly etched with several runes, like winding silver threads. He hailed a taxi to Dingyuan village. Dingyuan village lay in deathly silence under the night sky, with only the occasional hoot of an owl in the trees. Wang Lu headed north, his footsteps making soft, tap-tap sounds on the gravel. Damn, this place is way too creepy. A cold wind swept by, sending chills down his spine. Fortunately, the silhouette of a ruined temple finally appeared in the distance. He had arrived. Just as he raised his hand to put on the mask, nearby bushes suddenly rustled. Then a hoarse whisper reached his ears. Hey there, do I look like a human or a god to you? Hearing such a question in the dead of night would make anyone's scalp crawl. Wang Li's heart tightened as he shouted, Panda! Under the moonlight, Panda flashed out. Wang Lu commanded without hesitation. Use Flame Fist. Boom. Fire snakes swept through, instantly illuminating the dark forest with orangered light. A standing yellow weasel was left dumbfounded by the flames. Holy crap. This kid's too fiercey, even dares to attack an immortal. The yellow weasel burst out in fluent northeastern dialect and bolted toward the temple. And it still dared to call itself an immortal? I'm definitely going to roast you alive today, Wang Lu shouted as he chased after the disheveled weasel ahead. From its panicked, desperate escape, Wang Lu was certain this creature had been deliberately placed here to block his path. The weasel ran ahead while he and Panda followed behind, dust flying through the night air with continuous footsteps echoing. After a few moments, an ancient, weathered small temple appeared ahead. The weasel, seeing it like a lifeline, frantically rushed to the entrance and began clawing at the door. Master, help me. Seeing this, Wang Lu also slowed his pace. The reconnaissance agents he was supposed to meet were inside the temple, and according to intelligence, this weasel was almost certainly one of their contracted beasts. Creak. The wooden door was pushed open, and lamplight revealed 5 figures wearing white masks. In the dim lantern light from the doorway, he could make out 2 women and 3 men, with the 2 women standing at the front. The one on the left had her hair in a high ponytail, while the one on the right sported flamboyant twin tails. Baby, who bullied you? The twin-tailed girl scooped up the mud-covered weasel, her face full of concern. This creature, called Huang Tsilong, was a reconnaissance-type support beast skilled at mimicking human voices and tracking. It burrowed into the girl's arms and shrilly complained. It was this guy. I just asked him if he looked more like a person or a god, and he wanted to kill me. Hey, who are you? Why were you trying to kill my baby? The twin-tailed girl, holding Huang Tsilong, marched right up to Wang Lu. A misunderstanding. Pure misunderstanding. Wang Lu raised his hands peacefully. I was traveling at night when your beast suddenly jumped out and startled me, so I wanted to teach it a lesson. I apologize to you all, we all on the same side here. He had already recognized that these five were the reconnaissance agents he was looking for, so he kept his tone as gentle as possible. Bah, who's on the same side as you? Apologizing to me is useless, you need to apologize to my baby. The twin-tailed girl remained stubborn, patting the Huang Xilong in her arms. Wang Lu frowned slightly. He'd been this polite, yet she was still pushing her luck. Working with teammates like this was going to be a real headache. I'm talking to you. When he got distracted for a moment, the girl immediately flared up. Don't be hasty, little sister. The ponytailed girl reached out to restrain her. He doesn't look like a bad person, let's just forget about it. Sis. He's sneaking around here in the middle of the night, that might be a spy from the Black Executive Society. The twin-tailed girl's words were sharp, and she turned to call out to the three men behind her. What are you three standing around for? Capture him. If you let him escape, I won't talk to any of you anymore. The three men exchanged glances, clearly all wanting to show off in front of the twin-tailed girl. The next second, they simultaneously revealed their contract seals and summoned their respective beast shadow lizards. Shadow lizards were specialized mounts trained uniformly by reconnaissance headquarters, extremely fast and perfect for message delivery. Being able to contract such creatures usually meant their fathers had served in the intelligence system, giving their children access to these slots. All three were 5th-level beast tamers, and while shadow lizards had no elemental abilities, their raw power was formidable. Shadow lizard used bite. 3. 3 commands fell simultaneously, and scales flashed in the moonlight as 3 shadow lizards crouched low and lunged toward Wang Lu. Panda dodge. Wang Lu commanded in a low voice, but still didn't counterattack after all. These people would soon be fighting alongside him, and he couldn't actually hurt them. The twin-tailed girl cheered from the sidelines. Go for it. If you three can take down this jerk, I'll agree to add all of you as friends on Super Chat. The three boys became even more excited when they heard the twin-tailed girl's words. Shadow lizards. Attack with full force and tear them apart. All three shouted commands, almost simultaneously. The 3 dark green shadow lizards lunged fiercely at Wang Lu and Panda, their fangs gleaming coldly in the moonlight. Wang Lu hadn't intended to fight these students seriously, but seeing that they would only become more aggressive if he didn't retaliate, he commanded sternly, Panda, you scratch. Panda, who had been dodging and was already furious, immediately swung his massive bare paws upon receiving the order. Flash, flash, flash. The dull sounds of claws tearing through scales echoed repeatedly as all 3 shadow lizards were simultaneously slashed with bloody wounds, howling in pain. Oh no, shadow lizards, come back. The 3 boys' faces turned pale as they frantically raised their pet capsule's light beams to recall their beast companions. The battle stopped abruptly. Wang Lu had Panda stand beside him and spoke in a calm but unquestionable voice. I told you this was a misunderstanding, but you insisted on fighting. Now can you listen to what I have to say? The smell of blood still lingered in the air. The girl with the single ponytail stepped forward cautiously. Sir, who exactly are you? Before she could finish speaking, the twin-tailed girl blocked her path, glaring at Wang Lu. Sister, don't waste words with him. He attacked and injured people, he's definitely not one of us. Enough! Wang Lu suddenly roared, his voice exploding through the night. If you dare attack again, don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, he raised his hand and placed a black mask over his face. The moment the mask appeared, the ponytailed girl immediately recognized him, and her expression changed dramatically. It's the team leader. She quickly bowed respectfully. The 3 boys behind her also hurriedly lowered their heads, but only the twin-tailed girl remained standing straight. Why aren't you showing respect? Wang Lu suppressed his temper, his tone growing colder. He didn't want to pull rank, but these people were too reckless, had to establish authority first. The twin-tailed girl didn't answer but stared at him instead. There's something I don't understand. Answer my question first. This is protocol. Wang Lu scolded sternly again. The girl pouted but spoke with stubborn defiance. Because the team leader injured my beast companion and others' beast companions too. I resent you. You could have revealed your identity from the start, but you chose to hide it just to suppress us. Wang Li's frown deepened. The Dragon Guard had strict discipline, subordinates could only obey their superiors. Yet this little girl not only defied him openly, but even declared her dislike for him. She either had powerful backing or something wrong with her head. At the beginning, did you give me a chance to speak? If you resent me, then leave. For this mission, having one more person like you doesn't help, and having one less doesn't hurt. He didn't want to offend some wealthy heiress or second-generation elite over a mere reconnaissance mission. Fine, I'll leave. Sister, let's go together. The twin-tailed girl felt slighted and tried to pull her sister away. Stop this nonsense. The pony-tailed sister pulled her hand back and scolded gently. Have you forgotten what father told us before we left? Apologize to the team leader immediately. No need for her apology, Wang Lu said expressionlessly. It doesn't matter if she wants to leave. He thought to himself that with his system, investigating a village would be manageable even without these few people. Oomph. Then I won't leave just to spite you. The twin-tailed girl's stubborn nature flared up completely after being dismissed repeatedly. Since you're not leaving, tell me, after being here so long, have you gathered any useful intelligence? Wang Lu was too lazy to argue with this spoiled young lady and decided to ask about something useful. Captain, before you arrived, we scouted around the village perimeter and discovered. The ponytailed girl walked over and shared some information with Wang Lu, including their names. Night pressed down between the roof tiles and field ridges, the air thick with the scent of damp earth. Chu Ying'er, her hair pulled back in a high ponytail, hurried to Wang Li's side and breathlessly reported everything they had observed. There were quite a few villagers, but they mostly worked in the fields during the day. Once darkness fell, they all returned home, their only entertainment being card games and Chinese chess. The entire Dingyuan village appeared as calm as an ancient well on the surface. She then introduced her companions to Wang Lu, herself as Chu Ying'er, the girl with twin ponytails as her younger sister Chu Yue, and the three boys as Xiao Pao, Xiao Long, and Xiao Tao. Based on what you're saying, everything does seem normal. Wang Li's gaze remained steady, though his tone grew colder. However, the calmer things appear on the surface, the bigger the trouble usually lurking beneath. You must have paranoid delusions, Chu Yue muttered under her breath, pursing her lips. Wang Lu turned his head, his gaze falling on her like ice. Did I ask for your opinion? Go do 50 squats. Why should I? Chu Yue's eyes widened. Because I'm the team leader, and my orders are the rules. Don't follow the rules, get out of the team. Wang Li's voice was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. You. Chu Yue clenched her fists in anger, nearly storming off on the spot. But remembering how long she had already endured this, quitting now would be too much of a loss. She gritted her teeth silently, thinking, once this mission is over, I'll definitely have father investigate this guy's background. She sullenly moved aside and began doing squats. Wang Lu nodded approvingly. This served both as punishment and establishing authority. Let's continue with task assignments. Chu Ying'er will team up with me, and you three Xiao Pao, Xiao Long, Xiao Tao form another group. We'll enter from the west side of the village, you take the east. Check any house that still has lights on and see what the people inside are doing. He suspected the village chief was problematic but wasn't sure if there were accomplices, so he had to cast a wide net. Yes, everyone responded in unison. Chu Yue, still doing squats, became indignant. Hey, everyone gets a task, why don't I have one? You'll keep watch at the village entrance and serve as mobile backup. If any team needs help, we'll notify you. Wang Lu assigned her casually. In his judgment, bringing Chu Yue along would only be a hindrance. You. Chu Yue's face flushed red with anger. She wanted to argue but didn't dare, so she could only furiously speed up her squatting rhythm. The others ignored her silent protest, packed their gear, and filed out of the ruined temple, heading toward the dark Dingyuan village according to plan. Chu Yue followed reluctantly at the rear. The village entrance rustled in the night wind, and the remaining Buddha statue in the ruined temple cast intersecting shadows in the moonlight. Wang Lu and Chu Ying'er slipped into the western path, dried leaves crunching softly under their feet. They peered through walls at every house, showing candlelight or the dim glow of light bulbs, some people washing dishes by the stove, others sitting around playing cards, and some who had already turned off their lights early. Even the village chief's house was no exception. It was brightly lit inside, but he was just chatting casually with his family. After making a complete round, they still came up empty-handed. Looks like tonight's another bust, Wang Lu whispered, turning to head back to the ruined temple with Chu Ying'er. Meanwhile, the trio of Xiao Pao searched from the eastern side, but similarly found no anomalies, returning to the clearing in front of the temple almost simultaneously with Wang Lu. Insects chirped intermittently in the woods, but the atmosphere felt oppressive due to their fruitless results. Wait, you're all back, so why hasn't Chu Yue returned yet? Wang Lu stared at everyone present, completely stunned. The task he had assigned to Chu Yue earlier was simply stand watch at the village entrance. Logically, since Xiao Pao and the other two had already returned, Chu Yue should have appeared with them. When the three of us came back and passed the village entrance, we didn't see her, so we assumed she'd already rejoined the team. Xiao Pao scratched his head apologetically. Oh no, that girl must have snuck into the village on her own. Chu Ying'er's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. She knew her sister too, while she should have kept her firmly by her side from the start. Regret washing over her, she looked at Wang Lu. Team leader, can I go in to find my sister? Wang Lu shook his head. No, we don't know Chu Yue's current situation, and you're all too weak. Going in would only cause more trouble. If you actually encounter people from the Black Enforcement Society, you wouldn't even be able to buy time. But I can't just stand by and watch my sister be in danger. Chu Ying'er stamped her feet anxiously. She was famous for doting on her sister. Ding. A cold electronic prompt suddenly rang out. Emergency situation detected. Host may choose from the following options. 1. Ignore Chu Yue's fate. Hastily conclude the mission to avoid trouble. Reward. Jade Grass Beast Pet. grants immunity to mission toxin attacks when consumed. 2. Find Chu Yue and thoroughly investigate Dingyuan village to uncover the truth. Reward, Advanced Experience Potion 3. The jade grass was obviously valuable, but the phrase hastily conclude made Wang Li's scalp tingle. To be safe, he'd rather take the lesser reward than plant a landmine for himself. You all wait here. I'll go in and take a look. Wang Lu made the decision. Really? Then can I come with you? Chu Ying'er's eyes filled with hope. No, the situation inside is unclear. Bringing you would only slow down the operation. The words inevitably stung, but Wang Lu had no time to hesitate. All right. Chu Ying'er lowered her head and didn't insist further. She knew Wang Lu was stating facts. Listen, if I'm not back by dawn, immediately go find the Dragon Guard army to seal the village and request backup. Wang Lu left himself an escape route. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Dingyuan village under the night sky was frighteningly quiet. Almost every household had extinguished their lights and gone to bed, with only a few scattered oil lamps still burning, faintly revealing people inside sorting seeds, preparing for tomorrow's planting. Wang Lu crouched low and circled the village twice, not even sparing the narrow, deadened alleys, but never caught sight of Chu Yue. Strange, the village is only so big. Where could she have gone? His unease grew stronger. It's you, a horse. Aged voice suddenly came from behind. Wang Lu spun around sharply. In the moonlight, a yellow wolf dog came stumbling toward him. Chu Yue's beast pet, Huang Zilong. Huang Zilong, what are you doing here? Where's your master? Seeing the familiar face, Wang Lu felt slightly relieved when the beast pet was around. The master usually wasn't far away. My master has been captured. Huang Zilong's voice trembled, its tail tucked under its belly, clearly shaking. What? Who captured her? Speak clearly. Wang Li's heart sank, his speech unconsciously quickening. As team leader on this mission, he couldn't bear the responsibility if a team member got into trouble. He was captured by an old man and 2 young men. They were too strong, and when my master saw he couldn't win, he sent me to get help. Huang Zilong stumbled up to Wang Lu, covered in wet mud that kept falling off him in chunks, looking utterly disheveled. Take me back to save your master right now. Before Wang Lu finished speaking, he had already tucked Huang Zilong under his arm. You guide the way, I'll run. They had barely rushed 2 blocks when a dark figure blocked their path. The young man who had been chasing Huang Zilong. Wang Lu recognized him as one of the village chief's grandsons. They locked eyes for less than half a second before fists and feet were flying. Within moments, the young man was struck hard in the jaw by Wang Li's heavy punch. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious. Without stopping, Wang Lu continued running with Huang Zilong in his arms. A few minutes later, they reached a dilapidated compound at the far end of the village. The outer walls were damaged and weeds grew everywhere, but firelight flickered through the half-closed windows, accompanied by faint commotion. Wang Lu climbed over the wall, and as soon as he landed, he heard screams and crude laughter coming from inside the house. Let me go, you old pervert. If you dare touch me, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Ha ha ha, sleeping with a beauty like you would be worth dying for. Help, help, Zhuang, get some cloth to gag her. Yes, Grandpa. Wang Lu heard the commotion clearly and kicked the wooden door open. Behind the door was a narrow corridor with a room on each side, and Chu Yue's cries for help were clearly coming from the left. Accompanied by footsteps, Zhuang rushed out of the left room gripping a wooden stick, but saw only a figure wearing a black mask instead of his brother Zhuang. Who are you? Zhuang's hand holding the stick trembled slightly. Panda, Great Flame Fist. Wang Lu didn't waste a single word. The next moment, Panda leaped up, its fur blazing with flames, and its iron fist crashed down. Zhuang didn't even have time to grunt before his entire body turned to ash. In the inner room at the end of the corridor, village chief Nioli sat on the Kong, his eyes fixed on the doorway, watching his grandson turn to dust. In his fury, he slammed the ground. Vile snake. The purple-scaled python burst through the window and coiled beside Chu Yue, its triangular eyes coldly fixed on the artery in her neck, ready to strike and kill at any moment. Chu Yue's mask had been removed, revealing her delicate oval face with tear stains still wet, her eyes filled with terror but also defiance. Seeing Wang Lu, her pent-up grievances burst forth. Captain Hua. Wang Lu stepped into the room and spoke coldly. Never mind who I am. Release her, and I'll spare your miserable life. Nioli's face darkened as he stayed close to the still-burning fire, the vile snake's fangs gleaming with an eerie purple light in the firelight. Bullshit. You killed my grandson, and you still want me to let her go? You're asking for death. Wang Li's tone was low and menacing. Nioli moved half a step forward, the vile snake's forked tongue flicking out, ready to tear at Chu Yue's throat at any moment. Come on then. If you dare make a move, I'll kill this little wench first. He knew very well that Zhuang was a 5th-level beast tamer, and even as a 6th-level tamer himself, he couldn't guarantee subduing him in one move. Yet this black-masked man had just burned Zhuang to ash in the blink of an eye. Fighting Hedon would only lead to death, but as long as he held Chu Yue as leverage, he had room to negotiate. Wang Lu stared coldly at Niu Li, his voice like ice shards. Speak up. What will it take for you to release her? Wang Lu feared that pushing too hard might make Niu Li act impulsively. If you want me to release the hostage, that's fine, but you have to let me go. Niu Li had been a notorious criminal 20 years ago. After arriving in Dingyuan village, he killed the local village chief and took his place, terrorizing the locals. Those two grandsons were adopted as well, so he didn't really care about De Zhuang and Heir Zhuang's lives. Fine, I agree, Wang Lu said without hesitation. Compared to Niu Li's life, he cared more about Chu Youwei's safety. Then put away your beast companion first, or I won't feel safe. Niu Li had already made up his mind. As soon as Wang Lu recalled his beast companion, he would strike without mercy. Wang Lu frowned and didn't respond. He knew clearly that if he followed Niu Li's orders, he might very well lose his life. Well, my request isn't unreasonable, is it? If you keep hesitating, I'll kill this little lady first. Seeing Wang Li's indecision, Niu Li began applying pressure. On the Kong, the bound Chu Yuwei looked at Wang Lu without speaking. Wang Lu found himself in a difficult position. All right, I agree to your terms. After thinking it over, Wang Lu agreed. Then stop wasting time and hurry up. Seeing that Wang Lu had actually agreed, Niu Li's face showed a cruel smile. Panda, use poison mist. Instead of waiting for Wang Lu to recall his beast companion, Niu Li was met with a cloud of purple gas. You dare to trick me. Seeing Wang Li's move, Niu Li flew into a rage. But before he could react, he felt his hands and feet going numb. Thud! A wave of weakness hit him, and Niu Li collapsed to the ground. As a poison-type beast companion, Panda's skill didn't have much effect on the inferior snake. However, the bound Chu Yuwei fainted. Seeing Wang Lu launch an attack, the inferior snake instinctively followed its master's command. The snake opened its gaping maw and lunged toward the unconscious Chu Yuwei. Seeing this, Wang Lu quickly walked to the edge of the Kong, grabbed Chu Yuwei's leg, and pulled her outward. The distance between the inferior snake and Chu Yuwei was too close. If he had Panda use a skill, Chu Yuwei would likely suffer as well. Oh no, there's no time. Just as the inferior snake was about to bite Chu Yuwei's head, it was too late for Wang Lu to drag her away. In desperation, Wang Lu extended his own arm, blocking it above Chu Yuwei's head. Squelch! The sound of teeth-piercing flesh echoed through the room. Wang Lu felt a sharp pain surge through him. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. Panda, you scratch! Wang Lu shouted through the intense pain. Hearing its master's call, Panda rushed over and clawed at the inferior snake. The massive snake body was torn into several pieces by Panda's sharp claws. At this moment, Chu Yuwei began to regain consciousness. Drops of fresh blood fell on her face, feeling somewhat hot. Captain Yu. Chu Yuwei was terrified. Before she could finish speaking, Wang Lu interrupted her, saying, have Panda help you untie the ropes, then tie up this old man. Chu Yuwei nodded and complied. After Panda helped her untie the ropes, she found new rope and tied up Niu Li. Captain, what should we do next? Chu Yuwei turned to look at Wang Lu and continued asking. But when she turned around, she froze. Wang Lu had fainted, blood still flowing from his arm. Captain, Chu Yuwei anxiously carried Wang Lu on her back. She gritted her teeth and ran toward the outskirts of the village without stopping for a moment, kicking up clouds of dust that swirled in the dim twilight. Panda and Huang Zilong panted heavily as they followed close behind. In the clearing in front of the ruined temple, a slender figure paced back and forth, clearly agitated and restless. Sister, sister, sister. Hearing the familiar call, Chu Inger spun around and rushed toward the voice, followed by 3 male classmates. The next second, they all froze. Wang Lu lay on Chu Youwei's back, his clothes almost completely soaked in blood, yet his face had turned an eerie blackish purple. What happened? Chu Inger's voice trembled. Don't ask questions now. Call Dad immediately and have him bring the best doctor from home. Chu Yuwei was frantic with worry. Okay, I'll call right now. Chu Inger quickly pulled out her phone and dialed her father's number. Hiss, where am I? Wang Lu opened his eyes to find himself lying on a soft king-size bed. The entire bedroom was decorated in European style. Carved ceiling lights, ivory white wardrobes, vintage wallpaper, everything exuded luxury. Creak. The door opened, and Chu Yuwei entered carrying a pot of bitter-smelling herbal medicine. Wang Lu, you're awake. A relieved smile spread across her face. How do you know my name? And where is this? Wang Li's mind was full of questions. This is my home. That day when you saved me. Chu Yuwei recounted everything that happened after he lost consciousness. That night he had lost too much blood, so Chu Inger immediately called their family doctor. For 3 days and nights, he remained unconscious while she fed him medicine, wiped his body regularly, took his temperature, and never left his side. Wait, you wiped my body. Wang Lu suddenly threw back the covers and looked down. His original SpongeBob underwear was gone, replaced by plain black underwear. I need to leave. Before he finished speaking, he got out of bed. Wait, you saved me, and I haven't repaid you yet. My sister, father, mother, eldest uncle, second uncle. Chu Yuwei rattled on non-stop for a full 5 minutes. practically reciting the entire family tree. No need. You taking care of me was enough. Without further hesitation, Wang Lu headed straight out of the bedroom. No matter how Chu Yue tried to stop him, he still left, leaving her standing in the doorway watching him hail a taxi. He really is the hero of my dreams. He saved me, but asked for nothing in return compared to those hormone-driven men. He's absolutely perfect. At this thought, Chu Yue's eyes lit up with stars, and she secretly made up her mind. I'm definitely going after this man. In the car, Wang Lu had originally planned to return directly to Qinsheng, but the system reminded him that his mission wasn't complete yet. After thinking it over calmly, he realized that saving Chu Yue was finished, so what remained could only be investigating Dingyuan village. After he dealt with Niuli, he thought the problem was solved, but apparently that wasn't the case. With no choice, he had the taxi turn around and head back toward Dingyuan village. Dingyuan village was now decorated with lanterns and colorful banners, and the villagers' faces beamed with long-lost smiles. The shadow of Niuli's control seemed to have been completely swept away, and they no longer acted fearful and cautious. What kind of problem could a village like this have? Wang Lu gazed at the village scene before him, feeling somewhat dejected. Could the system have malfunctioned? Despite his confusion, he steeled himself and entered the village. Over the next few days, he posed as a passing traveler during the day to gather information and conducted covert observations at night. But the clues he obtained were scarce. Niuli deserved to die, and there were some unsubstantiated rumors about Widow Lu having an improper relationship with someone. One night, he was still crouched atop the tallest old locust tree in the village. The moonlight was pale and ghastly, and the village lay deathly still. Although Niuli was already dead, few villagers dared to venture out at night, except for Widow Lu, who skulked about every evening. Usually, Wang Lu couldn't be bothered with her, but after days of fruitless investigation and being unable to leave due to system restrictions, he decided to make an exception and pay attention to her activities. Soon, something unusual occurred. Widow Lu didn't head toward any of the houses, but instead walked straight through the village toward the outskirts. Wang Li's heart skipped a beat. Something's not right. Could the problem lie with her? Cursing himself for his carelessness, he leaped down from the tree and quietly followed her. The two proceeded one after the other, exiting the village via a small western path, with the night wind carrying the damp, grassy scent toward them. After walking for a short while, Widow Lu suddenly turned into the dense forest on the left. Watching her navigate through the undergrowth with practiced ease, Wang Lu was convinced he had bet on the right horse and continued to trail her stealthily. Deep in the forest, a natural cave entrance appeared, with chisel marks visible on the stone walls. Widow Lu entered without hesitation. Wang Lu hid by the entrance, his heart pounding. There were likely accomplices inside, and rushing in recklessly could be dangerous. Moreover, if these were extremists from the Black Enforcement Society, he really couldn't afford a direct confrontation. While pondering, he suddenly remembered the invisibility potion in his storage ring that he hadn't yet used. He hastily retrieved it and gulped it down. Glug, glug, glug. The liquid felt ice cold as it went down, and soon his body became semi-transparent from toe to shoulder, even his clothing fading away. He tested picking up a stone, and remarkably, the stone became invisible along with him apparently. Not only his body but also objects he touched could be concealed. With renewed confidence, he held his breath and crept into the cave. The interior had been carefully modified, with smooth, polished stone walls and occasional oil lamps casting dim, yellowish shadows along the winding passages. The deeper he went, the more clearly he could hear voices in conversation. Now that Niuli is dead, no one can mislead the Dragon Guard anymore. This is indeed troublesome. You need to consider relocating soon. But at our current pace, we're still far from being able to lure the beast tied here. Hearing this clearly, Wang Li's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Good heavens, it really was the Black Enforcement Society, and they wanted to draw a beast tied to this area. No wonder the system had offered such a high reward if he had wrapped things up hastily. When the beast tide eventually arrived and the Dragon Guard was misled, he would certainly face accountability. To appease public anger, they might even saddle him with a major charge of dereliction of duty, placing all the blame squarely on his shoulders. It's fine, it won't take much longer to lure the beast tide over. Just hold on a bit more. We can't let all our efforts go to waste. The voice from inside carried a cold, harsh tone, clearly urging action. Then someone else whispered instructions. Xiao Lu, if conditions allow, bring in a few more thugs to occupy Dingyuan village. This will draw official attention and give us cover when things get critical. All right, I'll try my best, a young man responded. But it's tricky. The higher-ups are keeping a close eye on Dingyuan village right now. Remember, keeping our identities hidden is the top priority. Report any new developments to us immediately. After this brief exchange, the room fell silent. Soon after, the Widow Lu emerged, her expression calm but tinged with urgency. She brushed past Wang Lu, who was standing guard outside, without stopping. Wang Lu wanted to continue eavesdropping, but the room remained quiet, so he reluctantly left. After leaving Dingyuan village, he flagged down a taxi and headed straight to the train station. He bought a ticket and boarded the train back to Qingqing. After the long, dusty journey, the first thing he did upon arriving in Qingqing was message Hong Ling to send someone to pick him up. Outside the train station, the night wind was biting cold. A military green jeep pulled up in front of him. The window rolled down, and someone in the passenger seat leaned out to confirm. Wang Le? Get in. Wang Le jumped into the back seat, and the jeep roared through the streets before finally stopping in front of a brightly lit standalone villa. As he pushed through the door, the rich aroma of coffee hit him. In the center of the living room, Hong Ling sat elegantly on the sofa with 2 steaming cups of black coffee on the table before her. Hearing footsteps, she rose to greet him. Little brother, you're finally here. I heard you got injured during your mission. Let me see how serious it is. With that, Hong Ling suddenly reached for his waistband. Master Hong, I appreciate your concern, but what the hell are you trying to take my pants off for? Wang Lu quickly grabbed his zipper, managing to preserve his dignity. Hong Ling cleared her throat awkwardly, swallowed, and pulled him down to sit on the sofa. Ahem, I was just concerned about your injury. You've had a tough few days. I'll tell you about a surprise later. Wang Lu waved his hand dismissively. Put the surprise aside for now. I have something urgent to tell you. He recounted everything he had overheard in the cave, the plan to lure the beast tied, using thugs as bait, hidden identities word for word. Hong Ling listened with a deeply furrowed brow, her expression changing several times. Little brother, what you're saying is certainly shocking, but the credibility. She hesitated mid-sentence. Wang Lu slapped his thigh. Would I joke about something like this? This information nearly cost me my life. I definitely believe you, Hong Ling said earnestly. But what will the higher-ups think? The reconnaissance officer you brought has already filed his report, but it only mentions eliminating the thug Neo lie, nothing about the conspiracy you described. Wang Lu grew more agitated. Then at least send the Dragon Guard to check the cave I mentioned. If a beast tide really breaks out, we're talking about hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of deaths. Hong Ling placed a calming hand on his shoulder. I'll report this to my superiors as soon as possible, but deploying the Dragon Guard is beyond my authority. Wang Lu slumped back into the sofa. By the time it goes through all the bureaucratic channels, and they actually send someone, those people will be long gone. Suddenly, he remembered something. Oh right, the person who received the letter asked me to pass along a message to you. What message? Hong Ling looked up. He said he doesn't want to continue anymore and hopes you'll agree to let him stop. What? Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Hong Ling's expression immediately turned serious upon hearing Wang Li's words. Why are you getting so worked up? Wang Li looked at her with confusion. Hong Ling's gaze sharpened. Someone with thoughts of retreat can never guarantee loyalty to the organization. As her words fell, she pulled out her phone. Sensing trouble, Wang Lu reached out and grabbed her wrist. What do you think you're doing? What else? Send people to bring him under control. Hong Ling raised her hand to dial. Wang Lu snatched the phone away, his voice carrying suppressed anger. Just now you kept saying you couldn't mobilize the Imperial Dragon Army, but now you can deploy personnel? Do you only use your authority against your own people? Hong Ling was left speechless, only managing to utter "you" before falling silent. After a tense standoff, she composed herself. This matter doesn't concern you. I've already arranged a suitable place for your cultivation, and the compensation won't be lacking. If there's nothing else, you should go. Wang Li's throat bobbed, but ultimately he remained silent. As he walked out of the villa, a black-clad operative was already waiting at the entrance. Getting in, closing the door, starting the engine, the headlights cut through the night as they sped along. After about half an hour, the vehicle stopped in front of a dimly lit research facility. The driver turned his head. Go on in. There's no one inside, but the resources are abundant. Use whatever you need. I'll come pick you up when the special training ends. All right. Thank you for your trouble. Wang Li nodded and got out. Around the research facility's perimeter lay a row of old tents, their canvas flapping in the wind, revealing glimpses of abandoned laboratory tables clearly. This had once been a pharmaceutical development site that was hastily relocated. Pushing through the door, lights automatically illuminated the space, revealing neatly arranged metal shelves lined with bottles and containers that looked brand new. Obviously, the relocation hadn't been long ago. Wang Lu selected dozens of bottles of fire and poison-type potions, then summoned Panda. Panda, drink to your heart's content. Everything here is yours. Hulu. Panda excitedly patted its belly, grabbing potions and chugging them down with gusto. In the days that followed, it could consume over a dozen bottles daily, but any more than that proved indigestible. One morning, Panda's potion-drinking pace noticeably slowed. Wang Li's heart tightened, and he quickly asked the system. System, what's wrong? Is Panda sick? Ding. Report to host. Panda is not ill, but has reached the current stage's potion absorption limit. To continue improving, it must level up. I see. Wang Lu retrieved 3 bottles of advanced growth potion from his storage ring, rewards from his last mission. Panda, drink these too. Panda took the potions and downed them all in one go. Rich energy spread outward, its aura surging dramatically, Yet the system still provided no level up notification. 3 bottles of growth potions still weren't enough? Wang Le felt somewhat puzzled. You have to understand, what I used to drink was just ordinary growth potions, but this premium bottle in my hand is worth at least 100 regular potions. Ding. The system notification suddenly chimed. Panda has reached a bottleneck period, with sufficient experience, but lacking a breakthrough opportunity. Wang Lu suddenly understood Beast companions almost always encounter bottlenecks when advancing to major stages. To break through, there were only 2 paths. Either experience a true life-or-death battle, or learn a brand new skill and comprehend its mysteries. The former had a higher success rate, but the risks were equally terrifying. This is practically making things impossible for me. He covered his forehead, on the verge of tears. With his current level 8 strength, anything that could be called a major battle would probably mean going head-to-head with a black iron tier powerhouse, and his life wasn't nearly secure enough for that. After much consideration, he decided to bet on skill comprehension. Hong Ling would transfer the money soon anyway, plus an additional skill book. Even if Panda couldn't learn it, worst-case scenario, he'd just spend more money to buy another one. Problems that could be solved with money should never be solved with violence. Creak. The research facility's heavy doors were pushed open, and Hong Ling walked in with steady steps. How's the training going? She stopped in front of Wang Le, wearing a faint smile, the awkwardness from days past seemingly long dissipated. Pretty well, thanks to Mansion Master Hong for lending me the space. Wang Le composed himself and didn't bring up old matters. Don't be so formal with your big sister. Hong Ling smiled as she pulled out a jet black scroll from her bag. This is the skill book I promised you, psychic type. If your beast companion can't learn it, save it for later or just sell it. The moment the scroll was handed over, a subtle chill from its metallic binding reached his fingertips. Wang Lu unrolled the scroll to examine it. Skill name, Dark Flow. Effect, creates a shadowy area on the ground that forcibly draws enemies within range toward its center. It seemed powerful, but to him it felt somewhat mediocre. If enemies were too strong, pulling them closer would be suicide. If too weak, wouldn't it be faster to just charge in and attack? Even so, he still showed a delighted expression. Thank you, Mansion Master Hong. No need to be polite. The 5 million I promised you will be transferred tonight. Remember to check for it. Hong Ling maintained her gentle smile throughout. By the way, about what I told you last time, have you already reported it to your superiors? Wang Le couldn't forget about the Black Hand Society's conspiracy in that cave. Already reported. With the college entrance exams approaching, the higher-ups take this matter very seriously. They'll probably send investigators soon. Her response put him at ease. That's good to hear. After finishing her instructions, she waved goodbye. Continue your training. I still have matters to handle. She then turned and left with crisp, decisive steps. Panda, try to see if you can comprehend this skill. The moment Hong Ling left, Wang Le couldn't contain himself and called Panda over. For him, whether the skill was good or bad didn't matter, just needed Panda to break through its bottleneck. Panda waddled over adorably, raised its head, and touched the scroll with its forehead. The next second, a mass of pitch-black mist suddenly burst from the scroll, enveloping the entire Panda. An unexpected incident suddenly occurred. In the past, whenever Panda learned new skills, at most his body would emit waves of light. But this time, black mist surged like a tide, completely engulfing the entire beast companion within it, leaving Wang Lu unable to see even the slightest movement inside. System, Panda won't be in danger, will he? He stared intently at the mass of black mist, his brow furrowed with worry. Theoretically, when beast companions forcibly learn skills outside their natural attributes, serious side effects often occurred. But Panda was a rare, all-attribute beast companion, yet it was still behaving so strangely. Wang Lu couldn't make sense of it. Ding! A crisp electronic voice rang in his mind. Report to host. Panda has grasped the essence of the skill. Upon completion of learning, it will advance to level 9, and the skill Dark Flow will be upgraded simultaneously. His anxious heart instantly settled, and Wang Lu breathed a sigh of relief. Truly worthy of the system's creation, nothing but quality. Breaking through bottlenecks while upgrading skills at the same time, amazing. He excitedly stared at the black mist, eager to see the effects after the upgrade. Several minutes later, the black mist receded like a retreating tide. Panda stepped out from within, its body now half a size taller than before. Its fur remained snow-white, but the mysterious gleam in its eyes appeared even more profound. Panda, use Dark Flow. Wang Lu eagerly issued the command. Panda nodded and pressed its small paws to the ground. Snap! With it as the center, a large patch of pitch-black shadow instantly spread across the ground, exactly matching the skill book's description. Wang Lu wasn't particularly surprised at first, but the next second, Panda's figure suddenly flickered to the left side of the shadow, then swiftly moved to the right. It could actually teleport freely within the shadow's range. This is simply a divine skill for sneak attacks. Wang Li's eyes lit up. Although the shadow would be easily noticed by enemies once deployed, who could react in time to that teleportation speed. In the blink of an eye, Panda had collapsed on the ground, exhausted and panting. its chubby belly rising and falling with each breath. Clearly, continuous teleportation consumed enormous amounts of stamina. This move must never be used carelessly except in critical moments. Wang Lu made a mental note, then continued with Panda's routine training. Soon, the special training time came to an end. The transport personnel arrived punctually, and though Wang Lu was reluctant to leave, he had no choice but to board the vehicle. If he continued to linger at the training camp, it would surely arouse suspicion. The vehicle drove back to Qingqing number 9 Middle School. Inside the school gates, Hong Dali and the others were running laps around the track with their respective beast companions, while teacher Xin Wu stood with his hands behind his back, supervising meticulously. "Teacher, I'm back." Wang Lu stepped through the school gates, and an indescribable joy welled up in his heart. "Holy crap. Brother Lu, you're finally back. Eating steamed cornbread for a whole month must have been tough." Hong Dali was the first to wave at him. "Wang Lu, was there some kind of conspiracy in that special training? How come everyone else was fine, but you got locked up?" "Yeah, if someone was deliberately bullying you, tell us, and I'll have my dad stand up for you." Several classmates called out their concerns while running, all looking like they were ready to fight injustice on his behalf. Wang Lu knew they were referring to his confinement by Hong Ling. The other special training students had returned to school earlier than him, so the news had naturally spread. "It's fine. Although I was confined, I didn't miss any training, and the food was actually pretty good." He smiled to reassure everyone, feeling warm inside. Xin Wu then walked over and asked in a serious tone, "If you have any grievances, speak up. At school, you still have your teacher to stand up for you." Wang Lu hadn't expected Shen Wu to show such concern for him as well. "Don't worry, teacher Shen. I really wasn't wrong that much. After all, I was the one who hurt someone else." Wang Lu gave a rough account of what happened that day. After finishing, he stretched lazily, as if that conflict was just dust he'd casually brushed off. "That's our brother Lu for you, awesome." Hong Dali immediately gave him a thumbs up, showing his support without hesitation. Wang Lu laughed heartily. "So you guys don't need to worry too much. It's been ages since we've all gotten together. How about I treat everyone to dinner tonight?" His tone was relaxed, but there was an undertone of wanting to change the subject. Hong Dali and the others exchanged glances, but no one responded. The air suddenly grew quiet, and Wang Lu felt something stir in his heart. Something was off. Just as he was about to speak, Shen Wu spoke up first, his voice low. "You can't go anywhere lately." "What's wrong, teacher Shen? What happened?" Wang Lu frowned, sensing he'd missed something important during his absence. "The college entrance exam is coming up. Every year before the exam, schools come to challenge us. They come here to provoke fights, trying to shake our confidence while promoting their own schools." Shen Wu tapped lightly on the desk, his voice as cold and hard as the rhythm. "Ninth Middle School was just established recently. If we get beaten, our already poor reputation will only get worse." He swept his gaze around the group and continued. "So I've decided to have Hong Dali and the others stay on campus for intensive training, ready to deal with anyone who comes to challenge us." "I see." Wang Lu rubbed his chin, but his mind was already plotting an escape route. "Then I'll go home. I'll come back after the challenges are over." Making a little noise privately wouldn't attract attention, but the college entrance exam was a national stage. If he performed too brilliantly, he might catch the attention of some big shot, and he had no idea whether that would be good or bad. "You dare?" Shen Wu's gaze suddenly turned sharp, like a blade sweeping across Wang Li's neck. "Everything else is negotiable, but you must participate in this. If you dare slack off, I'll throw you into the crematorium next to the school." Wang Lu was so startled he shuddered, momentarily at a loss for words. Shen Wu continued in a threatening tone. "I know you don't like showing off in public, you sneaky little schemer. You don't need to completely crush the opponents, just make sure we don't lose." "Don't lose." Wang Lu rolled his eyes. Internally, wasn't that still basically beating down all the schools? Seeing his silence, Shen Wu pressed, "Stop playing dumb. Just tell Mado you agree or not." Ding. The system's mechanical notification sounded in Wang Li's mind. Sudden event detected. Host may choose from the following options. 1. Agree to Shen Wu's request and participate in this matter. Reward, Dark Flow Proficiency 1. 2. Refuse Shen Wu, claiming stomach pain that prevents any action for the time being. Reward, Berserker Potion 1. Wang Li's heart jumped, and he almost immediately selected the Berserker Potion that was a divine elixir for desperate comebacks, and he hadn't seen one in ages. But when he looked up and met Hong Dali and the others' expectant gazes, then thought about how Ninth Middle School had been willing to take him in, he finally sighed. "Fine, I'll participate in this." He emphasized, of course, he definitely wasn't afraid of Shen Wu throwing him into the crematorium. Definitely not. Absolutely not. After Wang Lu and Shen Wu finished talking, Wang Lu headed home first. He needed to pack his toiletries and bedding since he'd be staying at school from now on. Pushing open his front door, the living room was filled with the faint smell of dust from being unoccupied for so long. He walked straight into his bedroom and tossed his toothbrush, towel, and face wash into his travel bag, then rolled up his bedding and stuffed it in. After finishing his packing, he didn't leave immediately. It had been a while since he'd spent the night at home. so he decided to go to school early the next morning instead. Around 6 in the evening, the door lock clicked softly as Tang Xiaojia came home from school. Wang Lu had already hidden by the entrance, planning to startle her as usual. Xiaojia, did you miss your big brother? He suddenly popped his head out. Normally Tang Xiaojia would shriek in surprise, but today she remained calm, as if she hadn't been startled at all. Didn't Teacher Liang come back with you? Seeing his sister looking troubled, Wang Lu casually tried to make conversation. No, Sister Liang is very busy. She stopped walking home with me a long time ago. Tang Xiaojia put down her backpack and sank into the sofa, resting her chin in her hands with a melancholy look in her eyes. So what do you eat every day? Instant noodles, she replied flatly. How about I take you out for a big dinner tonight? Okay. Why are you in such low spirits? Did someone bully you at school? Wang Lu frowned, and seeing her continued silence, he pressed further. Tang Xiaojia, I'm your brother. If something's bothering you, you have to tell me. Sigh. Tang Xiaojia let out a long breath. Nobody bullied me. It's just that today, everyone heard that the school challenges were starting and got super excited. I joined the conversation and mentioned that you're at Qingxing 9th Middle School and would be participating too. Then they said Qingxing 9th Middle School is just a trash school full of losers. I got angry and wanted to argue back, but I didn't know what to say. Haha. Wang Lu chuckled. Embarrassed by your big brother? No way. Tang Xiaojia quickly shook her head. I know you're amazing, big brother. You even got Teacher Liang to come to our house. Ahem. Wang Lu nearly choked. Don't talk nonsense. Teacher Liang came on her own to help with my nutrition. That's even more impressive. Tang Xiaojia winked. All right, let's drop this topic. Your classmates think 9th Middle isn't good enough? Bring them to see our school sometime. They can watch how I beat up anyone who dares to challenge us. Big brother, if I bring my classmates over and you get beaten up, that would be even more embarrassing. Tang Xiaojia said seriously. Nonsense. We'll see who gets beaten up. Fine, I'll trust you this once. Still want to go out for that big dinner? Yes. Let's go. Yay. The next day, under the blazing sun, Wang Lu stood in the center of the playground with Hong Dali and the others. Cicadas chirped incessantly as Hong Dali wiped sweat from his forehead. Brother Le, it's already noon and still no one's come to challenge us. This sun is going to dehydrate me. Don't worry, maybe they're still on their way. Wang Lu was equally puzzled logically. 9th Middle should be the first target since other schools considered it the weakest. Just as he finished speaking, a crowd of figures suddenly emerged from across the school gate, heading their way. They're here. They're here. Seeing the distant figures, Hong Dali instantly perked up. The others grew serious as well, except for Wang Lu. He stared at the girl leading the group across from them. Just from her light, bouncing steps with a hint of tap dancing flair, she looked familiar. As they drew a few meters closer, Wang Lu was completely certain it was Tang Xiaojia. Tang Xiaojia led her group through the open school gates. During challenge periods, Number 9 Middle School deliberately kept its gates open for two reasons. First, to allow opponents easy access, and second, to welcome spectators, since the more people watching, the greater the fame for whoever won. Wang Lu had assumed Tang Xiaojia's verbal sparring partners would be a bunch of troublemaking delinquents, but when the group approached, he discovered they were all adorable little girls with a few more intimidating older ones mixed in. Bro, am I too early? There's nobody here except us, Tang Xiaojia said as she stopped in front of Wang Lu, looking around while she spoke. I'm not sure either. Wang Lu shook his head and asked back, speaking of which, that group behind you the ones you've been arguing with. That's right. As soon as she finished speaking, the group of girls behind her started chattering among themselves. This school's facilities are so shabby, aren't they? Who knows? Weren't we supposed to watch some challenges today? How come there aren't any opponents? Is it possible that other schools don't even know number 9 middle school exists? This is so boring. What a waste of time. We might as well go check out my crush at number 1 middle school. Their voices weren't loud, but they were perfectly audible to Wang Lu, Hong Dali, and the others. The boys exchanged glances. Wow, these girls really knew how to insult without using profanity, like they'd monopolized all the sharp wit in the world. Tang Xiaojia, you can wait here all you want, but we're going to check out other schools, one girl said with a pout, making moves to leave. Wait, don't rush off. Tang Xiaojia quickly blocked their path. Number 9 middle school really isn't as bad as you think. She then looked toward Wang Lu. Wang Lu shrugged, but he understood the real reason other schools weren't showing up. After his display in front of all the special training students last time, who would dare invite humiliation? Everyone tacitly agreed to pretend they were too good for number 9 middle school, saving face while appearing aloof. After thinking for a moment, he spoke up. Tang Xiaojia's right. Don't leave yet. Since you want to see some challenges, wait a bit, we'll go challenge other schools ourselves. Hearing there might be some excitement to watch, the girls stopped in their tracks, secretly anticipating the comedy of number 9 middle school's inevitable failure. After giving his instructions, Wang Lu turned toward the academic building needed to get approval from Shunwu first. The office was empty except for Shunwu alone. The other teachers were busy elsewhere. Wang Lu, instead of waiting for news on the playground, what are you doing here? Shunwu had been waiting by the window for developments. but seeing no results after a long while, he'd returned to his chair. Now he looked up suspiciously at Wang Lu, who had just pushed through the door. Teacher Shun, I request permission to actively challenge other schools. You want to actively challenge other schools? Shenwu was somewhat surprised. Initially, he had planned to have Wang Lu take the initiative, but seeing that Wang Lu never liked to show off, he figured they'd just wait for other schools to come to them. Unexpectedly, Wang Lu nodded today with a decisive tone. Yes. Excellent. I approve. This time you must make number 9 middle school famous. Shenwu shot up from his chair, excitedly slapping the desk. All right, I'll do my best. Wang Lu nodded, thinking to himself that with those girls following behind him, keeping a low profile would be impossible anyway. Leaving the office, he walked all the way to the playground. Hong Dali and the others had been waiting anxiously, and as soon as they saw him appear, they immediately surrounded him. Brother Lu, what did the teacher say? Are we allowed to go? The teacher has approved it. We're heading to number 8 middle school now, we'll start with them. As Wang Lu finished speaking, he turned and walked away. Hong Dali and the others were overjoyed and immediately followed. Tang Xiaojia led a group of cute girls trailing behind them. Such a large group on the street was already eye-catching. Not to mention the row of adorable girls passers-by kept turning their heads to look. Wang Lu planned to challenge number 8 middle school first, not because he lacked confidence, but out of consideration for Hong Dali and the others. As the challenging party, they had no right to choose their opponents. The defending school would typically select who would fight. Starting with number 8 middle school for practice before gradually escalating was the safer approach. At Qingqing number 8 middle school, the playground was filled not only with students from the school, but also many citizens who had come specifically to watch the excitement. Brother Long, why don't we go challenge number 9 middle school? I heard they're all weaklings over there. A student sidled up to Lung Shi and whispered. In previous years, number 8 middle school was always the one being challenged. This year, with number 9 middle school around, everyone wanted to go there to feel superior, but Lung Shi had stopped them. As the leader of this group of students, his words carried great authority. You don't know shit. Just wait here, quietly for those bastards from number 8 middle school. Lung Shi snapped irritably. Others might not know, but he understood just how ruthless Wang Lu could be if they really went to number 9 middle school. They'd probably get beaten to a pulp. Though the scolded student felt defiant inside, he only dared to keep quiet. At that moment, the crowd suddenly erupted in commotion. Someone's coming. After waiting so long, they're finally here. Someone shouted from the outer edge, and everyone turned toward the school gate in unison. Lung Shi also instinctively turned his head. Huh? That doesn't look like those bastards from number 8 middle school. Holy shit, look. Why are there so many cute girls? Damn, my maiden heart is about to melt from the cuteness. Discussions arose one after another, but only Lung Shi's face instantly turned ashen. Wang Lu had actually come. He could only silently pray that they weren't really here to challenge the school. The next second, Wang Li's powerful voice echoed across the playground. Qingqing number 9 middle school is here to challenge you. Please send someone to fight. Damn it, they really were here to challenge them. The number 8 middle school students immediately exploded, each one burning with anger. Let's go teach them a lesson, someone roared. Wait, I'll go check it out myself. Lung Shi waved his hand and walked forward with a few people. Seeing him, Wang Lu spoke first. Long time no see. Your master Yu Mian, who still hasn't paid back what he owes. You? Lung Shi was about to curse, but thinking that they'd have to fight soon, harsh words would only make things harder for himself, so he forcibly swallowed his words. Don't stutter. I'm here to challenge you, so hurry up and find a place to fight. Wang Lu couldn't be bothered with small talk. A number 8 middle school student nearby felt his anger surge. You're way too arrogant. I'll fight you. Before Coldstone could respond, a fierce-looking youth stepped forward from behind him. His name was Li Zifeng, built like a bear with eyes that seemed ready to spit fire. He and Coldstone usually acted like brothers, and seeing Wang Li's aggressive stance before the crowd, his first instinct was to stand up for his buddy. Fine, pick a spot. Wang Lu said casually, secretly delighted been most worried they'd send out powerhouses like Hong Dali, so having only Li Zifeng step up was perfect. Coldstone gritted his teeth, mentally cursing Li Zifeng up and down. He'd been planning to pick the weakest opponent to muddle through, but now that this hothead had jumped out, with so many eyes watching, he couldn't take it back. He had no choice but to lead Wang Lu and Li Zifeng to the center of the field. You two fight here, and keep it clean and fair. Coldstone deliberately dragged out the last words, practically hammering them into Li Zifeng's ears. Li Zifeng grinned knowingly, interpreting it as hit him hard, and even raised his hand in an I got it gesture. Wang Lu remained expressionless, merely lifting his chin slightly. Before they'd even started, the group of adorable little girls behind Tang Xiaojia began chattering excitedly. Who do you think will win? Probably Li Zifeng. He just killed a level 3 wild beast recently. It was quite the spectacle. I think he'll win too. Though he's not as handsome as Wang Lu, his reputation speaks for itself. Their voices had barely faded when the referee raised his hand. Begin. The sharp command cracked like a whip. Several little heads snapped toward the arena just in time to see a dark shadow trace an exaggerated arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The two youths had summoned their beast companions almost simultaneously. Wang Lo wanted a quick victory and didn't hold Pang to back at all. The massive bear-like figure charged forward with a low growl, its shoulder slamming hard into Li Zifeng's beast, sending it flying several meters to crash into a crater half a person deep. No way. Your iron-eating beast has that much strength. Li Zifeng stood frozen, bewilderment written across his face. This was the first time he'd been defeated so thoroughly. Who told you it was an iron-eating beast? Wang Lu smiled faintly. Tang Long had warned him earlier that Pang Da's appearance resembled various multi-element beasts. As long as he didn't display two different elemental abilities in public, no one could identify its true nature. Li Zifeng stood stunned for a moment, but ultimately didn't pursue the matter, walking off the field in a daze. Go big, bro. You're the best. Tang Xiaojiao waved her little fists excitedly. She'd been worried when her friends hyped up Li Zifeng, but seeing Wang Lu win so effortlessly, her little face glowed with admiration. The spectator area erupted. Wow, that ninth middle school student is impressive. I've never heard of ninth middle school before, but they're this hardcore? I should consider sending my kid there. Ninth middle school, previously unknown, suddenly became the talk of the crowd. Wang Lu remained in the center, scanning the surroundings with a sharp gaze. Anyone else want to challenge me? The students, swept by his piercing eyes, all looked down, pretending to adjust their shoelaces. Cold Stone clenched his fists, veins bulging on the backs of his hands, but couldn't muster the courage to step into the ring. Just then, a commotion arose from the back of the crowd as people from 8th middle school pushed through, led by Cheng Ming. I say, Cold Stone, someone's taking a dump on your head and you don't even dare fart. Cheng Ming's mocking voice, sharp and grating, carried across the entire field. He and Cold Stone had long-standing grudges. Having just arrived and quickly gathered the whole story, he naturally wouldn't miss this chance to taunt. Cheng Ming, stop talking trash. Once I'm done here, I'll deal with you. Cold Stone's mind churned with schemes upon seeing his old rival. He knew Cheng Ming's pride and impulsiveness. A little provocation would surely set him off. Sure enough, Cheng Ming took the bait, rolling his eyes before turning to Wang Lu in the arena. Kid, step aside and cool off. I'll deal with Cold Stone and his bunch of trash first. Although Cheng Ming had just witnessed Wang Lu defeat his opponent with a single move, he didn't take it seriously. The arena's edge buzzed with noisy chatter as he crossed his arms and looked down at the ring, thinking to himself. That little trick was something he could easily pull off too. Wang Lu dragged the unconscious challenger back to the edge of the platform and politely reminded, sorry, but we were here first and haven't finished yet. You can wait in line. His voice was steady, without a hint of provocation. Was just here to challenge the school, not to cause indiscriminate trouble. Wait in line. Cheng Ming snorted coldly and stepped toward the platform. Are you trying to cause trouble for your ninth middle school? You think you're tough just because you beat some loser? Get out here, or I'll take on everyone from ninth middle school. His large frame and voice like rolling thunder immediately established 8th middle school's dominant stance. During their last joint training session, he had seen Wang Li's abilities, but still didn't believe his opponent was stronger than him. Hey big guy, what are you being so arrogant about? Don't you understand first come, first served? Tang Xiaojia, who had a fiery temper, couldn't stand it anymore and rushed to the platform's edge, pointing at Cheng Ming and giving him a thorough scolding. You little brat, is this any of your business? Get lost, or I'll discipline you in place of your parents. Cheng Ming didn't care about gender. Anyone who annoyed him got the same treatment of curses and beatings. As soon as those words fell, Tang Xiaojia's eyes immediately welled up with tears. Her greatest pain point was the mention of parents. Having grown up in an orphanage, it was her forbidden territory. Ever since meeting Wang Lu, whenever someone mocked her about parents, she could see Wang Lu throwing punches in her defense, so no one dared touch that wound anymore. This time was no exception. Cheng Ming. From the center of the platform, Wang Li's furious roar was like exploding steel fragments. Apologize to Tang Xiaojia, or I'll take on your entire 8th middle school today. The feeling of being protected made Tang Xiaojia's tears flow as she looked up at Wang Lu, her voice choked with emotion. Big brother. Bullshit, just you. Cheng Ming's eyes instantly became bloodshot. Lung sure might be afraid of you, but I'm not. Apologize? In your dreams. If you've got the guts, then fight. No one had ever dared force him to bow his head. You. Get up here. Wang Li's voice suddenly turned ice cold, making the surrounding audience feel pressure in their chests, as if a blade had swept across their faces. Fine, I'll come up. You think I'm scared of you? Cheng Ming tore off his shirt sleeves and leaped onto the platform in one bound. In a corner of the stands, Lung Sure secretly rejoiced. Both of them owed him, so it would be best if they both got hurt. As his feet touched down, Cheng Ming raised his hand and summoned his beast companion, fighting ape. The ape's body was like bronze sinew and iron bones, its fists pounding the ground and making the wooden boards creak and groan. Come on, let me show you what real power is. Fighting ape, million-ton heavy kick. Cheng Ming was a 6th-level beastmaster, and his fighting ape belonged to the fighting type. This type of beast companion often relied on explosive power to overwhelm opponents in the early stages once they hit. The result was broken bones at best, permanent injury at worst. However, their growth potential was limited, making them vulnerable to being surpassed in later stages. Wang didn't retreat. Panda. Charge. He planned to use his level advantage to compensate for the power gap and defeat his opponent in the most forceful way possible. Panda responded immediately, its black and white form shooting forward like a cannonball, crushing wooden boards as it charged straight at the fighting ape. The fighting ape was as proud as its master, gathering all its strength and lifting its leg for a devastating kick. Boom. The two collided at the center of the platform, the air itself seeming to explode as a shockwave rushed toward the audience, making their clothes flutter wildly. The fighting ape staggered back several steps, but appeared unharmed. Panda was sent flying backward and crashed right into Wang Lo. Ha ha! You dare to act tough with such pathetic skills. Cheng Ming burst into triumphant laughter, seeing his beast companion knock Panda away with a single punch. Lung Sure stood there stunned. Wang Lu was getting beaten this badly. This didn't make sense. Seeing her brother knocked down, Tang Xiaojia rushed toward the arena, but referee Hong Dali blocked her path with his arm. During the match, unauthorized personnel are forbidden from entering. On the other side, several bright-eyed little girls clenched their tiny fists and cheered for Wang Lo. Come on, Wang Lo, beat that mean guy to death. Stuff rocks in his mouth so he'll shut up forever. Break his legs and never want to see him again. This adorable contrast made the surrounding audience turn their heads in surprise. Beneath those sweet appearances lurked little wolves. Wang Lu was unharmed, dusting off his clothes as he stood up. The force from Panda's collision was merely like being shoved hard nowhere near enough to cause injury. Cheng Ming's scalp tingled from the girls' vicious cheering. He pointed at Wang Lu and cursed. Bastard. Can't win so you bring a swarm of flies for noise attacks? I'm getting serious now, are you ready? Wang Lu couldn't be bothered to respond, having already decided what type of skills to reveal. Ridiculous. What can you do when I'm serious? Fighting ape, million-ton punch. Cheng Ming, drunk on his advantage, swung his arm in command. The fighting ape roared as it leaped forward, its fist shooting toward Panda's face like a cannonball. Panda, shadow stream. Wang Lu commanded coldly. Panda planted both palms on the ground, and a circle of black shadows instantly spread across the entire arena. Just as the fighting ape's iron fist was about to strike its target, Panda's form vanished into thin air. Huh. The fighting ape froze in place. Flash. Searing pain exploded across its back. It whipped around to see Panda withdrawing, claws still dripping blood. When it tried to swing back, Panda melted into the shadows again, this time appearing at its left side, claws raking across its ribs. Every time the fighting ape threw a punch, the enemy disappeared. Every time its strike hit empty air, claws struck silently. Within minutes, the fighting ape lay bloodied on the ground, breathing weakly. Panda stood casually nearby. Whenever it dared to lift itself up, claws would emerge from the shadows to strike it down again. Fighting ape, come back. Cheng Ming panicked, pulling out his pet capsule and shaking it frantically, but the red light wouldn't even flicker, as if completely broken. Wang Lu sneered coldly. He had wondered whether the capsule could recall a beast covered by shadow stream, and now he had his answer. Wang Lu, what kind of dirty trick are you pulling? Give me back my fighting ape. Cheng Ming roared, glancing at the black shadows and immediately understanding the problem lay with Wang Lu. Wang Lu casually brushed his sleeves. If you want me to release it, crawl out there and apologize to Tang Xiaojia. Otherwise, I guarantee your fighting ape dies right here. He had always responded to kindness rather than force. If Cheng Ming had been polite from the start, he might have agreed to switch opponents long ago. Now, watching Wang Li's overwhelming dominance and icy tone, Lung Sure couldn't help but think. This was exactly what he wanted to see. Cheng Ming fell silent for a few seconds before walking up to Tang Xiaojia. I'm sorry. The two words seemed to be squeezed out through his clenched teeth, his voice so low it was nearly swallowed by the noisy arena. Tang Xiaojia snorted coldly, crossing her arms over her chest. I'll let it slide this time. But if there's a next time, I'll have my brother beat you to a pulp. She knew Wang Lu was busy with the competition and didn't want to cause more trouble, but her tone remained assertive. Cheng Ming didn't dare talk back and could only nod frantically. He looked up at Wang Lu in the center of the arena and called out reluctantly. I've already apologized. Can you let my fighting ape go? Panda. Wang Lu didn't respond immediately, only exchanging a glance with Panda in front of him. Panda understood perfectly, slowly withdrawing his skill as the black shadows covering the ground instantly dissipated. Phew. Cheng Ming let out a long sigh of relief, immediately pulling out his pet capsule to recall his fighting ape, afraid that something might go wrong if he delayed. Anyone else want to challenge me? Wang Lu scanned the surroundings, his voice calm, yet commanding attention. The area fell completely silent. If even Cheng Ming had been defeated, no one else dared to make a move. No one? Then I'm leaving. Wang Lu raised his voice and asked again, but was met with the same silence. He turned and walked out of the arena, approaching Hong Dali and the others. Let's go back to our school. Yes. Hong Dali, Zhang Hao, and Mu Wan cheered in unison, their spirits high. After successfully challenging 2 schools in a row, anyone would feel exhilarated by such triumph. After returning to 9th middle school, Wang Lu decided to hold back, for now 2 battles were enough to make a name for himself, and continuing would only breed resentment. As soon as they left, the spectators began discussing among themselves. I guess there's nothing more to see here. Should we go check out 9th middle school? Let's go. That kid is too strong, definitely this year's dark horse. With just a few words, hundreds of people flocked toward 9th middle school. 9th middle school's campus wasn't large to begin with, and with so many people pouring in, the playground was nearly packed. The moment Wang Lu stepped through the school gates, a group of 16 or 17-year-old girls surrounded him. Wang Lu, do you need any more sisters? I'm available. Dream on. If he's taking sisters, it should be me. The girls chattered excitedly, surrounding Wang Lu completely. Hong Dali and Zhang Hao watched from the side with obvious envy. Wow, he's really reached the peak of life. If I had known, I would have let my spirit dog take on Cheng Mengmi. Swift Pig could have done it too. The two grew more regretful as they talked, boasting to each other without restraint. Meanwhile, the spectators gradually arrived as well, and 9th middle school's playground became bustling with noise. Wang Lu had thought the school challenging incident would end there, but soon, people from 7th middle school came knocking. Their leader was a good friend of Cheng Meng's, specifically there to avenge his buddy. Wang Lu wasn't even interested in fighting personally, and waved his hand dismissively. Dali, I'll leave this to you guys. Hong Dali and the others responded eagerly. Although their abilities were far inferior to Wang Li's, they were no pushovers either. With Mu Wan's summoned pet unleashing its power, the 7th middle school group was quickly defeated and retreated in disgrace. After 7th middle school, other schools followed one after another, ostensibly coming to challenge, but each with their own agenda. However, gradually, the nature of these visits began to change. Initially, they all came with the intention of defeating 9th middle school. Later on, they were even hoping to provoke Wang Lu into action. But despite all their efforts, not a single school managed to ignite his competitive spirit. As the battles continued, only number 1 high school and number 2 high school had yet to face off against number 9 high school. At number 2 high school, the conference room on the top floor of the administrative building was brightly lit. A long table stretched across the center, with 10 black leather chairs lined up on each side, all occupied by teachers. At the head of the table sat an antique-style armchair, slightly pulled back from the table, where the gray-haired principal leaned against the backrest, his gaze sharp and piercing. These are videos of all of number 9 high school's recent matches. Take a look, everyone. After speaking, he turned his laptop toward the group. The screen's glow illuminated each face as the footage continuously switched between scenes. Unknown duels, team battles, crowd control, and decisive strikes. The coordination among number 9 high school students was virtually flawless. Whether in individual combat or team fights, they excel at both, and their teamwork is incredibly seamless. A male teacher frowned and murmured quietly. They're truly a formidable opponent for our number 2 high school. The principal tapped the table, interrupting with displeasure. I'm showing you this to find weaknesses. We're about to face number 9 high school next. Against number 1 high school, we have no chance of winning due to their overwhelming strength. But against number 9 high school, we at least have a slim opportunity. As his words settled, the conference room fell silent except for the sound of the projector. That slim opportunity was indeed Razorthina's fine as dust on the tabletop. To the principal's right sat a short-haired girl named Lin Mingming. She stared at the screen, her knuckles turning slightly white from clenching her fists. All along, she had looked down upon Wang Lu, whom she considered beneath her notice. But now, the Wang Lu in the video moved faster and struck more fiercely, appearing even stronger than before the special training began. During that month of intensive training, she had practiced relentlessly outside, confident that her foundation was solid enough to surpass Wang Lu. Only now did she realize that he had already left her far behind. Number 9 high school was rising at an almost unstoppable pace. Our number 2 high school will never serve as their stepping stone. The principal raised his eyes, his gaze settling on Lin Mingming. You're the strongest in our school, so you'll lead the team. Do you have the confidence to defeat number 9 high school? I. Lin Mingming opened her mouth, but couldn't even voice a complete promise. If you don't even dare to say it, when you actually face Wang Lu and his team on the field, will you simply raise your hands and surrender? The principal's tone carried suppressed anger. Principal, you can't blame Ming Ming for this, said Teacher Zhang, who sat to Lin Mingming's left, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses with a gentle tone. Her reluctance to make rash promises shows maturity. The more cautious she is, the better her chances of winning. Then tell me, how do we win? Simple. Teacher Zhang revealed a meaningful smile. We play on home turf. We'll send number 9 high school a formal challenge, with the venue and referees all arranged by us. When it comes to determining victory or defeat, he deliberately paused. We'll have the final say. The The conference room fell into dead silence. Rigging the match would ruin their reputation if word got out. But without doing so, defeating number 9 high school would be nearly impossible. Lin Mingming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to losing through honest competition, she didn't mind the underhanded methods if they could win through referee manipulation. With no objections raised, the plan was approved. Under the same night sky, the lights at number 9 high school sports field had been turned off. Wang Lu, Shun Wu, Bai Jifeng, and several others lay side by side on the grass, letting the night breeze carry away their sweat. After a full day of intense battles, the surrounding crowds had long dispersed, and Tang Xiaojia had also left with her group of girlfriends, leaving only the chirping of insects rising and falling. What should we eat tonight? Bai Jifeng rubbed his stomach, his voice echoing in the night air. Barbecue and soda? Wang Lu suggested with a laugh. Just as he finished speaking, Shen Wu came walking across the grass, waving a piece of paper in his hand. Wang Lu, number 2 high school has sent you a challenge letter. Take a look. A challenge letter? Wang Lu was stunned for a moment, took the paper, and read its contents. The message was blunt and crude: come to number 2 middle school tomorrow for a duel, or you're a coward. At the end, it specifically noted, the challenge letter has been made into posters and plastered all over the city, expecting crowds of spectators tomorrow. Hong Dali and the others gathered around, having also finished reading the challenge letter. Damn, they're way too arrogant. Wang Lu, they're completely looking down on you. Exactly, we must teach number 2 middle school a good lesson tomorrow. Several consecutive victories had made everyone somewhat overconfident, and number 2 middle school seemed insignificant in their eyes. Only Wang Lu remained silent. Brother Lu, say something. Hong Dali patted his shoulder. Wang Lu looked up, his tone calm. Think about it carefully now. 2 middle school is an established institution. Would they really be so kind as to create publicity for us? If they dare to openly post flyers, it means they're confident about beating us. He thought more deeply than Hong Dali and the others. There's no such thing as a free lunch, so they must have come prepared. Shen Wu nearby nodded in agreement. Wang Lu is right. So what formidable people does number 2 middle school have? Could they possibly be stronger than you? Hong Dali asked curiously, while the others perked up their ears. Not necessarily stronger opponents. Wang Lu shook his head. What I'm more worried about is the venue. If they really wanted to fight, they could have launched a nighttime surprise attack when we were vulnerable. But they didn't. Instead, they formally issued a challenge letter, which suggests the arena location likely has some tricks up its sleeve. Hong Dali nodded seriously. That makes sense. Should we not go tomorrow then? No, we're going. Wang Li's lips curved into a smile. Since they've laid their cards on the table, we'll overcome their schemes with pure strength. If they really try any tricks, we'll turn everything upside down. Hearing this, everyone stopped talking and began preparing for the next day. The next day, number 2 middle school's playground was already packed to capacity, with spectating students forming a sea of black heads. The center of the playground was cleared, with a standard arena platform erected high, surrounded by an energy barrier glowing with a faint blue light. In this beast-taming world, while beast companions were primary, technology had advanced rapidly in recent years. This light screen was specifically designed to block beast skills and prevent spectators from getting hurt. Number 2 middle school knew too many people were coming to watch the excitement today and couldn't afford any mishaps. At the edge of the playground, number 2 middle school's principal asked in a low voice, Old Zhang, can we win for sure today? Old Zhang shook the small gadget in his sleeve, full of confidence. Don't worry, principal. If we still can't win this, I'll bang my head against the wall. Before he finished speaking, the crowd suddenly erupted. Number 9 middle school. People from number 9 middle school are here. The one in front is Wang Li. He's so handsome. Under everyone's gaze, Wang Li led Hong Dali and the others through the crowd, walking straight to the arena. On the opposite side, Lin Mingming had already arrived early with her team. Wang Li, long time no see. She called out loudly, her tone deliberately intimate. Indeed, Wang Li's expression remained indifferent, responding with just 2 simple words. Lin Mingming seemed somewhat embarrassed. Just then, a figure rushed over. Wang Li, what the hell are you pretending to be here? You and Hong Dali scammed me at the black market last time, and I haven't settled that score with you yet. It was Wei Qian. His face was flushed red, veins bulging, clearly having been holding back his anger for a while. Recently hearing that Wang Li's strength had skyrocketed, Wei Qian was so furious he could barely eat. Was the type who couldn't stand seeing others doing better than himself. Wang Li looked up and studied him for a moment, finding the face somewhat familiar, but unable to recall the name. You, what's your name again? His tone was as casual as asking about the weather. Protagonist. Wei Qian froze for 3 seconds, then exploded like he'd been stabbed with a needle. That hurts worse than insulting my ancestors. He raised his hand, ready to strike. Lin Mingming quickly stepped forward, blocking him with her arm. Don't make a scene. So many people are watching. Do you want to embarrass our second high school? If you have issues, settle them on the arena. Lin Mingming's words finally cooled Wei Qian down somewhat. He looked around and noticed quite a crowd of students had gathered to watch the drama. so he could only glare fiercely at Wang Lu before retreating to the back of the group. Wang Lu spoke impatiently. Lin Mingming, when does the fighting start? I didn't come here to chat. Since you're in a hurry, let's begin now. Lin Mingming maintained her dignified smile, then turned around, her gaze sweeping over the students behind her. Who's willing to go first on the arena? This competition had no host, only a referee, and contestants could enter the stage on their own. I'll go. Wei Qian roared and strode confidently into the arena covered by the light screen. The light barrier automatically recognized identities, allowing free entry and exit. Once positioned, he looked down at those below, his voice arrogant. Wang Lu, Hong Dali, if you've got any balls, get your asses up here. Brother Lu, let me go up and deal with him. Hong Dali had been holding back his anger in the back row. All right, be careful. If something feels wrong, come down immediately. Wang Lu specifically warned him they had suspected before leaving that this arena wouldn't be clean. Don't worry, Brother Lu, Hong Dali responded and stepped into the arena. Seeing him enter, Wei Qian looked contemptuous. Well, if it isn't Hong Dali. Instead of honestly selling fried dough sticks with your dad, what are you doing at the arena? He always liked putting others down to elevate himself. Hong Dali chuckled. What's your name again? How do you know about my family? He deliberately played dumb. Sure enough, Wei Qian was so choked with anger that rage surged from his heart. Kamaitachi, you slash. As soon as he finished speaking, a gray shadow swept across the ground. Commanding a beast pet to attack without warning in front of the referee was a blatant violation. But the referee acted as if he were blind, showing no reaction. Rumor had it this person was hired by Second High at great expense from Japan. The Kamaitashi's claw wind whistled, and Hong Dali barely dodged sideways, having a tuft of his hair cut off. Without time to think, he immediately summoned his swift pig. In the ensuing battle, the referee kept ruling Hong Dali in violation every few moves, and whenever Hong Dali was forcibly interrupted, Wei Qian would take the opportunity to launch sneak attacks. The audience booed loudly, but the arena continued its underhanded operations. Eventually, Hong Dali was beaten down, his beast pet's stamina nearly depleted, and Wei Qian won with an almost crushing victory. The crowd below erupted. This is absolutely shameless. What the hell? You can play like this? Second High is supposed to be an established school in Qing City. Surely they're not this disgraceful? They'll do anything to win. Despicable. Wei Qian treated the audience's curses like air, looking down at Wang Lu and the others below, provocatively grinning. Who else wants to come up? I'm taking on all comers today. Wang Lu ignored Wei Qian's taunts. He stepped over the edge of the arena and rushed straight to Hong Dali. How are you? Are you hurt? Hong Dali wiped away his sweat and rolled his shoulders slightly. Don't worry, Brother Lo. That scumbag couldn't hurt me. It's just that the referee was disgusting. If it hadn't been for the referee's bias, Wei Qian wouldn't have lasted more than a few rounds. Seeing his friend was unharmed, Wang Lu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Hao stepped closer and asked in a low voice, Wang Lu, are we still going to fight? It doesn't seem worth it anymore. Wang Lu looked around at his teammates. Anyone else want to go up? If not, I'll do it. Second High is being so disgusting. I can't swallow this insult. Everyone looked at each other, but no one spoke up. Since nobody wants to go, I'll go have some fun. Wang Lu chuckled lightly and walked toward the arena. Brother Lu, be careful. That referee is really no good. Hong Dali called out from behind. Don't worry. Wang Lu didn't look back. Center of the arena. Wei Qian stood with his arms crossed. Seeing Wang Lu step onto the platform, his lips curled into a mocking smile. Wang Lu, you should recognize me now, right? I recognize you, you despicable villain. Wang Lu snorted coldly and raised his hand to summon. Panda. A flash of white light, and Panda roared as it landed. The referee immediately raised his hand in a foul gesture, indicating Wang Lu had violated the rules. But Wang Lu didn't even lift an eyelid. Panda charge. Sickle Weasel dodge. Fury swipes. Wei Qian didn't dare take the hit Heaton. Sickle Weasel used the momentum to flip and avoid the charge, then lunged directly at Wang Lu himself. This was the same move he'd used to force Hong Dali to retreat in the previous match. Wang Lu sneered. Panda scratch. Panda suddenly turned around and pounced straight at Wei Qian. Sickle Weasel, come back and save me. Wei Qian's face turned pale. Sickle Weasel rushed back to help, but just as it got within a few steps of Panda, Panda suddenly spun around and unleashed all its claw power on Sickle Weasel. Under the tearing claws, Sickle Weasel was left bloody and immediately lost its ability to fight. Wei Qian hurriedly recalled his pet capsule. Wang Li's indifferent voice reached his ears. You lost. You cheated. You broke the rules several times just now. Wei Qian flew into a rage. Cheated? I was just learning from your playbook. However you fight, that's how I fight. Wang Lu almost laughed out loud. At this moment, Lin Mingming's voice from below the stage cut through the commotion. Wang Lu, you violated the rules. According to regulations, you're disqualified from participating in the remaining matches. Fine. If I can't compete, I won't compete. Wang Lu flexed his wrists. But I'm here to crash your party, and party crashing doesn't have so many rules, does it? Before his words finished, he kicked the referee off the arena. The referee tumbled along the edge of the platform and fell to the ground. Well done. I've been sick of that dog referee for ages. Satisfying. The audience erupted in cheers, with boos and applause mixing together. Watching the chaotic crowd, Lin Mingming felt somewhat angry. Wang Lu, what exactly do you mean by this? Coming to our second high to cause trouble? What? I already told you I'm here to challenge your school. Anyone who's not convinced can step up, Wang Lu said with an expressionless face, his voice flat, yet carrying an undeniable edge. You. Lin Mingming was nearly bursting with rage. Wang Lu was right. If he wasn't competing but challenging instead, it seemed reasonable enough. But things had spiraled completely beyond her expectations. Wang Lu wasn't playing by the rules at all. Who dares cause trouble at my second middle school? A powerful voice boomed across the playground. Principal Dong Li of second middle school appeared in person, his leather shoes echoing dully against the concrete. His original plan had been to use the competition to suppress the opposing team, but now that had failed. He could only nitpick publicly and give Wang Li's group a hard time. Seeing Dong Li, the students immediately parted into two rows, creating a pathway while greeting him in unison. Dong Li didn't respond, walking straight to Wang Lu until only an arm's length separated them. The overwhelming pressure of a black iron-level powerhouse filled the air, yet Wang Lu stood unmoved, had encountered plenty of black iron levels before, even personally, slaying a black iron beastmaster. You, what's your name? Dong Li spoke first. Wang Lu. Wang Lu met his gaze directly. Why are you here causing trouble? If you didn't want to compete, you could have simply not come. I'm not causing trouble. I'm just learning from your school's students. Wang Lu replied calmly, showing no sign of backing down. Behind him, Hong Dali and the others broke out in cold sweat. Wang Lu was being incredibly bold. Dong Li's tone darkened. Apologize, or face the consequences. When the soft approach failed, he resorted to threats. Principal, there's no need for more words. An apology is impossible, Wang Lu said, then turned to Hong Dali and the others. Since second middle school doesn't welcome us, let's go. He stepped forward to leave, thinking that no matter what, Dong Li wouldn't resort to violence in public and lose face. Wang Lu, you're too arrogant. If I let you walk away like this, where would second middle school's dignity be? Dong Li's face darkened as he flicked his wrist. A contract card flashed with light. His beast companion, the jade water turtle, appeared in the center of the playground. Use water cannon. He had made up his mind to use moderate power that would still cause serious injury. Panda charge. Wang Lu shouted. The hefty panda figure lunged forward, intending to absorb half the attack's force. Bang! The water cannon struck Panda's chest, and under the tremendous force, Panda was knocked back 2 steps. The gap between 9th level and black iron was merely a thin line, yet this line was an insurmountable chasm for countless 9th level beastmasters. Dong Li hadn't expected Panda to completely withstand the first attack. He snorted coldly. Again, just as he raised his hand to continue the pressure, fine rain began falling from the sky. Rumble. A lightning bolt as thick as a water barrel struck straight down from the dark clouds, hitting the jade water turtle's shell with precision. The turtle couldn't even scream before foaming at the mouth and collapsing unconscious. What's happening? Quick, call the school doctor. Dong Li stood stunned for half a second before shouting frantically. The playground instantly erupted into chaos as students cried out and scattered. If the principal's beast companion really died, who would protect them? Taking advantage of the confusion, Wang Lu led Hong Dali and the others quietly away from the campus. At that moment, atop second middle school's main building, an elegant middle-aged man stood by the railing, smiling as he stroked his void dream coin. Running his fingers along the creature's back, he murmured to himself. Perhaps I used a bit too much force. Well, consider it a lesson for that old fool, who told him to bully little Wang Lu and his friends. After Wang Lu and his friends returned to number 9 high school, they began discussing where to have their celebratory dinner. Throughout the afternoon, several of them sprawled across desks in the back row of their classroom, scrolling through maps on their phones and debating between the usual place for lamb spine hot pot, that new Chongqing hot pot restaurant, and the Aliokiniat seafood buffet. They had no idea they had already become the talk of Qingqing's video of their rampage at number 2 high school was being shared and commented on by countless students, becoming the hottest topic of conversation. But no matter how heated the outside discussions became, nothing could shake Wang Lu and his crew's determination to eat hot pot. While the main characters at number 9 high were leisurely slacking off, the atmosphere inside the administrative building at number 1 high, just a few kilometers away, was tense and charged. I don't understand. Why won't you let me challenge number 9 high? Do you really think I'm inferior to Wang Lu? Li Mu burst through the principal's office door, his voice echoing off the walls. As the strongest among the younger generation at Qingqing's top school, he should rightfully go out and establish dominance through challenges. Yet the school administrators before him had collectively hit the pause button. A row of administrators sat behind a long table, none speaking, while the projection screen continuously looped footage of Wang Li's battle at number 2 high's playground. Flames, shattered stones, and figures flying through the air. The fresh video had amplified their concerns to the extreme. Limu, we certainly trust in your abilities, but if you were to lose, number 1 high would lose all face. You must understand, number 1 high has never lost a challenge match. Can you guarantee you'll defeat Wang Lo? Principal Song Yuanshan removed his reading glasses, his tone steady yet tinged with worry. I can. Whatever he can do, I can do better. What he can't do, I can still accomplish. Limu lifted his chin high, pride written across his entire face. Song Yuanshan sighed inwardly. Still too young, doesn't understand what collective honor means. Judging from the momentum and power displayed in the video, Wang Li's combat ability had already surpassed his peer level. Give me a chance. I want to face Wang Lihiden. Even if I lose, I'll accept it. Li Mu's pride wouldn't allow him to be overshadowed by his opponent's brilliance. At that moment, a middle-aged man who had been standing beside Song Yuanshan cleared his throat softly. Principal, letting this kid try might not be such a bad thing. Though our reputation is great, if we don't dare accept number 9 high's challenge, after the college entrance exams, the title of Qingqing's number 1 might just go to number 9 high. The man was called Old Ghost. Neither a beast tamer nor possessing any measurable talent. He had become Song Yuanshan's most trusted strategist through sheer intellect alone. But you've seen it too, Wang Li's strength far exceeds the ordinary. Though Li Mu is strong, there's still a gap between them. Song Yuanshan remained hesitant. Old Ghost smiled. Didn't we just acquire that secret technique and batch of enhancement drugs? Those things haven't been tested. Will they really work? Song Yuanshan frowned. Whether they work depends on Li Mu. Old Ghost turned his gaze to Li Mu. If you want to fight Wang Lu, you'll have to follow our instructions completely. I can make your combat power surge dramatically in a short time, but the side effects are unknown. Do you dare try? I dare. As long as I can become stronger, I'm willing to try anything. Li Mu answered without hesitation. Good. Follow me. That evening, Wang Li's home was filled with the aroma of cooking. Tang Xiaojia held her small fists and earnestly massaged her brother's legs, looking eager to please. Brother, how's this pressure? Should I go harder? Why are you suddenly being so well-behaved today? Did you cause trouble at school again? Wang Lu half closed his eyes and gently pushed Tang Xiaojia's hands aside. Ever since he could remember, whenever little Jia became sweet and obedient, it meant trouble was brewing. I'm going back to bed if you don't tell me what this is about. Seeing Wang Lu turn to leave, Tang Xiaojia quickly wrapped her arms around his legs. She didn't really have anything important to discuss, just playfully whined. I want you to sign some autographs for me. Everyone at our school worships you. Oh, how many? Not many, just around 200. Tang Xiaojia. Wang Lu nearly exploded on the spot, wanting to give this troublesome little sister a good scolding. But he knew that with Tang Xiaojia's habit of bragging without thinking, this promise had probably already spread throughout the entire campus. If he didn't sign them, she'd definitely go home crying. That night, he worked tirelessly under his desk lamp, writing over 200 signatures. The following days passed peacefully. During the day, he went to school as usual, training and fooling around with number 1 and the others. After school, the group would head straight to their regular hot pot restaurant, where the owner always gave them a discount whenever he saw Wang Lu. One morning at dawn, Wang Lu was lying in bed catching up on sleep when he heard his bedroom door being pushed open. The next second, his stomach suddenly sank as if a little pig had just body slammed him. Ugh! He could barely breathe under the weight. Tang Xiaojia, are you trying to murder your own brother? Tang Xiaojia sat on his stomach, completely ignoring his outrage, and shoved her phone in his face. Bro, look at this. Wang Lu grabbed the phone. On the screen was Citywide, the local news app that practically everyone had. A bold banner stretched across the homepage. Genius from First High challenges Wang Lu of 9th High to battle. He clicked on it to find the page, buzzing with excitement about what was being called the strongest battle between young fighters in Qingqing's history, complete with a poll asking, are you looking forward to it? Who has this much free time? Wang Lu scoffed, assuming it was just some social media account chasing clicks. No, bro, look below. Tang Xiaojia pointed to the comment section. Principal Song Yuanshan from First High personally commented, saying he's willing to put up 5 million in prize money and set up an arena at First High, guaranteeing absolute fairness. What? Wang Lu was stunned and indeed found Song Yuanshan's name in the comments. Without hesitation, he said, I need to get to school. Find your own breakfast. He threw on his clothes and rushed out the door. At 9th High, he pushed open the principal's office door, forgetting to knock entirely. Wang Lu, why are you here so early today? Tang Long was reading a book, having been holed up in his office lately after finishing various administrative tasks. Principal, please look at this. Wang Lu handed over his phone. Tang Long was initially puzzled, but after reading the post and comments, he silently placed the phone on his desk, interlaced his fingers, and fell into deep thought. Principal, should I go or not? This is making much bigger waves than that incident with Second High. Tang Long looked up, his tone serious. You have to go? Song Yuanshan has put First High's reputation on the line. He wouldn't dare pull any tricks. Since he dared to issue this challenge, he must be confident he can beat you. Wang Lu nodded readily. All right, I'll accept the challenge. Tang Long chuckled. That's the spirit. With that kind of boldness, I'll also put up 5 million in prize money. Huh? 5 million for one fight? Then for the 7 fights I've had before, principal, will you be paying by card or cash? Wang Lu instantly spotted the flaw and continued rattling off his account number without pause. All right, stop reciting. Tang Long felt his scalp tingling from the barrage of numbers and raised his hand to signal a halt. You'll get 10 million in prize money if you win the match. Isn't that enough to fill your pockets? Principal, you're not planning to stiff me on my appearance fee, are you? Wang Lu raised an eyebrow, arms crossed, his eyes brimming with an "I've got you all figured out" confidency was certain Tang Long had money. Hit where it hurt. Tang Long could only smile bitterly and shake his head. Fine, you've got me there. I'll give you another 2 million at most. Take it or leave it. He mentally cursed himself for being luslipidwy. Did he ever mention that 5 million bait? If he dared deduct a single cent, this kid would probably turn around and refuse to fight for number 1 middle school. Thank you, principal. Wang Lu immediately gave an exaggerated military salute. I'll definitely return victorious. Tang Long raised his hand to his forehead and waved him away. Stop clowning around and go train. If you lose, you won't see a penny. Instead, you'll owe me no. 9 middle school won't be humiliated alongside you for nothing. Before the words had even settled, Wang Lu had already vanished from the office like a gust of wind. He calculated in his mind. Half a second slower, and he might have had to pay up on the spot. Leaving the administrative building, he headed straight for the field and actively sought out Shun Wu for sparring practice. Although he believed Li Mu's chances of beating him were extremely slim, he still didn't dare let his guard down. Meanwhile, things were buzzing with activity at number 1 middle school. They had not only finished setting up the battle venue, but had also invited numerous media outlets, planning to live stream and record the entire showdown between Wang Lu and Li Mu for online release regardless of the outcome. The reason was simple. The enhancement serum developed by Song Yuanshan and his team had been successfully tested, boosting Li Mu's strength by more than double. At the gates of Qingqing number 1 middle school, camera flashes went off one after another. Song Yuanshan stood before the reporter's lenses with Li Mu and Old Ghost. Mr. Song, what are your school's chances in this match? Li Mu. Everyone says Wang Lu is Qingqing's undisputed number 1. What's your take? The questions came one after another, clearly designed to stir up controversy. Song Yuanshan finally couldn't hold back and raised his hand to stop them. Everyone, I have no comment on those details. I'll only emphasize one point: this will be the most spectacular showdown in Qingqing's history, a peak collision between two young talents. Please look forward to it. With that, he pulled Li Mu back into the campus, leaving only Old Ghost at the gate to deal with the reporters, throwing out some safe and neutral responses. Inside the principal's office, the atmosphere instantly turned serious again. Li Mu, don't disappoint the school's investment in you. I only want one result: victory. Song Yuanshan sat in his chair, his gaze steady. Don't worry, principal. I'm already a 7th level beast tamer now, and with the mysterious scroll you gave me, it'd be hard to lose. Li Mu brimmed with confidence. Just days ago he was still at level 6, but now, having broken through with the serum and supplemented by the secret techniques in the scroll, he could even unleash the power of a 9th level beast tamer. Song Yuanshan nodded slightly. Confidence is good, but remember not to be arrogant. Seeing Li Mu's spirited demeanor, he felt very satisfied. Yes. All right, go practice diligently. Tang Long has already messaged me. Wang Lu will come for the appointment in 3 days. Each principal keeps contact information with the others. I'm heading there now. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early on the appointed day, Wang Lu arrived at Qingqing number 1 high school with Hong Dali and others. Tang Xiaojia also appeared as promised, leading that group of young girls last time she had invited them. But this time the girls came on their own initiative, just to witness Wang Li's strength firsthand. Combined with the Qingqing citizens who came after hearing the news, the school gate was packed with people early on. Over the past few days, the media had focused almost entirely on this showdown between Wang Lu and Li Mu, heating up the atmosphere completely. Welcome to number 1 high. Li Mu was already waiting at the entrance with his school team members. Since this was still considered junior challenging, principal level figures couldn't appear publicly, so Li Mu had to face the challenge personally. Hello, I'm Wang Lu. Facing the others' enthusiasm, Wang Lu extended his hand first. After brief pleasantries, the two walked side by side toward the school's gymnasium. Number 1 high had always led in facilities, complete with gymnasium, swimming pool, and library. Today's arena was set up in the center of the gymnasium. The venue could accommodate about 500 spectators. After everyone entered, Hong Dali, Tang Xiaojia, and others automatically headed to the audience seats, while Wang Lu and Li Mu stepped onto the arena one after another. Citizens watching for excitement quickly filled the stands, and a video camera was set up beside the arena to record the entire battle. The referee, dressed in black and white striped uniform, read the competition rules in detail at a steady pace for a full 5 minutes. After confirming both sides understood, He waved his hand to signal the start of the match. Wind Eagle, Panda, both summoned their beast companions almost simultaneously. Panda, use charge. Wang Lu struck first. Wind Eagle, Gale. Li Mu was confident. He had reviewed all of Wang Li's battle recordings and was already familiar with most of his moves. The Wind Eagle flapped its wings fiercely, and the arena was instantly filled with howling winds. The churning airflow drastically reduced Panda's movement speed. Taking advantage, the Wind Eagle dove behind Panda with claws extended. Panda's reflexes were fairly sharp. It dodged with a side roll, otherwise it might have been torn by the sharp talons. Panda, Dark Flow. Seeing his opponent's speed advantage, Wang Lu immediately gave the command. Panda pressed both palms to the ground, and black shadows quickly covered the entire arena, forming a devouring dark current. If not for the Wind Eagle's ability to hover in the air, it would have already been dragged into the Shadow Realm for a beating. However, Li Mu felt urgency rising in his heart. Though the Wind Eagle wasn't much larger than a sparrow, it already weighed over 300 pounds, and prolonged hovering was extremely draining. Dragging this out would be disadvantageous, so he decided to use his killing move, that mysterious scroll the old ghost had given him. Wind Eagle, Steel Storm. After the scroll activated, every wing beat of the Wind Eagle carried metallic sharpness. It flapped its wings frantically, and 4 tornadoes as thick as sleeves suddenly formed, carrying chilling metal fragments as they closed in on Panda's center position. This was bad. If hit by this, Panda would probably be turned into mincemeat. Wang Li's heart sank as he realized the dire situation. The steel storm swept across the entire arena with such massive coverage that even with Panda's shadow flow technique, there was barely any space to dodge. Li Mu crossed his arms, gazing at the battlefield with a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This time, victory was assured. Around the arena, the audience held their breath in unison as the situation unfolded, unconsciously falling silent. 4 high-speed rotating mini tornadoes rose from the ground, trapping Panda firmly in the center as howling winds whipped up sand and debris in everyone's eyes. Wang Li's defeat seemed inevitable. The next second, a blazing flash of fire suddenly tore through the wind columns. Accompanied by thunder-like roaring, scorching flames shot skyward, directly blasting the 4 tornadoes apart. Panda, whose outline had been barely visible, was now engulfed in deep crimson flames. In that instant when the wind wall blocked everyone's view, Wang Lu made an extremely risky choice, having Panda unleash the Great Flame Fist. Since Li Mu could execute dual attribute skills, Wang Lu certainly could too. With no one able to witness the truth inside the tornado, any post-match explanation would be entirely up to him. The moment flames broke through the wind, Li Mu's heart jolted and his smile froze. He wasn't the only one who could master dual attributes. He stared blankly at his opponent, his mind racing with questions. How exactly had Wang Lu enabled Panda to use fire attribute moves? This same bewilderment quickly spread through the stands as the audience erupted in waves of astonished cries. The battle continued. The Wind Eagle circling high above had just released its ultimate move, causing its stamina to plummet rapidly, its wing beats noticeably slowing. Gritting its teeth, it managed to dive to the arena's edge, its talons barely touching the ground, when Wang Li's eyes suddenly lit up, spotting an once-in-a-lifetime opening. Panda, Shadow Flow. Panda responded by crouching low, its claws slamming against the ground as an inky shadow stream instantly engulfed the entire arena. As the dark shadow swept past, its form became a blur, appearing behind the Wind Eagle almost like teleportation. Li Mu suddenly realized the danger and shouted, "Wind Eagle, fly quickly!" Before he could finish, Panda's heavy paw had already struck heavily against the Wind Eagle's back. The sound of cracking bones mixed with agonized cries echoed throughout the venue. How could the Wind Eagle withstand such a blow? Its wings drooped powerlessly, and without even time to struggle, it collapsed straight down in the center of the arena. Panda held its paw suspended in midair, choosing not to deliver a finishing blow. Wang Lu looked across at his opponent, his voice steady yet carrying an undeniable edge. "Do you want to continue?" Li Mu remained silent for a long moment before hoarsely uttering 2 words, "I forfeit." He had anticipated failure, but when the outcome truly arrived, his chest still felt crushed by a massive stone. Even at full strength he couldn't win, and now with his beast companion severely injured, there was no possibility of a comeback. The referee confirmed Li Mu's voluntary surrender and raised his right hand high. This match goes to Wang Le victory. As the announcement landed, the audience erupted. Hong Dali, Tang Xiaojia and others shouted the loudest, their applause and whistles echoing throughout the entire venue. Though it was merely an offline exhibition match, it was equally thrilling. With victory came another prize. The crown of first among the younger generation quietly settled upon Wang Li's head before all eyes. In the monitoring room, Song Yuanshan and Old Ghost watched the entire process through the large screen. The image froze on Panda's silhouette, leaving both men momentarily speechless. Sigh. Even after going to such lengths, he still lost. Song Yuanshan let out a long breath. his tone carrying both regret and resignation. Old Ghost patted him consolingly. Principal, things aren't that bad. Li Mu's performance was already outstanding enough. We'll upload the match video online shortly. Our first high can cultivate many talents like Li Mu, but how many Wang less can ninth high produce? I thought I'd be the first to arrive, but smart people always know how to make the right choice. Old Ghost stood by the arena, a rare look of satisfaction spreading across his face. Well, you have a point there. Song Yuanshan nodded, feeling much of the frustration in his chest dissipate after listening to Old Ghost's analysis. As soon as the competition ended, Wang Lu dragged Hong Dali, Tang Xiaojia, and the others out to celebrate. They'd come all this way to cheer him, one couldn't let them go home hungry. Besides, Hong Ling had just given him 5 million last time, so treating everyone to a meal didn't hurt his wallet. After eating and drinking their fill, everyone headed home. School wouldn't pause just because Wang Lu won a match. That night, while most people fell straight asleep, some tossed and turned with excitement. The high-speed cameras set up beside the arena had captured every moment of the battle in crystal clarity. Once the video went online, comments flooded the screen. Regular parents watched with burning enthusiasm, shouting about sending their kids to first high. The ending even included clips of Li Mu's special training. The visible surge in strength made it all the more stunning. The netizens weren't the only ones buzzing. Admissions officers from major universities sat glued to their screens, eyes wide. This is what an 18-year-old can do. In their years of recruiting, they'd only occasionally seen such skill levels from provincial champions. What made it more unbelievable was the location tag. Qingcheng, a small place they'd never even heard of. Elite institutions typically look down on small cities, but this time, no one could sit still. Dragon Nation University. A genius. If he's this strong with Wind Eagle 8, he'll start at gold rank minimum. Send someone immediately deliver the acceptance letter first. Nanjiang University of Science. A young hero. Head to Qingcheng right now. We must secure him. Zhahai University. How have we been recruiting all these years? How many treasures have we missed? We can't let this one slip away. Other schools erupted into action too. Even Yinjing's East University and Tsinghua dispatched representatives, determined to bring Wang Lu under their wing. While recruiters worked themselves into a frenzy, the object of their pursuit was sound asleep at home. The next morning, before the school gates had fully opened, Wang Lu appeared with his backpack. Xin Wu, rubbing his bleary eyes as he opened the gate, looked utterly bewildered. First time I've seen you here this early, kid. Something feels off. Teacher Shun, that's you judging a book by its underestimating people. Cut the chatter and get inside. Xin Wu raised his hand threateningly, and Wang Lu quickly ducked away, narrowly avoiding a smack. He rushed straight to the principal's office, only to find the door handle wouldn't budge, clearly locked from inside. Anyone there? Nobody. Principal, I know you're in there. Open up. He started pounding on the door with his fist. Creak. The door finally opened a crack. Tang Long poked his head out, hair disheveled. Oh, Wang Lu. What is it? If it's nothing, I'm going back to sleep. It's something. Wang Lu squeezed into the office and dropped into the big chair behind the desk. Principal, you haven't forgotten about the bonus, have you? He'd come this early specifically for that 7 million. I only said that to motivate you at the time. To be honest, I regret it. Tang Long hung his head and suggested quietly. How about we negotiate? Maybe you could take less. I don't care. If you don't have the money, just sign the school over to me. Their roles seemed to have completely reversed at that moment. Wang Lu sat in the principal's office chair with his legs crossed, looking composed yet unyielding. Not a penny less. Or my name isn't Wang Lu. Tang Long found himself cornered by the bookshelf, raising his hands in surrender helplessly. Fine. I'll transfer 7 million to your account shortly. Just stop making a scene here. 7 million was indeed painful for Tang Long. Though far from devastating, his heart ached, but he could only accept his fate. Having achieved his goal, Wang Lu didn't press further. He stood up, dusted off his pants, and strolled out of the office. On his way, he stopped by a corner shop for a steaming breakfast of soy milk and fried dough sticks. By the time he returned to school, satisfied, it was nearly noon. Wang Lu had been enjoying rather leisurely days lately. He'd already beaten practically every skilled fighter in Qingcheng, and no one would dare pressure him during the college entrance exams. In contrast, Hong Dali and the others hadn't reached the level of standing above all rivals yet, so they could only grit their teeth and train hard, hoping for good rankings in the exams. Wang Lu occasionally sparred with them, offering casual guidance. Just as everything at 9th High was getting back on track, 1st High erupted into chaos. Song Yuanshan's office was packed with admissions officers from major universities, all in sharp suits with gleaming name tags. They'd rushed to Qingcheng overnight, terrified of missing out on a genius. What exactly brings all of you here? Song Yuanshan was utterly bewildered. He'd merely posted a student sparring video on the school website. How had it attracted such important figures? To be frank, I'm here to offer early admission on behalf of our university. So am I. Principal Song, if you choose Nanjiang University, we can establish deep cooperation between our institutions. Everyone talked over each other, haggling voices rising and falling. Song Yuanshan was overjoyed, assuming they'd all come for Li Mu. He slammed the table with a hearty laugh. Haha, no need to rush, everyone. Whoever offers the best benefits gets Li Mu. The bidding quickly escalated, with Longhui University's representative ultimately winning a school, second only to Dongda and Tsinghua. Someone fetch Li Mu immediately. Song Yuanshan was so excited his beard trembled. Yet the other university representatives refused to leave the office, everyone wanting to see this genius with their own eyes. Moments later, Li Mu entered with a triumphant smile, expecting a shower of compliments. But the instant he stepped through the door, the air froze. Dead silence. The Longwar representative stared at him for a few seconds, then frowned at Song Yuanshan. Principal, this isn't who I'm looking for. I want the one who won that match. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Song Yuanshan nearly coughed up blood, his joy instantly evaporating. The Longwar representative scratched his head. The video was labeled as first high. Did we come to the wrong place? Song Yuanshan practically roared. The video was filmed at first high, but the winner is at ninth high. What? Wrong school? Quick, to ninth high? Offer a high price first, maybe they'll agree. Before the words settled, the room full of representatives scattered like leaves in the wind, rushing toward ninth high. The vast office was left with only Song Yuanshan and Li Mu staring at each other, the awkwardness so thick it made their scalps tingle. Ninth high principal's office. Tang Long was about to head to the bank for the transfer when the office door burst open before his hand even touched the handle. I said I'd give you the money, and I will. He didn't look up, thinking Wang Lu had grown impatient. What came into view was a large crowd of people. Just like before, these university representatives from across the country introduced themselves, stated their intentions, and then began bidding against each other in a back-and-forth manner, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a market auction. Everyone, please hold on for a moment. Tang Long raised his hand to signal, his voice cutting through the commotion. Although I'm Wang Li's principal, I don't have the right to decide his future for him. He went to lunch and will be back shortly. We need to let him make his own choice. The fact that he still protected his students' right to choose, even knowing the offers being made, earned him respect from the representatives. After all, how many people truly consider others' interests when faced with personal gain? In less than half an hour, Wang Lu returned to school after finishing his meal. Before entering the principal's office, he was still thinking. Tang Long's promised payment had already been deposited, but Song Yuanshan's reward was still nowhere to be seen. When he pushed open the door, he froze. The room was packed with people. These individuals were well-dressed, their every gesture exuding scholarly refinement. Upon seeing Wang Lu, their eyes immediately lit up. It's him. That's him. In the flesh. Young man, I'm. Over a dozen representatives took turns introducing themselves and repeating their respective offers. Wang Lu quickly understood the situation and waved his hand to calm their enthusiasm. I don't need those subsidies and quotas you're talking about. I only want skill books. Whoever can offer more and better ones, that's whose school I'll attend. After he finished speaking, the room fell silent for a few seconds. Skill books were priceless resources, especially intermediate level ones and above, which many mid-tier universities simply couldn't provide. Only top institutions like Long University and Nan University remained composed. Finally, Long University made their decision. One intermediate level skill book. The other schools fell silent. Skill books were categorized into 3 tiers: basic, intermediate, and advanced, with each level representing a tremendous difference in power. Beast companions that learned intermediate skills could easily crush same-level opponents who only knew basic skills. Since beast companions could naturally learn only a limited number of skills, their true finishing moves mostly relied on skill books. Wang Lu wanted them not for immediate combat power, but planned to save them for breakthrough moments. I'll think about it some more. He wasn't in a hurry to agree. There was still time before the college entrance exams. And what if someone made a better offer later? Hearing this, representatives who couldn't provide skill books had no choice but to leave the school disappointed, while those who could afford them simply booked ghost houses in the city to wait it out. No one wanted to miss out on this rising star. A single top-tier powerhouse could secure government subsidies for a university, not to mention the potential future contributions to their alma mater. At this moment, representatives from Dong University and Tsinghua University were just boarding flights to Qing City. Delayed by complex campus affairs, they had departed later than the others. After seeing everyone off, Tang Long personally accompanied Wang Lu to the bank, where he transferred the promised reward money right at the counter. Thank you, principal. If I get the chance in the future, I'd love to be your student again. Seeing the deposited amount, Wang Li's respect for Tang Long soared. No, no, no. Tang Long waved his hands repeatedly. If you become my student a few more times, I'll really go bankrupt. That won't happen. By the way, principal, I'd like to take the afternoon off. Now that Wang Lu had money, his first priority was to get Tang Xiaojiao a bigger apartment, was about to start university, and needed to settle his sister properly before he could feel at ease. Of course, for the next while, you can choose whether or not to attend classes. After such an exhausting competition, You should rest well for a few days. Thank you, Principal. Wang Lu quickly expressed his gratitude upon hearing Tang Long's words. Over the past few days, he had been practically trapped at school with nothing to do, watching the days flip by like sheets of copy paper. With the holiday approaching, he planned to sneak off to the secret realms around Qingchang to try his luck. Most of those places remained unexplored by him, and he might just find some treasures. After chatting for a few more minutes, the two parted ways. Wang Lu had barely left the school gates when his phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. He checked it and found a text from Hong Ling, telling him to wait where he was, as someone would be sent to pick him up immediately. Wang Lu muttered, "What's going on now?" and stuffed his phone back into his pocket, standing patiently by the roadside. In less than 5 minutes, a black sedan pulled up smoothly in front of him. The window rolled down, and the driver nodded at him. Wang Lu expertly slipped into the back seat and casually picked up the blindfold that had been prepared, covering his eyes. The car drove steadily for about 10 minutes before stopping. He removed the blindfold to find himself in an elegantly furnished reception room, with Hong Ling standing beside the sofa. "Come, sit down and let's talk." Hong Ling patted the spot next to her. Wang Lu took a seat and got straight to the point. "Master Hong, what did you need to see me about?" "The cave you mentioned last time. Headquarters has sent the Dragon Guard army to investigate it, and I just received the results." Hong Ling placed a file on the coffee table. "Really? What did they find?" Wang Lu straightened up immediately. Ever since returning from Dingyuan village, this had been weighing on his mind. If that cave harboring fierce beasts triggered a beast tide, the casualties would be devastating. Hong Ling's expression was complicated. The cave was empty. No footprints on the ground. No traces of human habitation on the walls. Headquarters has determined that you spread false intelligence and caused panic, so they've decided to revoke your internship qualification with the Dragon Guard army. As she spoke, she kept watching Wang Li's expression, worried he might not be able to handle it. Wang Li's face remained emotionless, but his brow furrowed deeper and deeper. While he had originally wanted to quit the Dragon Guard army anyway, there was absolutely no way that cave could have been completely devoid of traces. "Master Hong, could it be that they didn't search thoroughly enough and missed something?" he asked in a low voice. "Impossible." Hong Ling shook her head firmly. "That team is highly experienced. Even if someone had deliberately covered their tracks, they wouldn't have escaped detection." "No way. Absolutely not." Wang Li shot to his feet. "Give me one more chance. Let me go back to Dingyuan village, and this time I'll definitely bring back evidence." He wasn't trying to be a hero. Rather, he had a nagging feeling that there were problems within the Dragon Guard army. If even the allies around him couldn't be trusted, he might get backstabbed at any moment. Besides, he still planned to use this opportunity for treasure hunting. That treasure map had been sitting in his backpack gathering dust. Hong Ling pondered for a moment. "I'm afraid that won't work. You're no longer an insider, so even if you did bring back evidence, no one would believe it." Wang Lo was momentarily speechless, didn't even have the right to help anymore. Seeing his determination to go, Hong Ling compromised. "However, if you really insist on going, I have a solution. I can arrange for an insider to accompany you. That way, if you do bring back any evidence, people will believe it." Hong Ling proactively came up with an idea for Wang Lo. Wang Lu immediately understood what she meant. The so-called finding someone to accompany you was essentially sending someone to supervise him. But being able to make the trip was better than sitting around doing nothing, so he nodded right away. "Then I'll trouble Prefecture Master Hong to arrange it as soon as possible." With that, he stood up to take his leave. Once he uncovered the truth about the cave, he could always shake off his escort and search for treasure on his own. "All right, go home and wait for news. I'll arrange it as quickly as possible." Hong Ling nodded without saying much more. Leaving the prefectural office, Wang Lu returned home. Around 6 in the evening, Tang Xiaojia came home from school and pushed open the door, immediately hit by a wave of barbecue aroma. "Wow, Wang Lu, did you strike it rich? You bought so many skewers." She dropped her backpack and dove straight for the coffee table that was practically overflowing with grilled meat. Of course, Wang Lu handed her a wet wipe, beaming with pride. The prize money from this competition was quite substantial. "After we eat, let's go look at some apartments and pick out a nice one for you." Tang Xiaojia bit into a meat skewer, mumbling with her mouth full. "But I don't want to move." "Why not? This place is too small. When I leave, you should live somewhere more spacious." Wang Lu raised an eyebrow curiously. "No way. I'm staying here to wait for you to come back." She shook her head. "A place you haven't lived in doesn't feel like home." She then grabbed another skewer and chewed slowly. "All right then." Wang Lu chuckled, dropping the subject. A warm feeling rose in his chest. This kind of blood is thicker than water family bond was truly wonderful. Early the next morning, the phone's ringing jolted Wang Lu awake. Hong Ling's voice was brief and to the point. "Go to Dingyuan village, to the same old temple as last time, to meet with someone." Hanging up the phone, Wang Lu packed simply, left Qingcheng, and took a train straight to Chunming City. After getting off, he hailed a taxi. Rice fields and low residential buildings flashed past the window, and soon they arrived at Dingyuan village. He paid the fare and got out, following the familiar path toward the old temple. Halfway there, a loud voice suddenly called out. "Hey there, Do I look more like a person or a god to you? What the hell? Wang Lu stopped in his tracks. That voice was all too familiar. He turned around, and sure enough, Wang Zilong was standing by the roadside with his usual cocky attitude, still looking like the same lackey as before. What the hell? How is it you? Huang Zilong was equally startled, his hair practically standing on end. The memory of his last beating at Wang Li's hands was still fresh in his mind. What are you doing here? Wang Lu felt an ominous premonition creeping up. If Huang Zilong was here, then Brother Lu, a sweet, soft voice drifted from the temple entrance. His hair instantly stood on end, and Wang Lu got goosebumps all over. Turning his head, sure enough, Chu Yue came bounding over with the bouncing steps of a little deer. Although Chu Yue was cute, her personality was just too troublesome. Wang Lu could only force out a smile. Long time no see. He gave a perfunctory wave. He smiled at me. Is this what mutual love feels like? I guess I should have Dad prepare my dowry when I get home. Chu Yue instantly fell into a pink fantasy, her eyes sparkling with little stars. Last time Wang Lu had saved her, and the girl had immediately decided to pledge herself to him. Not to mention she had helped him wipe down and change his under. He had to admit, they were quite large. Wang Lu coughed, seeing her spacing out, and had to remind her. Why aren't you saying anything? I'm just too excited seeing you. Chu Yue snapped back to reality, pouting pitifully. Didn't I leave you my Chaoxian contact last time? Why didn't you add me? Hearing Chaoxian, Wang Lu finally remembered that piece of paper which he had casually thrown away long ago. He stared at Chu Yue, feeling like compared to last time, she seemed somehow more foolish. I accidentally lost the note you gave me last time, so let's add each other later. Out of politeness, Wang Lu didn't reveal the truth, but Chu Yue wasn't willing to wait. Why wait for later? Add me now. With that, she lit up her phone and held her WeChat QR code right in front of his eyes. Wang Lu had no choice but to pull out his phone, and the two completed adding each other as friends. The moment the QR code disappeared, Chu Yue looked like she had found treasure, giggling foolishly nonstop. Wang Lu couldn't bear to watch anymore and reminded her in a low voice. Why don't you go back and get someone else to accompany me on this mission? Chu Yue waved her hands frantically, shaking her head like a rattled drum. No way. I begged my dad for ages just to go on this mission with you. Fine, but once we're at the scene, you have to listen to me. Wang Lu sighed inwardly but still compromised. Yes. The two packed up briefly and infiltrated the village under cover of night. Just like last time, Wang Lu focused his attention on Widow Lu. However, the entire night passed without her appearing even once. Strange, doesn't she come out every night? Wang Lu frowned. Maybe she's not feeling well and won't come out tonight. Chu Yue whispered her guess. Wang Lu didn't respond, only telling her to continue lying low. The result was a fruitless night. They didn't even catch a glimpse of Widow Lu's shadow. For the next 2 nights, they continued their vigil, and during the day Wang Lu also observed secretly, but Widow Lu remained nowhere to be seen. On the 4th evening, Chu Yue rubbed her aching shoulders and complained. Wang Lu, how long are we going to keep watch? If you ask me, we might as well go down and ask the villagers. Wang Lu pondered for a moment and nodded. If we don't discover anything tonight, we'll go inquire. That night yielded nothing again. At daybreak, he had Chu Yue go into the village to investigate Widow Lu's whereabouts since he had shown his face last time. He worried that if there really were accomplices, he might be recognized. Soon, Chu Yue returned with a pale face, as if she had seen a ghost. Wang Lu, I feel like we won't be able to investigate anything this time. Wang Lu sensed something was wrong and immediately pressed her. Tell me quickly, what did you hear? The villagers said Widow Lu died 3 years ago. Chu Yue spoke rapidly. Her house is haunted. People passing by often hear voices talking inside. As she said this, her small hands trembled slightly. Wang Lu fell silent. He clearly remembered that during his first visit, the fake village chief Niu Li had called out to Widow Lu in front of everyone, and he had seen her with his own eyes. How could someone who died 3 years ago suddenly appear? Seeing Chu Yue's frightened expression, Wang Lu comforted her in a low voice. Don't be afraid. What the villagers say isn't necessarily all true. But in his heart, he became more alert. Not only was there probably something wrong with Widow Lu, but some of the people in this village likely had serious problems too. However, none of this was his concern. Wang Lu had originally waited for the Widow Lu, hoping to extract some information from her. But from the looks of it now, the haunting theory was impossible. She had most likely fled. Since they couldn't find the Widow Lu anymore, they decided to go directly to the cave. Without a witness, Wang Lu planned to look for physical evidence. The cave couldn't run away, after all. The two set off for the cave. Wang Lu had been there once before and still remembered the way. After walking along the trail for a while, they found the cavern where the Widow Lu had gone previously. It was now morning. Under the sunlight, Wang Lu felt it wasn't as terrifying as his last visit. You stay outside and keep watch. I'll go in alone to take a look. Worried there might be people inside the cave, Wang Lu didn't plan to bring Chu Yue along. He still had agility cards in his ring, so even if he encountered someone, he could escape. No, take me with you. I'm really scared right now. I don't dare to be left alone in the woods. Even now, Chu Yue's lips were still somewhat pale. The recent events had been quite a shock for this pampered young lady. I told you I should have brought someone else with me. After sighing, Wang Lu said helplessly, you can follow me, but be prepared to run at any moment. Hearing Wang Li's words, Chu Yue nodded seriously. The two walked toward the cave entrance together. Inside, it was still pitch black. However, there were no sounds, which put Wang Lu somewhat at ease. Soon, they reached the spot where Wang Lu had eavesdropped last time. Gathering his courage, Wang Lu entered the inner stone chamber. Inside, just as Hong Ling had said, it was very clean. Moreover, there were no signs of habitation. It looked more like a shelter built by some wild spirit beast for itself. Strange, could I have really been dreaming that day? Just as Wang Lu was puzzled, a loud scraping sound suddenly came from the cave entrance. Upon hearing it, Wang Lu quickly ran over with Chu Yue following behind him. Haha, I didn't expect it to be you again, you little brat. I was originally planning to kill a few Dragon Guard soldiers, but I didn't expect you to walk right into my trap. Standing at the cave entrance was the widow Lu. In front of her was a huge boulder that was about to block the entrance completely. Damn it. Panda, use charge. After cursing, Wang Lu summoned Panda. Upon hearing the command, Panda immediately charged toward the boulder. Thud. The boulder only trembled slightly, while Panda was bounced right back. Don't waste your energy. This was all prepared for the Dragon Guard. If they can't break through, you certainly can't either. The widow Lu's mocking laughter came from outside. Every time she came to this cave, she would leave markers. When she returned, she could tell if anyone had been there. When she saw her markers had been disturbed, she immediately cleared all traces from inside the cave. Since Hong Ling was still consulting with her superiors at the time, it gave her enough time to make preparations to kill whoever entered the cave next. She had a feeling someone would come again, but she hadn't expected it to be Wang Lu. Widow Lu, you really are with the Black Hand Society, and there must be accomplices in the village too. Wang Lu had heard from Lu Zuan before that the Black Hand Society had been looking for opportunities to kill Dragon Guard members, as the Dragon Guard was an obstacle to their beast-tied schemes. Besides, Wang Li's missions required at least 2 people. Would the Black Hand Society only send 1 person? Quite clever, but being smart won't help you now. This stone door is made of special materials. There's no water or food in the cave. In 7 days, I'll come back to collect your corpse. After Lu the widow finished speaking, the massive boulder completely sealed the entrance. Following the dull rumbling sound, their only source of light was cut off, and the cave instantly plunged into pitch-black darkness. The cold air seemed to freeze along with it. Wang Lu, what do we do now? Chu Yue whispered with obvious tears in her voice, the sound echoing off the narrow stone walls. What else can we do? Wait to die, I guess. Wang Li's tone was deliberately casual. He brushed the dust off his pants and walked straight back to the inner stone chamber, sitting down against the wall to rest. In fact, he had already figured out an escape plan. He just needed to have Panda use shadow flow to slip out of the cave, then find a way to move the boulder. He didn't tell Chu Yue for 2 reasons. First, he wanted to scare her a bit so she wouldn't follow him so closely next time. Second, Lu the widow's true strength was unknown, and there might be accomplices waiting outside. If Panda rashly went out and got caught, they would truly be trapped here to die. Why, I'm still young, I don't want to die? I haven't married the person I love yet. Chu Yue finally couldn't hold back and burst into tears. Wang Lu listened with his head tilted, suppressing his laughter. After crying until her voice was hoarse, she exhausted herself and sat down beside Wang Lu, sniffling as she began confessing her feelings in a long, rambling speech. Wang Lu didn't hear a single word, his mind entirely focused on planning their next moves. As night deepened, only the sound of their breathing and dripping water could be heard in the darkness. Grumble, grumble. Chu Yue's stomach growled at the worst possible moment. Hungry. Wang Lu slightly raised his chin, his expression invisible in the darkness. Yes, but it's okay, I brought some food. She rummaged through her pockets. The plastic packaging rustled softly as it rubbed together. Wang Lu was somewhat surprised this girl was quite thoughtful to carry snacks with her. But his surprise turned to speechlessness the next second when Chu Yue pulled out a small bag of teddy bear cookies. Just as she was about to tear open the package, she stopped. Wang Lu, you should have this instead. This is all the food we have. She handed the cookies over to him. Wang Lu didn't hesitate. He opened the bag, tilted his head back, and poured all the cookies into his mouth, crunching loudly. The sweet aroma spread through the enclosed air, making Chu Yue swallow hungrily. I won't eat any, she murmured quietly. If only one of us can survive, it should be you. Wang Lu was stunned, realizing that Chu Yue had placed all her hopes of survival on him. Is it really worth it? We've only known each other for a few days. How is it not worth it? I like you, and when you like someone, you should be good to them. If you really do survive, don't forget me. After a pause, she clutched her rumbling stomach and added, also, if you want a girlfriend, don't look for anyone else. You can date my sister. Everything else is fine, but why does it have to be your sister? Keep the good fortune in the family. Wang Lu shook his head and chuckled. You don't really think one bag of cookies will last 7 days, do you? Then, then what do we do? Shu Youwei's eyes darted around, and she suddenly shouted, "Spit out those cookies. If we can't survive anyway, I might as well satisfy my craving one last time." She lunged at him. The two of them pushed and shoved, wrestling in the darkness. Shu Yuwei was already dizzy from hunger, and after just a few moves, she lost her strength. Her body went limp, and she collapsed into Wang Li's arms. Caught off guard, Wang Li couldn't dodge in time. Their lips pressed together without warning, their breath so close they could feel it on each other's cheeks. Ah! Shu Yuwei screamed and quickly jumped to her feet, her face instantly flushing bright red as her heart pounded so hard it felt like it might burst from her chest. Wang Lu stood there completely bewildered, touching his lips with his fingers. His first kiss had been taken just like that, leaving him utterly stunned. "Wang Lu, you have to take responsibility for me." Shu Yuwei steadied herself and glared at him with a stern expression. "Take responsibility? That was just an accident," Wang Lu said with a helpless smile, raising his hands in surrender. "An accident? We're about to die, and you still won't be with me? Am I really that terrible?" Shu Yuwei puffed out her chest indignantly. "Who told you we're going to die?" Wang Lu chuckled and shook his head, walking over to the largest boulder blocking the cave entrance. He raised his hand and summoned his beast companion. "Panda, Shadow Stream." A jet of dark energy carved out a passage. Wang Lu lowered his voice. "Don't let anyone see you when you get out, and bring back some food and water." Following his command, Panda flashed like a black shadow, darting through the shadow stream and out of the cave, quickly disappearing into the night. Shu Youwei's eyes widened. "Wang Lu, could Panda get out this whole time? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "You never asked," Wang Lu shrugged. Seeing she was about to speak again, he quickly cut her off. "Shut up. If you keep nagging, I won't share any food with you when it arrives." Shu Yuwei opened her mouth, but ultimately swallowed her anger. Compared to being stubborn, she'd rather fill her stomach. Before long, Panda returned carrying an armload of wild fruits and several water gourds stolen from villagers' homes, filled with lake water. Wang Lu snapped his fingers. "Food's here, come eat." Shu Yuwei practically lunged forward, grabbing fruit and devouring it hungrily. Wang Lu also began wolfing down the food. Those stale crackers from before hadn't been nearly enough. 7 days later, under the gray, overcast sky, Widow Lu walked to the cave entrance and sprinkled prepared powder in a circle around the opening. The rock seemed pushed by invisible hands, slowly sliding outward. She expected to smell the usual stench of death, but today the cave was surprisingly fresh. Strange, why is there no smell? Just as she poked her head in, flames suddenly blazed from within the cave. "Panda!" Blazing fist. A scorching fireball instantly shot toward Widow Lu. Wang Lu had calculated the timing perfectly and had been waiting by the entrance for days, ready to strike the moment the stones moved. Widow Lu quickly stepped back, flicking her wrist. Tunnel rat. Flying sand. With a sharp screech, a palm-sized contract seal cracked open, and the tunnel rat leaped from the ground. It was dozens of times larger than an ordinary rat, standing as tall as an adult hunting dog. The rat opened its mouth and spewed brownish sand and stones that collided thunderously with the fireball. Boom. Red and yellow lights intertwined as flames and sand clashed at the cave entrance, neither able to overcome the other. Wang Lu raised an eyebrow. She actually blocked it? It seemed Widow Lu's strength was comparable to his own. Both were 9th-level beast tamers. "Boy, how did you survive?" Widow Lu pretended to chat casually, while secretly reaching behind her back where a signal flare was tucked into her belt. One pull would bring her accomplices running. That last exchange had shown her that in an unknown fight, she held no advantage. "Panda." Poison mist. Wang Lu gave her no chance to stall. Panda roared, and thick purple mist poured from between its ivory fangs, spreading like a heavy blanket over Widow Lu and the tunnel rat. "Oh no, get away." Widow Lu's face went pale with shock. Poison mist? Dual attributes? This opponent was definitely more than she could handle alone. She needed to retreat and get reinforcements. She threw herself sideways while the tunnel rat burrowed into a pile of rubble, trying to use the cover to escape. Trying to run. After a cold snort, Wang Lu continued issuing commands. "Panda, use Shadow Stream." Panda pressed both palms to the ground, his thick arms instantly tensing as pitch-black shadows spread from beneath his feet like a tide. Though the shadows couldn't expand infinitely, Lu the Widow and her tunnel rat had only run a few meters before being engulfed by the dark mist. She spun around abruptly, her face changing color. "What the hell is this thing?" Before she could finish speaking, Panda had already teleported through the shadows, appearing right in front of her with a thunderous roar. Great Flame Fist. Blazing fire erupted from his knuckles, twisting into a fire serpent that hissed as it lunged toward Lu the Widow. She had no time to mount a counterattack and could only shout desperately, "Tunnel rat, protect me." Though the tunnel rat sensed the danger, it still executed the command unconditionally, leaping in front of its master and spreading its limbs to block the wave of fire. Boom. The fire serpent exploded instantly upon hitting the tunnel rat's thick fur, and the shockwave mixed with scorching air blasted both Lu the Widow and her beast backward. The two figures crashed hard against the stone wall at the cave entrance before coming to a stop. Lu the Widow felt her chest tighten, nearly losing consciousness, while the tunnel rat passed out completely. That they survived taking Panda's attack at such close range was nothing short of miraculous. Wang Lu approached quickly, his gaze sharp. Talk. What's your name? Who were you speaking with when you came to this cave last time? What did you discuss? As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and opened the camera, pointing it at Lu the Widow, having learned from his previous lack of evidence mistake. Blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Lu the Widow still sneered coldly. Don't even dream of getting a single word out of me. Wang Li's expression grew serious as he spoke deliberately. If you talk, I'll give you a way out. I'll let you leave immediately, no tricks. Screw you. In this damn world, humans are the ones who deserve to die most. Lu the Widow suddenly shrieked, seizing the moment to bite down on her gums. A poison sac hidden in her mouth burst instantly. Wang Lu reached out to stop her, but was still a step too slow. The toxin spread rapidly through her bloodstream. Lu the Widow collapsed, convulsing, and within moments, she was dead. Wang Lu clicked his tongue quietly. Crazy woman. She could have lived, but chose to die for someone else. What kind of conviction drives that? From deep within the cave, Chu Yue finally emerged cautiously. Wang Lu had told her to hide inside earlier. Her beast companion had virtually no attack power, and showing herself would have been suicide. As soon as she came out, she saw Wang Lu bending down to pull at the collar behind Lu the Widow's neck. She quickly slapped his hand away. Wang Lu, are you some kind of pervert? She's already dead, and you're still trying to undress her. Who's undressing anyone? I'm checking if she has a tattoo on the back of her neck. Wang Lu gently pushed Chu Yue aside and pulled open the collar for a closer look. Sure enough, a black 5-point star tattoo was clearly visible. Wang Lu, what does this tattoo mean? Chu Yue leaned in closer, asking in a low voice. It's the mark of the Black Enforcement Society. Wang Li's tone was flat. What? Chu Yue gasped. The Black Enforcement Society was notorious and naturally heard of them. Wang Lu didn't bother explaining further. He raised his phone to photograph the evidence, then turned and headed down the mountain path. Hey, why didn't you tell me you were leaving? Seeing Wang Lu walk away, Chu Yue hurried to catch up. Aren't you keeping up just fine? After leaving the trail, Wang Lu pulled out a wrinkled, yellowed piece of parchment, his treasure map. He wanted to retrieve the treasure before returning to Qingsheng, as he never wanted to set foot in these mountains again. Chu Yue leaned in closer, asking curiously, Wang Lu, what's that you're holding? A treasure map. A treasure map? Who'd believe that? If it were really a treasure map, would you open it right in front of me? Why not? Wang Lu looked up. After being trapped together in the cave for several days, he could tell that Chu Yue wasn't malicious at heart, just carefree and outspoken. She had even given him her remaining food when she didn't know any better, so his wariness had long since faded. Aren't you afraid I'll spill your secret? Chu Yue felt sweet inside at gaining his trust, but deliberately teased him. I'll share a treasure with you, but if you blab, I'll bury you. Wang Li's expression was somewhere between a smile and a smirk. Huh? I don't want treasure, I want you. If you don't agree, I'll tell everyone. Then I'll bury you right now. Ahem, just kidding. The two bantered all the way as they followed the map through the forest, finally stopping at the foot of a lush, verdant mountain. Without the map, no one would have noticed the dark bronze door at the base of the mountain. They circled the mountain and found the entrance in the stone wall, hidden among vegetation. Panda, break down the door, Wang Lu commanded. His beast companion Panda shook its round head and charged forward. After several heavy impacts, the bronze door cracked open with a click. Come back, he called, then reminded Chu Yue. There are countless traps inside. Stay close to me and don't wander off. Traps? How dangerous could they be? Chu Yue pursed her lips and summoned Yellow Wolf. This guy wasn't much in combat, but he was excellent at dismantling mechanisms. She lifted her chin proudly. See that? Yellow Wolf is an expert with traps. Yellow Wolf rubbed his front paws together, his tone slick. Buddy, traps are just toys to me. Oh, then you take point. Wang Lu raised an eyebrow, surprised that Yellow Wolf had such skills. The next moment, his gaze lingered on Yellow Wolf. Hong Ling had said there were no traces of human presence in that cave, and he had checked himself it was true. At the time, he suspected he was hallucinating, but Yellow Wolf could talk. If Chu Yue could have a talking beast companion, wouldn't the Black Enforcement Society have them too? Perhaps they used beast companions to relay information for secrecy? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Wang Lu, what's wrong? Chu Yue noticed him staring blankly at Yellow Wolf. Nothing, just thinking about something else. Since his suspicions weren't confirmed yet, Wang Lu decided to set the matter aside for now. All right then, Yellow Wolf, go in and check for traps. Yellow Wolf darted into the pitch-black doorway. Soon, the cave echoed with the whoosh of arrows, explosions of gunpowder, and the crash of rolling stones. Wang Lu turned his head. Chu Yue, are you sure Yellow Wolf will make it out alive? Hearing the sounds from inside, Wang Lu immediately imagined a scene of roasted Huang Zilong, but quickly shook his head in self-mockery. Huang Zilong, had long made it a habit to trigger explosions first whenever dismantling traps, which was hardly news anymore. In contrast, Chu Yue seemed nonchalant, clearly accustomed to such occurrences. After half an hour, a hot wave mixed with dust suddenly burst from the stone door's cracks, choking both of them and forcing them to retreat several steps. As the gray mist cleared, Huang Zilong emerged excitedly from the gate, waving his front paws like he'd just attended a carnival. Folks, I've broken through all the traps. Go ahead and enter. Wang Lu and Chu Yue approached him. Are you sure there are no stragglers left? Wang Lu remained skeptical. If there's even one trap remaining inside, consider my job poorly done. Huang Zilong patted his chest in assurance. Wang Lu rolled his eyes and was about to smack him when Chu Yue grabbed his arm. Enough. How about I go first to give you courage? With that, she stepped through the gate first, Wang Lu following close behind. Inside revealed a different world. Rock walls stretched 7 to 8 meters high, towering beyond sight. Directly ahead stood 3 weathered wooden doors side by side, each leading to a narrow stone passage that Huang Zilong had pried open. Folks, take the leftmost path. Huang Zilong led the way. The stone passage allowed only single-file movement. The ground was scattered with broken arrow shafts and rubble, with occasional pockmarks from trap-fired projectiles visible. For Huang Zilong to emerge unscathed from such firepower truly demonstrated his skills. Soon the passage ended, opening into a spacious chamber. The walls were lined with stone bricks, and several motionless iron figures stood in the center, their joints locked in place. At the very center sat a weathered wooden chest. Huang Zilong, what's the deal with these iron figures? Wang Lu curiously kicked one of them. Just mechanical puppets. I jammed all their bearings. The treasure chest is over there, help yourselves. Huang Zilong pointed to the box. Wang Lu bent down to examine it. The lock clasp had long since oxidized and fell off at a touch. The lid creaked open, revealing only a jade bracelet and a black iron piece. The iron piece was strung on a cord of unknown material, shaped remarkably like a spider lily. Seriously? All this effort for just these 2 things? Wang Lu stood there stunned. Chu Yue couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha! Did someone play you? Wang Lu irritably shoved the jade bracelet into her hands. Cut the chatter. This one's yours. He held the blackened necklace with obvious distaste. After collecting the items, the 3 retraced their steps, left the cave, and departed Dingyuan village. Wang Lu prepared to return to Qingqing. However, Chu Yue clung to him reluctantly. Wang Lu, why not stay? My father really needs a son-in-law. But I really don't want a father-in-law. Then shall we elope? Give me a break, or I'll tell your father what you just said. Despite Chu Yue's reluctance to part, she could only watch as Wang Lu departed. The roaring train stirred up waves of heat as she stood on the platform, watching the carriages gradually disappear into the distance, already calculating in her mind when they would meet again. After returning to Qingqing, the first thing Wang Lu did upon getting off the train was to message Hong Ling. With just a simple, I'm back, she immediately arranged for a private car to take him to the imposing and dignified governor's mansion. Inside the mansion, Hong Ling personally brewed hot tea, steam gently curling above the sandalwood tea table. With a creaking sound, the heavy mansion doors were pushed open by guards, and Wang Lu was escorted in. Hong Ling raised her hand with a familiar tone. Little brother, come tell me how things went. Wang Lu settled into the soft black leather sofa and unhurriedly recounted every detail of that day's experience. Hong Ling listened intently, remaining silent for a moment even after he finished, before finally looking up and asking. If what you say is true, this is no small trouble. Do you have any concrete evidence? Yes, take a look. Wang Lu had prepared everything in advance and handed over his phone. Hong Ling looked down at the screen, where the information corresponded perfectly with Wang Li's description. She put down the phone and let out a soft breath. You've done well this time. Dingyuan village is most likely an enemy stronghold. When I report to the organization, I'll put in a good word for you and try to get you promoted directly to an official dragon guard. However, Wang Lu shook his head, refusing decisively. No thanks, I don't want to join the dragon guards anymore. I just want to live more freely. His previous experience of being treated as a rumormonger had made him deeply realize how passive it was to have one's life and death controlled by the system. If not for Hong Ling's intervention, he probably would have faced consequences far worse than just being dismissed. Hong Ling simply nodded, showing no great reaction. Having weathered the ups and downs of officialdom for years, she had seen too much of such back and forth, and even she herself was considering retirement. After chatting briefly, both tactfully brought the conversation to a close, and Wang Lu left the governor's mansion. As for the subsequent handling of Dingyuan village, he neither knew nor wanted to inquire, and Hong Ling didn't reveal anything more either. The sun blazed fiercely outside the mansion gates as Wang Lu hailed a taxi and headed straight home. School hadn't started yet, so his vacation time remained ample. In the following days, he lived what could be called the eat, drink, sleep trilogy, ordering takeout in the morning, napping on the sofa in the afternoon, and binge-watching shows until late at night. One day, on a whim, he He suddenly wanted to take out that black necklace from his storage ring to have a look. His consciousness probed into the ring's space, but he couldn't find any trace of it. It wasn't until he noticed Panda's little bear pet curled up in a corner of the storage ring that Wang Lu discovered the necklace was hanging nicely around Panda's neck. He summoned Panda to the center of the room. Take off that necklace quickly. It's not something you should be wearing. Panda protected the necklace with both chubby paws, shaking its head left and right, clearly reluctant to part with it. Wang Lu felt somewhat helpless and muttered, "System, explain this. Tomato bears actually like accessories? I thought it was birds like parrots that were attracted to shiny things." Ding, the system's mechanical voice responded. "Report to host. This necklace is called Black Jade Soul, and when worn by beast pets, it can rapidly restore stamina." So that was it. Wang Lu looked at Panda wearing the Black Jade Soul, finding it more and more pleasing to the eye, and shrugged with a smile. A little bear should wear a necklace without one. It wouldn't be a proper social bear. In the end, Wang Lu gave the necklace to Panda as a complete gift. The next morning, his phone's ringtone dragged him out of bed. The caller ID showed Tang Long. The principal's voice on the other end was low and urgent. "Kid, come to school immediately. There's something important." Wang Lu readily agreed, quickly freshened up, and hailed a taxi straight to campus. On the playground, Hong Dali was leading his team members in morning training. Wang Lu waved hello and headed straight for the office building. As he pushed open the principal's office door and was about to ask what was going on, his gaze fell on two unfamiliar middle-aged men in the room. "Principal, what did you need me for?" he asked casually as he closed the door. "You're asking me?" Tang Long glared at him. "You haven't been answering your phone for days." He raised his fist threateningly but forcibly suppressed his anger, turning to introduce the two visitors. "These two gentlemen are admissions officers from Eastern University and Tsinghua University. They came here specifically to see you." Only then did Wang Lu remember being trapped in the cave without signal, missing countless calls. He awkwardly patted the old phone in his pocket. It didn't even show call logs. "I'm terribly sorry for keeping you both waiting," he bowed apologetically. After all, they had traveled far to see him, while he had vanished for several days. The Eastern University officer smiled slightly. "No problem at all. As long as the talent Eastern University has set its sights on is safe, that's what matters. We've been worried sick these past few days." Before he finished speaking, the Tsinghua officer raised an eyebrow in retaliation. "Watch your words. He hasn't decided where to go yet. How is he already Eastern University's talent? If he doesn't go to Eastern University, does that mean his future is doomed? Wouldn't that make his prospects rather bleak?" The Eastern University officer snorted coldly. "Bullshit. Tsinghua has produced 50 gold-level powerhouses. How dare you say we have no future? Huh? What about the remaining thousands of students? They can barely enter the official system, and after graduation, they have to form their own beast-taming groups. Besides having powerful backing, what else does Tsinghua teach? How to curry favor with the powerful. You looking for a fight? I think you're asking for it." Just as the two were about to come to blows, Wang Lu and Tang Long quickly stepped in to separate them. "Easy, easy. You're both here for me, so please calm down." Wang Lu soothed them, then smiled and spread his hands. "Since you both think so highly of me, I'll be direct. What I need most right now are skill books. Whoever offers more and better ones gets me." The moment he finished speaking, the office atmosphere instantly turned into an auction house. The Eastern University officer spoke first. "2 intermediate skill books." The Tsinghua officer sneered. "Cheapskate. For basic skill books. 3 intermediate skill books. 4 intermediate skill books." The Eastern University officer's eyes sharpened. 1 advanced skill book. That single statement pushed the price to the ceiling. The Tsinghua officer's face turned ashen, and he ultimately remained silent. "Now let's see who the cheapskate is," the Eastern University officer taunted triumphantly. The Tsinghua officer said nothing, his face dark as he turned and left. After the door closed, the Eastern University officer pulled out an exquisite parchment document and a voucher listing the skill book's names and quantities, handing them to Wang Lu. "Young man, this is Eastern University's acceptance letter, and this is the gift voucher. Just bring these when you come to register." Wang Lu took the documents, looked them over, then raised his head in confusion. "You're giving me the acceptance letter now? Do I still need to take the college entrance exam?" "It's up to you. Taking it or not doesn't matter," the Eastern University officer said with a smile. "All right, I understand." Wang Lu nodded. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Tang Long, the representative from Eastern University packed up his materials and left, having completed his mission successfully. As soon as the man was gone, Tang Long immediately beckoned to Wang Lu. "Kid, why haven't you been answering your phone these past few days?" "Principal, it's not that I was deliberately ignoring your calls. My phone is just too old and broken, and I don't have money to replace it." Wang Lu grinned and shook his pocket. "How about you sponsor me a little? And you still dare to claim you have money?" Tang Long rolled his eyes, but his tone turned serious. "There's something I want to discuss with you about the college entrance exam." "Please go ahead, Principal." Wang Lu straightened his back, looking like he was all ears. "Could you possibly not take the college entrance exam?" Tang Long lowered his voice. The people from Eastern University just said that you'll be admitted whether you take it or not. I think that girl Mu Wan has good talent. If you're absent, she'll have a chance to take first place. As he spoke, he carefully observed Wang Li's expression. Sure, no problem. Wang Li shrugged. He had no particular attachment to the college entrance exam. Since he already had his acceptance letter in hand, taking the exam again would just be showing off possible, but unnecessary. Tang Long was delighted to hear this. Then I thank you in advance. If Ninth Middle School can produce 2 first-place winners, our reputation will definitely soar. Principal, if there's nothing else, I'll head out first. First Middle School still owes me money. Wang Lu waved his hand and left the principal's office. Having been busy with his trip to Dingyuan Village last time, Wang Lu hadn't had a chance to collect his money from First Middle School. When he showed up this time, they were well prepared. A dedicated staff member led him through the procedures and transferred 5 million yuan on the spot. With this money in his account, his balance finally exceeded 10 million. That evening, Wang Lu called Hong Dali, Mu Wan, and others to gather for dinner at a roadside barbecue stall. The charcoal fire crackled and popped, filling the air with the aroma of grilled meat. Hong Dali leaned back in his chair and teased, Brother Lu, now that you're worth over 10 million, isn't eating here a bit beneath your status? Good point. Let's change venues, then you can stay here. Wang Lu pretended to get up. No. I was just joking. Hong Dali quickly pressed him back into his chair. After a round of laughter, everyone ordered a table full of barbecue and beer. Wang Lu pulled the last piece of meat off his skewer and turned to look at Mu Wan, who was focused on eating her kebabs. You'll have to lead the team for this college entrance exam. Huh. Suddenly being called upon, Mu Wan clutched her skewer, looking somewhat flustered. I can't do it. I'm not as capable as you. It's fine. I'm not participating this time. Wang Lu repeated exactly what Tang Long had told him that afternoon. After hearing this, everyone raised their glasses to encourage Mu Wan, wishing her victory. Mu Wan thanked them repeatedly, unable to hide her joy. The college entrance exam was exactly the stage she needed to prove herself. Amid the clinking of beer bottles, the night breeze carried the aroma of grilled skewers. Just as everyone was laughing and chatting happily, 2 men in black suits quietly approached their table. Miss, we finally found you. The master has sent us to escort you home. One of them spoke with a polite but non-negotiable tone. Mu Wan looked up at them, seeming to remember something, her eyes showing obvious annoyance. Go back without me. I'll return on my own after the college entrance exam. That's not acceptable. The master has given orders that we must take you back now, and you're not allowed to take the college entrance exam. After one of the men in black finished speaking, he moved to drag Mu Wanqing out. What do you think you're doing? Wang Lu reacted quickly, stepping forward to shield Mu Wanqing. This is none of your business. It's a family matter. The man in black replied coldly, and before finishing his words, he shoved Wang Lu hard. Hong Dali's anger flared as he slammed the table and stood up. Who do you think you are? Can't you see Mu Wanqing doesn't want to go with you? The other companions also rose to their feet, and the atmosphere grew tense. The man in black sneered. You little brats better not look for. Before he could finish, Wang Lu grabbed a wooden chair nearby and smashed it against the man's shoulder. The chair shattered with a crisp crack, and Wang Lu followed up with an elbow strike using his newly learned grappling techniques, sending his opponent staggering. When the other man in black tried to help, Hong Dali and several companions swarmed him, pulling him into the brawl. Tables and chairs overturned in the restaurant, dishes scattered everywhere. The 2 men in black had no chance to summon their beast companions, and, overwhelmed by both numbers and momentum, soon sported bruised faces and retreated repeatedly. Miss, we will report today's events to the master truthfully. Seeing that continued fighting might result in serious injury, one of them clutched his ribs and delivered a threatening warning before dragging his companion away in a hasty retreat. After they left, everyone returned to their seats, still breathing heavily. Wang Lu stared toward the door and turned to ask Mu Wanqing. Who exactly were those 2? Mu Wanqing lowered her gaze. They are indeed bodyguards from my family, but they weren't here to protect me. What's really going on? Wang Lu was full of confusion. Mu Wanqing took a deep breath, as if organizing years of secrets. My family has always opposed my cultivation because I have an older brother. He's very talented and has been the family's hope since childhood. If I continue cultivating, the family thinks it's a waste of resources. Now all cultivation resources are directed toward my brother, and they plan to use me for an arranged marriage with another family to gain more resources for him. She had never shared these words with anyone before, but now they poured out. Moreover, our family has a bloodline talent. The stronger I become, the more powerful my talent activation, but it simultaneously drains my brother's strength. If I don't cultivate, my brother will be stronger when he activates his talent. Everyone finally understood. Hong Dali frowned. Just because of that, they won't let you cultivate? That's completely unfair. Wang Lu looked at Mu Wanqing. Do you want to cultivate? Or rather, do you want to become stronger? Yes, I've always wanted to. Mu Wanqing raised her head, her eyes exceptionally determined. I want to prove I'm no less capable than my brother. The shadow of years of family denial was completely ignited in this moment. Wang Lu smiled. Then cultivate with peace of mind, and don't worry about those family troubles. Come to us if you have any problems. All right. Thank you, everyone. Mu Wanqing felt warmth in her heart, experiencing true acceptance for the first time. The meal ended, and everyone gradually dispersed. Since she had decided to oppose her family, Mu Wanqing temporarily couldn't return home, so at Wang Li's suggestion, she left with Lin Zhuzhu. Under the night sky, Wang Lu walked alone on the small path home. As he walked, he suddenly felt something was wrong in this route home. There were usually several elderly men taking evening strolls, but tonight felt unusually quiet. The darkness pressed down as streetlights cast dim yellow shadows, and though the occasional night breeze rustled through the leaves, not a single human voice could be heard. Wang Lu walked alone along the old street beside his residential complex when suddenly his heart tightened, and he spun around sharply. Who's there? His voice exploded through the empty alleyway as he pulled out his phone, thumb hovering over the emergency call button, his entire body taut like a drawn bow. Clap, clap, clap. Crisp applause echoed from deep within a narrow side alley. Then, a stocky middle-aged man in a silver-gray vest and gray dress pants emerged slowly, his demeanor composed but his gaze sharp as a blade. The genius that all the universities are fighting over is indeed alert, the middle-aged man said with a smile, his tone full of admiration. Wang Lu ignored the flattery, his eyes remaining cold. Who are you? My name is Mu Jinghao, Mu Wan's father. The middle-aged man stopped 2 meters away, raising his hand to show he meant no harm. I'd like to have a word with you. Mu Jinghao had already investigated everything that happened at the food stall thoroughly. If it were anyone else meddling in the Mu family's affairs, he would have already sent people to silence them. But Wang Li's identity was special in East University, specially recruited student whom the Mu family couldn't afford to provoke. What do you want with me? Wang Lu appeared calm on the surface, but his fingertips continued to caress his phone, ready to summon Panda at any moment. Don't be nervous. Mu Jinghao's voice softened. I just hope you'll stop interfering in our family matters. I can pay you, or provide cultivation resources. As long as you back out, all of this can be yours. Wang Lu raised an eyebrow, not rushing to respond. He understood what the other party feared and knew that if he agreed, this matter would likely end here. Mu Wan hasn't done anything wrong, has she? After a moment of silence, he spoke. She just wants to become stronger to prove herself to you. What if she turns out to be more capable than her brother in the future? Wouldn't that make everyone happy? We can't afford to gamble on that what if. Mu Jinghao sighed softly, though his tone remained firm. Based on current talent levels, her brother can at least reach the peak of silver rank, and might even step into gold rank. At this point, he shook his head. If Mu Wan continues cultivating, it will divide our resources and cause internal turmoil within the clan. So she's absolutely forbidden from cultivating? Wang Lu pressed. It's not that there's no solution. Mu Jinghao suddenly looked directly at Wang Lu. There's still one option, marry her to you. What? Wang Lu was stunned. After you marry Mu Wan, you can still marry others. Mu Jinghao's voice was low but carried an irresistible steadiness. There's only one condition: if the Mu family faces trouble in the future, you must help us. For the sake of his family's prosperity, Mu Jinghao was clearly willing to go to any lengths. The outside world generally believed that Wang Lu would inevitably reach gold rank in the future, and gaining his support would be like having an extra trump card. Wang Lu pondered for a long time before finally shaking his head. I can't agree to the marriage, but I can guarantee this: if the Mu family faces trouble, I will help. Mu Jinghao stared at him for several seconds, as if weighing the sincerity of his words, then finally nodded slightly. Then let's leave it at that for now. I hope you're a man of your word. He handed over a business card, then turned and left, his figure disappearing into the darkness at the mouth of the alley. Wang Lu looked at the business card, then glanced at the pitch-black street, feeling relieved as he put away his phone and headed home. He hadn't expected Mu Jinghao to be so straightforward, but didn't think much more about it. The night passed without incident. In a dim basement somewhere, a light bulb flickered with murky white light. Several strangers gathered around a sand table marked with multiple defense lines along the Dragon Kingdom's coast. How long before we can lure the beast tide over? Soon. It should be ready by the time they take their college entrance exams. Excellent. After this, half of the Dragon Kingdom will be in chaos, and that will be our best opportunity to infiltrate the Dragon Kingdom's interior. Time flew by quickly. Soon, the day of the college entrance examination arrived. The exam venue was set at Qingqing Stadium, a massive structure capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people simultaneously. In the early morning, students from various schools entered in an orderly fashion under their teachers' guidance, with voices buzzing at the entrance, yet without appearing chaotic. Wang Lu mixed in with the crowd at the back, following the spectators as they had their tickets checked and entered the stadium. He wasn't participating in the competition today, so he could only sit honestly in the stands, preparing to be a cheerleader. Just as he settled into a front row seat, a childish voice suddenly rang out in front of him. Excuse me, are you Wang Lu? Wang Lu looked up to see a little girl with twin ponytails, timidly gazing up at him. He nodded. Yes, what's the matter? Mom, come quick. It's Wang Lu. The little girl immediately turned and shouted loudly. Her shrill voice seemed to explode in the air above the stadium, instantly attracting numerous gazes. What? Wang Lu. It really is him. Wang Lu, could you sign an autograph for me? My son really admires you. Everyone move aside. Sign mine first. I've been your fan for 10 years. With a whoosh, the crowd surged forward like a tide, trapping Wang Lu between the seats. Wait, everyone please form a line. Don't push. Wang Lu waved his hands repeatedly. He hadn't expected his popularity to reach such heights, and had forgotten to wear a mask when going out. Originally planning to sit and watch the competition, he now could only keep signing autographs nonstop, unable to even pay attention to what was happening on the field. After what felt like an eternity, he finally wrote his name on the last poster. Few signing autographs is quite the workout too. Wang Lu wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, looked toward the arena, and pulled out the popcorn he had bought earlier. Just as the popcorn touched his lips, the stadium's broadcast suddenly blared. Let us congratulate Mu Wan from 9th Middle School for winning first place in this college entrance examination. Damn! Wang Lu held his breath, reluctantly put the popcorn back in the container, stood up, and quickly walked down from the stands to join Tang Long and others in their celebration. Mu Wan, congratulations, you did it. Wang Lu smiled as he offered his congratulations. It's all thanks to you. If you hadn't skipped the college entrance exam, first place definitely wouldn't have been mine. Mu Wan's nervous expression completely disappeared the moment she won, making her appear exceptionally confident, yet without a trace of arrogance. No need to thank me. This is the result of your own hard work. Wang Lu patted her shoulder. Tang Long nearby was beaming with joy, having two first-place winners from the same school. What could be more glorious than this? Woo! A sudden piercing alarm shattered the celebratory atmosphere. The loudspeakers immediately broadcast an urgent announcement. All personnel in the stadium must evacuate immediately. The governor's office has dispatched the Dragon Guard army to guide everyone to designated locations. Current level 3 alert. A beast tide has been discovered in the neighboring city of Chunming. The beast tide's direction is unknown. Please prepare for immediate evacuation. These few sentences instantly threw the enormous stadium into chaos. Beast tide. We're done for. We'll never survive. Didn't they say beast tides wouldn't happen again? The end of the world is here. Those who had experienced beast tides before showed deep despair on their faces, while more people were frozen in place by fear, forgetting even to flee. Everyone follow me. Maintain formation. Fully armed Dragon Guard soldiers rushed into the venue, shouting while using semi-forceful methods to disperse the crowd. In the spectator seats and corridors, people with tearful voices and screams were continuously pushed toward the exits. Principal, what should we do? Hong Dali's face was frighteningly pale as he turned to look at Tang Long. First, follow the Dragon Guard army to the designated location. Make sure we don't get separated. The beast tide's direction is unknown. It's uncertain which city it will hit. Tang Long replied in a deep voice. His gaze was cold and hard, because he had witnessed that catastrophe with his own eyes. Wherever the beast tide passed, blood flowed like rivers. The city's defenses alone couldn't possibly stop the beast tide. The steel walls gleamed coldly in the distance, but to Wang Lu they looked like paper that could be torn apart at any moment. Everyone stayed close to Tang Long, except Wang Lu, who stood frozen in place. Just hours ago, he had reported intelligence about the beast tied to Hong Ling, so why was the situation still spiraling out of control? Even if Hong Ling couldn't contact her superiors in time to eliminate the Black Hand Society lurking in Dingyuan village, she should have at least warned the civilians to evacuate. Wang Lu, what are you standing there for? Keep up, Tang Long shouted back at him. Coming. Wang Lu gathered his thoughts and hurried to rejoin the group. Tang Long led everyone through the chaotic streets to a safe zone designated by the local governor's office. The area was hastily enclosed by several thick iron boron plates with a narrow entrance, capable of sheltering over 100 civilians and withstanding short-term attacks. Brother Lu, the beast tide won't come for Qingqing, will it? Hong Dali's face was pale as a sheet, his voice trembling. He'd grown up hearing horrific tales about beast tide stories that gave him nightmares, and now that he faced one himself, his hands and feet were ice cold. Shut your jinxing mouth. Wang Lu snapped at him irritably. Beyond anger, he felt more anxiety. He'd only been in this world for a year since his transmigration, and he certainly didn't want to die here so soon. Around the safe zone's perimeter, 10 7th-level Dragon Guard soldiers stood ready. Their black combat suits clung to their muscles, night vision masks revealing only cold, calculating eyes. Xinjiang had 15 such safe zones, each protected by identical iron boron barriers. If the beast tide truly struck, as long as one safe zone survived, the authorities could claim the best possible outcome. Suddenly, a radio at one guard's waist crackled to life. One of the Dragon Guards answered briefly, his heavy frown instantly lifting as he turned to announce loudly. Good news, everyone. The beast tide is targeting Chunming City. Go home immediately and pack your belongings to evacuate the entire city in 20 minutes. Destination: Yinjing Sanctuary. Yinjing Sanctuary was recognized as the safest fortress in the region. Whenever beast tide struck, unless a city was designated for defense, all residents would be relocated there temporarily until the danger passed, and they could return to Qingqing. Thank God. We're safe. We're not going to die. The crowd erupted in long-suppressed cheers, panic instantly transforming into the wild joy of narrow escape. Wang Lu remained expressionless. This was the first time he so clearly understood that while this world appeared prosperous on the surface, it was chaotic at its core, and right now he was powerless to change anything, could only go home and pack like everyone else. He didn't have much at home, stuffing everything useful into his storage ring. Once everything was ready, he didn't leave immediately, but waited by his door for Tang Xiaojia. However, with less than 5 minutes remaining of the allotted 20 minutes, Tang Xiaojia was still nowhere to be seen. That girl, why didn't she come find me first? Wang Lu grew increasingly anxious, rushing out of his house toward the safe zone where Tang Xiaojia should be. The open area near the school served as a safe zone and should have been easy to find, but he searched every ironboron shelter without finding any trace of Tang Xiaojia. This is strange. If she's not here, where could she be? Wang Lu felt increasingly agitated and was about to continue searching when a dragon guard stopped him. Are you assigned to this safe zone? If not, get back to where you belong and stop disrupting order. After being expelled by the dragon guard, Wang Lu had no choice but to return to the original safe zone. As soon as he stepped into the crowd, Hong Dali hurried over to greet him. Brother Lu, where did you go just now? Looking for my sister. Wang Lu wiped the sweat from his forehead, his voice tinged with anxiety. Didn't catch a glimpse of her anywhere. It's driving me crazy. Huh? You two siblings really have a telepathic connection. Hong Dali was stunned and scratched his head. Wang Lu sensed something was wrong and immediately pressed. What do you mean? Tang Xiaojia came looking for you just now. Hong Dali explained what had happened. She ran over without even packing her luggage. When you weren't here, she wanted to wait for you, but the dragon guard drove her away along with everyone else when they cleared the area. Hearing that his sister had been so frightened by news of the beast tide that she came looking for him empty-handed, Wang Lu felt his chest tighten. Damn it. That girl is really foolish. If she couldn't find me, she should have gone home. Brother Lu, you can't blame her entirely. Hong Dali quietly tried to console him. She was scared out of her wits when she arrived. I'm going to find her right now. Thinking about how Tang Xiaojia had brought nothing with her and would surely struggle on the evacuation route, Wang Lu turned to leave, but was blocked by 2 dragon guard soldiers. Don't move. The lead soldier stared at him with a cold, harsh voice. Time's up. We're leaving the city immediately. Stay put during this time, or you'll face the consequences if anything goes wrong. Wang Lu gritted his teeth. It's fine. I'll take responsibility for any problems. You're causing trouble. The soldier's expression grew even colder. If everyone acted like you, humanity would be finished already. If you make another move now, you'll be treated as a traitor. The dragon guard's nerves were stretched taut like bowstrings at this moment, and Wang Li's stubbornness appeared to them as a dangerous signal. Hong Dali noticed the surrounding crowd's gazes turning their way and quickly grabbed Wang Lu. Brother Lu, forget it. Tang Xiaojia is clever. She'll be fine. We can look for her once we reach the shelter. Wang Lu also sensed the underlying hostility and could only nod reluctantly. Fine. He retreated back into the group, and Tang Long and the others came over to pat his shoulder and offer a few words of comfort. Soon, the dragon guard began the orderly evacuation of Qing City. The safe zone where Tang Xiaojia was located was positioned at the front and left the city first, then boarded a bus. After a while, it was Wang Li's group's turn. Everyone passed through the city gates, boarded their vehicle, and the bus started up, driving onto the wide road. Wang Lu sat by the window with Hong Dali squeezed in beside him. Outside the window, buildings and streets flew by in reverse, but Wang Li's mind was occupied only with Tang Zaijia's only family in this world. Tang Long and the others sat scattered around them, occasionally turning back to check on him. Screech. Halfway through the journey, the bus suddenly braked hard. Several people lost their balance and crashed into seats or the aisle. A dragon guard soldier rushed to the front and slammed the dashboard. How are you driving? The driver's eyes were wide with terror, his trembling finger pointing at the windshield. Look ahead. After saying this, he seemed pierced by some horrifying sight and suddenly began screaming. This shout echoed throughout the entire bus. Everyone instinctively craned their necks and peered through the windows not far ahead. A bus was engulfed in flames. In the firelight, several bloody dragon guard soldiers and a handful of individual beast tamers had formed a defensive line, desperately holding back the assault of hundreds upon thousands of magical beasts. How is this possible? Didn't the beast tide head to Chunming City? The bus erupted in chaos. How did another small beast tide appear here? Several dragon guard soldiers escorting the convoy were equally stunned. Against a beast tide of this scale, they might stand a chance if they could concentrate the city's forces, but scattered across different vehicles as they were now, with so few people, It was practically a suicide mission. Empty. Wang Lu sat in the back row. Seeing the carnage ahead, he felt as if struck by lightning. That was indeed a small beast tide. Tang Xiaojia had been among the first to depart, and with so much time having passed, who could guarantee her safety? The moment this thought arose, he stood up without hesitation, ready to rush off the bus. Wait. You can't get off. A Dragon Guard soldier quickly blocked his path. Stay on the bus and wait? Wait to die? I'm also a beast tamer. What's wrong with fighting the beast tide? Wang Li's gaze was ice cold as he spoke each word deliberately. The Dragon Guard soldier frowned and explained, individual beast tamers need permission from superiors to join combat. The 5 prefecture lords haven't given orders yet. Acting without authorization will only lead to pointless sacrifice. He then turned to the driver and barked. Reverse. Leave the danger zone immediately. What kind of bullshit are you spouting? Wang Lu roared, his voice making the entire bus vibrate. From just now until now, have you seen any prefecture lord? Even if there aren't any of your relatives in those buses ahead, surely there are your comrades, right? Wasn't the Dragon Guard established to protect our loved ones and friends? Now they're right before our eyes, and you want to betray that original purpose. His resounding words struck like thunder. The Dragon Guard soldier fell silent for half a second, then suddenly turned and drew his sword. All Dragon Guard soldiers, charge with me. Rescue our comrades. As his words fell, 10 Dragon Guard soldiers leaped from the bus onto the road, roaring as they summoned their respective beast companions all in dragon form. With 4 claws sharp as steel hooks, wings sprouting from their backs, bodies the size of male lions, but radiating even more ferocious power. Wang Lu also jumped down, summoning Panda while drawing a swift wind card from his storage ring. The card flashed, and howling winds erupted beneath his and Panda's feet, doubling their speed. Brother Lu, wait for us. Hong Dali and other classmates rushed to the bus door. Don't move. Wang Lu turned back and shouted. Stay put. Principal, watch over them. I'll come back once I find Tang Xiaojia. Tang Long's eyes flickered as he forcibly pressed Hong Dali and the others back into their seats. Having experienced countless battles, he knew clearly that facing a beast tide, being isolated would only lead to faster death. Real beast tides could number in the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions. This was a bloody reality. Getting his response, Wang Lu nodded and charged straight toward the flames. Just as he left the road, 2 wild beasts in the form of hunting dogs lunged at him, their fangs gleaming coldly. Get out of my way. Panda. Use Flame Fist. Wang Lu had no time to worry about exposing his true strength. Finding his sister was all that mattered now. Boom. Panda's black and white fist, wreathed in blazing flames, crashed down, instantly reducing the 2 wild beasts to ash. But as soon as they were cleared, another circle of snarling wild beasts surged forward from all sides. Use Poison Mist. Wang Lu had no patience to deal with them one by one, and barked the command. Pale green toxic fog whistled outward, and the wild beasts that had just pounced forward collapsed unconscious at first contact. After clearing this wave, he activated his wind card. His entire body seemed wrapped in wind as he shot forward at motorcycle speed. Ahead, another group was completely surrounded by the beast tide. Panda, use Flame Fist. Blast us a bloody path. Wang Lu gritted his teeth. He didn't know Tang Xiaojia's exact location and could only force his way through the crowd to ask around. Boom, boom, boom. Panda unleashed 3 consecutive punches, wild flames sweeping through and incinerating most of the beasts. Wang Lu seized the moment before the remaining beasts could react and darted into the crowd. He tapped the nearest beast tamer on the shoulder. Hey, which bus is carrying the middle school students? That's our bus over there, but it's completely surrounded. We came here trying to rescue it. Seeing Wang Li's impressive abilities, the man explained further. Following the man's pointing finger, Wang Lu saw a bus in the distance surrounded by hundreds of beasts in layers. Dozens of beast tamers were desperately trying to break through from the outside. Panda, let's go. Use charge. Wang Lu commanded. Whoosh. Panda roared in response, his form shooting forward like a cannonball, sending beasts flying and clearing a narrow passage. Wang Lu seized the opportunity to reach the bus door. Open up. Let me in. He pounded on the door like urgent drumbeats. The driver peered through the window but didn't immediately open the door. There had been too many cases of Black Hand Society members sneaking in during chaos and slaughtering innocents. Inside the bus, a little girl's eyes suddenly lit up. Quick, open the door. That's my brother. Tang Xiaojia rushed to the driver's side and, while he was still hesitating, quickly pressed the door button. The door slid open, and Wang Lu leaped inside. The driver immediately closed it again. Brother, you finally came. I was scared to death. Tang Xiaojia threw herself into Wang Li's arms, her voice trembling. You little fool. What were you thinking running off like that? Wang Lu ruffled her hair. Brother, what do we do now? There are so many beasts outside. Am I going to die here? Tang Xiaojia clung tightly to his arm, not daring to even look out the window. Don't worry, I'll get you out of here. Wang Lu comforted her gently, then pulled her toward the door. Big brother, please save us too. I don't want to die. came a girl's tearful voice from behind. Wang Lu turned to see a group of young girls, all around Tang, Xiaojiao's age. Follow behind me, all of you. Life and death are in fate's hands. I can't guarantee I'll get everyone out alive. After his solemn warning, he looked each person in the eye for confirmation. Everyone listened to Wang Li's words without objection. Wang Lu had already done more than enough by saving them. Driver, please open the door, he turned and instructed. The driver nodded quickly, pushed with his elbow, and the door swung open with a clang. He then pulled out the electric baton from his waist and silently followed behind the crowd. Although this bus had been specially reinforced, it wouldn't last long against the beast tide. The longer they delayed, the higher the death rate would be. The moment Wang Lu jumped off the bus, his skills rained down like a storm. Poison mist. A dark green gas cloud exploded, causing several fourth-level Mastiff-type spirit beasts to foam at the mouth. Great Flame Fist. Blazing fire roared out, burning the chest of a fifth-level giant ape to a charred black. Charge. Dark Flow. These wild spirit beasts were only 4th to 5th level in strength, and his attacks basically killed them in one strike. In just a few minutes, he had torn open a bloody path through the pile of corpses and scorched earth. Among the group on the bus, only 2 unlucky souls who had panicked and broken away from the team perished. Wang Lu felt no guilt about this. He wasn't a savior, and he owed no one anything. After breaking through the encirclement, he regrouped with the main force on the perimeter. The passengers from the 5 buses ahead had already gathered together, with 10 Dragon Guard soldiers stationed beside each vehicle, plus 3 military trucks as escorts. Heavy machine guns were mounted on top of the military vehicles, with about 30 Dragon Guard soldiers on standby in each truck bed, over 100 in total, none below 5th level. Combined with roughly 300 Spirit Beast Masters, this force was sufficient to face this minor beast tide heathen. Less than 100 left. Kill them. Battle cries rose and fell. Wang Lu alone had slain nearly 70 spirit beasts, with shattered armor, severed limbs, and flames weaving together into a bloody tapestry. About an hour later, the last wild spirit beast crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact. The battlefield fell instantly silent, with only the bloody wind remaining in the dim twilight. They had also lost over 100 people on their side. Everyone either leaned against the vehicles or sat on the ground, breathing heavily with the taste of blood in their mouths. Brother, you're not hurt, are you? Tang Xiaojiao rushed over anxiously. Don't worry, I'm just tired. Wang Lu rubbed his aching shoulders. Panda lay in his arms with all 4 paws hanging limply. The backlash from continuously releasing skills had left both master and pet exhausted, something barely noticeable in daily life, but now felt like 1,000 pounds pressing on their backs. At this moment, a Dragon Guard soldier stepped through the muddy ground that had been trampled to mush and approached the crowd. Everyone worked hard just now, but we need to endure a bit longer, he raised his voice. All buses are severely damaged and cannot continue to the Yinjing Sanctuary. Orders from above. Everyone assemble and return to Qingqing on foot. The governors have already sent a distress signal to Yinjing. New vehicles and supplies will arrive soon. Fortunately, the buses were only a dozen miles from Qingqing, a 2-hour walk at most. Dragon Guard soldiers from each vehicle received the orders almost simultaneously and began organizing passengers to converge at the location of the last bus. Before long, Wang Li's group reached the assembly point, and he immediately spotted familiar faces like Tang Long. Principal. He waved vigorously in that direction. Tang Long saw Wang Lu. Excellent. This kid had indeed returned safely. Wang Lu hurried over to regroup with Hong Dali and the others. Having just narrowly escaped death, the survivors embraced each other, patting shoulders with resounding thumps as relief and joy showed on every face. A Dragon Guard soldier at the front raised his arm and called out loudly. Everyone march back to Qingqing immediately. Stay alert for any wild spirit beasts lurking on either side of the route. As his words fell, the team quickly assembled and began their return journey toward Qingqing. The evacuation routes had been divided. Many residents remained defending within Qingqing's walls, while only beast tamers and students could evacuate early by bus, the former being the core fighting force, the latter representing future hope that absolutely could not be lost. Most ordinary citizens therefore stayed in the city. Despite this situation, the team encountered no further dangers along the way and safely reached Qingqing, where they were immediately directed to a safe zone. The Dragon Guard reiterated their orders. Do not act on your own. Follow all commands. Everyone settled in to rest at the safe zone. However, Hong Dali remained restless, pulling Wang Lu aside to whisper urgently. Brother Lu, how can I find my dad? Communications had been cut off since the beast tide began, and aside from the governor, no one could contact the outside world. Even making phone calls was impossible. With the safe zone packed with people, finding someone was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Wang Lu thought for a moment, then patted his shoulder. There are safe zones throughout the city now. Just check them one by one. We read back in the city, so you're bound to run into him eventually. The Dragon Guard had mentioned earlier that the beast tide heading toward Chunming City had already dispersed, with only small scattered groups encountered by chance. Besides, beast tides typically occurred only once a year. All right, I'll go try right now. Hong Dali nodded and hurried off. Wang Lu brought Tang Xiaojia to his safe zone for easier care. As night fell, the large speakers in the center of the square suddenly crackled to life, their announcement echoing throughout Qingqing. Attention, all Qingqing residents. The governors are concerned the beast tide might circle back and have requested vehicle support from Yanjing, expected to arrive in 5 days. During this time, the governor's office will provide all living supplies. Please do not panic, the beast tide is nearing its end. As the broadcast ended, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Tang Xiaojia nestled in Wang Li's arms, her voice still trembling. Brother, let's move to Yanjing after this. It's too dangerous here. All right, we'll go to Yanjing. Wang Li nodded. Every region had suffered beast tide attacks, but only Yanjing, with its concentration of powerful experts in advanced technology, had suffered virtually no losses. He too was considering buying property there. The next 2 nights passed peacefully, with everyone believing the crisis had ended. But at dawn on the 3rd day, a series of deep rumbles rolled across the sky outside the city like thunder. Wang Lu was jolted awake, and before he could identify the source of the noise, chaos erupted outside his tent. The beast tide is here. Everyone wake up. All beast tamers report to the city gates for defense immediately. A dragon guard burst through the tent flap, shouting. Wang Li's heart sank. Beast tide? How is that possible? Hurry. Any later, and it'll be too late. If the beast tide breaks into the city, we're finished. The dragon guard was sweating profusely with urgency. Wang Lu wasted no time and hurried toward the city gate. Tang Long and the others followed closely behind as the group jogged along the stone-paved path, their footsteps echoing against the city walls. Upon reaching the gate, Wang Lu finally got a clear view of the formation ahead. Several deep blue cannons positioned beneath the tower, their bodies crafted not from ordinary cast iron, but from seamless aluminum alloy shells with sleek lines that radiated a cold, technological aura. At the muzzles, energy rings hummed and rotated, ready to unleash blazing laser-like beams at any moment. Leading the command at the front was Jiang Gao, one of the 5 governors of the prefecture. Clad in black and gold armor, his gaze was like 2 icy arrows that never left the plains ahead. Everyone's nerves were on edge. They had already faced a small-scale beast tide earlier, which was clearly just a scouting wave, with the real force still to come. The beast tide approaches, life and death hang by a thread. Jiang Gao's voice was deep and grave. Wang Lu swallowed hard and finally couldn't help but voice his confusion. Governor, why would the beast tide suddenly target Qing City? Didn't the intelligence reports say everything was normal? We sent people to investigate. This group is completely different from the last one. Jiang Gao suppressed his anger, speaking rapidly. Our preliminary assessment shows 2 separate beast tides appeared outside the city simultaneously. We were careless, thinking there was only one. At this point, he wanted nothing more than to curse. Encountering 2 beast tides at the same time was unprecedented. Wang Lu felt his heart grow cold, regretting that he hadn't taken Tang Xiaojia and fled to distant lands 2 days earlier. Roar! Before their conversation could end, a beast's howl that tore through the air suddenly echoed from the distant wilderness. What began as a single massive creature's silhouette quickly multiplied into hundreds, then thousands, spreading like an endless black sea over 10,000 beasts. Jiang Gao wiped the sweat rolling down his forehead and shouted hoarsely. Everyone, attention! This is a massive beast tide. Hold the line if you can, but if you can't, save your lives first. He knew all too well that Qing City alone couldn't withstand such a scale. As the beast horde closed in, the deep blue cannons thundered, their blue-white beams tearing through the air. A single shot could obliterate hundreds of beasts, yet against tens of thousands, such results were merely a drop in the ocean. The distance between the 2 sides rapidly shrank. Jiang Gao suddenly drew his blade and roared. Charge! Don't let them break into the city. As civilians are behind us. The soul of the Dragon Guard army was protection. They would never retreat until the very last moment. Individual beast tamers like Wang Lu could freely withdraw, but Qing City was their homeland. Whose family didn't have loved ones here? The vast majority chose to stay. Iron armor clashed with fangs as blood and dust flew together. In terms of elite combat power, Wang Li's side held a slight advantage, but the beast tide's sheer numbers were overwhelming. 3 or 4 wild beasts could surround a person completely, and the moment one lost focus, claws would strike from blind spots. Getting injured here was almost a death sentence. In just half an hour, over 300 of the 1,000-plus beast tamers had fallen, their bodies scattered among the rocks. The Dragon Guard army fared even worse, having charged to the front in the first wave. Of their original 800, fewer than 300 could still stand. Seeing this carnage, Jiang Gao's eyes turned red. His voice hoarse, he shouted for everyone to stop fighting and return to Qing City to begin preparing for evacuation. At Jiang Gao's roar, Wang Lu and the others quickly retreated into Qingcheng as the massive alloy gates thundered shut behind them. The city was filled with automated equipment and information terminals, Yet the heavy gates and dark blue walls maintained their ancient architectural style with tightly fitted bricks and battlements standing in rows, as if instantly transporting everyone back to the age of cold weapons. Atop the city walls, the Imperial Dragon Army had positioned over 100 standard cannons at maximum elevation, their dark muzzles lined up along the wall. No one held much hope for these ordinary cannons. Each shell could kill at most 2 spirit beasts, but having ammunition loaded was better than fighting barehanded. As soon as the group assembled in the square, Jiang Gao waved everyone over. Listen up, don't panic. We can't hold out in direct combat, but defending the city shouldn't be a problem. These walls and gates are made of special materials. As long as no silver-tier spirit beasts appear, we can hold for over 10 days without issue. Governor, at a time like this, why don't we evacuate the city early? Wang couldn't help but speak up. He felt that holding their ground served little purpose. We cannot act without orders from above. Jiang Gao's gaze swept across the crowd, his voice raised. Moving rashly will only disrupt strategic deployment and cause greater losses. The words greater losses made Wang Li's heart sink. He understood the higher-ups' concerns. If Qingqing's garrison retreated, the beast tide would likely redirect toward other cities. The safest approach was to let Qingqing serve as bait, holding back the tide's vanguard to buy other cities time to evacuate. Seeing everyone's downcast expressions, Jiang Gao added, "Don't lose heart with the Dragon Kingdom behind us. We'll surely be protected." These words felt as light as paper, and recalling Chunming City's fate made them seem even more hollow. The scene fell silent for a moment. Jiang Gao had to wrap up. Everyone return to your designated safe points and await orders. With the command given, the group quickly dispersed. The Imperial Dragon Army immediately took positions on the walls, monitoring the wasteland beyond. Some spirit beasts were skilled climbers, and they had to be ready to shoot them down at any moment. When Wang Lu returned to the safe point, Tang Xiaojia immediately rushed up to him, looking anxious. "Brother, why are there screams everywhere outside? How big is this beast tide?" "Those screams are from our fellow citizens." Wang Lu clenched his fists, lowering his voice. "The beast tide has at least 10,000 creatures. The situation is very grim. From now on, you must stay close to me and not wander off anywhere." "Okay, I won't wander off." Tang Xiaojia nodded, her face pale as a sheet. Time passed in the tense atmosphere. By evening, the Imperial Dragon Army relayed the latest decision from Yanjing. The 5 governors were to defend Qingqing to the death, and no one was permitted to leave the city. Yanjing would dispatch 3 gold-tier experts and 5,000 Imperial Dragon Army soldiers, expected to arrive in 5 days. The previously promised vehicle support was cancelled, with the reason being current circumstances make it inadvisable to deploy such resources. After reading the orders, the officer also notified Wang Lu and other individual beast tamers. They were to immediately take shifts on the walls, assisting the Imperial Dragon Army in repelling attacking spirit beasts. "Brother, you must be careful." Tang Xiaojia grabbed Wang Li's sleeve, her eyes reddening. "Don't worry." Wang Lu patted her head. "The Imperial Dragon Army hasn't spotted a single black iron-tier spirit beast so far. Though their numbers are vast, without high-end combat power, breaking through Qingqing won't be so easy." After chatting for a few moments, Wang Lu headed up to defend the city walls. Tang Long and his group followed suit, climbing up the fortifications. As Wang Li's gaze swept across the gray-brown ramparts, his heart felt hollow. Ever since Hong Dali had mentioned going to find his father last time, he hadn't shown his face again, not even a shadow of him these past few days. Wang Lu worried silently, though he knew clearly that for now, he could only wait for reinforcements to arrive before finding time to search for that honest, big-heart fellow. Standing behind the rough battlements, Wang Lu raised his hand and summoned Panda from his contract space. The round, plump panda landed with a thud, its black and white fur gleaming in the sunlight. "Panda, take this chance to absorb more beast cores." Wang Lu patted its head, his tone casual yet expectant. Panda could devour beast cores to level up rapidly, and with tens of thousands of spirit beasts gathered outside the city, it was the perfect time for a feast. "Hulu." Panda let out a low roar, its bright black eyes filled with excitement. For the entire next day, Wang Lu stood guard on the city walls, fighting alongside Panda. Dust and the stench of blood mingled in the air as he wielded his blade in coordination with Panda, slaying about 100 spirit beasts throughout the day. Wearing the black jade soul, Panda could continuously recover its stamina and remain vigorous even by evening. As night fell, the relief guards climbed the walls with torches to take over. "Brother, it's nighttime, time to change shifts." The replacement wiped sweat from his forehead. "No need, I'm still energetic. You go rest." Wang Lu waved him off with a smile. Grinding experience wasn't tiring, and he was happy to continue. The other guard was delighted to hear this. After all, without cheats, once his spirit beast got tired, he'd have to pay out of his own pocket for stamina potions. The first night passed peacefully, but on the second day, the beast tide's numbers clearly surged, with their strength generally a tier higher than the previous day. Wang Lu didn't pay much attention. The stronger the enemies, the more experience Panda would gain. By dawn of the third day, wild black iron tier spirit beasts had appeared. Wild black iron beasts were far more formidable than contracted beasts of the same tier 1 could take on 2 contracted beasts of equal rank. Fortunately, the governor's office organized strong fighters to hunt them down, eventually killing them. After dark, Wang Lu decided not to push his luck and actively sought someone to relieve him. Returning to the safe zone, he saw campfire shadows dancing and spotted Tang Xiaojia from afar, staring blankly up at the moonlight. "Girl, what are you looking at?" Wang Lu approached, his body splattered with beast blood, the crimson stains winding across his armor. Tang Xiaojia startled and quickly stood up, nervously looking him up and down. "Brother, why is there so much blood on you?" "It's fine, none of it's mine." Wang Lu smiled and casually explained, then leaned down to whisper in her ear, "Come with me in a bit. We're moving to the safest point at the very back." "Why? I heard the food supplies there are terrible." Tang Xiaojia was puzzled. The front safe zones were packed with spirit beast masters and their families, with meals almost as good as at home, while the back areas housed ordinary citizens who only sought to fill their stomachs. "Just trust me on this, something big is definitely going to happen in the next couple of days." Wang Lu analyzed in a low voice. This beast tide seemed to hide an extremely powerful spirit beast, possibly one that had already gained intelligence. The waves of attacks over recent days had a clear rhythm, as if orchestrated by someone. The two conversed in hushed tones. Just then, an impatient voice suddenly came from behind them. "What are you two whispering about? Acting all sneaky like that?" The voice from behind startled Wang Lu. "Who's there?" He spun around abruptly, his palm already reaching for the spirit beast pouch at his waist. Even the words "kill" to silence, flashing through his mind. If someone overheard his escape plans, the consequences would be unthinkable. What met his eyes was Tang Long's familiar square face. "Principal, you nearly scared me to death." Wang Lu let out a long breath. Tang Long chuckled heartily. "What's this? Already thinking about making a run for it?" Wang Lu knew there was no hiding it, so he repeated his entire analysis from earlier with Tang Xiaojia. Small-scale attacks, building momentum, encirclement deduced that a gold-tier beast master must be controlling the beast tide from behind. After listening, Tang Long nodded. "Sharp thinking. Only strength combined with brains can keep you alive in chaotic times. I've encountered similar beast tides before, and there was indeed a gold-tier beast master directing from the shadows. I was right. Then we definitely need to run." Wang Li's desire to flee intensified upon hearing this. But Tang Long waved his hand dismissively. "No good. I suspect we've been trapped in that gold-tier beast scheme since the first small-scale attack. It deliberately slowed the offensive these past 2 days to lull the city's people into complacency, making everyone abandon thoughts of escape. By now, the area outside the city is likely crawling with ambushes. The seemingly safe directions might be the most dangerous." "Damn, Principal, why didn't you say this earlier?" Wang Li's scalp tingled at the thought that so many people in the city were being toyed with by beasts. "I only just realized it myself." Tang Long smiled bitterly. "If you really want to run, you can only wait for the moment when the beast tide completely breaks through our defenses. That's when their attention will be scattered, and with luck, there might be a chance." After a moment of silence, Wang Lu suddenly looked up. "What about the reinforcements from Yanjing? That's not just empty comfort, is it?" "It's real." Tang Long's tone was certain. "Yanjing represents the Dragon Kingdom. They won't break their word." "That's good then." Wang Lu nodded, no longer mentioning escape through the back gate since Tang Long judged that area to be swarming with beasts. The apparent safety had become a trap. After their brief conversation, Tang Long returned to the rest area. His purpose in coming here was simply to prevent Wang Lu from impulsively leaving the city and getting himself killed. After Tang Long left, Tang Xiaojia grabbed her brother's arm. "Brother, what do we do now?" The principal already said it wait for chaos and then look for an opportunity. If Yanjing's reinforcements arrive on time, we might not even need to run. Wang Lu spoke casually, but inwardly he felt uncertain. Who could guarantee the reinforcements would arrive on schedule? And who could promise they'd actually escape in the chaos? Seeing his calm expression, Tang Xiaojia felt somewhat reassured. The next morning, the beast tide's momentum grew even fiercer, with dark masses of beasts nearly filling their entire field of vision. All 5 prefecture lords had entered the battle, and every school principal was fighting as well. On 9th Middle School's side, only Principal Tang Long stood alongside other black iron tier powerhouses, dealing with the most troublesome beasts. The other teachers, not having revealed black iron cultivation, mostly concealed their true strength and participated in the defense as level 8 beast masters. Wang Lu, claiming exhaustion from defending the city walls for 2 straight days, requested temporary leave from the front lines. The person in charge didn't make things difficult for Wang Lu. Wang Lu had indeed shown remarkable courage over those 2 days, and everyone could see it. In truth, his stamina wasn't depleted, but he sensed the situation growing increasingly perilous. With only one thought in his mind, to stay by Tang Xiaojia's side, without leaving her for a moment. Time flew by, and dawn turned to dusk once again. As the third evening's shadows crept up Qingqing's walls, this city that had endured so much finally welcomed a day that lifted everyone's spirits. The reinforcements from Yinjing should arrive today. Jiang Gao strode quickly to the center of the square and raised his hand to quiet the crowd. Today, this is the day the Yinjing reinforcements arrive. Brothers, pull yourselves together. Once support gets here, these spirit beasts will be nothing more than sitting ducks. The moment he finished speaking, the previously lifeless crowd erupted like a powder keg set ablaze. Fantastic. Our Qingqing might be one of the few cities to survive this beast tide. I never thought a miracle could happen to me. Whether beast tamers or ordinary citizens, everyone felt like they were witnessing the brightest dawn before daybreak. In the crowd, Tang Xiaojia's eyes quickly welled up with tears. Brother, we're finally about to get through this ordeal. Wang Lu ruffled her hair, forcing a slight smile. Silly girl, your brother won't let anything happen to you. But unlike the jubilant atmosphere around him, Wang Lu didn't join the celebration. Having read plenty of novels in his previous life, he knew that planting flags before victory was practically the same as cursing oneself. Nearby, several beast tamers high-fived each other. Tong tong, once the beast tide ends, let's have our wedding. Haha, after this is over, I need to go back home to see my wife and kid. I've been in Qingsheng for years, wonder if the little guy still remembers me. Hearing these flag-raising words, veins bulged on Wang Li's forehead as he glared wide-eyed. You idiots, stop jinxing us. Rumble. A sudden thunderous tremor struck, as if the earth had been slapped by a giant hand, sending dust cascading down. The crowd swayed like drunken men. What's happening? It's the beast tide. They're launching their final assault. The defense commander roared. All beast tamers, to the walls. We must hold until reinforcements arrive. Before he could finish saying, we must, a sharp pain shot through his back as someone kicked him to the ground. By the time he got up, the culprit was long gone. Wang Lu was already dragging Tang Xiaojia, racing frantically toward Qingqing's center. Brother, why did you kick that man? Tang Xiaojia asked while being pulled along, looking back. Who told him to jinx us like that? Wang Lu muttered. Talking like that, he's definitely doomed. By his judgment, the city center was the best position to observe escape routes in all directions, safer than staying at the chaotic walls. At the city walls, even the 5 governors and various school principals working together couldn't hold back the tide of spirit beasts. Compared to previous days, there were more of them, and each was stronger. We can't hold them. How are they getting more terrifying? Quick! The beast tide is breaking through Hera. Breaches multiplied rapidly as the beast horde poured into Qingsheng like a black torrent. Help! Get away! Get away! Shattered bricks, broken beams, and agonized screams filled the streets and alleys, with every step landing in blood. Wang Lu positioned himself slightly ahead of Tang Xiaojia, gripping her hand tightly. Stay close to me. His gaze locked onto the narrowest alley ahead with the fewest spirit beasts, and he took a deep breath. Panda, prepare to clear the way. Meanwhile, Wang Lu summoned Panda. He didn't immediately flee, only the main gate had fallen, while the other streets and alleys in the city remained temporarily quiet as usual, though danger might lurk in the shadows, so he decided to observe a bit longer. Tang Xiaojia felt as if she'd been drenched in ice water, with only the hand gripping Wang Li's retaining any warmth. At the same time, the beast tide's assault grew increasingly fierce, and the previously calm citizens finally broke down as chaos erupted throughout the streets and alleys. What do we do? The city gate has fallen. Let's run. They probably can't handle this alone. Where can we run? Didn't you see the gate was breached by the spirit beasts? Are you out of your damn mind? There's not just one gate in the city, we can escape through the other gates. Amid the commotion, people were already rushing toward the 4 city gates. Qingsheng faced south with its back to the north, and all 4 gates east, west, south, and north provided exits from the city. Initially, only a few scattered individuals fled, but as the beast tide continued pouring in, more and more people joined the exodus. Many thought stepping outside the city gates would save their lives, only to be immediately torn apart by ambushing spirit beasts. Within 100 meters of the west, south, and north gates, powerful beasts lay in wait. Run back quickly. There are too many people. We can't get back. Stop pushing. There are spirit beasts ahead too. The screams from outside the city echoed on the wind, but those at the back couldn't hear the warnings from the front and could only be swept forward by the crowd. Brother, can we still escape? Tang Xiaojia's voice trembled in the chaos, her face paler than ash. Yes, we'll leave through the east gate in a moment. Wang Lu replied in a low voice, though his gaze constantly swept their surroundings. He saw that the west and south gates had become veritable meat grinders, with everyone who rushed out being torn to shreds. In comparison, though the east gate was similarly littered with corpses, occasionally someone still managed to break through successfully. Panda, charge with me. Wang Lu assessed that the situation was clear, took Tang Xiaojia's hand, and led the charge toward the east gate. Roar! Just as they stepped out of the east gate, a spirit beast lunged at them. You scratch. With the crowd densely packed outside the city gate, Wang Lu didn't dare use wide area attacks, and could only command Panda to use the most basic move. Splurt. The spirit beast was like paper to Panda. Its massive claws swept through, tearing flesh and blood apart. All obstacles in their path instantly died under its claws, and the ground was torn into a bloody red path. Wang Lu pulled Tang Xiaojiao along as they sprinted down the blood-soaked route. Before long, some fleeing citizens saw Wang Lu cutting through everything in his path and immediately swarmed to follow behind him. Damn, why are so many people surrounding us? Wang Li's mind raced with frustration. He had originally planned to break through quietly, but now with a large group of refugees trailing behind them, they were likely to attract the attention of even more powerful spirit beasts. Before the thought had fully formed, a cold, killing intent pressed down from above. Panda, use flame punch. Wang Lu spun around. Suddenly a millstone-sized boulder was crashing down toward his head, and at this point he couldn't worry about whether it would affect the crowd behind him. If he didn't act, his skull would be split open immediately. Boom. The flaming fist collided head-on with the boulder, flames exploded, and the boulder instantly shattered. Roar. A deafening roar immediately shook the air. The spirit beasts that had been swarming forward all retreated in unison, creating a narrow corridor in the middle. Several people who hadn't yet realized the danger actually ran outward along that path. Before they could get far, a massive figure leaped from a distant tree and landed directly above them. Thud. The heavy impact mixed with the crisp sound of shattering bones as several unfortunate escapees were crushed into a bloody pulp before they could even scream. It was a beast that resembled a gorilla, its eyes blazing with fury as it blocked Wang Li's path. Wang Li's heart pounded as he immediately called out to the system in his mind. System, quickly tell me what level this thing is. Since the last upgrade, the system could not only serve as an encyclopedia, but also rapidly provide basic data and weaknesses of enemies. Ding. The beast ahead is called a berserk ape. Level, black iron. Strengths, high speed, great strength. Weaknesses, low defense, easily penetrated. Black iron. After hearing the system's analysis, Wang Li's expression instantly grew grave. He was only level 9, and though he possessed pseudo-black iron combat power, a true black iron was still dangerous, especially a wild beast like this. He took a deep breath, pulled a bank card from his pocket, and pressed it into Tang Xiaojiao's hands. Take this card. The password is your birthday. Brother, Tang Xiaojia started to say something, but he raised his hand to stop her. Don't say anything more. If you're my sister, then listen to me. Run when you get the chance, don't worry about me. After arranging things with Tang Xiaojia, Wang Lu locked his gaze on the berserk ape again and roared, Big guy, look at me. Panda, use flame fist. With his shout, he commanded Panda to charge forward, flames wrapping around its paws as it struck directly at the berserk ape's face, successfully drawing its attention. Provoked, the berserk ape's ferocity was instantly ignited. It pushed off the ground with all 4 limbs and charged at Wang Lu like a maniac. It rampaged forward, trampling half the beasts in its path to death, while the rest retreated in terror. Tang Xiaojia, run! Wang Lu shouted at the opportunity. Tang Xiaojia looked at him with tears in her eyes before sprinting away through the gap the giant ape had created. The other civilians followed suit and fled. Though the beasts wanted to pounce, there were too many people and they couldn't react in time, ultimately allowing several people including Tang Xiaojiao successfully break through. Seeing his sister escape safely, Wang Lu felt relieved, but he also knew the real battle was just beginning. Roar! The berserk ape discovered that people had escaped, and in its fury, its attack speed and power increased even further. If the mission failed, punishment from the leader awaited it. Panda, use shadow flow. Wang Lu immediately changed tactics. Panda thrust its claws into the ground, and vast shadows surged forth, continuously tearing at the berserk ape's flesh for several seconds. Roar! The repeated injuries made the berserk ape even more enraged. Its defense was indeed low, and it was clawed until blood flew everywhere, but once provoked, its strength reached another level. Its massive fists swung with the sound of howling wind. With its sudden speed increase, Panda failed to dodge in time and was sent flying by the giant ape's slap. However, instead of finishing off Panda, the berserk ape charged straight for Wang Lu. I'm done for. There's no escaping this time. Wang Li's heart tightened. How could a human body possibly outrun a beast? Before he could even move, the berserk ape's massive fist was already crashing down. Bang! A thunderous crash echoed through the air. Wang Lu had expected to be crushed into a pulp, but when he snapped his eyes open, he found himself completely unharmed. Instead, the raging ape had been blasted away by a terrifying force, toppling rows of trees along the roadside as it flew, sending broken branches scattering everywhere. Kid, you alright? A familiar voice called down from above. Wang Lu looked up to see Lu Ziwen standing on the broad back of a blue falcon, surveying the battlefield below. Teacher Lu, thank you for saving my life. Don't thank Medhang Principal Tang. He's the one who asked me to secretly protect you. Lu Ziwen's voice rang clear. It turned out Tang Long had anticipated trouble and arranged for Lu Ziwen to follow in advance. The principal truly has divine foresight, Wang Lu exclaimed with genuine admiration. Enough chatter, get out of here now. Qingcheng can't hold out much longer. I'll handle this beast. With that, Lu Ziwen directed the blue falcon to dive toward the raging ape, wind howling like blades as its wings cut through the sky. Thank you, Teacher Lu. Wang Lu had no time to watch further and spun around, sprinting madly in the direction Tang Xiaojia had retreated. After running along Tang Xiaojia's escape route for quite some time, he hadn't seen a single soul. Wang Lu stopped before a dense forest, his brow furrowed. 3 forked paths lay ahead, all leading into the deep woodland. Logic dictated that Tang Xiaojia must have passed through here, but which path had she taken? Couldn't that girl have left me some kind of clue? Wang Lu searched carefully at all 3 entrances, but found nothing. Fine, I'll pick one. If I can't find her, I'll come back. He immediately plunged into the leftmost forest trail. 20 minutes later, Wang Lu realized something was wrong. There was no proper path ahead at all, and he could only squeeze through between the trees. The ground showed only his own footprints, clearly indicating Tang Xiaojia hadn't taken this route. He decided to turn back, but it was as if he'd fallen under some supernatural spell. After wandering for a full hour, he still couldn't find his way back to the original path. What kind of bizarre situation is this? Some kind of supernatural maze? Wang Lu clicked his tongue, then commanded, "Panda, Great Flame Fist." Boom flames erupted, instantly burning away a small patch of forest ahead, but the dense foliage quickly closed in again, leaving barely any visible gap. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly there was movement to his left. Who's there? Wang Lu shouted sharply. 2 figures in the forest whispered to each other. A human? Should we go talk to him? Be careful, I get the feeling he's not quite right in the head. Moments later, 2 Dragon Guard soldiers pushed through the underbrush and emerged. Who are you? Why are you setting fires in the forest? One of them demanded with a frown. They had seen the flames and thought it might be a spirit beast running wild. I'm a refugee who wandered in here by mistake and can't find my way out. Wang Lu felt a wave of relief when he saw they were Dragon Guard soldiers. He had initially thought the figures hiding in the bushes might be spirit beasts that would have been real trouble. A refugee? Are you from Chunming City? One of the Dragon Guard soldiers asked warily, clad in battle armor with a long blade strapped to his back. No, I'm from Qingcheng. What? Qingcheng has fallen too. The soldier was clearly stunned. What do you mean? Wang Lu was completely confused by his reaction. We're Dragon Guard from Chunming City. We fled to these mountains after our city was breached, the soldier explained. We've set up a temporary shelter. Would you like to come with us? The 2 Dragon Guard soldiers, being fellow survivors of fallen cities, felt sympathy for Wang Lu. That would be much appreciated. Wang Lu was indeed desperate to find Tang Xiaojia, but since he couldn't even find his way out of these woods, he had no choice but to follow them to the shelter and gather information about possible escape routes. The 3 of them wound their way along overgrown paths through the dense forest. Finally, they emerged into a clearing among the shrubs where a makeshift hut constructed from rusted metal sheets stood in the center, with a military off-road vehicle parked nearby. A campfire crackled in front of the hut, and the aroma of meat stew mixed with wild vegetables wafted from a bubbling iron pot. Commander, we found this man during patrol. He claims to be a refugee, the lead soldier reported as he approached the campfire. Sitting by the fire was a middle-aged man with sharp, chiseled features, thick, dark eyebrows, and steady eyes. A refugee? Check his neck first, see if he has any tattoos. Yes, sir. The soldier examined Wang Li's neck and collarbone area, confirming they were clean. Report, Commander. He has no tattoos. The middle-aged man gestured for Wang Lu to come forward, his voice gentle. Tell me, where are you from? Qingcheng. Qingcheng has fallen too. Yes. How did you manage to escape? My master sacrificed his life to help me. After this brief exchange, the man nodded. You're lucky to be alive. Have a seat. I'm one of the commanders from Chunming City. Supplies will arrive in a few days. Once you've rested up, I'll take you to the Yanjing Protection Zone. His sincere tone was oddly reassuring. Thank you, Commander. But I can't stay long. My sister got separated from me, and I need to find her so we can go to Yanjing together. Wang Lu stood and bowed. I understand. You can take some dried food and water with you. Be careful on the road. The middle-aged man didn't insist they weren't family, and offering supplies was already generous enough. Wang Lu accepted the provisions, then pressed further. Commander, I've been wondering where only Chunming City and Qingcheng hit by beast tides. Throughout his journey, he'd been worried about potential 3rd and 4th waves of attacks, as there had never been a precedent for 2 cities falling simultaneously. The man fell silent for a moment, then said quietly, I probably shouldn't tell you this, but with everything turned upside down, you might as well know the truth. The city commanders have special communication devices. Besides Chunming and Qingcheng, 15 other cities have been struck by beast tides. This attack came without any warning. More than half of the Dragon Kingdom has fallen, so you'd better come with us to the protection zone. The Dragon Kingdom no longer has the resources to look after ordinary civilians like you. Upon hearing the man's words, Wang Lu remained silent for a long time. The news didn't mention just one or two beast tides, but dozens of them surging forward simultaneously like flash floods. Wang Li's mind instantly conjured the image of those rolling beast shadows. This was no longer a sporadic attack, but a formal declaration of war by the spirit beasts against humanity. Dad, look what my sister and I caught. We can finally have some meat tonight. Just as his thoughts reached this point, a crisp young girl's voice rang out nearby. Wang Lu turned his head to see Chu Yue bouncing toward them, with Chu Ying'er following behind in a more reserved manner. The two sisters, one after the other, still displayed their stark contrast between liveliness and composure. Ah! Before Chu Yue could show off the prey she held up to her chest, her gaze met Wang Li's, and she let out a sharp cry like a startled bird. The middle-aged man who had been sitting upright suddenly sprang to his feet, his chair scraping against the stone floor with a dull sound. With a wave of his hand, an earth-colored, twin-horned beast pet the size of a small Elephanta ceratocin materialized with a thunderous roar, its foreclaws gripping the ground and sending stone fragments flying. What's wrong, daughter? What's the problem with this young man? Chu Yunfith, governor of Chunming Prefecture, a battle-hardened commander, fixed his eagle-like gaze on Wang Lu, ready to strike at the slightest suspicious movement. Wang Lu, I can't believe you came here specifically to find me. I am so touched. Under everyone's bewildered stares, Chu Yue wrapped herself around Wang Lu like an octopus, clinging to him entirely. Did you hear about the beast tide in Chunming City and worry about me? But it's super dangerous here right now. It turned out that Chu Yue was the second daughter born and raised in Chunming City. Upon learning that Wang Lu had been assigned here, she immediately clamored to be transferred back to defend her hometown. After Chunming City fell, she had been constantly worried she'd never see him again. So naturally, she was beside herself with excitement now that he was right in front of her. You've got it wrong. I am just passing through. Wang Lu helplessly pulled her down from his body. I don't care. This is destiny. Once on the ground, Chu Yue clung to him again, as if trying to merge herself into his shadow. Chu Yue, act like a proper young lady. Stay away from him. Seeing his daughter pressed so close to the young man, Chu Yunfei's face darkened. Dad, this is Wang Lu, the one I told you about and the only man I'll ever marry. As the words left her mouth, Chu Yue's voice grew quieter and quieter, though her ears grew redder and redder. Oh, so this is the one you've been talking about. Chu Yunfei scrutinized Wang Lu from head to toe. Handsome enough on the surface, but probably just another pretty face with nothing substantial underneath. After his assessment, he immediately issued a challenge. Summon your spirit beast and spar with me. If you can last 20 minutes against me, I'll allow you to court this girl temporarily. Governor, I really have no intention of dating anyone. Wang Lu finally understood that Chu Yue's unreasonable nature was identical to her father's. Neither bothered to ask if he was willing before dragging him into their family battlefield. Feeling guilty? Too scared to fight? Chu Yunfei snorted coldly, his fighting spirit blazing. No, I just want to ask for directions so I can hurry to find my sister. It's truly urgent. Wang Lu suppressed his helplessness and patiently explained. In that case, let's set aside the matter of my daughter. If you can withstand my attacks for 20 minutes, I'll give you a military motorcycle plus 3 barrels of gasoline, enough to last you half a month. Chu Yunfei stood in the center of the training ground, patting the dark green military motorcycle with force. The cold metal shell gleamed menacingly in the sunlight, like a lurking iron beast. This isn't your ordinary bike, he gestured with his hand. Swap on the off-road tires, and it can climb 90-degree slopes. Hit water, and it automatically switches to aquatic mode. Mountains, seas, it can handle them all. As he spoke, he mentioned his consistent nature. Like Chu Yue, when I say something, I follow through. Otherwise, I can't even enjoy my meals. Wang Lu had initially intended to accept the challenge casually, but now he was genuinely tempted. A military motorcycle, 3 barrels of gasoline, plus those incredible capabilities. If he could get his hands on it, his efficiency in searching for Tang Xiaojiao would at least double. He cupped his hands respectfully. Then please go easy on me, Lord. 20 minutes at most. With that, Wang Lu gestured lightly, and a round, chubby iron-eating beast appeared. Panda. An iron-eating beast? Chu Yunfei squinted as he examined it. Kid, you better not spar with me. I'm afraid my earth-shaking dragon will crush it into pulp with one stomp. This wasn't mockery, but genuine concern. Wang Lu made a please proceed gesture. No problem. Lord, you go first. Earth-shaking dragon, flying sand. The massive earth-shaking dragon raised its head and opened its mouth, spewing sand and stones like a torrential rain, roaring straight toward Panda. Panda, shadow flow. Wang Lu called out quietly. He planned to use only this type of skill in crowded situations in the future to avoid revealing his trump cards. Just before the sand and stones reached it, Panda's figure suddenly vanished. The earth-shaking dragon was completely bewildered. Swoosh. Sharp pain instantly shot through its hind leg. Panda had emerged from the shadows beneath its feet, claws raking across the scales. However, the earth-shaking dragon was an earth attribute beast with naturally high defense. This attack only scratched its skin slightly without causing serious damage. Roar! The earth-shaking dragon bellowed in fury, sand and dust swirling again. But Panda used shadow flow to continuously teleport, its figure moving like a phantom. Time passed minute by minute. 10 minutes the earth-shaking dragon still hadn't touched a hair on its opponent. 20 minutes the giant beast was panting heavily, its feet deeply embedded in the training ground, dust flying everywhere. Meanwhile, Panda, wearing the black jade soul, had its stamina continuously restored, its breathing terrifyingly steady. Chu Yunfei lowered his fists and crossed his arms, laughing heartily. Well done, kid. Average strength, but absolutely brilliant at sneak attacks. He waved his hand. Xiao Sun, bring over the military motorcycle and load up the 3 barrels of gasoline as promised. He patted Wang Li's shoulder again. If you learn a few more high-burst skills, your future will be limitless. On the sidelines, Chu Yue clenched her hands into fists, her eyes shining like stars. Sister, did you see that? Wang Lo actually made Dad admit defeat. Chu Inger adjusted her glasses with a gentle smile. Why are you so excited? He fought Dad for the motorcycle, not for you. You don't understand. Chu Yue huffed. Wang Lo is just introverted and too shy to say it. In his heart, he's actually doing this for me. Before the sisters could continue their debate, Wang Li's voice came from the other side of the training ground. Lord, could you give me one more barrel of gasoline? Chu Yunfei immediately frowned. Don't be greedy. You think my car doesn't need fuel? Then, you could get out and push. There's no rush getting back to Beijing Defense Base anyway. You want me to beat you up? Would I get the gasoline after the beating? Chu Inger looked at the 2 men bantering in the distance and shook her head helplessly. This is what you call introverted? If he counts as introverted, who in this world would dare call themselves outgoing? I can't be bothered arguing with you. I'm going with Wang Lo. With that, Chu Yue walked toward Wang Lo. Dad, don't be so stingy. What's the big deal about giving him an extra barrel of gas? She strode over to Wang Li's side in 2 steps, unhesitatingly taking his side. You haven't even gotten involved with this kid yet, and you're already turning against your own family? Chu Yunfei grumbled while reaching out to pinch his younger daughter's ear. I don't care. If you don't give it to him, I'll hold my breath until I suffocate. Chu Yue puffed out her cheeks and immediately held her breath, her face quickly turning red. All right. Fine, I'll give it to him. Chu Yunfei completely surrendered. With his wife having passed away early, he neither knew how to raise children nor had the heart to truly discipline them. His second daughter had become both his biggest headache and his most precious treasure. His eldest daughter was easygoing, but this one was constantly causing trouble. That's more like it. Chu Yue hummed smugly, then turned back to flash the young man a bright smile. Wang Lu, when are we leaving? We? Why would I take you with me? Wang Lu was stunned, his gaze shifting back and forth between her and Chu Yunfei. Huh? If you don't take me, who knows when we'll see each other again? The girl's tone deflated instantly, her voice dropping half an octave. Wang Lu wasn't rejecting her out of dislike, but circumstances forced his hand. Most of the Dragon Kingdom had fallen, the roads were fraught with danger, and while he could escape alone, bringing another person might get them both killed. Aren't you going to the Yinjing Sanctuary? I'll get there eventually too. He declined tactfully. All right then, I'll wait for you at the sanctuary. Though willful, Chu Yue ultimately listened to Wang Lu and could only nod. After their brief conversation, Wang Lu received a pure black military motorcycle from one of the Dragon Guard soldiers. The front was cast in the shape of a fierce dragon head with sharp, aggressive lines. He found some rope and securely tied the handles of the 4 gas barrels to the back of the seat. After confirming everything was secure, he asked Chu Yunfei for directions out of the area, then twisted the throttle. Roar! The motorcycle thundered out of the camp. Chu Yue stood in place, watching that black figure disappear into the distance, her eyes full of reluctance. Leaving the forest, the familiar crossroads appeared once again. Wang Lu quickly reviewed the route map in his mind and decided to take the middle path this time. I'll take the middle one this time. I refuse to believe I still won't find anyone. With the motorcycle backing him up, he felt confident. Scattered footprints appeared on the path, varying in depth and pointing toward the deep jungle. Tang Xiaojia most likely ran this way. With this thought, he gripped the throttle tight and accelerated to 60 miles per hour. The wind howled in his ears, and the bike's vibration felt like it might take flight. Wang Lu kept his eyes on the footprints, barely looking up. This speed is amazing, it's like flying. The next second, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Holy crap, I really am flying. Ahead was a large patch of waist-high wild grass, and beyond it was a cliff. The footprints stopped abruptly at the cliff's edge before turning back, but he tried to brake too late. The entire motorcycle with him on it shot straight over the edge. Why didn't they develop a flight system for this thing? Wang Lu cursed internally while his body plummeted through weightlessness. Gravity suddenly pulled at him, his ears filled with rushing wind. Then crash. The bike hit the ground. He squeezed his eyes shut, left with only one absurd wish. If he died, could he travel back to his original world? Several seconds passed without the agony of shattered bones and torn flesh. Did I really travel back to my original world? Wang Lu tentatively opened his eyes and found himself on a grassland. A gentle breeze caressed his face, carrying the sweet fragrance of grass that made Wang Lu feel unusually comfortable. He instinctively looked around and spotted a dark vortex swirling not far behind him, like a whirlpool carved into the very air itself. Am I inside a secret realm? He murmured to himself. The next second, the vortex suddenly collapsed, and the void seemed to be sliced open by an invisible blade before sealing shut, making the entrance disappear completely. What the hell? Wang Lu nearly jumped out of his skin. At least he hadn't been thrown out and killed, but with the entrance gone, how was he supposed to get out? Not to mention whatever dangers might be lurking in this secret realm. Panda. The thought flashed through his mind as he activated his summoning sigil. Hulu? The black and white panda appeared, shaking its head with a confused expression. Come on up. Wang Lu scooped it into his arms, mounted his motorcycle, and twisted the throttle. The engine roared to life as he tore across the unfamiliar grassland. Theoretically, entrances shouldn't just vanish into thin air. It had probably just relocated. But after searching for most of the day, he found nothing, not even a trace of a vortex. As night fell, the moon rose in the secret realm's sky. Wang Lu had no choice but to rest where he was. The dried rations and water that Chu Yunfei had given him before leaving came in handy. Crunch, crunch. The rock-hard compressed rations made grinding sounds as he chewed. He calculated. With limited supplies, if he couldn't get out soon, he'd need to find a water source tomorrow. Hulu. Panda, lying nearby, suddenly bristled with alarm. What's wrong? Wang Lu stood up alertly. Thud. The rations fell from his hands. In the thick darkness ahead, a massive beast at least 20 meters tall was staring directly at him. Crimson eyes and an overwhelming sense of oppression made sweat instantly bead on his forehead. The creature's silhouette combined various animal features, yet resembled no known species. Panda, keep quiet. Let's slowly back away. Wang Li's voice was barely a whisper. He didn't think a direct confrontation would leave him with any chance of survival. Wah! From the darkness, the monster suddenly let out a baby-like cry. While such a sound from a child might be endearing, in this context it only sent chills down his spine. As soon as the crying stopped, it suddenly lunged forward, its massive body shaking the ground and sending dust flying around Wang Li's feet. Damn! Run! Wang Lu grabbed Panda, threw it onto the bike, started the engine, and floored the accelerator. The exhaust roared through the night as he fled without any regard for direction. His only thought was escape. However, despite its enormous size, the beast behind him was incredibly fast, practically breathing down his exhaust pipe. Every time Wang Lu tried to turn, the monster would cut him off, forcing him to keep running straight. A gap in the mountain face appeared ahead, and he gritted his teeth as he charged into a pitch-black cave. Boom! The motorcycle's brakes echoed as the giant beast finally stopped outside. Geijai! The massive shadow let out a strange laugh, its enormous form rapidly shrinking until it transformed into a small, jet-black fox no bigger than 2 fists, its tail wagging like a mischievous child who had just pulled off a successful prank. Inside the cave, there was no coolness at all. Waves of heat hit him like being inside a furnace. The sweat on Wang Li's forehead instantly evaporated, and his throat felt like it was being roasted by hot coals. Just as he felt he might be cooked alive, Panda suddenly opened its mouth. Hush! Streams of crimson light converged into its mouth from all directions. Wang Lu stood stunned. Huh? Is this a blessing in disguise? Wang Lu had witnessed Panda exhibit similar behavior before in the forbidden zone of the Qingqing secret realm. Back then, this gentle giant had crouched beside a rock wall, opening its mouth to absorb all the fire attribute essence, and now it was repeating the same action in this cave. The only difference from the Qingqing secret realm was that this place was as hot as a furnace, with temperatures countless times higher than the previous forbidden zone, hot enough to make the rocks glow faintly red. Fortunately, Panda had now reached level 9 and was much stronger than before, facing this scorching heat with virtually no pressure. Wang Lu steadied his breathing, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked up to ask the system. System, what exactly was that monster just now? Ding. Reporting to host. I can only analyze when you are looking directly at the target. I see. Wang Lu nodded thoughtfully. Since he couldn't get an answer for the time being, he decided to temporarily stay in this cave. After all, the high temperature was actually nourishing for Panda and would only make it stronger. Perhaps if they stayed a few more days, the monster outside would leave on its own. He rubbed Panda's broad head as it devoured the essence, feeling emotional. Since crossing into this world, dangers had appeared one after another, and each time it was Panda who stepped forward to turn danger into safety. Panda, you're truly my lucky star. He settled Panda securely on the motorcycle seat cushion, then took out dried food and a water pouch, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Deep in the cave, the reddish rock walls reflected 2 lonely figures as one man and one bear spent the long night together. The next morning, Wang Lu groggily felt his hands and feet ice cold and suddenly sneezed. Achoo! His drowsiness instantly vanished. Opening his eyes, he saw that the cave walls were covered with thin frost, and Panda was curled up in a ball on the motorcycle, shivering. The cave that had been like fire last night now felt like an ice cellar. Cold during the day, hot at night? This place was too bizarre. The bone-chilling cold made him feel like his legs were about to freeze. Ding. Sudden event detected for host. Host may make the following choices. The system's voice suddenly rang out. Option 1. Continue hiding in the cave with Panda. Reward. Skill Frost Roar. Allowing Beast Companion to breathe cold air and temporarily freeze enemies. Option 2. Go out and face the monster directly. Reward. Berserk Potion. Go out and serve himself up as monster food. Wang Lu didn't hesitate. I choose the first option. This confirmed the monster was still guarding the cave entrance. Going out would be walking into a trap. As soon as he spoke, Panda's body glowed with a pale blue aura. The new skill activated, and it instinctively opened its mouth, drawing wisps of ice blue cold air into its mouth. The surrounding frost gradually melted, and the temperature quickly rose. Wang Lu breathed a sigh of relief, rubbing his stiff fingers. Phew, let's observe for a few days and wait for that thing outside to leave. After the cave warmed up, he stood and did some simple exercises, secretly hoping the monster would have the sense to leave. Time flew by, and another 5 days passed. Thanks to Panda's frost roar, the temperature difference in the cave was stabilized, but their dried food was running out. If they didn't venture outside soon, they would starve. Wang Lu had no choice but to decide to take the risk. Panda, I'll handle the driving in a moment, and you handle the observation. Alert me immediately if you see any water sources or food, he said as he mounted the motorcycle, holding Panda in his arms. The little guy's head bobbed up and down, seeming to indicate understanding. Wang Lu was worried about the monster following them and had no time for slow searching, so he could only let Panda serve as reconnaissance. Virum. The engine roared as a black shadow suddenly burst from the cave. They hadn't been riding long when heavy footsteps sounded behind them. Wang Lu whipped his head around to see that monster appearing again, a tall dark shadow whose steps sent debris flying. System, quickly help me see what exactly this thing is. Wang Lu suppressed the fear in his heart and asked the system. Ding. Report to the host beast name, Weary Fox. Skill, Mimicry, can replicate the appearance and abilities of any beast. Special ability, Mind Reading. Weakness, Mischievous, doesn't know when to stop. Weary Fox? At that moment, Wang Lu was twisting the motorcycle throttle to its limit. After hearing the system's explanation, he suddenly eased off the throttle, and the speed gradually decreased from its frantic pace. Through the rearview mirror, the 20-meter monster was still swaying its exaggerated form as it lunged forward, completely unaware that its disguise had been exposed. Panda, Frost Roar. Worried the Weary Fox might escape, Wang Lu gave the command decisively. The panda slammed its paw on the ground, and azure frost spread everywhere, instantly turning the road behind them into a frozen wasteland. The Weary Fox hadn't yet figured out why Wang Lu suddenly stopped fleeing when it felt the bone-chilling cold instantly spread throughout its body. It instinctively wanted to run, but was completely frozen. Bang! The giant shadow collapsed in an instant, and a fist-sized little black fox fell onto the ice, covered in frost, stiff as an ice sculpture. In his mind, the system's prompt continued to echo. When the Weary Fox is attacked while mimicking, it immediately reverts to its original form. Having never left the secret realm, it can only transform based on imagination and has no real attack skills. Smack! Wang Lu crouched down and slapped the fox on its forehead, the crisp sound particularly clear in the silent forest. The little fox couldn't even blink. Panda, warm it up. Panda understood immediately, punching the ground nearby. Blazing fire erupted, and heat waves rolled. The frost melted into water, dripping from the tips of its fur. Before long, the little black fox shook off the water droplets and stood up trembling, its round eyes full of wariness. What are you looking at? Keep staring at me, and I'll slaughter you for meat. The calm words carried a chilling murderous intent, and the Weary Fox immediately turned to flee. Running? If I catch you again, you're dead. The voice wasn't loud, but it made its fur stand on end. The Weary Fox stopped in its tracks and had no choice but to turn back, lowering its body and rubbing against Wang Li's pant leg, trying to act cute and beg for mercy. Smack! Another slap. Don't try to get away with it. Tell me, is there any water and food nearby? The Weary Fox nodded frantically. Good, lead the way. If you can't find any, I'll roast you. Wang Li's lips curved upward. Having a local guide suddenly increased his chances of leaving the secret realm. Led by the Weary Fox, Wang Lu rode his motorcycle with Panda crouched on the back. The three of them passed through bushes and rubble, soon arriving at a clear small lake. Several unknown fruit trees by the shore were laden with bright red fruits, their sweet fragrance drifting in the wind. Wang Lu first filled his water bottle with lake water, then swept all the fruits clean and stuffed them into his storage ring. After eating and drinking his fill, he looked toward the little black fox nearby, which wore an expression of utter despair. The Weary Fox had thought it could escape after leading them to water and food, but Wang Lu had no intention of letting it go. It felt utterly bullied. Just as it was grumbling internally, it met Wang Li's intimidating gaze again. Little fox, let me ask you, are there any treasures in this secret realm? If you dare say no, I'll slaughter you. Yinhu froze in terror upon hearing these words, not daring to move a muscle as his mind raced frantically. Wang Li's tone made it crystal clear that he had no intention of letting the fox live. Yet Yinhu had absolutely no idea where any treasure might be. His days were spent doing nothing but eating and sleeping, and he had only decided to play a prank on Wang Lu on a whim when he spotted him. Fine, won't talk, huh? Panda. Wang Lu called out with a wicked grin spreading across his face, apparently wanting to give Yinhu a taste of his own medicine. Wah wah. Yinhu frantically shook his head, waving his paws up and down like he was conducting an orchestra, desperately signaling that he suddenly remembered where the treasure was located. During his earlier wanderings, he had indeed discovered a particularly eye-catching spot that glowed faintly from within, but having zero interest in treasures, he hadn't even bothered to take a closer look at the time. You know where the treasure is? Then hurry up and take me there. Wang Lu was stunned, had only meant to frighten Yinhu into talking, never expecting to accidentally stumble upon an actual treasure lead. He packed up his belongings and lifted both Panda and Yinhu onto his motorcycle. Yinhu stood at the front, gesturing directions while Panda, exhausted from days of devouring spiritual essence, slept soundly on Yinhu's head, using the fluffy skull as a makeshift pillow. After speeding along for a while, the motorcycle came to a stop beside a waterfall roughly 30 meters high. The cascading water roared like muffled thunder, and the spray stung their faces. Behind the waterfall, something flickered intermittently, emanating a pale blue glow. There really is treasure here, but how do we get in? Wang Lu frowned. Charging through would surely result in being swept into the lake below by the rushing current. Forget about retrieving treasure. Even swimming back up would be a challenge. Panda, try your ice roar and see if you can freeze the water, he commanded. Panda leaped in front of the waterfall, took a deep breath, and exhaled bone-chilling frost. Instantly, the rushing torrent seemed to hit a pause button as the entire waterfall crystallized into a glittering ice curtain. However, Wang Li's joy lasted less than 10 seconds before the ice began crackling ominously and was shattered by fresh water flow. Damn, this is a one-way trip, Wang Lu muttered, catching sight of Yinhu snickering out of the corner of his eye. Laughing, little fox, when I freeze it again, you're going in there to fetch the treasure. Once we have it, I'll have Panda seal the ice one more time so you can rush back out. His words were accompanied by a benevolent smile. Yinhu wanted to refuse, but Wang Li's smile sent chills down his spine. He thought to himself, drowning in the lake would probably be better than staying with this guy any longer, right? After a moment's struggle, he positioned himself by the waterfall, knowing that only a narrow gap would appear when it froze. Panda, ice roar. Wang Lu commanded once more. The waterfall turned to ice again. Yinhu kicked off with his hind legs, transforming into a black shadow that darted through the ice curtain into the cave behind. More than 10 minutes passed before urgent cries echoed from within the cave. Wang Lu immediately had Panda freeze the waterfall for the third time. The moment the ice formed, a black shadow burst through the mist. Yinhu landed safely on the shore with a blue pearl clutched in his mouth. Upon returning, Yinhu wisely placed the pearl on the ground. Wang Lu picked up the blue bead and asked, System, what is this thing? Ding. This item is called the Frost Pearl. It can be consumed by beast companions to greatly enhance their comprehension of ice-type skills. With enough luck, they might even achieve enlightenment during use, directly upgrading their ice-type abilities. Enlightenment. Wang Li's eyes lit up. Panda was currently stuck at the 9th level bottleneck. After absorbing fire and ice essences in the cave earlier, the system had repeatedly indicated he'd reached his limit. The next step up would be bronze tier. Originally worried about lacking skill books, Wang Lu found the Frost Pearl perfectly timed. Panda, eat this quickly. He pressed the bead into the panda's paw, filled with anticipation. If Panda could truly achieve enlightenment and advance to bronze tier, wouldn't he be able to walk sideways after leaving this secret realm? Hulu. Panda examined it curiously for a moment, then tilted his head back and swallowed it whole. Boom. The instant the bead went down, bone-chilling cold energy exploded from the panda's body, creating white mist and frost. Wang Lu felt the surrounding temperature plummet as if he'd suddenly entered the depths of winter. The trickster fox wanted to flee but realized the secret realm wasn't large enough to escape, so it froze in place. Then, ding, Panda has comprehended ice-type mysteries. Frost Roar has evolved into Frozen Wasteland. Ding, Panda has broken through the bottleneck and advanced to bronze tier. The series of notifications made Wang Li's heart race wildly. Bronze tier. The height he dreamed of was finally achieved today. Amid his excitement, he couldn't help feeling regret. If he'd reached bronze tier back in Qingqing, he and his sister wouldn't have been separated. Xiao Jia, wait for me. Your brother will find you eventually. He suppressed his emotions and turned to the trickster fox. Where's the exit to this secret realm? The fox nodded, indicating its willingness to lead the way. The three of them got back on the motorcycle, with the fox guiding them, and quickly reached the exit. All right, This is where we part ways. Stop playing tricks on people. In the future it's easy to get beaten up. Wang Lu pulled the fox off the bike and was about to rev the engine when the fox suddenly darted in front of the motorcycle, chattering, wah wah, while pointing one paw at itself and another at the outside. The trickster fox had never seen the world beyond the secret realm since birth. It didn't belong to any known species, and the secret realm itself migrated periodically. If it wanted to leave, the only way was to form a contract with a beast tamer. You want me to contract you? Wang Lu immediately understood. After reaching bronze tier, he could take on another beast companion, and the fox's mimicry abilities would surely become a trump card in the future. He nodded. Fine, I'll take you. Contract light flashed, establishing the bond between human and beast. With the contract in place, if the fox harbored even the slightest treacherous thought, its soul would be instantly destroyed. After completing the process, Wang Lu stored both Panda and the trickster fox in his ring, started the bike again, and rushed out of the secret realm's exit. The mountain path wound ahead, but he felt increasingly dizzy and disoriented. With a thunderous crash, his vision went black, and he tumbled off the motorcycle, falling headfirst into a bear trap set by local mountain dwellers. In his fading consciousness, he vaguely heard rough voices talking. What's going on here? We didn't catch a bear, but somehow a person fell into my trap? Who cares? Let's pull this guy up first and see if he's got anything valuable. Before Wang Lu opened his eyes, he felt himself being caught in a net. The rough rope knots pressed against his skin, and he could clearly feel his body being dragged upward bit by bit. He heard rustling sounds nearby. Quick, let's see what this guy has on him. After landing on solid ground, the dizziness subsided somewhat, and his consciousness gradually cleared. When the two men beside him reached out to search his pockets, Wang Lu suddenly opened his eyes and roared like thunder. What are you trying to do? Holy crap! How did this guy suddenly wake up? The tall, thin man stumbled back in fright, quickly waving his hands. Don't get excited. We mean no harm. Wang Lu glanced at the two men beside him. One had a sharp, monkey-like face and was tall and thin. The other had a round face and was short and fat, but his eyes looked rather kind. Where is this? He asked, pushing himself up from the ground. The short, fat man answered readily. This is Qingqing. Qingqing. Wang Lu was stunned. In his memory, that city had long been razed to the ground by beast tides, and there was no second city with the same name in the Dragon Kingdom. Yes, this is the outskirts of Qingqing, the short man added, seeing his confusion. I heard Qingqing was destroyed by beast tides long ago. Wang Lu pressed. The short man explained straightforwardly. Oh, you're talking about the original one. This place was actually built by refugees themselves as a new city. Everyone wanted to keep the memory alive, so we kept the old name. Hearing this, Wang Lu felt a glimmer of hope rise in his heart. Since so many people from Qingqing had gathered here, perhaps his sister had also come here for refuge. He glanced around and noticed the military motorcycle still lying at the bottom of the pit, so he requested. Could you two please help me lift the bike up? Sure. The short man nodded readily. However, the tall man held back his companion. Wait, why should we work for free? Wang Lu felt his empty pocket. She had left all his money with Tang Zioji and could only promise reluctantly. I'll repay you later. Bah, empty promises, the tall man sneered. Money isn't even worth the paper it's printed on now. Only food has real value. Money had become worthless paper? Wang Li's heart tightened. Tang Xiaojia's situation was probably worse than he had imagined. He immediately pulled out 2 fresh fruits from his storage ring and held them out to the two men. These 2 fruits are for you if you help me get the bike up. Fruit. I haven't seen any in days. Both men's eyes lit up, and they immediately jumped into the pit to drag the motorcycle up together. After the bike was securely positioned, Wang Lu handed them the fruits and asked for specific directions to Qingqing. We still need to hunt. Otherwise our families won't have food, so we won't accompany you. The short man waved goodbye. Wang Lu thanked them and pushed the motorcycle toward Qingqing. The fuel tank had probably been punctured by something sharp when he fell from the secret realm, and almost all the fuel had leaked out. He simply turned off the engine and pushed the bike with his arms, planning to figure out how to refuel once he reached the city. Following the route the two men had described, Wang Lu reached Qingqing after walking for a short while. This Qing city was extremely crude, with its gate constructed from nothing more than a hastily assembled pile of loose stones. Cracks ran through the gaps between the rocks, as if the whole structure might collapse at any moment. At the top, 2 crooked strokes of green paint spelled out Qing City, though the color had long since faded to white under the relentless wind and sand. Wang Lu stepped through the city gate to find no towering buildings in sight. Instead, makeshift huts cobbled together from wooden planks lined both sides of the street, with exposed nails and tattered canvas and cloth flapping in the wind. As he walked, he counted only 3 or 5 proper courtyard houses of any size, their walls mottled and gates half open. As night fell, the city had no hotels or inns, so Wang Lu found a relatively clean alley and sat down with his back against a wooden wall. He pulled several emerald green apples from his storage ring. The fruit's skin gleamed with a lustrous sheen in the moonlight, and with a crisp bite, sweetness burst across his tongue as the fragrance filled the air. Big brother, what are you eating? Could you spare me some? Came a slightly youthful voice from behind. Wang Lu turned to see a boy of about 10 years old, his face dusty but unable to hide his handsome features. Sure, here you go. He readily handed over an apple, having several hundred more in his ring. Thank you. The little boy grabbed the apple and ran off. A hungry person should devour food on the spot, but instead the boy clutched the apple and sprinted away, which seemed odd. Curious, Wang Lu quietly got up and followed. If this was some scheme to exploit kindness for food and drink, he needed to reassess how people in this city understood basic decency, or he'd surely suffer for it later. The boy wove through the crowded shanties and finally ducked into a low earthen mound. This spot provided some shelter from wind and rain, a refuge for the poor. Many people had hollowed out large trees to sleep in the trunk cavities for warmth, hardly better off than this. Inside the mound, a frail little girl lay curled up with her eyes closed, brow furrowed, breathing heavily, her cheeks flushed with the unhealthy red of fever. Seeing this from a distance, Wang Lu understood immediately. The child had caught cold and developed a fever. Sister, look what I brought you. It's an apple. The boy crouched down, breaking the apple into small pieces with his hands and feeding them to his sister bit by bit. Eat this apple, and tomorrow I'll go find you some medicine. Brother, you eat it. My illness won't get better anyway. It would just be wasted on me. The little girl stubbornly turned her head away. The scene of the siblings caring for each other pierced Wang Li's heart. At least they had each other, while he didn't even know where his own sister was. Just as he was about to step forward to help, a man in a white vest and plastic sandals swaggered over. The man wore a straw hat, walked with unsteady steps, and radiated the aura of a local thug. Well, what delicious treat are you two siblings enjoying? I could smell that wonderful aroma from way over there. The fragrance of spiritual realm fruit carried easily on the air, clearly catching this man's attention. Little girl, little boy, hand it over. The boy's head snapped up as he growled through gritted teeth. Tion the madman, what are you doing here? The little boy tensed up the moment he saw Tion the madman. Tion the madman wasn't actually insane, he just fought like he had nothing to lose, which earned him this nickname from the locals. Combined with the fact that there weren't many strong fighters in this area, his natural brute strength made him like a wild beast claiming territory. What am I doing? Coming to share some food with you too? Of course. Tion the madman sneered as he approached, reaching out to snatch the apple from the boy's arms. Get lost. This is for my sister. The boy, who had been bullied for far too long, finally exploded. But his punches against Tion the madman were like tickling. After a few hits, he was knocked to the ground. Damn it. You little brat got a death wish. Tion the madman flew into a rage, grabbed a fist-sized rock, raised it high above his head, and prepared to smash it down on the boy's skull. Before the stone could fall, his wrist suddenly flared with pain, and the rock crashed to the ground beside his feet with a thud. A grown man picking on two kids, have you no shame? Wang Lu gripped Tion the madman's wrist, his voice low but carrying an undeniable chill. To ordinary people, Wang Lu was already on a completely different level. The stronger one's beast companion, the greater the master's overall power. Now he could leap over 15-foot walls with ease, and in terms of combat ability, no number of ordinary people could get close to him. Tion the madman froze, his eyes darting around. Who are you? This is none of your business. Sensing trouble, he didn't dare be too aggressive in his tone. I just feel like beating you up. Got a problem with that. When dealing with bullies, you had to be even more ruthless. After a few moves, Wang Lu left Tion the madman with a bruised and swollen face before sending him packing. Big brother, thank you. After Tion the madman had scurried away, the boy bowed repeatedly. Don't mention it. What are your names? Facing the children, Wang Li's tone became much gentler. I'm Xue Zi, and that's my sister, Xue Ling. The boy pointed to the little girl lying on the ground. Both looked to be just over 10 years old. All right, I have plenty of fruit here. Fill your stomachs first. Wang Lu turned around and pulled over a dozen fist-sized fruits from his storage ring, placing them in front of Xue Zi. Big brother, if we eat these, what will you eat? Xue Zi knew that food was the most precious thing nowadays and hesitated to reach out. It's fine, I have hundreds more like these. Wang Lu smiled reassuringly. Then thank you, big brother. The siblings stopped refusing and carried the fruits over to Xue Ling's side, devouring them completely in just a few bites. After they finished eating, Wang Lu continued asking, Xue Zi, do you know where I can buy medicine? Your sister is sick, and without proper treatment, she'll get worse. Big brother, there's no one selling medicine in the city anymore. The city lord has medicine, but he only gives it to his own people. There's also a place called Shan Manor that gives out medicine for free, but you need to trade valuable resources just to get in. Xue Zi thought for a moment and shared everything he knew. Qing City was hastily constructed with crude facilities, and even the city lord wasn't appointed by Dragon Nation's leadership, was self-proclaimed. Wang Lu nodded silently after hearing this. It seemed this so-called Qing City was more like various factions ruling their own territories. However, this Shan Manor came as somewhat of a surprise to Wang Lu. Who would have thought that in such chaotic times, there would still be people with such generous hearts? In Wang Li's view, since this was charity, it made sense to bring some resources along. You couldn't just sit around and expect handouts without contributing anything. After a moment's thought, he said to the Shue's siblings, "All right, I'll take you to the charity compound right now. Once I get you settled, I'll be on my way." Though young, Shui was well-mannered and educated. He cupped his hands respectfully and made an earnest request. "Big brother, we're complete strangers, yet you're willing to save our lives. Could you tell us your name? When I grow up, I'll definitely repay this kindness." If Wang Lu hadn't lent a helping hand, these siblings, with their childish innocence, wouldn't have been able to bring any resources. They could barely find a decent meal, let alone gain entry to the charity compound. Wang Lu waved his hand with a smile. "Don't mention it. You two wait here while I go get my motorcycle." Earlier, to avoid detection, he hadn't dared start the engine and had left the bike behind. After retrieving it, he carefully helped the siblings onto the back seat, with Shui giving directions. The night wind howled as the motorcycle bumped along before stopping in front of an impressive courtyard complex. Two vermilion gates gleamed in the dim light, surrounded by walls at least 7 meters high. The main residence, along with the clusters of smaller courtyards behind it, easily covered over 1,000 square meters. This entire area was the charity compound. Knock, knock, knock. Wang Lu deliberately softened his knocking, worried about disturbing the residents in the middle of the night. But after just one knock, the door creaked open with a squeak, revealing a young man in a clean white shirt standing behind it. Wang Lu cupped his hands politely. "Sorry to disturb you so late at night. I'd like to exchange some resources for entry into the charity compound. Would that be possible?" "You're too kind," the man replied with a gentle smile, stepping aside to let them in. "The gates of the charity compound are always open to good people. It's less windy inside. Come into the house so we can talk properly." They were led into a small reception room beside the main gate. Wang Lu briefly explained that he was just passing through and had brought Shui and Shui Ling seeking shelter, while producing 50 fruits as resources. The man was quite moved by this and immediately agreed. These 50 fruits were enough to let the siblings stay indefinitely at the charity compound, and they could leave whenever they wished. "Well, I'll be going now. You two behave yourselves, and I'll come visit you again later." After handing over the fruits, Wang Lu stood to leave. The man in the white shirt reached out to stop him. "Brother, it's such hard work traveling so late at night. How about this? You three come with me to the dining hall. I'll have someone cook up some hot noodle soup and get some medicine for the little girl." Wang Lu initially wanted to decline, but the man was so enthusiastic, and he indeed hadn't tasted cooked food in a long time, so he nodded in agreement. The dining hall looked like an unfinished room, with bare cement walls and 7 or 8 old wooden tables scattered about. As soon as the three sat down, the man disappeared into the kitchen. As the curtain was pushed aside, his voice suddenly became coarse and sinister. "Stop fucking sleeping. 3 more pigs are here. Get them some special ingredients." Laughter echoed from the kitchen. "Got it. Ha ha ha. But let's be clear, if there's a woman this time, she's mine." In the kitchen, the man in the shirt was talking to a fat chef. "You're dreaming if you think you'll get first dibs on any woman. The master gets to play with them first." The shirt-wearing man wore a wicked grin, his gaze lecherous, completely different from the gentle demeanor he'd shown Wang Lu and the others earlier. "True enough. I just hope the master doesn't kill this one too, so I can have some leftovers." The fat chef nodded obsequiously. "Enough chatter. Hurry up and make 3 bowls of noodles." The man in the shirt waved his hand impatiently. The fat chef immediately started a pot and boiled water. Amid the bubbling sounds, noodles rolled in the water. When they were nearly done, he pulled out a small packet of white powder from a hidden pocket in his apron and casually shook it into the pot. The powder dissolved into the broth instantly, colorless and odorless. Minutes later, 3 bowls of noodles were placed on a tray, steam rising from them. The man in the shirt wiped the sweat from his palms and pushed through the door to leave. A long corridor separated the kitchen from the dining room, specifically designed to avoid prying eyes during the drugging process. At that moment, Wang Lu, Shui and Lin He sat on benches in the dining room chatting about the power dynamics and Qingqing. As footsteps approached, the man in the shirt set the tray on the table. "Please enjoy, gentlemen. It's a bit hot, so blow on it before eating." His smile had returned to its previous kindly appearance. "Great, thank you." Wang Lu nodded at him, and the three each picked up their bowls and began eating under the man's watchful gaze. "You eat first. I'll go prepare your rooms. There's no rush to leave tonight." Only after seeing them pick up their chopsticks did the man in the shirt feel comfortable leaving. The noodles were quickly finished. The man in the shirt returned, jingling keys as he said, "The rooms are ready. Please rest first." Wang Lu suddenly clutched his stomach. "Excuse me, where's the restroom?" Sharp pains shot through his intestines, but with his black iron realm constitution, this mild poison would only mean a few extra trips to the toilet. The man in the shirt naturally couldn't guess Wang Li's true strength, so he hadn't dared use stronger poison. "The restroom is in your room." The man smiled and led the way, arranging the 3 of them in rooms deep in the corridor. The rooms were spaced far apart, which he explained was because the other rooms were already occupied. As soon as the door closed, Wang Lu rushed into the bathroom to deal with the toxins in his system. While squatting there, the system notification suddenly chimed. Ding. Host has encountered an emergency situation. Please choose from the following options. 1. Flee immediately after detoxifying. Reward. Swift movement talisman, greatly increases speed. 2. A gentleman must have his revenge retaliate against the master of this place. Reward. Deadly poison, colorless and odorless, can kill anyone below gold rank. I was poisoned. Wang Lu was stunned. The spiritual fruits he'd eaten in the secret realm couldn't be poisonous. The only thing he'd consumed was that bowl of noodles. The kindness manner was the problem. He cursed under his breath and decisively selected the second option. He had to eliminate this cancer to prevent more people from being harmed. With his mind made up, he returned to the bed and closed his eyes, pretending to be unconscious. Creak. In less than a few minutes, the door was gently pushed open, and someone tiptoed into the room. He walked over to Wang Li's side and said, "Hey brother, wake up, there's a fire outside." "Damn it, kid, you're a complete idiot. Get up." The man cursed as his two rough hands yanked Wang Lu from the bed. Wang Li's body hit the ground hard, and hemp rope immediately bound his hands and feet. The rope was sturdy, but Wang Lu could clearly sense that he could break free with just a little effort, so his face showed no panic. The man who tied him up bent down, hoisted him onto his shoulder, and grumbled all the way. "Damn, this kid looks skinny, but he's heavy as a pig." The night wind howled as the man hurried through the corridor, carrying Wang Lu into a dilapidated courtyard behind the main building. Torches crackled in the yard, and 7 people were tied up in the corner, looking disheveled, Shuizi among them. Shuizi struggled desperately, his roars growing louder and louder. "You bastards! Let me go! Let me see my sister!" "Shut up!" A guard impatiently rushed over and slapped him across the face. "Brother He, brought you another one." The man carrying Wang Lu dumped him on the ground and patted his shoulder. Put him over there. Anyone else coming today?" Brother He glanced around at everyone. "Nope, that's all the pigs for now." The man chuckled and left. Brother He paced to the center of the courtyard, his voice low and menacing. "Listen up, starting tomorrow, you'll all work hard for me. Anyone who dares slack off, I'll kill them on the spot. Let me go? I need to find my sister." Shuizi had been knocked to the ground, but still wouldn't shut up. Brother He's eyes turned cold as he walked straight to Shuizi and drew the dagger from his waist. "Kid, looking for death? Say one more word, and I'll cripple you. I'll say 100 words if it means you'll release my sister. Do whatever you want of me." Shuizi's voice was hoarse, but filled with stubborn determination. "Yeah, since you want to be tough, let's cut out your tongue first." Brother He sneered, grabbing Shuizi's chin as the dagger gleamed coldly. Just as the blade approached, a tremendous force struck from nowhere. Bang! Brother He was kicked flying, crashing into the wall as brick fragments scattered everywhere. Wang Lu flexed his wrists as the broken hemp rope fell silently to the ground. He walked over to Shuizi and said softly, "Don't worry, I'll rescue your sister." Then he approached Brother He with an expressionless face. What do you want?" Brother He clutched his chest, his voice trembling involuntarily. That kick had given him a real taste of absolute power. "I have a few questions for you. Answer them honestly." Wang Lu bent down to pick up the steel blade Brother He had dropped and snapped it in half with his bare hands. Crack. The cold steel broke into 2 pieces with a clean break. Gulp. Brother He swallowed hard. "Boss, let's talk this through. I'll tell you everything I know. What exactly is this Shan Manor for?" Wang Lu got straight to the point. "Boss, Shan Manor is just a front." Brother He nodded repeatedly, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "All the men are used like livestock, and as for the women, what happened to those women?" Wang Lu asked, feeling an ominous premonition in his heart. They. The man called Black Brother stammered, unable to get the words out. "Speak up." Even Wang Lu, who was usually good-tempered, couldn't help but lose his cool and kicked Black Brother hard. Wang Li's kick carried at least 100 pounds of force. Black Brother was sent flying, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his breathing labored. "I'm asking you one last time, what exactly did you do to those women?" Wang Lu walked over to Black Brother and continued questioning. The boss kept them for himself first, then passed them to his men afterward. Regardless of age, basically none of them survived. Black Brother finished speaking, and Shuizi went berserk like a wild animal. You damned bastards!" Shuizi shouted as he crawled toward Black Brother. Before Black Brother could react, Shuizi bit off his ear. "Ouch! Are you part dog or something?" Black Brother clutched his ear and glared at Shuizi. Wang Lu quickly pulled Shuizi away. "Shuizi, calm down. I promise your sister will be safe. Don't make things worse now. Brother, I'm begging you, please save my sister. She's only 12. After speaking, Shuizi dropped to his knees before Wang Lu with a thud. "Get up. I'll make sure your sister is safe." After helping Shuizi to his feet, Wang Lu approached Black Brother again. "Tell me, what's the layout of this compound, and where does your boss usually stay?" "The layout is simple. The front area is where we live, and those small houses in the back are for the captives. The front compound is divided into 4 sections: east, south, west, and north. The boss usually stays in the eastern section, but I don't know which specific room. Black Brother was now terrified by Wang Lu and didn't dare tell another lie. Good, at least you're being honest. After questioning him, Wang Lu turned and left. Black Brother felt relieved when he saw this. Just when he thought he was safe, he suddenly felt a chill below, followed by indescribable pain coursing through his entire body. Before leaving the courtyard, Wang Lu had decided to castrate Black Brother. There happened to be a broken blade on the ground, which he casually threw. Judging by the sound, it hit its mark. After leaving the courtyard, Wang Lu rushed toward the eastern compound. Along the way, he prayed that Tang Xiaojia hadn't come to this Qingqing. An innocent young girl would be too vulnerable under such extreme circumstances. When Wang Lu reached the eastern compound, he observed carefully. There were over 30 rooms in the east section, with only 5 showing lights. Wang Lu didn't have time to check each one, so he headed straight for the most luxurious-looking house. Bang! He kicked the door open and entered. Scanning the room, he found Xue Ling tied up with rope, struggling on the bed. The sound of someone bathing came from the bathroom. Who's there? Don't you know to knock when entering at night? A rough voice came from the bathroom, sounding like it belonged to someone around 40 years old. Wang Lu ignored him and walked straight to Xue Ling. Xue Ling was already suffering from a cold, and now being tied up, she looked completely exhausted. Linger, don't be afraid. I'll get you out of here right now. As soon as he finished speaking, the bathroom door creaked open with a squeak, and a corpulent middle-aged man squeezed out. His unkempt beard hung messily over his chest, and his exposed round belly was carelessly wrapped with a floral towel clearly fresh from a bath. This man was Fan Dabiao, the owner of this estate. Always cunning and suspicious, he immediately flew into a rage upon seeing a strange young man in the room. Who are you? Someone come quickly. There's an intruder. At the same time, he rushed to the bedside like greased lightning and grabbed the pet capsule from beside the pillow, clutching it tightly in his palm. Wang Lu remained silent throughout, his gaze calm, simply raising his hand to summon Pangda. A black and white figure landed on the ground. The round, chubby, iron-eating beast looked up and yawned. An iron-eating beast? Fan Dabiao was stunned, then forced himself to sound tough. Kid, who exactly are you? What do you want breaking in here? Wang Lu remained unmoved, his voice indifferent. I'm asking you, where are the medicines? Before he finished speaking, hurried footsteps echoed through the estate's corridor. In the blink of an eye, over 20 thugs crowded the doorway, each with a fierce iron-toothed hound crouched at their feet, clearly from the same organization. A vicious look flashed across Fan Dabiao's face as he pointed at Wang Lu and roared. This punk has lost his damn mind. Drag him out and beat him to death and delay me from enjoying my beauty. The thugs swarmed forward. Wang Lu advanced instead of retreating, raising his hand to command. Pangda, great flame fist. Boom. Orange-eared flames rolled like waves, surging toward the doorway. The iron-toothed hounds howled in agony as the thugs scrambled frantically in the scorching blaze, their cries for help and curses mixing together. It's burning me alive. Get water, quick. Stop stepping on my damn foot. The flames rolled for mere moments before the people and beasts at the door were reduced to ash. Throughout this, Wang Lu shielded Xue Ling in his arms, gently covering her ears with one hand. Not a single spark touched the girl's clothing. When the smoke cleared, only the terrified Fan Dabiao remained in the room. His lips trembling, he forced a smile. What? What do you want? Let's make money peacefully. If you fancy my business, take it any time. I can even work for you. Even at this moment, he still thought he was dealing with a rival trying to muscle in on his territory, unable to believe that someone would truly destroy such massive profits just to save a few lives. Wang Lu repeated the same question. Where are all the medicines? In the wardrobe. Fan Dabiao pointed toward the corner wardrobe with a shaking hand, his voice trembling. Take as much as you want, just spare my life. Foolish. Wang Lu chuckled softly. The next instant, he commanded coolly, Pangda, charge. The black iron-level Pangda's feet sank down, his massive body becoming a black and white blur as he thundered into Fan Dabiao's abdomen. After a dull thud, the latter didn't even have time to scream before collapsing to the ground with terror and unwillingness. His chest caved in. All life gone. A black iron-level charge carried at least 1,000 pounds of force, enough to crush human bones. Only then did Wang Lu walk to the wardrobe, picking out fever medicine to hold in his palm, while storing all other medications in his storage ring, then returned to Xue Ling's side. Here, take this medicine. He pulled out a disposable cup, filled it with warm water from the dispenser, and poured several special cold medicine pills into the girl's palm. It's mixed with some kind of beast bile, so it tastes a bit bitter, but it's very effective. Xue Ling frowned as she swallowed the pills, the bitter taste flooding her mouth, but her complexion quickly became more rosy and her eyes much clearer. Wang Lu tucked the blanket around her, his tone gentle. Linger, rest here for now and keep the door locked tight. Your brother will handle some business and be right back. After Wang Lu finished speaking, he helped untie the ropes binding Xue Ling. Big brother, is my brother okay? The moment her wrists were freed, Shui Ling ignored the red marks left by the ropes on her arms and looked up anxiously. Don't worry, your brother is fine. He's staying put in the room. Wang Li's tone was calm as he gently patted her shoulder, then pushed open the door and left. The courtyard was already filled with figures, all Fan Dabiao's subordinates, every one of them ordinary people. Leading them was the man in the shirt who had escorted Wang Lu inside earlier. The man now hung his head low, wishing he could bury his face in the dirt. He had heard clearly the screams that had come from inside the room moments ago. 9 times out of 10, his companions who had gone in were now taking their final journey. The more he thought about it, the more guilty he felt. He instinctively averted his gaze, but the more deliberately he tried to avoid eye contact, the more conspicuous it became. Wang Lu walked up to him step by step and lifted his chin. You're the one who brought me in? The lamplight illuminated the shirt-wearing man's features, and Wang Lu recognized him. Misunderstanding. Big brother, it's really a misunderstanding. The man waved his hands frantically. If I told you I barely know them and have no idea what they do, would you believe me? This man's real name was Damao. He had followed Fan Dabiao the longest. Though he had no beast companion, he was full of schemes and had a vicious heart. The idea of charity village to suppress the refugees had been his suggestion. You take me for a fool? Wang Lu sneered coldly. Fine, then go join them for a reunion. Before he finished speaking, Damao dropped to his knees with a thud. Master, I wouldn't dare. Cut the nonsense. Now take me to find all the refugees. Then gather all you scumbags here. Not a single refugee can be missing, and every one of you bastards must be present. If you leave anyone out, you're dead. If you hide anyone, you're still dead. Wang Li's voice remained flat, but carried no warmth whatsoever. Yes, please wait. Damao wiped his cold sweat as he scrambled to his feet and hurried to comply. Damao's nature was to betray others to save himself. He first untied all the refugees, including Shuizi, then used a combination of coaxing and deceiving to drag his companions out from various hiding places, herding them all to the original courtyard. The moment everyone stepped through the gate, they saw the gruesome scene of blood everywhere. Several quick-thinking ones tried to flee, but Wang Lu struck them down with a palm strike, killing them instantly. The remaining people turned pale with terror and dared not move. Shuizi ignored everyone else and hurried to Wang Li's side, his voice hoarse. Big brother, my sister? Is she all right? During the wait, he had been on pins and needles. Don't worry, she's in the room. Go bring her out. After Wang Lu spoke, he surveyed the surroundings. Everyone else, follow me to a more spacious place. In the courtyard alone, Fan Dabiao had over 100 lackeys, plus more than 300 refugees. Except for the few newly captured ones Wang Lu had seen before, the rest of the refugees looked dazed, bearing wounds of varying severity. Wang Lu wasted no more time and led this large group through the corridors to the open space in the center of the courtyard complex. The clearing was spacious enough that even with the crowd divided into groups, it didn't feel cramped. He raised his hand to separate them. On the left, all the refugees. On the right, the thugs led by Damao. Once both sides were positioned, Wang Li's voice rang clearly through the night. I've gathered you here to announce something. He paused for a moment, his gaze locking onto the group of refugees who looked terrified and were covered in filth and blood. You are free, Wang Lu declared to the refugees. The numerous refugees exchanged glances with one another, but no one moved, as if none of them could believe this was real. Didn't you hear what my grandfather said? You're free. Damao's voice boomed like muffled thunder as he strode to the center of the courtyard and shouted at everyone. After half a second of stillness, the chaotic crowd suddenly erupted. Free. I can actually be free. Thank you. Thank you. Haha. Finally free. 300 disheveled refugees embraced, wept, and knelt to kiss the earth, their tears mixing with mud and water in a scene both tragic and euphoric. Standing on the steps, Wang Lu frowned deeply, saw the numbness and cowering of people who had been enslaved for too long. Without completely reversing this, even if released, they would be nothing more than walking corpses. Damao, look, they're all free now. Damao squeezed through the chaos to Wang Li's side, grinning obsequiously. From now on, let me lead the brothers to follow you. Grandfather, you're the real hero. Even at this moment, he couldn't change his shameless ways. Wang Li didn't respond, his gaze sweeping over the refugees before finally settling back on Damao, his voice low as winter wind. This man tricked me into coming here. Now I want him to pay the price. As the words fell, a hand strike swift as lightning hit Damao square in the throat. The latter's throat constricted, and he collapsed to the ground without even managing a scream, dead. Wang Lu calmly withdrew his hand. My revenge is complete. Now it's your turn. You can take whatever revenge you want. Cowards who don't dare act, leave now. Think carefully about what these people did to you in the past. With that, he turned and walked out of the courtyard gate, sitting alone on the stone steps by the entrance, looking up at the moon. In just a few short days, he had witnessed the cruelty of one benevolent manor. Heaven knows how many similar places existed in the world. He just wanted to find his sister as quickly as possible. Angry roars erupted from within the courtyard. Kill them all. These beasts. Damn you. Give me back my wife. My little brother was beaten to death just for taking a breath. The waves of sound surged like wind tearing through the night sky. Wang Li's heart remained still as water, simply waiting for that fury to burn itself out. After about half an hour, the killing sounds abruptly ceased, leaving only scattered footsteps passing by him. Fan de Biao's forces numbered less than 100 against 300 enraged refugees. The outcome needed no explanation. When most of the crowd had dispersed, he returned to the courtyard. Under the moonlight, blood flowed like rivers, and corpses lay scattered everywhere. A few survivors, severely wounded, convulsed and wailed in pools of blood. Wang Lu surveyed the scene and spoke indifferently. Whoever knows where there are resources, I'll save them. I know too. Several voices from the crowd competed to respond. Eventually, the smallest person, a young man who still seemed to have some strength, was pushed forward to lead Wang Lu in search of supplies. Shuizi had hidden quite a treasure trove enough for Wang Lu to use for half a year. Wang Lu collected all the resources into his storage ring, then immediately turned to leave. A man with a broken leg shouted from behind. Didn't you say you'd save me? Take me with you. Wang Lu didn't even turn his head. Not killing you is already saving you. As he was leaving the courtyard, he had originally intended to clean up the remaining threats, but suddenly saw a massive flame shoot up from the center of the courtyard, with scorching waves roaring and spreading to all corners in an instant. Just as he stood puzzled, Shuizi emerged in a disheveled state, dragging his sister Shueling, both splattered with gasoline stains. What are you doing? Wang Lu frowned. Nothing much, just set a fire. Shuizi wiped his face and grinned cheerfully. Ruthless enough. Wang Lu nodded. Where do you plan to go next? Big brother. We siblings want to follow you. After saying this, the siblings knelt down together before Wang Lu. You too, get up first. Wang Lu hurriedly bent down to help them, pulling them up with a firm grip. I'm searching everywhere for my sister, and you're still young. Following me will only bring you suffering. After steadying them, he briefly explained his current predicament. His motorcycle had just been dismantled by Mao's gang, leaving nothing but scrap metal. Now he didn't even have decent transportation, and taking 2 more children would certainly slow him down. Big brother, we won't hold you back, Shuizi said with a forced smile. We can even take care of you on the road. Just give us some food and water, that's all we need. He could hear Wang Li's concerns, but still insisted on following. Wang Lu pondered for a moment, then could only nod. All right, come with me for now. If we meet suitable families along the way, I'll settle you with them. As soon as he said this, he had already made up his mind to send the siblings away once he found a safe place. We'll listen to Big Brother. Shuizi was so delighted he nearly jumped up. That night, Wang Lu didn't push himself any further and led the two to find a relatively quiet hillside, where they spent the night leaning against thick tree trunks. The next morning, cool wind carried thin mist toward them. Wake up. Who said you could sleep here? A rough, hoarse voice approached with footsteps. Wang Lu was already sleeping restlessly and woke up with rising anger. What's your problem? Where I sleep is none of your business. This is our territory. You lying here interferes with our tree cutting, so of course it's my business. The man held an axe and kept kicking at the 3 of them with his foot. Go on, get lost, and sleep somewhere else. Shuizi immediately exploded. Can't you go cut somewhere else first? Don't you see my big brother isn't awake yet? Oh, so you've got an attitude now. The leading man called out to his surroundings. Brothers, come over here and throw these 3 far away. About 20 bare-chested men emerged from the bushes, all carrying axes. Wearing shorts and rubber boots, they looked like a mobile logging crew. Wang Lu stood up and dusted off his pants. Linger, let's go. The siblings followed closely behind, but the leader kept running his mouth with foul language. Damn, should have gotten lost earlier. What stubborn fools. Before he finished speaking smack, Wang Lu stepped forward and delivered a slap as heavy as thunder, knocking the man to the ground. The others rushed forward, but were no match at all. Fists and feet flew, screams rose one after another, and within a dozen breaths, everyone was down. The leader struggled to his feet, covering his face and viciously threatening. Kid, you dare touch us? This isn't over. He then fled, with the others following in disgrace. Big brother, should we leave? Shuizi asked, clenching his fists. No, we wait for them to come back. Wang Li's gaze was cold and stern. He always believed in eliminating problems completely. Negotiation was best, but if that failed, he would never give opponents a chance to grow stronger and seek revenge. Shuizi said nothing more, only bent down to pick up a sharp stone fragment and stood guard beside Wang Lu. Shueling picked up a tree branch. Before long, a large crowd approached from the opposite direction. At a rough glance, the dark mass of figures numbered at least 200, twice the size of Shanzhuang's group. Leading them was a woman with neat short hair and a cold expression, closely followed by an elderly man leaning on a cane. Having heard that her subordinates had been injured, she was burning with rage and had decided to mobilize everyone to seek justice. However, after crossing the final dozen meters, she froze completely. Wang Li's eyes widened in equal shock as both called out each other's names almost simultaneously. Wang Lu, Lin Zhuqing. The newcomer was indeed Lin Zhuqing. Since escaping from Qingcheng, she had gathered her former troops and claimed this territory, quickly establishing her own power base in a short time. No one had expected to encounter an old acquaintance here. "What are you doing here?" they asked in unison, then looked at each other and smiled. Lin Zhuqing suppressed her killing intent and stepped forward. "This isn't the place to talk. Let's go to our headquarters first." She rarely showed a smile in front of her subordinates, but now facing Wang Lu, her expression softened, leaving the crowd behind her stunned. Their usually stern leader was actually smiling at a man. "All right, let's go to your place." Wang Lu nodded. He hadn't expected to run into Lin Zhuqing here either, and judging by this display, she was doing quite well for herself. With this connection, the previously tense atmosphere instantly dissolved, and both sides put away their weapons. Wang Lu, Xue Zi, and Xue Ling followed Lin Zhuqing through the desolate streets to her headquarters. The camp was built on the outskirts of Qingcheng, resembling more of a temporary village. Thick logs formed walls with sharpened tops that gleamed coldly in the setting sun, while rows of simple houses were scattered within the walls. What surprised Wang Lu was the presence of elderly people and children in the village, all of whom respectfully greeted Lin Zhuqing. After walking through two gray-white gravel paths, the group stopped in front of a modern-looking two-story building. Its clean, transparent glass windows formed a stark contrast with the crude wooden houses surrounding it. "This is where I live. Come in and let's talk. I'll have someone prepare some food." Lin Zhuqing opened the door and gestured for several subordinates to disperse and continue their work. The living room was fully equipped with sofas and coffee tables, while an open kitchen in the corner featured an induction cooker and wok, their metallic surfaces gleaming under the lights. Xue Zi and Xue Ling looked around in amazement, surprised to see such modern amenities in this ruined city. Everyone took their seats as Lin Zhuqing poured hot water, steam rising from the porcelain cups. "Wang Le, how did you end up here?" Wang Le didn't mention that he had become a black iron, but told her everything else, escaping from the secret realm and destroying Shanzhuang. Shanzhuang. Lin Zhuqing frowned upon hearing this. "I was planning to personally lead a team to wipe them out in the next few days." Wang Lu pressed further. "Tell me about you. How did you all escape from Qingqing back then? And what's the situation here?" Lin Zhuqing sighed, recalling the chaos of that time. "The beast tide nearly swallowed me whole. Thanks to teacher Shun Wu's intervention, I was saved. My subordinates and I retreated from Qingcheng and fled along the highway until we found this place. This used to be a city, but after a failed renovation project, the residents moved away and the entire city gradually became abandoned. We were the first group to arrive here, and the main city should have been mine originally." As he spoke, anger flashed across Lin Zhuqing's face. "So what exactly happened? Why aren't you the city lord now?" Wang Le couldn't suppress his curiosity and pressed for answers. Lin Zhuqing gripped the edge of the table and took a deep breath. "I wasn't the only one who escaped to this new Qing city. Song Yuanshan came too, bringing a large group of students, along with his prized disciple Li Mu and his strategist known as Old Ghost. In terms of raw power alone, I couldn't even handle Li Mu, let alone deal with that Old Ghost schemes." He sighed self-mockingly, lamenting his own weakness. Wang Lu recalled Song Yuanshan, the man everyone in Old Qing City praised as a philanthropist, and asked, "How has he treated the people since becoming city lord?" "Don't even get me started." Lin Zhuqing sneered coldly. At first, he acted like a saint, promising to protect everyone. But within days, he realized that no one would reward him for doing good or punish him for doing evil. So he immediately showed his true colors, demanding that all residents contribute grain weekly, and anyone who couldn't pay enough would be dragged off for forced labor. To protect his reputation, Old Ghost came up with a vicious scheme: force smaller factions like ours to hand over large amounts of resources first, threatening to crush anyone who refused. When people couldn't produce what was demanded, they had no choice but to exploit the common folk, and he simply turned a blind eye. No wonder places like Shan Village appeared. Wang Lu frowned deeply. In such a short time, Song Yuanshan has become this kind of person. Suddenly, Lin Zhuqing looked up with urgent eyes. "Wang Lu, could you help us?" "Help with what?" "Help us turn the tide." "How could I help?" "Overthrow Song Yuanshan. I'll support you with all my forces." Wang Lu was taken aback. "I still need to find my sister. How could I have time to help you?" "You can definitely do it," Lin Zhuqing said urgently. "Teacher Shin told me when he saved me that you're already a 9th level beast tamer. Give you all our resources, and you'll break through to black iron rank quickly. Once you become city lord with thousands of people under your command, wouldn't finding your sister be much faster?" Wang Lu recalled the dangerous crossroads. If he had had subordinates searching in different directions then, perhaps he would have found Xiao Jiao already. He nodded thoughtfully. "That makes sense." Seeing this, Lin Zhuqing immediately pressed, "So we'll do it?" "All right, let's do as you suggest." Wang Lu made his decision. Though Song Yuanshan's strength remained unknown, Wang Lu wasn't worried with the divine beast panda by his side and Yin Hu's strange abilities, Victory wasn't impossible. Lin Zhuqing's spirits lifted immediately. I'll gather resources right away to help you break through to Black Iron rank. With the accumulated wealth of over 200 people, we should be able to create a Black Iron ranker. No need to prepare resources, I am already Black Iron rank. Since they were working together, Wang Lu saw no need to hide everything from them. The Shuizi siblings stood nearby, and after hearing Wang Li's background, both widened their eyes in shock. No wonder their big brother had such incredible combat power. He was actually a Black Iron level powerhouse. That's even better. When should we go to the city lord's mansion? Lin Zhuqing's emotions were instantly ignited upon hearing this. However, Wang Lu shook his head. Don't rush. I don't even know what Song Yuanshan's beast companion is yet. Going there rashly would likely result in us being at a disadvantage. Besides, he has strategists around him, so this matter requires careful planning. Unlike Lin Zhuqing's straightforward thinking, Wang Lu considered the environment and backup support comprehensively. They weren't at school now, and the principal couldn't protect them. Once they confronted Song Yuanshan, it wouldn't just be a personal grudge between him and Lin Zhuqing, but would affect the lives and deaths of thousands in Qingqing. Lin Zhuqing cut straight to the point. I'll follow your lead. What do you think we should do? First, gather the faction leaders like yourself, Wang Lu said after pondering for a moment. To overthrow Song Yuanshan, I alone won't be enough. Those people have long grown accustomed to his control and depend on him for their livelihood. If I don't win them over first, even defeating Song Yuanshan would just mean replacing one boss with another. Moreover, if it really comes to a fight, I might not necessarily win through sheer strength alone. I'll need to borrow their minds and manpower for strategic planning. Understood. I'll go find them right away. Lin Zhuqing stood up. Wang Lu suddenly added, wait. Also assign 100 people to help me find my sister. I'll give you her photo right now, and report back to me once a week. All right, Lin Zhuqing readily agreed. Before leaving, she first instructed servants to prepare a table of steaming hot dishes for Wang Lu, then deployed over 100 subordinates in groups to search for Tang Xiaojia. After making these arrangements, she mounted her horse and left the village, heading toward the territories of other factions. Currently, only 4 major factions remained in Qingqing: Lin Zhuqing, Shan Zhuang, Zhang Shan, and Li Shi, one of which had already been wiped out by Wang Lu earlier. Before long, Lin Zhuqing indeed brought Zhang Shan and Li Shi to the village entrance. Along the way, Zhang Shan couldn't help but mutter, we don't usually have any relationship, so why are you suddenly inviting us to dinner? What are you up to? Don't be such a nag. Lin Zhuqing was too lazy to explain and continued spurring her horse forward. Zhang Shan was originally a bandit from the nearby mountains. When he saw smoke rising from the abandoned city again, he planned to take advantage of the chaos for some quick profit, but ended up running into Song Yuanshan. Not only did he fail to rob anyone, but he was forcibly conscripted. Among the 4 factions, Zhang Shan harbored the greatest resentment towards Song Yuanshan, only wanted to freely rob the occasional wealthy merchant, but now was forced to exploit the common people, leaving him frustrated yet helpless. Li Shi came from a background of displaced people and had gathered a group of brothers through his fierce loyalty and righteousness. He didn't want to harm the common folk, but knowing he was just an ordinary person with no power to resist orders, he could only submit. Having experienced displacement himself, he took special care of the people, and his reputation even subtly surpassed Song Yuanshan's. The 3 rode swiftly and finally entered Lin Zhuqing's simple yet spacious tile-roofed house. Wang Lu, I've brought the people you wanted to see. Lin Zhuqing pushed open the door first, her tone carrying the relief of having completed her mission. Good. Everyone sit down and let's have a chat. Wang Lu sat on the sofa, greeting everyone present. The living room was brightly lit, with steam still rising from the kettle on the coffee table. As Zhang Shan stepped through the door, he immediately spotted the teenage boy sitting confidently in the host's seat, and his brow furrowed instantly. Lin Zhuqing, we came here to give you face, so you should at least tell us what this is about. His fiery temper was barely contained. A man in his 40s being received in such a condescending manner by someone so young naturally left him seething. Sit down and talk, then we'll know, Li Shi said casually, pulling out a chair and settling at the other end of the sofa with complete indifference, his demeanor remaining calm throughout. In a corner of the room, the Shuizi siblings were quietly observing everyone. Wang Lu glanced at them, thinking it somewhat inappropriate for children to be present at such a gathering, but said nothing more. Zhang Shan let out a heavy snort, but still took his seat on the sofa. Lin Zhuqing sat down right next to Wang Lu, his movements as respectful as a servant's, picking up a cup of warm water and handing it to Wang Lu. Zhang Shan and Li Shi exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. They both knew Lin Zhuqing's bad temper well, how he could turn hostile at the drop of a hat, yet they had never seen him adopt such a submissive posture. Even more absurd was that this boy looked no more than 18 or 19, yet could make Lin Zhuqing behave this way. Wang Lu accepted the water cup and looked up, asking casually, I wonder how you 2 have been getting along in Qingqing. The 2 men exchanged glances again, puzzled by why the young man had suddenly posed this question. Li Shi was the first to laugh. Haha, It's just like that, never a moment's rest. Zhang Shan also chimed in gruffly. What do you expect? Every day we're doing things that damn our souls. I probably don't have much time left. I wonder if you two would like to change your way of life? Forgive my bluntness, but your current existence is no different from being in prison, Wang Lu said directly. Yeah, you make it sound easy. You think we can just change because you say so? Zhang Shan scoffed. If not for Lin Zhuqing's sake, he would have stormed out long ago. When I say change, it might not work, but if everyone says change together, then there's no problem, Wang Lu replied, his expression unchanged. Oh, I get it now. You're fed up with being oppressed by that old bastard Song Yuanshan and want to rebel, right? Zhang Shan's voice rose. Let me tell you, don't talk to me about this. If you've got the guts, go tell him yourself and see if he doesn't beat you to death. Though his words were harsh, this bandit who had lived most of his life wasn't easily intimidated, yet he felt somewhat uneasy inside. Li Shi remained silent throughout. Not being a beast tamer, he had the weakest position. If not for his considerable influence among the masses, Song Yuanshan would have dealt with him long ago. Take a look at this, Wang Li said. As his words fell, two beast companions appeared simultaneously, one black, one white, their scales and wings gleaming coldly under the lights. He didn't deliberately restrain his aura, and the bronze-level pressure instantly enveloped the entire room, making the air feel compressed and everyone's breathing heavy. After this brief show of force, he recalled his beast companions into his spatial bracelet and said calmly, Song Yuanshan, naturally, I'll go find him. But before that, I need to have a clear discussion with you two first. Where was Zhang Shan's earlier disdain? At this moment, there was only shock. Had been in this business for half his life and was only an 8th level beast tamer. Li Shi was even more shaken to his core. At such a young age, to possess such power? He couldn't help but stand up and bow respectfully. We don't know what orders you have for us, sir. Among common people, sir, was the usual term of respect for beast tamers. I'd like both of you to help me take down Qingqing. Wang Lu explained his intentions. Now that all the demonstrations were complete, what remained was to see how they would negotiate the price. I'm not sure how I should cooperate with you. After witnessing Wang Lu intimidate the entire crowd with his black iron level strength, Li Shi appeared exceptionally enthusiastic. Simple. You just need to convince most people to stop sending resources and food to Song Yuanshan. Wang Lu spoke bluntly. I'm afraid that won't work. Resources are delivered weekly, and if we miss the deadline, it will surely provoke Song Yuanshan's wrath. I cannot bear the brunt of his fury. Li Shi shook his head with a bitter smile. Don't worry. As long as Song Yuanshan dares to make a move, I'll help you, Wang Lu said, then turned to look at Zhang Shan. When the time comes, I'll need you to join forces with me to resist him. You're already at black iron level, and you still need me? Zhang Shan clicked his tongue with a hint of self-mockery. Of course I need you. I can't possibly defeat Song Yuanshan in single combat. Wang Lu threw out his bargaining chip. After this succeeds, I'll be grateful to both of you. Once I take control of Qingqing, I guarantee it will be like before the beast tide occurred. Everyone will be equal. He didn't promise gold or silver, nor did he offer official positions. He gave only 4 words, everyone equal. Zhang Shan and Li Shi exchanged glances. In these chaotic times, being able to live with dignity was already a luxury. The world had turned upside down. The strong were unrestrained, and power had long since led them astray from their original intentions, creating a situation where big fish devoured small fish. Better to be a dog in peacetime than a human in wartime. This saying was firmly etched in both men's hearts. Can you really achieve this? What if after overthrowing Song Yuanshan, you become just like him, or even worse? Before Li Shi could finish, the young man interrupted him. Rest assured, I swear here that if I break this promise, I am unworthy of being a person in the beast-taming world. Wang Lu spoke solemnly. He wasn't originally from this world anyway. It wasn't that he deliberately left himself an escape route, but rather that oaths in this world took effect. Oathbreakers would suffer bad luck at best, or be struck by lightning at worst. Only after hearing this did Zhang Shan feel somewhat reassured. Li Shi then proposed his condition. I can help you, but after this succeeds, let me leave. I don't want to stay in this place for even one more day. Agreed. Wang Lu nodded. With that, this small alliance was officially formed. The three immediately began repeatedly rehearsing the details of dealing with Song Yuanshan. Time flew by quickly. A month had passed. The city lord's mansion, a fortress-like building left over from the old era, identical in appearance to a castle, with entirely European-style interior decoration. Crimson carpets covered the corridors, and heavy iron candelabras stood between the high walls. In the center of the great hall, Song Yuanshan reclined in a massive wooden chair, with a beautiful woman on each side gently fanning him with feathers. Below, 2 rows of people stood in neat formation, one side led by Li Mu, the other headed by Old Ghost. In just one short month, Song Yuanshan had already regarded himself as a supreme emperor. Song Yuanshan's gaze looked down from above, his voice melodious, yet brooking no argument. Li Mu, today is another resource collection day, isn't it? Yes, principal. Lord of the manor. Li Mu quickly bowed his head and corrected himself. Most of his family members served in the Imperial Dragon Army and were loyal to the Dragon Kingdom. Now that Song Yuanshan had proclaimed himself king, though Li Mu felt conflicted inside, he dared not speak out. After collecting resources today, tell them that next week, they need to prepare 30% more resources. Song Yuanshan sat in his chair and spoke. Lord, this approach seems inappropriate. The common people are already struggling to provide the required resources. If we increase it by another 30%. Before he could finish, Li Mu was about to chime in when Song Yuanshan cut him off sharply. Enough. Say no more. The hall fell silent instantly. The red-hot coals in the brazier crackled and popped, casting flickering shadows across Song Yuanshan's face. He surveyed the crowd, his voice low and commanding. You must understand, I didn't force these thousands of people to stay in Qingqing. If they left, they'd be torn apart by the roaming beasts out there. I'm protecting them. Since I provide protection, what's unreasonable about them paying tribute? No one dared speak again. Old Ghost, who always prided himself on being shrewd, shrank into the shadows with his cloudy eyes, yet he clearly realized Song Yuanshan had changed. No one could restrain him anymore, seemed to think the whole world owed him something. You're absolutely right, Lord. I'll convey your message. Li Mu suppressed his dissatisfaction and bowed his head in agreement. Song Yuanshan's current demeanor filled him with both fear and dread. After the meeting concluded, everyone filed out of the hall. Night wind rushed through the high windows, causing the hanging curtains to rustle with soft collision sounds. Li Mu mounted his horse with over a dozen loyal followers and left the castle, heading toward the outskirts of Qingqing. The post-disaster world had regressed to the age of cold weapons. Pale moonlight bathed the desolate official road as Li Mu's group galloped toward the small village where Lin Zhuqing lived. Since they knew each other, he habitually chose to stop here first. The fence at the village entrance was broken, and the night couldn't hide the silence. Li Mu stepped inside while more than 10 guards spread out on both sides to patrol. Li Mu, long time no see. The sudden shout startled him slightly. He turned to see Wang Lu approaching with a long blade in hand. Wang Lu, what are you doing here? Li Mu was so surprised he nearly lost his voice, never expecting to encounter an old friend in this remote village. Wang Lu laughed heartily. Haha, I heard there was a bastard causing trouble around here, so I came to deal with him. He walked up to Li Mu with piercing eyes. Li Mu's expression darkened. Who are you calling a bastard? Who else? Your principal, of course. Wang Lu pointed toward Qingsheng without courtesy. Gets a little power and starts oppressing the people. Li Mu's subordinates glared angrily upon hearing this, several gripping their sword hilts, ready to attack. Stand down. Li Mu raised his hand to stop them, then looked at Wang Lu. From your tone, you've been around Qingsheng for quite some time. Actually, the principal isn't that bad, at least he stayed to protect everyone. Having the people contribute some food and resources isn't excessive, is it? Long-term association with Song Yuanshan had gradually dulled Li Mu's perception of his problems. Not excessive? Wang Lu raised an eyebrow and snorted coldly. How much can one old man eat? Will the Dragon Kingdom really leave us disconnected people alone forever? Someday we'll return to the fold. When that happens, his evil deeds will catch up with him. Besides, most of what Song Yuanshan collects goes to waste. Look how many villagers can't even get a full meal. Without his protection, Qingsheng would be better off. Li Mu fell silent. He knew Wang Lu never spoke carelessly. Anyone willing to investigate could uncover Song Yuanshan's true actions within half an hour. So what do you want to do? If you don't comply, you'll have to venture out on your own. Li Mu looked up with complex emotions in his eyes. Simple replaced the city lord. With whom? Me. Wang Lu stared at Li Mu with unwavering determination. He had gone to great lengths with his persuasion, hoping to win Li Mu over, recruit him if possible, eliminate him if not. Li Mu looked at Wang Lu and said, It seems you're quite confident in your abilities. Come on, let's fight. No matter how wrong the principal may be, he has shown me tremendous kindness. In the center of the square, Li Mu raised his hand to halt Feng Xingying and stepped forward, his voice echoing across the stone pavement. His gaze was cold and stubborn, clearly viewing Wang Lu as the final barrier standing before his mentor. As his words faded, he flicked his wrist and contract light flashed swiftly. Feng Xingying appeared first, spreading its wings and stirring up dust and sand across the ground. Following closely behind were over a dozen of Li Mu's subordinates. Contract lights flickered one after another as giant wolves, armored rhinos, flame lizards, and various other spirit beasts lined up in formation. Their low growls mixed with the clashing of metal, resembling a makeshift miniature beast tide. In the corner, Lin Zhuju clenched her sleeves, her breathing slightly irregular. She remembered Wang Lu once saying he would deal with Li Mu, but now Li Mu had brought a group of beast tamers with a clear numerical advantage. She feared that launching a surprise attack might put Wang Lu at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Wang Lu casually raised his hand as contract patterns emerged, and Pangda's figure materialized in white light. Its round body hit the ground with a dull thud, but the coldness gleaming in those dark-circled eyes made the surrounding air suddenly heavy. Li Mu, why don't you just surrender? Wang Lu narrowed his eyes, his tone serious. I'm not sure if my next move will affect you too. Li Mu sneered. Haven't seen you for a while, and you've learned to be such a nag. With that, he waved his hand. Attack. Over a dozen beast tamers shouted commands in unison as their spirit beasts tensed their muscles, radiating killing intent. However, the next second, Wang Lu spoke calmly. Pangda frozen wasteland. Boom. Coldness exploded from Pangda's palm, as if the entire atmosphere was instantly compressed into a freezing current. Li Mu and his group didn't even have time to react before feeling the bone-piercing cold, their blood seeming to freeze. White frost crept inch by inch across their armor and clothing, and in the next moment, everyone along with their spirit beasts was frozen into crystal-clear ice sculptures. Sunlight shone on the ice surface, refracting scattered rainbow light that made this battle look like a frozen work of art. Wang Lu patted Pangdao's head and frowned as he muttered, I told you all to surrender earlier. He remembered Lin Zhuzhu had secretly followed with her people, and now they could be put to good use. Lin Zhuzhu, tie them all up, just don't let them freeze to death. Lin Zhuzhu emerged upon hearing this, leading her subordinates to skillfully loop thick hemp ropes around the ice sculptures, careful not to crack the ice with any sudden movements. Wang Lu then summoned Yinhu, and the pale golden fox pricked up its ears, circling around the row of spirit beasts. Its pupils gleamed with strange light, and with just brief eye contact, it memorized each beast's size and abilities. This was the terrifying aspect of Yinhu's mimicry talent. After finishing up, Wang Lu yawned and returned to his room to rest. Capturing Li Mu is just the first step. There's still a pile of things to handle, so I need to get enough rest. The door closed, and his silhouette was quickly swallowed by darkness. Inside the mansion, Song Yuanshan sat upright in the main hall, his gaze fixed on the long, thin shadow in the sunset outside the door, but his brow furrowed deeper and deeper. A whole day had passed, and Li Mu still hadn't returned. His patience was nearly exhausted. Go get Old Ghost. Soon, the gaunt, gray-robed Old Ghost arrived with a bow. Master, what are your orders? How long has Li Mu been out? Why hasn't he returned yet? Song Yuanshan leaned back in his chair, his fingers unconsciously tapping the armrest. Master, please don't worry. I've already sent people to look for him. Old Ghost replied in a low voice, his response well prepared. Song Yuanshan snorted, his tone carrying both anticipation and irritation. My villa only lacks wood and bricks. As soon as Li Mu brings them back, we can start construction immediately. In this period of extreme material scarcity, he was obsessed with building a luxurious villa entirely by hand. Old Ghost wanted to advise against it, but didn't dare, only praying silently that his master would stop after completing this villa. Sir, a scout burst through the door with urgent news, heading straight for Old Ghost. We've learned that someone saw Li Mu enter Lin Zhuzhu's territory, but no one has seen him come out since. As soon as these words were spoken, Song Yuanshan slammed the table with a bang and shot to his feet. What does Lin Zhuzhu think she's doing? I gave her the chance to be independent, and she dares to detain my man. His fury reached its peak as he pointed toward the door. Old Ghost, take everyone and surround Lin Zhuzhu's territory. If she dares not release him, then level it. The command thundered through the air, and instantly the hall filled with murderous intent, the atmosphere explosive. Upon hearing this news, Song Yuanshan flew into a towering rage. The sandalwood incense had just been lit in his study when he slammed his palm down on the ebony desk, the thunderous crash making the teacups rattle and chime. Master, I believe you should go there personally. Old Ghost spoke unhurriedly, his gaze steady. Li Mu's strength is second only to yours. If he's merely delayed by some trivial matter on Lin Zhuqing's territory, that's one thing. But if he's been ambushed, bringing more men would only add to the chaos. Old Ghost had always been a detached observer, and even now he saw the situation with crystal clarity. You're not wrong, but having me go personally would be beneath my dignity. Song Yuanshan swept his sleeves and stood up, tilting his head back with a cold laugh. He's just some young upstart. You go and mention my name, they won't even dare show their faces. They're probably just a bunch of cowards. If they dare not release him, then not a soul in that village will live. His recent string of victories had given Song Yuanshan the illusion of looking down upon all living beings. To engage in such crude work of blades and bloodshed again felt beneath his status. Old Ghost nodded slightly. Very well, I'll make the trip. Despite his dissatisfaction, he had no choice. He selected only 2 trusted subordinates to accompany him. They couldn't win in a fight anyway. And if the enemy had truly set an ambush, bringing more men would only mean sending them to their deaths. Under the night sky, Lin Zhuqing's small building was brightly lit. In the living room, Wang Lu was half sprawled on the sofa, chopsticks twirling a large mouthful of fried noodles, slurping loudly. Zhang Shan had just been summoned and arrived with an empty stomach, so he could only sit beside him and watch with envy. I say, you suddenly called me here, what exactly do you want? Zhang Shan rubbed his empty belly, his tone carrying a hint of complaint. Waiting for someone. Wang Lu licked his chopsticks, his expression leisurely. Waiting for whom? Song Yuanshan. What? Zhang Shan's heart skipped a beat. How could he not fear the reputation of a veteran black iron? But seeing Wang Li's calm demeanor, he couldn't bring himself to appear too cowardly as the elder, so he forced himself to remain composed. How do you know he'll definitely come? I captured Li Mudhat's his prize student. It would be strange if he didn't come. Wang Lu set his empty bowl on the coffee table, looking completely confident. Just then, Lin Zhuqing hurriedly pushed through the door, still carrying the night wind's chill on her shoulders. Wang Lu, there's been a change. Song Yuanshan didn't Kami sent his subordinate Old Ghost instead. She had originally been stationed at the village entrance as Wang Lu instructed, ready to report immediately once Song Yuanshan appeared. Zhang Shan had been called to handle the small fry, preventing any sneak attacks during the main confrontation. What? Old Ghost came. Wang Lu raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. I've got Li Mu detained here, and he can still hold himself back? So what do we do now? Lin Zhuqing looked at him. What else can we do? Since Old Ghost delivered himself to our doorstep, we'll just capture him too. Wang Lu shrugged, his tone still relaxed. I was planning to have a decisive battle with Song Yuanshan tonight, but I guess that'll have to wait. Taking care of his strategist will save us future trouble. The moment Old Ghost stepped into the village entrance, he was captured by Lin Zhuqing and Zhang Shan working together. He couldn't even resist, managing only a bitter smile. Wang Lu deliberately let the two accompanying subordinates escape, ensuring the news would quickly reach Song Yuanshan's ears. In his mansion, Song Yuanshan sat, shrouded in lamplight. After hearing the report, the sandalwood prayer beads in his hand snapped with a sharp crack, scattering pearls across the floor. What? Lin Zhuqing actually dared to capture my people, he roared, his gaze ice-cold. Go. Summon everyone. Today I'm going to level Lin Zhuqing's territory. In his fury, he no longer cared whether this might be a trap. If Old Ghost had been by his side, he would certainly have stopped him, or at the very least convinced him to wait until morning. Traveling unfamiliar roads at night would put them at a serious disadvantage. Soon, Song Yuanshan gathered all his subordinates. Among the 300 elite troops were 50 beast tamers, a dark mass ready for battle. After counting his forces, he waved his hand decisively, and the army surged forward like a black torrent toward Lin Zhuqing's territory. Meanwhile, under the dim streetlight at the village entrance, Wang Lu had been waiting patiently for quite some time. He turned his head and instructed, Zhang Shan, once they arrive, take your men and charge straight at them. The moment they fall into chaos, we'll have won half the battle. Zhang Shan grinned and replied, no problem, just don't make me face Song Yuanshan head and everything else is manageable. Suddenly remembering something, he added, by the way, where's Li Shi? I haven't seen him for days. Don't tell me he chickened out. Wang Lu smiled faintly. Don't worry about him, has more important tasks. His smile carried absolute confidence. Even if he truly wasn't Song Yuanshan's match, he had prepared contingency plans that would be enough to throw Song Yuanshan into complete disarray. He then turned to Lin Zhuqing. Have all the civilians been evacuated? Everyone's been cleared out. Only those who will be fighting remain. Lin Zhuqing confirmed with a nod. With that assurance, Wang Lu finally felt completely at ease. Before long, the ground trembled with thunderous footsteps. Song Yuanshan hadn't arrived yet, but his imposing presence preceded him. As a black iron level expert, he had summoned both his beast companions early to intimidate his enemies. The Fire Cloud Horse and Azure Turbid Bull advanced side by side. The Fire Cloud Horse was entirely crimson, its mane flickering like flowing flames as it glared menacingly. The Azure Turbid Bull's body pulsed with dark blue light, its eyes slightly narrowed like a seasoned monk in meditation calm, yet brimming with explosive power. Listen up, you people inside. I am Song Yuanshan. Release the people you captured today, or face the consequences. His voice rolled down like thunder. He expected the other side to come out for negotiations, but the moment his words fell, Zhang Shan charged out from the shadows with a squad of men. Brothers, this old bastard wants to keep us trapped here. Today we must teach him a lesson. Zhang Shan's shouts were fierce, but his actions were quite practical. Led his team around Song Yuanshan, striking directly at the subordinates in the rear, turning Song Yuanshan's formation into complete chaos. So it's you scoundrel. Fire Cloud Horse, burn him. Song Yuanshan roared, but suddenly sensed danger approaching. He turned to see a chubby, giant panda charging straight at him. Azure Turbid Bull, he shouted again. The Azure Turbid Bull flashed in a blue streak, almost teleporting to Song Yuanshan's side to block Panda's assault. Ha ha, Principal Song's beast companions have impressive defense. A leisurely voice drifted from behind the chaotic battle. Song Yuanshan looked toward the sound and saw Wang Lu approaching unhurriedly. Wang Lu, I didn't expect it to be you. Upon seeing him, Song Yuanshan immediately recalled his command for the Fire Cloud Horse to pursue Zhang Shan. Wang Lu had once defeated the 9th level expert Li Mu, so who knew what other trump cards he might be hiding? That's right, it's me. Principal Song has quite a good memory. Wang Lu stopped about 10 meters from Song Yuanshan, with Panda returning to his side, muscles slightly tensed. Song Yuanshan put on a magnanimous front, his voice carrying a hint of persuasion. Wang Lu, have you lost your mind? We're all people of Qingqing. Why must we fight each other? Just tell me what you want directly. If I can give it, I will. Why must fellow townspeople escalate things to this point? Though his words were polite, he was secretly calculating how to catch Wang Lu off guard for a fatal strike. Panda, use Great Flame Fist. Wang Lu didn't give Song Yuanshan any chance to speak. Fire Cloud Horse, blazing roar, he commanded with a raised hand. The Fire Cloud Horse reared its head and neighed, flames erupting from its throat. At the same time, Song Yuanshan hesitated no longer, commanding his Fire Cloud Horse to engage in battle. Two streams of crimson fire collided thunderously in midair, producing a deafening explosion. The intertwining flames consumed each other within moments, transforming into billowing smoke and dust. This kid's strength has improved so much. Behind the smoke, Song Yuanshan frowned and muttered under his breath. Confident in his black iron rank, he had expected his flames to be superior, yet they were forcibly neutralized by his opponent, putting him on high alert. Just as he was weighing his chances of victory, Wang Li's voice rang out again. Poison mist. Purple toxic gas instantly spread everywhere. Song Yuanshan's expression changed drastically as he urgently commanded. Azure Turbid Bull, Water Spirit Protection. The Azure Turbid Bull let out a low moo, and a transparent water sphere expanded with a pop, completely enveloping Song Yuanshan and the Fire Cloud Horse. The rolling poison mist outside was blocked by the membrane, unable to penetrate at all. As an auxiliary-type beast, the Azure Turbid Bull had extremely high immunity to toxins, and after a few moments, the purple fog dissipated. Wang Lu clicked his tongue in frustration. This old guy really has some tricks up his sleeve. Only after his sneak attack was thwarted did he realize that Song Yuanshan actually had another auxiliary beast companion. Song Yuanshan steadied himself, the greedy gleam in his eyes growing stronger. Wang Lu, I won't kill you today, I want to capture you alive. All the secrets you possess will be mine. Initially, he had thought Wang Lu merely possessed both fire and poison attributes, but now he had displayed a third type of power, which clearly couldn't be explained by mere luck. Wang Lu sneered. Just you? Dream on. He then pointed and commanded. Panda, Frozen Wasteland. Panda's entire body flashed with an eerie blue cold light. The frigid air suddenly invaded, and Song Yuanshan felt bone-piercing cold, instinctively hugging his arms. In the blink of an eye, the water sphere from before transformed into a crystalline ice prison, freezing him, the Fire Cloud Horse, and the Azure Turbid Bull together. Let's see how you get out of this. Just as Wang Lu was about to press his advantage, blazing firelight suddenly erupted from within the ice sphere. Boom! The ice walls shattered into countless water droplets, and amid the rolling steam, the water sphere completely dissolved. At the critical moment, Song Yuanshan had commanded his Fire Cloud Horse to breathe fire while being tightly protected beneath it, avoiding backlash. However, the ice prison was too small, and when it exploded, he couldn't escape unscathed either. In an instant, his originally neat suit was burned to tatters, his hair disheveled, making him look as wretched as a beggar. Wang Lu, he roared furiously, his humiliation intertwining with his greed for Wang Li's talents, his gaze sharp as a blade. For attributes. Song Yuanshan's heart surged with excitement, and Wang Lu had become a priceless treasure in his eyes. Grandpa is right here. Wang Lu deliberately provoked Song Yuanshan. Song Yuanshan's combat experience was truly seasoned. He could adapt to any unexpected situation on the fly. Stop acting so smug. You've been playing around long enough, haven't you? He sneered with a commanding shout. Now let's end this battle once and for all. Fire Cloud Horse, Fire Breath. The Fire Cloud Horse reared its head and neighed. This was its self-mastered ultimate technique. Once it hit, the target would be consumed by undying flames until death. Just as crimson tongues of fire leaped from its mane, a blue turbid ox suddenly blocked its path. Blue turbid ox, don't get in the way, move aside. Song Yuanshan frowned and barked. Earlier, when the battlefield was shrouded in mist, he hadn't paid attention to the ox's movements, but once the fog cleared, he was shocked to realize that while he clearly only had one blue turbid ox, there were now two. Moo! The blue turbid ox beside him looked equally bewildered. Song Yuanshan's heart skipped a beat. If this one was his, then whose was the one in front? Across from them, the Fire Cloud Horse also fell into brief confusion. In its understanding, the blue turbid ox was an ally and absolutely could not be attacked. Just as it hesitated, the blue turbid ox, facing it, suddenly opened its mouth wide, and a bone-chilling blast of cold air roared out, freezing the Fire Cloud Horse solid with a sharp crack. Panda, giant form. The next second, little Panda appeared in midair, instantly swelling to the size of a small mountain, its massive black paw crashing down. Boom! The Fire Cloud Horse, frozen into an ice sculpture, was instantly flattened into a pancake-thin horse patty. Thick smoke and ice shards scattered everywhere, and Song Yuanshan's heart shattered along with them. He had only been frozen for a few seconds, yet the battle situation had completely collapsed. Even more bizarre, The opposing blue turbid ox had transformed back into the dead fire cloud horse right before everyone's eyes. What's happening? Song Yuanshan stammered incoherently. Wang Lu walked over slowly, his voice calm yet tinged with mockery. Never seen this before? Werefox, show yourself. The werefox's body flickered slightly as it transformed into various beast forms: blue turbid ox, fire cloud horse, each one lifelike and perfect. Principal Song. Wang Lu sheathed his sword and clasped his hands behind his back. Shall we continue? Song Yuanshan looked at the debris scattered across the ground and the shape-shifting werefox, finally shaking his head in defeat. No more fighting. You win. All his offensive beast companions were destroyed. Continuing would only mean getting beaten one-sidedly. Lin Zhuqing. Tie him up. Lin Zhuqing, who had been hiding nearby creating the smoke screen, immediately stepped forward. Wang Li didn't dare expose his heaven-defying abilities in front of everyone, so he had arranged for her to use mist as cover beforehand. Lin Zhuqing was now one of the few people he trusted. Coming. She efficiently bound Song Yuanshan and pushed him to the center of the crowd, shouting loudly. No one else is allowed to fight. Song Yuanshan has been defeated. Anyone who dares make another move will be killed. Her voice cracked like firecrackers, shocking everyone into stillness. Seeing Song Yuanshan's dejected expression, his subordinates ceased fighting one after another. Zhang Shan excitedly slapped his thigh. Amazing. Brother Wang is truly amazing. The battle ended there. Lin Zhuqing took charge of cleaning up the battlefield, while Wang Lu returned to the village to await good news from the other front. Meanwhile, far away in Qingcheng, a smokeless battle was underway. Inside the city, Li Shi stood atop a massive boulder, his voice booming like thunder. Brothers, our new leader has arrived. His name is Wang Lu. His first command is to tear down the old castle. Demolish whatever you want, smash whatever you please. But you can only take what you need for yourself. No greed allowed, or it will be taken back. The crowd below exchanged glances after hearing Li Shi's words. Their pupils contracted, their faces clearly expressing disbelief. Touching the gates of the city lord's mansion was practically a death wish. You don't believe me? Then let me strike the first blow. With those words, Li Shi hefted an iron hammer thicker than his thigh with one hand and strode toward the city lord's mansion with heavy but determined steps. The massive hammer scraped against the stone pavement, sending sparks flying. Under everyone's watchful gaze, he swung his arm in a wide arc and with a thunderous crash, smashed the heavy bronze-reinforced wooden door into flying splinters. The guards behind the door poked their heads out, gripping their weapons but not daring to charge forward, only able to watch helplessly as Li Shi continued his assault. Come join me. Orders from the new city lord. Li Shi shouted during a break in his hammering. Wait a little longer, and Song Yuanshan will be dragged before you. Actually, bringing Song Yuanshan directly would have been more effective than public proclamations, but Wang Lu insisted on following his own plan. He wanted to use this scene to test the people's fear of the old city lord before deciding on his governing approach after taking power. Song Yuanshan had forced everyone to serve his personal development for selfish reasons, while Wang Lu wanted everyone to develop together. He was only black iron rank if someone stronger appeared someday. He wouldn't even have the right to fight back. But if he could unite several thousand people, the outcome would be completely different. However, despite Li Shi's thunderous hammering, the people remained cowering and motionless even though Li Shi normally enjoyed tremendous respect among the common folk. After a while, Wang Lu appeared. Lin Zhuqing, walking beside him, was dragging a tightly bound Song Yuanshan. Wang Lu had already confiscated Song Yuanshan's pet capsules. Look, isn't that Song Yuanshan? How did he get tied up? My God, the one who bound him is that young man. But Song Yuanshan is a black iron rank expert. The crowd murmured in low voices. The scene was truly shocking. Wang Lu walked before the crowd and swept his gaze over the people drawn by the hammering sounds. Song Yuanshan has been captured by me. This city lord's mansion is an eyesore. Tear it down. The crowd fell silent. Then a timid voice emerged. Sir, perhaps you could make do with living there for now? We really don't have the energy to build a new one. You come out. Wang Lu looked toward the voice. The crowd immediately stirred, many secretly sweating for that person. How dare he openly contradict the new city lord? After a long silence, a man around 30 with fair skin stepped out from the group. He was fed up with living in constant fear and would rather risk death to speak his mind clearly. What's your name? Wang Lu asked. I'm called Li Ming. Wang Lu nodded and addressed his earlier question word by word. After tearing down this mansion, I won't force you to build a new one. I'm not becoming city lord to oppress people, but to ensure equality for all. Resources are scarce at present, so I'll temporarily collect and redistribute them evenly to ensure everyone has food and can live in peace. Li Shi will gradually explain the details to you. Also, anyone previously responsible for city defense can come find me. I'll give preferential treatment to true talent. After speaking, Wang Lu left with Lin Zhuqing. Everything that needed to be said had been said, and now it was up to these people to digest it all. Wang Lu turned and left the square, quietly returning to the village and pushing open Lin Jiqing's door with practiced ease. The house was cold and empty. Zhang Shan had already led his men away silently, and Li Shi was outside explaining the new regulations to the crowd in detail. At this moment, only Wang Lu and Lin Jiqing remained, sitting face to face on the bamboo sofa. Wang Lu, where do you plan to live next? You're not going to stay holed up in the village forever, are you? If the common people really start seeing you as their city lord, that image will be set in stone. Lin Jiqing tucked some loose strands of hair behind her ears, her tone probing. She was actually hoping Wang Lu would move into that empty castle. What do I need an image for? I'm not really planning to be the city lord, I'm just temporarily filling the position. Wang Lu leaned back in his chair casually, but quickly shifted the conversation. Pay more attention to recruiting talent. We need to push technology forward. He had no appetite for power, and even if he truly wanted the city lord position, now wasn't the time. There was still no word from the Dragon Kingdom. All right, I'll keep that in mind. Lin Jiqing nodded, but then something else occurred to her. What about Song Yuanshan? What if he escapes someday, or someone rescues him? He'd be our #1 enemy. If we can defeat him once, we can defeat him a second time. He doesn't even have an offensive beast companion now. Even if he runs, he won't be able to cause much trouble. Wang Li's response was casual and reassuring. Lin Jiqing agreed outwardly, but privately had other plans. After chatting a bit more, she got up to leave, giving the entire house to Wang Lu while she went to find other accommodations. That night, Song Yuanshan died suddenly. Rumors said it was snake venom, but no one knew who was responsible. Over the following 2 months, Wang Lu sent people to search for Tang Xiaojia countless times, all returning empty-handed. During this period, it wasn't just about finding people. Qingqing's technology also advanced by leaps and bounds. Wang Lu immediately offered generous rewards to any technical talent willing to join, and he didn't shortchange ordinary civilians either. Everyone worked similar hours, ate communal meals with meat at every serving. When families needed building materials, he distributed them for free. In just 2 months, several thousand people had united as one. One morning, Wang Lu called Lin Jiqing and Li Shi into his house. These two had become his most trusted right-hand assistants, handling most matters large and small. Please sit. Wang Li's expression was unusually serious. After they were seated, he got straight to the point. Though things seem peaceful on the surface, there are dangerous undercurrents. Who can guarantee we won't encounter another beast tide? I plan to form a small team to come with me and find the way back to the Dragon Kingdom. The room fell silent for a moment. Their free, unrestrained life had almost made them forget about the greater dangers outside. Lin Jiqing pressed her lips together. Why don't you take me along? I could be of some help. No. Wang Li's tone was steady. Pick the most clever and fastest runners for me. If we really encounter a beast tide, I can only fight Heaton. You need to stay and stabilize things here. At this point, he suddenly remembered something and turned to Li Shi. By the way, I heard Li Ming has developed a pure wood mountain vehicle. Do you have a finished product I can take a look at? Li Ming was the same person who had openly questioned Wang Lu before. Later, when Wang Lu began recruiting talent, Li Ming volunteered to join. Originally a carpenter, he had a sudden inspiration while chatting with some designers and decided to try building a pure wooden mountain bike. With energy resources scarce, they could only rely on the rare lightning stones. These crystals were so precious that even Wang Lu only possessed 3 of them. All right, I'll have someone bring them over right now. As soon as Wang Lu finished speaking, Li Shi immediately stood up and left. Wang Lu had entrusted almost all miscellaneous tasks to Li Shi, who was highly responsible, though he occasionally had a gambling habit, not a major concern at the moment. Come on, let's wait in the courtyard. Wang Lu was curious about the wooden mountain bike and decided to follow Li Shi outside. The courtyard was bathed in bright sunlight, with tree shadows swaying in the breeze. Before long, Li Shi returned with Li Ming, who was supporting a rustic-looking bicycle with both hands. The frame, handlebars, and even the chain mechanism were all intricately carved from hardwood, with the wood grain clearly visible in the light. Mr. Wang, this is Li Ming's finished product. Please take a look. Li Shi pushed the bike forward. Wang Lu didn't like being called Lord, so everyone had switched to calling him Mr. Good, let me try it. Wang Lu walked over to the bike and nodded to Li Ming. If this works out, I'll reward you handsomely. Don't worry, I've been researching this for a year, just never had the time to actually build it. Li Ming replied confidently. Wang Lu mounted the bike and pressed down on the pedal immediately. Clicking sounds arose as the wooden gears meshed together roughly but powerfully. After riding around the courtyard once, he found that aside from being somewhat noisy, the bike was lightweight and efficient. The all-wood construction eliminated the risk of chain breakage. Driving mechanism, though loud, it was remarkably sturdy. Mr. Wang, how does it feel? Li Ming approached. Excellent. It's both efficient and durable. If we ride these to search for supplies outside, we'll get twice the results with half the effort. Wang Lu patted the handlebars affectionately. I can make as many as you need. Li Ming couldn't hide his joy at being recognized. Make 10 first, we'll need them in the coming days. Wang Lu had made up his mind to use these bikes to establish contact with the Dragon Kingdom. Li Ming received his orders and immediately left the courtyard to work through the night. Seeing this, Lin Zhuqing also began selecting 10 capable and quick-witted men. 3 days later, 10 tall, lean men stood in formation in Wang Li's courtyard. Though none were beast tamers, Lin Zhuqing considered them the smartest available. Wang Lu walked before them, his gaze sweeping across each face. Though they appeared simple on the surface, their eyes gleamed with intelligence. Do you all understand what you're going to do? Yes, they replied in unison. If anyone is afraid or unwilling, you can withdraw now. He worried that Lin Zhuqing might have coerced someone and deliberately left room for them to back out. This time no one spoke, but their expressions remained resolute. All right then, grab your provisions and water, let's head out. The 11 men each shouldered a bulging backpack and mounted their specially crafted wooden mountain bikes, riding along the rugged road away from Qingqing. Throughout the journey, Wang Lu rode at the front, his eyes locked firmly on the ground. He wasn't embarking on some meaningless expedition, was searching for any suspicious tracks, tire marks, or bloodstains. To avoid missing any clues, the team traveled almost day and night, stopping only briefly for supplies. About 7 days later, under the scorching midday sun, their tires made soft crunching sounds against the gravel. Suddenly, a sharp cry erupted from the back of the group. Mr. Wang, look over there, I think there's someone. Everyone immediately braked and turned around. Following the direction the team member pointed, they saw a dark silhouette lying by the roadside, a Hida figure dressed in black. Let's go take a look. Wang Lu signaled with his hand and pedaled faster. As they approached, he realized the person showed no signs of life, with a ghastly pale complexion, another corpse. During their recent travels, they had encountered multiple bodies, and Wang Lu had originally planned to pass by this one quickly as well. Just as he was about to continue forward, the team member who had cried out earlier spoke again. Mr. Wang, don't rush off just yet. He appears to be from the Dragon Guard, and judging by the direction he was heading, his words were cut short as he suddenly fell silent, sensing a chilling, killing intent emanating from the grass beside the corpse. Instinctively looking up, he found himself staring directly into a pair of crimson, cold beast eyes. Ah! His scream had barely escaped when a pitch-black, leopard-like spirit beast burst from the grass, pouncing through the air. Panda, frozen wasteland. In a flash, Wang Lu threw out a contract scroll. White light flickered as Panda landed and struck its palms toward the airborne spirit beast. Silver-white frost instantly formed ice crystals, freezing the panther-like creature solid into an ice sculpture that crashed down with a thud onto the chest of the team member who had cried out earlier. Quick, move the spirit beast off him. He'll die if it keeps crushing him. Everyone frantically worked together to move the several hundred-pound ice sculpture aside. Wang Lu knelt down and helped the pin team member up. What's your name? Are you hurt? Mr. Wang, I'm Pai Tai. I'm fine. Thank you for saving me just now. Pai Tai clutched his chest and took a deep breath, still managing to stand upright. No need to thank me. Continue what you were saying earlier. Wang Lu stared at the black-clothed corpse, sensing that Pai Tai had noticed something more crucial. Yes. After catching his breath, Pai Tai pointed at the corpse and said quietly, I was thinking when this dragon guard fell, his head was facing toward Qingqing. He wasn't trying to flee, but rather seemed to be desperately rushing back to the city from outside. At first, I thought there might be a beast tide gathering ahead, and the Dragon Kingdom was trying to send someone to contact us, but got intercepted by these monsters. Now I'm certain there must be a beast tide ahead, otherwise it wouldn't be such a coincidence to have a spirit beast lying in ambush here. As Pai Tai finished speaking, the previously noisy road fell into dead silence. Everyone's minds replayed his deduction. Wang Lu furrowed his brow. If there really was a beast tide deliberately blocking communication between refugees and the Dragon Kingdom, was this spirit beast instinct, or was someone manipulating them from the shadows? He looked up and surveyed everyone, giving orders in a grave voice. Everyone continue exploring ahead, but slow down. If you see any signs of a beast tide, abandon the bikes, they're making too much noise. After speaking, Wang Lu continued leading the group forward on their bikes. The mountain path wound ahead as their wheels crushed gravel and kicked up fine dust. Occasionally, a few spirit beasts that darted out were swiftly cut down by Wang Li's blade, falling into the roadside bushes. As they pressed on, the mountain grew steeper and their speed dropped repeatedly until Wang Lu finally signaled for them to stop. Get off. We walk from here. Everyone dismounted and began pushing their wooden carts, slowly making their way into the forest. After killing those spirit beasts, Wang Lu jumped down from his bike and wiped the blood splattered on his blade. They were drawn by the noise. Too much sound isn't safe. So the entire team switched to traveling on foot. Cold winds swept through the forest, and they had barely walked 100 meters when an oppressive sense of danger hit them, hidden, dense, and buzzing like whispers in their ears. Wang Lu immediately raised his hand to signal a halt. Nobody move forward. I'll scout ahead, find some cover, and wait for my signal. Pai Tai and about 10 others ducked under a boulder 3 times their height, securing their wooden carts with thick vine rope and holding their breath. Wang Lu advanced alone, crossing over scattered rocks and thorns. After about 10 minutes, he crouched down and peered through the grass in the low valley ahead. Spirit beasts were packed together densely, heads pressed to the ground in rest. A rough count revealed at least 1,000. So it really is a beast tide, he muttered under his breath. Rather than charging in recklessly, he retreated toward the left ridge to confirm the distribution of the herds. Over the course of an hour, he witnessed the same scene in 3 different valleys. Each group contained roughly 1,000 beasts, with barely 100 meters between groups, like connected sections of a city wall. Breaking through just one group wouldn't be difficult, but once they started fighting, the surrounding groups would inevitably respond, instantly creating a surging tide of 10,000 beasts. Wang Lu mentally noted the numbers, estimating at least 10,000 in total, then turned back to rejoin the others. However, when he returned to the boulder area, the wooden carts were gone, and not a soul was in sight. Wang Li's brow furrowed as he shouted, "Pai Tai, where are the carts? Where is everyone?" Only the forest wind and a few low growls answered him. Several spirit beasts drawn by the sound came rushing over, but he dispatched them with a few swift strikes. In the quiet that followed, he crouched down to examine the ground beneath the boulder. Chaotic footprints crisscrossed everywhere, far more than the dozen or so people from before could have left. His gaze swept the area until he spotted something at the base of the rock, an arrow drawn in fresh blood pointing eastward. Damn it! Someone has taken them. Wang Lu slammed his fist against the stone and sprinted eastward. Along the way, he found grass stems broken into arrow shapes scattered on the ground and shallow knife marks carved into tree trunks, the traces forming a hidden trail. Having a group of clever people really makes things easier, he thought to himself with grudging admiration. Without these markers, the dense forest would have been like a maze, and Pai Tai and the others would have vanished without a trace. After tracking for nearly half an hour, all the markers suddenly stopped, and a crude village came into view. The surrounding wall was nothing more than bundles of dried grass barely waist-high, swaying through broken gaps that revealed the commotion within. More than a dozen bare-chested men wielded long whips, surrounding a group of ragged prisoners, their lashes accompanied by muffled groans. Wang Lu squinted. Cannibals. His mind conjured up records from ancient texts about savage tribes known for capturing living people and enslaving them. He gripped his blade tightly and stepped through the village entrance. The scene beyond the grass wall became clearer. Stones and wooden logs were piled up like a small mountain, and Pai Tai and the others were being forced to haul them. Whips cracked through the air as one savage roared. Faster. Move those stones over there. Useless. Get up. Pai Tai shouldered half a stone block, his steps unsteady, when suddenly a familiar voice exploded in his ears. Pai Tai, are you all right? Wang Lu called out in a deep voice. Pai Tai looked up, dust and sweat smeared across his face. The moment he saw Wang Lu, his eyes immediately reddened with emotion, his voice trembling with excitement. Sir, these people are too brutal. They captured us without a word and made us slaves. Our vehicles were also taken by these idiots to burn as firewood. These fools don't even know how to ride them. Who are you calling names? You're asking for death. The burly man beside Pai Tai roared furiously, raising his coarse whip. Before the whip could fall, he was already kicked squarely in the chest, flying several meters and crashing into a pile of haystacks. What a bunch of savages. Wang Lu withdrew his foot, his gaze sweeping the surroundings as his expression darkened. Capturing living people like cargo, this barbaric behavior was something he could never tolerate, not even once. He bent down to help Pai Tai up. Pai Tai, why are you alone? Where are the others? Originally, 10 people had been captured, but now only Pai Tai remained, all by himself. Pai Tai's voice trembled. The others couldn't carry heavy objects, so they were sent to sweep floors, and 2 others talked back and were beaten to death on the spot. At this point, the tough exterior of this strong man completely crumbled, and tears instantly poured out. Wang Li's eyes darkened. Follow behind me. I'll bring the others out too. At this moment, there was no trace of gentleness left on his face, only bone-chilling fury. More ruthless than Song Yuanshan, more merciless than Shan Zhuang. These people were too lazy to even deceive, displaying naked, primitive savagery. Kill him. How dare he touch our brothers? More than 10 bare-chested men came charging at the sound, their footsteps shaking dust into the air. Wang Lu bent down to grab a fist-sized stone and strode forward to meet them. As the stone struck down, the sound of cracking bones rang out continuously. His movements were simple and direct, each strike aimed to kill. In just a few breaths, all the attacking men were left bloodied and sprawled across the ground. After dealing with the people outside, he led Pai Tai deeper into the settlement. The entire tribe was covered with haystacks, which were apparently their beds. In the center stood a solitary wooden house, much more spacious than the other crude shacks. Bang! The wooden door was kicked open with one foot. Inside, rough wooden planks covered the floor, and several captured companions were kneeling on the ground, scrubbing. The room was empty yet cold, with only one piece of furniture, a large wooden bed. On the bed, a middle-aged man was half reclining, with 4 or 5 women bound haphazardly beside him. Ropes cut deep into their flesh, and the wounds covering their bodies were horrifying to behold. They had been tortured nearly to death. Hmm? Who are you? The middle-aged man was both shocked and furious, reaching for a pet capsule. Pangda, use tackle. Wang Li didn't give his opponent any chance to speak, directly summoning Pangda. The bear-like demon pet, weighing over 1,000 pounds, charged forward. The middle-aged man's abdomen caved in, his ribs completely shattered, blood gushing like a fountain. He died before he could even finish his scream. The entire process was so fast that everyone in the room was stunned. Wang Lu surveyed the kneeling people and said calmly, "What are you still kneeling for? Let's go." The group scrambled to their feet. Just as Wang Lu was about to lead them away, a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz came from behind. "Sir, please let us go. We were all captured too." "Yes, sir. Save us." Wang Lu had no intention of getting involved. Those flimsy ropes could be untied with a bit of effort. But looking into those wounded, nearly desperate eyes, his heart suddenly grew heavy. What he had seen and heard recently made him increasingly unable to understand this world. Benevolence and morality seemed to have become a joke, and even the seemingly respectable Qing city harbored countless evils. He didn't want to get entangled with anyone else, yet ultimately couldn't stand by and ignore pleas for help. "Pai Tai, go untie the ropes on them." "All right," Pai Tai responded and walked over to the women, helping them untie their ropes. The coarse hemp ropes fell to the ground, revealing clear red marks where they had cut into the women's wrists. After finishing this task, Pai Tai dusted off his hands and quickly returned to Wang Li's side as the group continued toward the camp's exit. They hadn't taken more than a few steps when a disheveled woman suddenly dropped to her knees at Wang Li's feet with a thud, looking up with tear-filled eyes. "Take us with you, please." Her words seemed to ignite hope, and the other women rushed forward, falling to their knees before Wang Lu, their cries rising one after another. Wang Lu frowned slightly, his tone cold and hard. "What are you doing? Don't follow me. The world is vast. There must be somewhere for you to settle." But even as he spoke, he felt his words were forced. These women's backgrounds were unknown, and he truly didn't dare rashly bring them back to Qing City. The women desperately shook their heads. There really is nowhere to go. The surrounding area is full of tribes like this. They call themselves the 18 Allied Forces, but they're actually a bunch of demons who devour people without spitting out the bones. They capture refugees everywhere to use as livestock, and as for women, several of them broke down in uncontrollable sobs. Wang Li's heart sank as he listened. So this type of scum traveled in packs. There wasn't just one group. He silently weighed whether to take the opportunity to uproot the so-called 18 Allied Forces entirely. He fixed his gaze on the lead woman. "Since you know about these 18 groups, tell me about the strength of each leader." The woman wiped away her tears, struggling to remember. "I only heard that the 3 leaders are all black iron level warriors, and the other tribes are called allies, but are more like hired muscle." "What? 3 black iron warriors?" Wang Li's heart trembled, feeling fortunate he hadn't acted rashly earlier, or he might have gotten himself killed. "Yes, but I only heard this and never seen them myself," the woman added. Wang Lu pondered for a moment, then finally nodded. "Fine, you can come back with us." For now, he needed to return to Qing City and discuss strategy with Lin Zhuqing and Li Shi. Outside the camp, other men who had been used as slaves also crowded forward, begging to leave together. Wang Lu didn't refuse. Having already saved the women, a few more people wouldn't matter. Whether herding one sheep or a flock, it was all the same. Taking the people brought its own troubles. Food was rapidly consumed along the way, and their marching speed slowed considerably. When they were still half a day's journey from Qing City, their food bags were empty, and Wang Lu himself was so hungry his vision was blurring, secretly regretting herding so many sheep. Fortunately, Qing City was prepared. Lin Zhuqing had been sending people to guard the city gates almost daily, just to receive news of Wang Lu at the first opportunity. That evening, Wang Li's group entered the city gates, their clothes covered in dust, everyone gaunt and yellow-faced. Upon receiving word, Lin Zhuqing immediately led a team to greet them, directly inviting them to the mansion where hot soup and dishes were already laid out in the great hall. The aroma filled the air, and everyone's eyes reddened with hunger as they wolfed down the food, quickly emptying entire plates of meat. After the meal, Wang Lu signaled Pai Tai to settle the refugees, while he brought Lin Zhuqing into a room and sent someone to fetch Li Shi. Soon, Li Shi arrived. As soon as he sat down, both men began asking questions simultaneously. Lin Zhuqing lowered her voice. "Wang Lu, why didn't you return by vehicle?" Li Shi immediately followed up. "Mr. Wang, where did these refugees come from?" Wang Lu waved his hand. "Don't even ask. Here's what happened." He recounted the camp encounter from beginning to end, withholding nothing about the details, location, or rumors of the 3 black iron warriors. In the flickering lamplight, both listeners were stunned. Neither had imagined that such large-scale allied tribal forces were scattered outside Qing City. After a long silence, Li Shi spoke first. "Mr. Wang, what should our attitude be toward these tribes? Friendship or seeking to absorb them?" Wang Lu shook his head. None of that is the point. The real issue is that the reason we can't establish contact with the Dragon Kingdom is because those beast tamers are blocking our path. Wang Lu spoke up, as he now only wanted to establish contact with the Dragon Kingdom. Returning to the Dragon Kingdom is better than staying in the wilderness, constantly on edge. He glanced around, his tone resolute. Besides, the Dragon Guard army would be far more efficient at finding my sister. We've sent people to search for so long without any news. Li Shi frowned. So we just ignore those people and break through the beast tamer's defense line directly? That won't work either. Wang Lu shook his head. Xinjiang has too few beast tamers, and most residents are civilians. We'd be wiped out before reinforcements arrive from other places. But if we bring along that so-called 18 allied army, it would be different. They have 3 black iron level fighters and other beast tamers too. As long as we concentrate our forces, we can break through directly before the other beast tamers can react. After laying out his entire plan, Lin Zhuqing pondered for a moment before breaking the silence. So what's the specific approach? Tell us, we'll follow your lead. I'll spend the next few days testing their attitude. Wang Li's gaze turned cold. If they're willing to cooperate, we'll minimize losses on both sides. If not, they can't blame me for being ruthless. From what he'd heard those women say on the road, the 18 allied army was full of scoundrels, so he felt no guilt about pushing them into danger. Lin Zhuqing worried. Won't it be too dangerous for you to go alone? Let me come with you. No need, bringing Pai Tai will be enough. Halfway through his words, Wang Lu suddenly remembered something. By the way, where's Li Mu now? I need to see him. Li Mu was a 9th level beast tamer, someone Wang Lu had always considered a sharp sword. He had long instructed his subordinates to provide Li Mu with the best food and drink, ensuring he was well treated. He's locked in the dungeon. I'll take you there. Lin Zhuqing stood up after speaking, with Wang Lu following close behind. The dungeon was a dilapidated facility left over from the former city, with narrow, damp corridors lit only by a few flickering candles casting weak light that made the walls look gloomy. Besides Li Mu, only a prisoner called Old Ghost remained in the cells. Wang Lu stopped in front of Li Mu's cell door. Li Mu, are you settling in well here? Li Mu sat cross-legged on the ground, his face weathered and worn. With his most respected principal dead and himself now a prisoner, the multiple blows had left him physically and mentally exhausted. Wang Lu, if you came here specifically to humiliate me, just go back. I won't get angry. If you want to kill me, stop wasting words. After speaking, he closed his eyes. The prison provided adequate food and drink, but the endless days made death seem preferable. Wang Lu chuckled. You're overthinking it. I'm just asking how you're doing and whether you want to get out. What did you say? Li Mu's eyes snapped open, his body trembling slightly. Of course he wanted out, but he quickly regained his composure. Wait, you'd be so kind as to release me? Aren't you afraid I'll run away? Why not earlier or later, but specifically at this time? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this until next time.